cars turn their way out of La Source then, up towards the start line, and so the fourth round of this year's Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup. The total 24 hours of Spa about to get underway as this absolutely fantastic field accelerates up towards the line. The flag will wave, the race gets underway. Straight into the lead goes René Rast as they dive downhill for the first time. It's going to be the Audi in the lead, just moving through ahead of Mirko Bortolotti in the Lamborghini. Third goes Maxime Soulé. Fourth, it is the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi as they file their way through Eau Rouge for the first time. And now the long climb up towards Lécon for the first time, John.
Yeah, so clear advantage to René Rast. Mirko Bortolotti was slightly more hesitant in trying to take the jump on the Audi, but everybody cleanly through the Ferrari, trying to sneak up the inside into the first part of Lécon.
And look at that, there's barely any tarmac visible. This enormous field pouring its way up towards Lécon, 2 abreast, 3 abreast in mid-pack as they wriggle their way through for the first time. Up 49 Ferrari in the middle of it as they're really on a big charge. It's the car that was quickest yesterday when Maxi Götz was at the wheel over the 86 Mercedes coming down towards Bruxelles for the first time. The car being started by Thomas Jäger, who knows these Mercedes absolutely inside out.
And we've got to keep an eye on those Mercedes. They will have to make that mandatory 5-minute pit stop. We believe it'll happen at the earliest opportunity. We suspect it's going to be at the end of this lap. So they're using even every opportunity right now to make up ground, because what they can save here is second, and that could pay dividend come the end of 24 hours.
Working their way for the first time out of Pouhon then, in towards the Pif-Paf. And just look at the length of the line, and as I said early on, it won't be long before traffic becomes an issue. You're on board with the Nissan GT-R at the moment, coming down towards the right and then left at the Pif-Paf, hunting for a way up onto the tail of the number 3 Audi, on board with 23 then, the overall Cup car with Lucas Ordóñez going wide, and up and past him goes number 60 McLaren there. That was Duncan Tappy darting through, and already there's a car off the road. It's the 333 Ferrari. Marco Seefried at the wheel of it, and he doesn't do things like that very often.
No, and he's going to need assistance. He's bogged down. He's going to have to get one of the snatch vehicles to remove that car, so that'll be a yellow flag down there until that car is able to get back onto the track. So the cars are coming up to the completion of what would be normally a first flying lap, but that will only occur when they come across the line now.
And I'm looking to see, yes, there they are, Mercedes, 4 in at the end of the first lap. So it makes absolute sense. Get them out, get the stop done, while the gaps aren't that great between the cars, and then they've got that long battle to try and get back up the order.
So they've got 4 of the 6 in. The other 2 will probably come into the end of this second lap, so they don't want to put too much pressure on the teams that have got 2 cars that have been penalised.
So as you say, 4 of them have come in, significantly one of them being 86, the Jaeger car, and also 0-0, very much the favoured Mercedes, the Linkin Park sponsored Black Falcon run car. Maro Engel at the wheel, it's the car on all the posters for the event, and you always got the feeling that Mercedes was here. I suggested to try and beat the opposition. John said to crush the opposition. Well, that plan's gone a bit awry.
Well, I mean, after the top 20 shootout on Friday evening, I should say, they did crush the opposition, but to no avail, because there was found to be issues with it, and slow, and we got the full course yellow already.
It's going to be for Seefried's Ferrari, isn't it, to get it out of the way. So it's the first of many, full course yellow, after just 1 lap. Oof, time to catch your breath, isn't it? Start all over again. Marco Seefried, I still would have expected, got there with a bit of outside help.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like it was done at the 5th lap, or Fania as we probably call it, just at the exit of the long double left-hander at Pouhon. You come down into that tight right, then the tighter left. So probably just got squeezed on the outside, maybe a little bit of assistance, and sadly that car, the 3-3 Ferrari, which we always know to be a very competitive car, here this weekend without Norbert Siedler.
Yeah, indeed. Just to catch up on pit starters, everybody has got into the race. Guy Smith is in, and so too is Hubert Haupt.
Who's this playing advantage to? Those 4 guys in the pits.
Absolutely right, absolutely, because they're losing less time being stationary, because these are slower laps. So if you got it right on that first lap, you've done absolutely well. If you're in the next wave, you're going to really struggle. So this, a replay of the starts. See René Rast take the advantage. Cars filing their way through Eau Rouge for the first time. Different shapes, different sizes, but perhaps more importantly these days, different sounds as well. Wonderful spectacle, GT3 racing. So the cars powering their way up towards Lécon for the first time. So the remaining Mercedes will have to pit under this full course yellow. That actually might be slightly more beneficial to them, because the Mercedes that are in lost half a racing lap. The ones that have yet to come won't lose any racing lap, because we're already under that full course yellow, assuming it's over a lap's worth of full course yellow.
So there's the replay of the start as they make up the Camel straight up into Lécon. And René Rast did what he had to do. He got that Audi number 28 into the lead. Nice to be able to control, but you can just see the depth and extent of the field that we've got here this weekend. 65 cars, not all of them in this group. 2 of them are starting from the pit lane. Still waiting to see has the 7 Bentley been able to join in.
Yes.
It has, so there we go there. Now, how long have they got to go on the clock? You can almost have a cup of tea and a biscuit waiting for this 5 minutes to count down.
Well, surely if you're Maro Engel, you listen to your Linkin Park CD, don't you? You just listen to the next album and then you can rejoin. So
he may do of an age.
Of an age. Marco Seafried, the one that's brought out this full course yellow. Straight away, we're talking about these cars being on the back foot, but of course so's that Ferrari, because that's going to lose time while it's got to be hoiked down on the gravel. It'll be interesting to know how he got there, but massive frustration.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect it was on the outside of Fagnon and it just got edged out onto the gravel. Yeah. But of course, they're waiting for the snatch vehicle, which has just only now arrived. And of course, we're just seeing cars filtering through, so that's going to be another delay until this whole group of cars goes through before they're going to attach a snatch rope to the back of the Ferrari and drag it clear.
Trying to work out whether they were going to try and put it straight forward onto the road or back across the gravel onto an access road. Either way, those Mercedes are about to go 1 lap down. Now, we've had 4 of them in. Let's see where the next wave will pit. Because, of course, is there room in the pit garage? The other 4 are still there. So, if you come in now, it's not too bad if you're in the endurance pits, but it's not easy in the top pits.
No, in the endurance pits, you might think you've got a marginal advantage. This is the Grand Prix pits, the current pits, so the more Mercedes don't stay out.
I think it might be to try and get some space within the pit lane. So, there are what, 6 of them, and 4 to come. Full course yellow continues as the lights flash. So the heater on the side of the road, and these 5 minutes controlled by the teams, and it includes the drive time, so all that's monitored by the timekeepers.
But if the 5 minutes is up and the train of cars are still making its way around La Source down to Eau Rouge, and they get to the pit lane exit, they're going to have to wait until that entire line of cars filters through. So maybe the advantage they thought they were going to gain has been offset by what will happen when they get to the pit lane exit. They're going to have to sit there yet again.
Fair point. So it could be an extra delay at pit out. There's 88, the car, Felix Rosenqvist, ready to go. And 86 ready to go as well, I think. But yes, still the line of cars comes, and it's been a long operation to get that out of the gravel, because what they've done is try and tow it across onto an access road rather than pull it straight out onto the tarmac. Right, Thomas Jaeger has finished his book, so too Felix Rosenqvist getting ready to go. Everybody, of course, here just trying to maintain some temperature and some tyre pressures as they move around. Right, away goes Jaeger, away goes Book, away goes Engel. And in the other pits, already at the far end, but having to wait for his time to elapse, is Rosenqvist. Of course, his stop started later, if that makes sense.
It took another 20 seconds or 30 seconds.
To get to where he
Yes, so we're waiting to see the 3 that were on the Grand Prix pits, let's call it that, who are probably making their round the top of, or inside of La Source, and then waiting to see them appear. We haven't really seen them appear yet, so it's
such a long and such a slow route, isn't it?
There they come, yeah.
So they've lost a lap. It could have been a whole lot worse than that. They should get ahead of Rosenqvist, but only just. The clock ticks down, but I think he was sort of behind them in the queue anyway, wasn't he, because of where he had qualified. So here they come, and Rosenqvist lets 2 of them go. Does he let all 3 of them go? Yes, he can slot in at the back. He's got another 23 hours and 51 minutes to gain place. He doesn't have to do it in the pit lane, does he?
No, I mean, it would have been unfortunate if there had been a pit lane incident because of one car trying to squeeze in between 3, but sense prevailed and let the 3 that were there first get that position. I mean, it's all irrelevant. We've got 23 hours, 51 minutes remaining. And what a difficult start for HTP. You can see etched on Alex's face there the tension that he's been going through all through the evening and through the hours up until the start of this race. So there's the Ferrari being finally pulled to somewhere that it can be fired up, and hopefully it'll get back into the race.
So that also has lost a lap, and the Mercedes likewise, but you know, that's not been quite as bad a penalty as it could have been. It's going to hurt the other 2 if we go back to green flag conditions pretty shortly. Yes, they've gone down a lap, but with still 23 hours and 50 minutes to go, they've got that out of the way. By the way, that is not the 5-minute mechanical pit stop that everybody has to serve. That's an additional one. So they're still going to factor that in, but you know, they could have done worse out of that.
Yes. The Ferrari, it is at the Fagnon, but as opposed to being on the outside, it actually spun went to the inside on the gravel, so a slightly unusual place, and that would give me a a sense that there was a bit of assistance to pump the Ferrari into the right-hand side rather than expect it to go off, as is normal at Fagnes on the outside on the left.
So the cars under this full course yellow are going to be at 80 kilometres per hour. And if you go faster than that, it will all be recorded within the data that's available to the race control team. Alain Adon is the race director. He has an assistant. There is an assistant to the assistant, a lady called Jackie Groom, who looks at all the data. She's got the real poison chalice because she's the one that's got to keep on top of all the paperwork, looking at how long people have been behind the wheel, looking at delta times of cars under these full course yellows, and making sure that 65 cars are all adhering to those regulations. So it's a pretty thankless task, but she does it incredibly well, and it may well be that if anybody transgresses, bang, you'll know about it very shortly.
Yeah, and it's those unsung heroes behind the scene, if you like, at an event like a 24-hour event here at Spa-Francorchamps, really are the people that make it happen, because without them, there wouldn't be an event.
And so, the field turning its way then now up towards the completion of lap number 3, with René Rast leading the way. Behind him, Mirko Bortolotti in the green Lamborghini, Maxime Soulet third, Alessandro Pierguidi's Ferrari fourth, Robin Frins fifth in the Audi, and the top 6 being rounded out at the moment by the best of the BMWs of Dirk Werner. Now, why is the Ferrari being held? Is it for a gap in the traffic?
I think they're just waiting till the traffic, the whole line of traffic has filtered through, so there now would appear either to be a gap or whatever that last car through was. Look at the damage, rear, right or left rear has gone down. Now maybe that obviously was more the reason why the car may have gone off. The left rear had either been cut down by riding a curb or maybe something on the track, but clearly that's going to be further delay for the Ferrari. It'll have to make its way very slowly.
More Mercedes for the pit lane, I noticed there, diving in.
Yeah, 2 more. There'll be 2 remaining cars. Well, one of them in, for sure. That's the
85.
85.
Yeah. So the one I've not yet accounted for is the Juke NISMO Toril. We go green, and René Rast was not awake, was he? Because he's lost the lead.
He's got a problem, I think.
He has got a problem. The car won't pick up, so he's down to second. It is now Bortolotti in the lead. Second is Pierguidi. René Rast trying to get round the problem. Has he got a good speed? He has, but he's got Maxime Soulet crawling all over him as we go racing once more. Can the Audi get round the problem? Was it a driver error? Was it something more significant than that? Either way, Rast looks like he's going quickly enough, but you're on board with Soulet challenging for 3rd place.
Yeah, into Les Combes. Soulet trying to get a bit of a slipstream. René Rast holds the inside of the line into the Les Combes. Nothing the Bentley can do, but I don't think René Rast got caught out. I think there was an issue that he had to make a reascent on the car to ensure that he was able to pick up pace, which he did do on the engine and the radio.
I think you could be right. 77 Porsche, you just saw there. Kevin S from Maxime Soulet, despite trying to pounce in the way that Alessandro Pierguidi did, can't find a way yet past Rast. So now, Mirko Bortolotti leads in the Lamborghini in the 2016 Total 24 Hours of Spa, and he is trying to get clear of the opposition. The onboard shot you had was from Soulet in 4th place as the cars now work their way down towards Pouhon once again. Dirk Werner with the BMW through, and they're going great guns behind him. You've got Callum McLeod. Now there is Clement Schmidt.
Following the decision of the stewards after the technical check of Superpole yesterday, car 0, 56, 84, 85, and 86 and 88 will have to perform a stop-and-go penalty of 5 minutes in front of their pit garage.
So confirmation from Alain Adon, the race director, what we've been seeing with the Mercedes making that penalty pit stop. I think all bar 1 has now done so.
Yeah, I think this is the way we are. We've got the first 4 came in at the end of the first lap. Then we had the full course yellow. The 5th of the cars came in on the 3rd lap. We're still waiting for the final Mercedes to make its pit stop. So they have staggered them for probably the reasons that they've only got a certain amount of space in the pit lane to hold the car, and that's the plan, that's the system they've got. But Mirko Bortolotti in the lead, given a real gift with the hesitation of the 28 Audi. René Rast suddenly just didn't have power when he put his foot down. It was almost as if he was still in effect on that 80 km/h speed limit button, and it hadn't disconnected. That's all I can assume was the reason why he just hung back, and then all of a sudden clear up the Camel Straight and back up the normal pace.
So Mirko Bortolotti leads the way. Alessandro Pierguidi, René Rast third, Maxime Soulet, Robin Frins fifth, 6th is Dirk Werner, 7th now in 24 is Callum McLeod, In 8th place is Phil Keane, so that's the top 2 in Pro-Am, McLeod and Keane. In 9th place is Frank Stippler, and 10th is Rob Bell, the championship leader. Another of the Ferraris there, a lot of weight on the left rear corner going through Eau Rouge as they're charging up towards Les Gons. 74 Franck Carreras staying ahead of 99 Maxime Martin. That is a change for 11th place, just Hamilton going into the braking zone.
Well, I mean, it's just a hard race already. Interesting, the battle at the front. 2 seconds between first and second place, but the Ferrari Alessandro Pierguidi actually now fastest in this first sector. It all is about chipping away, getting a tenth of a second here. Another advantage there. Some cars are good in the first 2 sectors, or sorry, first and third sector. Some are good in the middle second sector. The Ferrari, I suspect, is probably better in the first and third. Nevertheless, great pace, and we'll wait to see what the gap is between the first and second cars when they come across the line at the end of lap 5.
Alessandro Pierguidi was a real star in the Paul Ricard race, doing his best to get back onto terms with Shane Van Gisbergen for the race lead. And here he's hunting down Mirko Bortolotti as well, trying to chip away at that lead gap. He was quicker in the first sector, and in the middle sector, just losing a little bit of pace, however. There's the race-leading car. The Lamborghinis then, years ago, we used to talk about Hans Reiter running, he is here running a car in the race, the Australian Gallardo, but the Hurricanes for the Lamborghini Squad Corsa operation, run by the Grasser Racing team, which has taken Lamborghini, and it's a different car, but it has taken the success to a different level.
Yes, I think Gottfried Grasser has come in with the Hurricane, no history, just focus on what you've got. There is the Mercedes that has been in for its 5 minutes. It's going to go on, well, it may manage to, it'll be interesting to see the pace of the Mercedes. Can it extend it from the lead Lamborghini? The gap as they came across the line, well, Alessandro Pierguidi took about a tenth of a second out of that advantage over Mirko Bortolotti, not particularly significant.
So the gap is 1.9 seconds. There in 666 is Phil Keane, and he turns his way out of La Source, riding with the red and green Lamborghini. Phil Keane is your chauffeur.
So down the hill, and that hill is a lot steeper than it appears on camera. Take a lot of curb on the inside, then set it up and just aim for the curb. Hopefully you've got a car that's with you over the top of the radio. Car gets slide, you run the curb on the outside and you think, oh, I got through it yet again. Now you can breathe for, well, about 15 seconds on this long uphill Kemmel straight. You can brake a little bit later than you might normally think because you're braking uphill. Then turn into Les Combes, the first part of this 3-part corner. Take curb on the inside on the left-hand part. Take curb on the exit on the right, but be careful not to overrun on the exit of the final bit of Les Combes.
There's the Emil Fred Jaguar number 14 hustling on to try and gain track position. Stefan Ortelli, winner outright in this event in the past, making his way up towards Les Combes. We've got the Ombra Racing Lamborghini through on the inside of 59. The Jaguar sat on the back of that group. He has just gained a place there because Ortelli has got himself up to pass one of the Ferraris there. But he's also hunting for a way past Giancarlo Fisichella. So big battles right the way through the field. And you might think, what are they going so quickly now? Why are they battling for position? They've got 23 3/4 hours to go. You've got to keep on pushing because, as you made the point earlier on, this is a 24-hour sprint race and you never know what's around the corner, so you need to push down, try and build up a gap, build an advantage, because it might disappear in the pits.
Yeah, I think it's really rest. I said to, I mean, this is 24 one-hour races all linked by pit stops, as opposed to what most people perceive a 24-hour race to be an endurance race. So there the fleet of Mercedes running in formation, and that's actually shuffled a bit, hasn't it? Because Felix Rosenqvist got himself up a couple of spots looking the Acura ASP car, but their pace is quite intriguing now. Yes, they've got to get through traffic, and yes, they've got to get their lap back, but they're easily, as you might anticipate, I suppose, picking their way through the AM Cup cars here. Yeah, but of course, their lap times are about 3 seconds a lap off the lead cars, because they have got to make their way. So while they are considerably quicker than the cars that they're overtaking, they're not able to run at their true natural pace, which would be very close, if not marginally quicker than that of the lead cars. On that last lap, lap 6, actually Mirko Bortolotti for the first time was dropped out of a 2-minute 20-second lap, and he's now, what, half a second a lap slower than that second place Ferrari, which is now down to under 1.5 seconds behind it in second place.
Now that stop and go penalty for the Mercedes had to be taken within the first half an hour of the race. It has been extended by 8 minutes because of that full course yellow period. So for the Mercedes that has yet to serve the stop, it has got a bit more grace. and we have then the cars currently at working lap number 7, and the race leading car, the Lamborghini Bortolotti, getting away a little bit, 1.4 seconds as the field punches its way once more down through Eau Rouge. Now, where's the next big battle going to come from? Well, they're everywhere right at the moment, aren't they? And here's another one, look. Barwell Lamborghini 78 coming under attack. Marco Mappelli at the wheel of it, and he's got Matt Griffin charging along behind him, the Irishman then in the AF Corsa Pro-Am category Ferrari. The green Ferrari creeps up the inside line. You've got to be good to fend off Matt Griffin when he's got the bit between his teeth, and Matt goes through on the inside, gains another spot.
Yeah, a good, well-judged overtake. It was tight, it was a bit of a squeaky moment, but he got it done. Right, a lot of curve on the inside, of course, driving proudly with his IRDC badge on his overalls. And for the public at large who don't know who the IRDC is, it's the Irish Racing Drivers Club, exclusive to Irish. Surprise, surprise.
That's right. Now, Maxime Martin is under investigation for possibly overtaking under the full course yellow procedure. So, number 99 BMW, running 12, but being investigated.
I mean, I can't imagine why Maxime Martin would want to do a schoolboy error, commit a schoolboy error like that. It may have been something we didn't see, we haven't seen as we look at the 23 Nissan. Interestingly, both those Nissans this morning ran quicker in warm-up with fuel on board than they did in qualifying with no fuel. Part of that was, of course, due to the red flags in that second of the 2 qualifying sessions, but nevertheless, they've found something overnight, and they're looking to make progress. They're looking at maybe coming through the night into the morning and then judging where they are.
Michael Bronizeski there, number 11, just losing a place. Up and past him goes Stefano Gattuso in the Ombra Racing Lamborghini there.
The Lamborghini is a little bit more nervous and twitchy of the two cars, and no doubt, and that gap looks to be a little bit less than 1.4 seconds under braking into Les Combes. And rather that first sector on this lap, again, the Ferrari has got that fastest sector time. So 1.4 seconds as they came across the line at the end of lap 7. It might be down to around a second. Here's another battle all the way through. I mean, give us a break, guys.
Now, Frederic Verviche, number 1, has just got past 78 Marco Mappelli, but Mappelli is up on the outside line, and he's taking with him, look, 75, which has got Philip Salaquadra at the wheel, and at the wheel of 100 is Jerome Ball. This is for 21st place, but it's as fierce a fight as you'll find anywhere at the moment.
Well, I mean, all through the field, certainly for the first half hour, it's going to be jockeying for position, because everybody's so pumped up. Everybody's saying, well, I'm not going to race hard on the opening laps because I know I want to finish this race. But as soon as the visor comes down, the lights go out, it's the familiar red mist.
So the car's turning their way downhill, and we're on, as we say, lap number 8 now. So the field having to contend in some cases with traffic, and of course in some cases trying to unlap themselves. In the case of the Mercedes fleet, working their way up through the slower cars. This is Pouan. Nissan booming its way out of that downhill left-hander. Lucas Ordonez at the wheel for the opening stint of the race. An effort being made there, up the inside in 55. Francesco Castellacci goes by. Good move, that.
Yep, a difficult place to get the overtake done, but he has done it well. That was a clean overtake, caught slightly unawares, and used that opportunity to gain another position.
Indeed so, and the race-leading gap is down to just 9/10 of a second as they go over the timing line. So now Alessandro Pierguidi absolutely on a charge, and he's hunting down Mirko Bortolotti, the race leader. Alessandro used to race Maserati MC12s. Of late has very much specialised in Ferraris. Bortolotti very much specialises in Lamborghinis, so they both know the cars inside out. The field pouring its way there. Look out at Blanchimont. This is sort of 21st, 22nd, 23rd, all the way down the middle order. There going through is the Conrad Lamborghini, number 8 Bentley there in 4th place. Maxime Soule closing again onto the back of René Rast here, but is he close enough to make a move up towards Les Combes?
No, not at this phase. I mean, the idea was probably 20 metres ahead of the Bentley, and René Rast is having an uneasy ride. That restart didn't get the car rolling at anywhere near the pace that you'd expect, and suddenly now the Bentley is really in a position to make his life further uncomfortable.
So they're turning their way round Bruxelles. So Bentley 8, 4th. The other car, remember, Guy Smith, starting from the pit lane. He's just gone down towards La Source, but in 50th place, doing reasonably good lap times. And number 7, significantly, is on the lead lap. Might be about a third of a lap back, but it is on the lead lap and chipping its way up the order, as also is Hubert Haupt in 57.
Again, there's sort of the gap between the Audi currently in 3rd place, the Bentley, it seems to be sort of seesawing it's as if the Audi loses pace somewhere and the Bentley picks up the pace again now as they come out of Pujo down into the Fagnes. The gap has once again closed down, so I don't know whether René Rast is having to carry a problem and manage it as best as he possibly can. Another clean move up the inside, so it's just all the way through the field until we get to maybe the first round of pit stops. Then things might calm down. Gap still at the front, just under that 1 second.
Now that 5-minute mechanical pit stop that everyone has to serve, yes, you can move the discs and the pads within it, but you can do other things as well. So it could be that if Rast has got a problem, might be a bit early to do brakes, but they might be able to get through without doing them at all. So you could use that 5-minute pit stop to cure whatever this current problem is with 28.
Yeah, I mean, we're assuming there is a problem, and it looks to me as if the car's performance is sort of ebbing and flowing from lap to lap, but right now René Rast's lap time, well, it's within about a second of the two lead cars, the Lamborghini and the Ferrari.
And there, down towards the bus stop, is from Pereira, Christopher Hasse behind him, Maxime Martin in 99. No more news about any penalties heading his way. Marco Seefried, incidentally, currently 4 laps down after being off and then having to limp back with the puncture and get the damage sorted out and a new tyre put on.
Robin Franz has moved up into 4th place. Somehow or other, we didn't see that overtake getting ahead of the Bentley. So now René Rast has got the comfort of having another Audi behind him to storm off the attack from the number 8 Bentley.
Yeah, just wondering if Maxime Soule made a moment somewhere, made a mistake and back on his stride.
I think it is. His last lap was a 2:23 against what has been a 2:21, so somewhere a little bit of time lost by the number 8 Bentley.
Now there's somebody that's become a real hero this weekend, Callum McLeod, who many years ago was British Formula 4 champion. He beat Mick Tandy on his way, but he wasn't a very fashionable driver in many respects, Callum, so he was overlooked and has struggled for budget, struggled for drives ever since, really. He's had the odd historic Formula Junior outing, but in a GT car, he's being rehabilitated, if you like, into international motor racing. It goes very strongly indeed, and this weekend has really turned in some great lap times, and he is leading Pro-Am at the moment for Stuart Parker's Bentley team. There is Callum McLeod. That flashing number on the windscreen, the Lumirang display, is his class position, so 01, not the car number, not the overall position, but his class position, and a class leader is Callum McLeod at the moment.
And the other way you can recognise the Pro-Am cars is that the background to the numbers is a black background. So there we see the leading Pro-Am car coming through Fagnes, and that number 8 car, not that far behind Robin Friend, who now names up the Parker Bentley, is not that far behind the 98.
That's right, so there, Mauro Engel trying to find his way through the traffic. 00 is 61st, it's still a lap down, but the pace is bringing it up through the traffic. So the Mercedes teams here just have to press on and see how long it takes to get back onto the lead lap, if at all. They'll be able, of course, to do some of that on pit stops, but it's going to be a very jumpy order. For now, though, they still are a lap down, so it's not even a case of making progress, it's a case of trying to unlap yourself.
Yes, and I mean, that is going to take minimally, unless we put more safety car or full Courchevello situations, it's going to take probably the best part of 6 hours under normal circumstances. Such is the pace of the entire field. And remember, those cars running down in the 60s are only able to run at the pace of those cars that they're trying to overtake. They're not running in clear air, such as the lead cars are doing. And in fact, the lead car, Michael Bertolotti, has managed to stretch his advantage to back slightly over that 1 second to 1.2 seconds from the Ferrari.
So the race leaders currently were at lap number 11. More variety in the pack there. Look, as you've got the Kaspersky Ferrari 49 trying to work its way up past the BMW Team Italia entry. Up towards the bus stop. Lamborghini under attack. BMW to the inside. You've got this great mix all the way down through the order. Number 15 BMW then turning its way through. It's the car being started by Martin Tomczyk, former DTM champion. That was in his Audi days, now very much part of the BMW factory effort. And at the back of the group comes down towards La Source. There's a long line of cars. And there, behind the Mercedes, is Bentley 7 right there. So that is Guy Smith up into 49th place. Now, the case for him is very similar to the Mercedes. He can only lap at the pace of the cars around him. He's trying to work his way through, but he's got the advantage over the Mercs that he's on the lead lap. He might be a long way down the order, but he's on the lead lap. And also up the road is 57 Mercedes Hubert Haupt. Same situation, pit lane start on the lead lap.
Yeah, but what the Mercedes doesn't want to have to do is battle past a car that's got a very similar straight line performance and ultimately lap time performance with the number 7 Bentley, which is trying to play catch-up as much as the 84 Mercedes-Benz is doing directly behind him.
So Book pulls out, has a look. Guy Smith fends him off for the moment. This isn't really a battle for position, of course. They're on different laps. The Bentley is 49th, and as I said, becoming Baumann is 62nd as the cars drop downhill. Vincent Abril not yet enthused by this battle. Frustrated by the fact that the car wasn't able to start from where he wanted it to on the grid. Guy Smith hustling on. Now, Guy is a bit stuck, but for the moment behind Julien Darra at the wheel of the Boussingignon BMW. Somebody going very, very wide there, coming out of Speaker's Corner, almost towards the tyre barrier. Meantime, race leader Mirko Bortolotti comes over the line. He leads the way. We've done 11 laps. He's only 1.1 seconds up the road ahead of Alessandro Pierguidi as they come to La Source.
René Rast hanging in there, having, we believe, had a number of problems, but it seems to have now got that into control. René Rast's last lap was the quickest of the 3 lead cars, so he's back in this battle for the lead.
Absolutely so. So René Rast pushing once again. And as the race leaders work their way out of Eau Rouge, the lights flashing all the time, the traffic is ahead. And there is Rast, who is shaking off those behind. But of course now it's not Sule he needs to think about, it's Robin Frins. So it's an Audi Sport WRT car ahead of the Belgian Audi Club Team WRT car here.
And in fact, the 3rd and 4th place Audis look very, very committed as they came over the top of radio.
And Bortolotti being delayed in the traffic, and Pierguidi sideways right on his tail as they try and pick their way past the Porsche number 911. Down the hill they go, absolutely together now. So Pierguidi right on the tail of Bortolotti, nose to tail they run around Bruxelles. Lamborghini leading the way, Ferrari tucked up behind, and of course that little bit of lappery has brought Rast a fraction closer, but then he has to get past the slower car.
Yeah, but it was unfortunate. Bortolotti caught the Porsche at a difficult part of the track, and the Porsche didn't really do very much to assist the lead cars come through without delay. So Bortolotti, the big loser, the Ferrari, a big winner. Wait to see whether the 2 Audis behind, well, they've gotten through. One of them has gotten through cleanly. That's René Rast. Next one up, Robin Frins, ought to have no trouble. He might be able to make a pass even down into Fagnes, the corner we're currently watching.
So out of the pith path, the right and the left. At the start of this lap, 2.6 seconds, covered the top 3. Should be down on that now that they've got through the back markers this time around. So the cars working their way out of L'École, once more towards the Cours Paul Frère. And Alessandro Pierguidi chipping away at that lead margin. Rast very, very wide there, coming out of L'École up towards the Paul Frère corner, named after the great Belgian journalist and racer. But we know under the balance of performance, we've seen it many times, John, a car catching another is one thing, but then having got there, it's so hard to get past.
Yes, I mean, the balance of performance has worked so well this year that the lap time of so many of the cars are virtually equal, but it's not the lap time, it's the parts of the circuit where you gain that lap time. Sector 1 and Sector 3 are the high-speed bits of the track. Sector 2 is the more technical aero part of the track. How you set your car up for this lap, well, that's between you and your engineers. But right now, Ferrari right on the tail of the Lamborghini. And I would imagine we're going to see Alessandro Pierguidi try to just put an anchor rope out to the back of that Lamborghini through Eau Rouge and up over radio, and then use that slipstream to try and get up alongside. Bertolotti pulled a little bit coming down the hill, but it's so minimal that the 2 cars virtually equal in terms of their pace up through radio.
We're starting to get driving standards flags being offered up. Number 34 Ferrari is being given one. That is the Scuderia Praha car for not respecting track limits. So the more times you offend, the more serious the penalty becomes. Matteo Malicelli at the wheel of it. They're going through as number 50, Alessandro Pierguidi. Then he's almost on the tail of Bortolotti. Now, last time around, the quicker of the top 3 was Rast, but Robin Frins was quicker still as the car got itself up into contention, and Frins, having said he's faster than the top 3, he's also now being told about track limits at Blanchimont. So the 2 things, I'm sure, are related.
I'm not surprised. I mean, it's just part of being a racing driver. You go and go and go to the limits, and then suddenly, oh, you're slightly over the limit. It's being noted, and there will be severe penalties if drivers persist. And it's not just the driver, it's the car that will be penalised, not just the driver. Finally, 84 Mighty Book gets past Guy Smith. He'll be relieved to have done that. It's taken him, what, 2 laps since he caught to the tail of the Bentley to get the Mercedes ahead. Just 1 position.
That's right, so another spot gain. But how is the championship leader Rob Bell doing? 10 in 58 McLaren from Garage 59. The team run by Bas Leinders, of course, who was the man behind the winning team last year. Then it was Mark VDS Racing. Great little Ferrari fight going on here, look, as the cars work their way through L'École. 888 coming under real attack. That's Liam Talbot. Rui Aguas is behind him. And then Martin Tomczyk as well, looking for way past the Lamborghini as they work their way once more out of Les Combes down the hill. So here, Liam Talbot, these are cars in the AM Cup as well, but they've got bronze, very quick bronze drivers in them, sort of slightly changing the situation, because you normally think of the AM Cup cars being right at the back. 33rd and 34th, these two.
Well, I mean, Liam Talbot coming off the success of an AM victory back at Paul Ricard, the 6 hours there, and he is not, in the sense that you describe as an amateur driver. He's not a professional driver, but he probably could move up one more grade in his licence. And that would also be something that maybe he wouldn't be too keen to do.
Well, no, not at the moment. And his AM status is because he's not done that much racing, rather than not being very successful, if you like. So, yes, you're right, he will get better and more classified.
Just watching him coming through Fania, he's Australian. If you think of that other great Australian three-time world champion, Jack Brabham, what is it about Australians that know how to put a wheel over the grass on the inside of the corner, throw up a load of muck and rubble into the face of the car that's following you? Liam Talbot did it coming around the first part of Fania. This lap.
So he hangs on therefore to his 33rd place, and crucially, the class lead. This is the AM Cup lead battle, and it all becomes rather more relevant tomorrow when we get to the end of the race. But for now, great little scrap going on between these two as they work their way down towards the bus stop behind. Look, Martin Tomczyk is absolutely determined to find a way past Lucas Stoltz in 19. Can he do it? Not there, he can't. And then tucked up behind them is Lucas Ordóñez in 37th place in the Nissan. Now, car 77, which is the Kevin Estre Porsche, is being given its last warning for track limits.
Well, they've got 23 hours and 23 minutes to go.
Good luck, Kevin, there.
I mean, are you going to get 4 warnings, and then are you going to get that, don't want to say it, black flag?
Well, I would imagine the first one is a drive-through, then if you keep offending, it's a stop-go, and then it becomes a longer stop-go, and on it goes depending on how much you offend. But on the timing screen, we have car 77, last warning, and the team manager of the Attempto team, Akin Arca, has got to go and see Alain Aron and take whatever penalty is coming, or at least get the message across to his driver, you're in strife.
Yeah, I mean, the pits should be communicating to the driver. They've all got radio, they've all got the capacity to say, you're abusing the track limits, you must not continue to do this, because then it's going to hurt us, the team. It'll hurt you as well, but it's the team we're here concerned about.
Odd in the sense that somebody as experienced as Kevin Estre is doing it. Yeah, I know he's going to push hard, but I'm surprised he's doing it lap after lap after lap after lap.
I'm surprised as well, but Kevin is a guy who's flat out or nothing.
Now that is the Mercedes, which is 85, and that's its second pit stop. So this is a problem. Behind is the Danny Juncker car, serving its 5 minutes, but 85 has already been in. Remember, we saw that on its own after the original 4. So why is that car back in? This is significant.
Well, it looks like it's back in. Nobody's working on the car. I mean, we need somebody in the pit lane to bring us that information.
I'm puzzled about that, because either it didn't do a long enough time and he's having to make up the difference, or he's got a bigger problem here. There, 39, which is Rui Aguas, another of the drivers of that car, Stefan Leveret, who is a very quick Belgian journalist, has been around here in so many different types of racing car, could almost do the lap with his eyes closed, and winner of the race indeed. Stefan Leveret brought into this team a major asset to this weekend.
Reminder to all teams to respect track limits, mainly in turn 17 and turn 3. So a reminder to all teams to respect the track limits, mainly in turn 17 and turn 3.
Merci Alain. So turn 17 is Blanchimont, turn 3 is effectively coming out of a rouge and running wide there. So the warnings are coming, the teams are being told by the race director, and there, down the pit road, comes the number 60 McLaren, that's the Duncan Tappy car. Now, we're anticipating pit stops at about the hour mark, because the most you can do is 65 minutes, so these stops now, coming, what, 40 minutes or so in, very early indeed. So, as Duncan Tappy brings the car down into the pit box. There, the Ferraris get themselves side by side, and this is Rui Aguas going for the AMP Cup lead. But Liam Talbot has got a very leaden right foot and tries to maintain the advantage on the way up towards the Les Combes sequence of corners. Is he going to go through on the inside? Yes, he is. So through goes Aguas. We understand from news from the pits that 85 Mercedes did not stop for the full 5 minutes, so he's had to come back in to kind of finish it off.
Yeah, I mean, it looks something that wasn't mechanical or electrical. And I mean, how do you make a mistake? You've got a stopwatch in your hand. 5 minutes is 5 minutes. 4 minutes 25 is not 5. I don't know, man. That's weird.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless did he drive out too quickly, and therefore the 5 minutes of stationary was good, but the drive time was quicker. It has to be an extra 1 minute 12 on top of the 5 minutes. I'm hypothesising, but it could have been that rather than just the actual stop and go penalty bit. However, the net result is 85 is even further down the order of the leader. Marco Bortolotti tries to maintain his advantage over Alessandro Pierguidi. 63 goes through the traffic on the outside line round Pouan. 63 at the moment being driven by Anders Fjordback, another of the GRT cars, but a long way down the order. 38 that is, but at the moment I'm trying to find anybody that's on their own. It seems that all the way around the lap there is either a little battle or a long line of cars. There is so much happening out there at the moment. And Marco Bortolotti leading the way, but he's on his toes because look, he's got all the back markers to contend with, and he's got Pierguidi breathing right down his neck now.
Can't get any closer. In fact, it's almost hurting the Ferrari being that close to the rear of the Lamborghini, because his pace is not being dictated by that of Marco Bortolotti. He can't dive down the inside into Bruxelles. He didn't have the
drive-through penalty to car 77 track limits. Drive-through penalty, car 77 track limits.
So Kevin S gets a drive-through penalty for exceeding track limits. The voice you hear is the race director, Alain Adon, who is becoming an honorary member of the commentary team. He's been busy. He's very busy.
But what part of the message disregarding track limits does Kevin Estre not understand? I mean, maybe his radio's gone down. We don't know.
Yeah.
There's a myriad of things that can contribute to a driver not fulfilling his obligation. But now 4 times he's been guilty, particularly at turn 17, the exit of Blanchimont. So he's getting a drive-through penalty.
Years ago, when he started off in Porsches in the German Championship, Kevin was a bit wild, but you know, he calmed down. He became part of the McLaren factory squad for a year. Porsche picked him back up, didn't they? He's back as a Porsche factory driver now, and he's normally a pretty good pair of hands, but I'm surprised he's doing this.
I mean, the only thing I can assume is that, I mean, he must know that he's running over all 4 wheels over the exit of Blanchimont. It's a very quick corner. The reason you do it is just to help the car come to the exit of the corner. There is the 77, the Porsche, Kevin Estre behind. I'd love to see him coming through Blanchimont on this lap to see whether on his way in, I'm assuming this time, I mean, again at the exit of Stablo with the Paul Frere curve. So let's get a look at the Porsche up the hill. There it is, coming through the first part of Blanchimont. Now the critical part is the entry into the corner. 4 wheels off on the entry, better on the exit. Well, he's okay on the exit. This time it was in the entry.
But you're bang to rights, aren't you, if you do that lap after lap after lap, and the race director's got the video evidence as well, so Kevin S doesn't even come in yet for the drive-through. Now, that does make you wonder whether the radio messages are working, because surely the team would have said, drive-through, come in and take it and get it out of the way.
I mean, he's driving the wheels off the Porsche. Yeah, he actually had the car dirt tracking coming through turns 18 and 19. And Kevin Estre is a driver who's flat out all the time. It's like the throttle's like a switch.
Yeah.
He only knows one way. It's either off or it's on.
And that car, although there aren't that many Porsches in the race, should have had a decent chance in Pro-Am, because Estre is very quick. Nicolas Armindo makes mistakes, admittedly, but he's a quick driver. And then you've got Clement Mathieu and Jürgen Hering, who are decent AMs. The leaders went their way down to Bruxelles. Keep an eye on that. But to finish the Porsche point, they're being compromised by, supposedly, the star turn in the car.
I mean, he's done it 4 times, and he still has to come into the pit lane to serve that. Remind Team 74 to race control, team manager of the car, 74 to race control. That's the ISR Audi.
It's from Pereira. Front Pereira's car. There's Robin Fritz now, working his way past Miro Konopka as they drop downhill out of Pouan.
Robin Fritz, bit by bit, has begun to close down onto the tail of René Rast. So the 2 Audis running 3rd and 4th. The gap between 1st and 4th between the lead Lamborghini and the Audi is 2.5 seconds.
So Alessandro Pierguidi pushes on. We are about 15 minutes or so away from the end of the first hour, and therefore the expectation of the first pit stops. So some of the teams will be getting ready shortly. It's going to be interesting to see what they do in terms of fuel and tyres, whether they feel that they can keep a set of tyres on. It's not the hottest of days. It has clouded over a little bit, but I suspect that, at least for data, they'll put a new set on straight away.
I think when you're doing the full service, any time that you might save by not doing a pit stop for tyres, you lose on the track.
Now let's go back to the pit lane and catch up with Indy Dodge from number 85. He's with our reporter Dakota J.
Indy, you just come in a second time. What's going on?
The first time we had some problems. We had a slow puncture, so we came in, and the second time we did a stop and go penalty we got from Superpole. So we had to stand still 5 minutes, which didn't help us at all for a good result at the moment.
All right, fair enough. Well, hopefully you can get your time back up and we'll see how the rest of it goes.
Yeah, you know, you never know what happens. They're pretty strict at the moment on the track limit. So yeah, maybe some others get some penalties and we can go to the front. But yeah, let's see what happens. It's still 23 hours, so let's see what happens. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Even allowing for the puncture, though, it still seems a very late decision to bring the car in rather than trying to get it down earlier on, because they've still lost a big chunk of time. And as I say, they wasted the opportunity even before that puncture hit to bring the car in, so that puzzles me a little. There's another car being given a last warning for track limits. It's the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini now, number 29, which was started by, he says hunting down the order for it, Anna Franz Conrad's team, Christopher Zirkling. Now Zirkling again is not an inexperienced driver, so what is he doing? Repeatedly ignoring track limits.
Yeah, I think it's a whole new world for the entire field. They were given a briefing before they even got into their race cars. They were given a further briefing on Friday to enforce the point that track limits are going to be enforced. They just haven't got their head around the fact that they don't realise that everywhere they go, they're being observed by observers on the outsides of corners, on-board cameras. We're picking it up and sometimes advising it.
Now the 23 Nissan losing more places, I'm afraid. It was 37th, and Lucas Ordóñez trying to gain ground back up again, heading up the hill as the Ferrari there rides over the curb. That's Liam Tolbert, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it is indeed. It looked like it was a bit of a clunky exit over the top of Radion, maybe too far over the curb, and they set the car off. That's given the Nissan the opportunity to get up alongside and again takes that position. So the 23 Nissan, Lucas Ordóñez, sort of stuck in again a group of Pro-Am cars. That is the Pro Nissan in this race. As we look forward and see, there's the Mercedes. Again, the same problem for the Mercedes. It's just got to cherry pick at appropriate places on the lap where it can get through cleanly. And hopefully, the car that he is passing is aware of what's going on.
Now, just bear in mind, Kevin Este yet to stop. He still hasn't served that drive-through. It does make me wonder, and you touched on it earlier, John, whether the radio may be working or not. But either Kevin is really hacked off with life and doesn't care, or he's not getting the message.
The Lamborghini is coming over Eau Rouge and Radio, and it's hopping, skipping and jumping. It's a real handful from what I can see here in the commentary booth, whereas the Ferrari very, very much smoother. Don't know what they've done to the setup of the Lamborghini, but it does not look a comfortable ride for Mirko Bortolotti right now. The gap just half a second.
And there is Maxime Soulet in 5th spot in Bentley number 8, settling into a rhythm now, isn't he? He's not necessarily catching, but he's pressing on, doing decent lap times. And there is 24 Callum McLeod, who's got a golden opportunity here to prove his ability. There's another driving standards flag. It's going to become the talking point, I'm afraid to say, of the entire race, isn't it? But 89 is the one now being shown that. Michael Lyons, British driver for, guess what, exceeding track limits.
He's a nice chap. I didn't think nice chaps did things like that.
Kevin Este was just pitted to serve his drive-through. So from 15th place, Kevin Este comes down the pit road. He's actually done a good job, I reckon, to haul that Porsche up to 15th. Wow, look at this! Absolutely congested at the bus stop. And there's no waiting. Here they come over the timing line. Hubert Haupt in the Mercedes versus Guy Smith in the Bentley. They're up to 42nd and 43rd. So they've had a pretty decent hour, allowing for all the traffic. They've chipped their way up the order, those two, running virtually as one, aren't they? Guy Smith just sat on the back of Haupt, letting Hubert do the hard work and find the gap and then just follow him through.
Yeah, I mean, the Mercedes and the 7th Bentley have having a struggle to get through the mid to tail field of these cars. They have to be patient. If they try to be forceful, they'll end up doing themselves probably more harm. Look, 3 abreast coming onto the Camel Straight. The Mercedes up alongside the Nissan trying to make it again 3 abreast as they come into the braking area of this long Camel Straight. The Mercedes got the advantage, but the Porsche, the 77 squeak as Kevin, he's not going to get that up. He's done his pit stop, or his drive-through, I should say, and he's not up, he's going racing. I'm here to race. I'm not here. I've got a quick car. I'm not going to give it up.
I kind of wonder whether Kevin feels I haven't got a chance of winning Pro-Am, so I'm just going to go as quick as I can while I can. So can't blame him for that in a sense, but they've already lost time because of his zealotry with that drive-through penalty. So you've got cars being lapped, cars unlapping themselves, and cars racing for position, all in this long queue going down the hill. Fantastic sight.
In the meantime, the gap between the first four is now extended because the first two cars have gotten through traffic. Third and fourth are now having to deal with that. That's the ebb and flow that you're going to see. But it's like this kind of battle, I mean, late 30s, early 40s. You're driving your heart and soul out, and what are you going to do? You just have to wait and see. There's only a number of places on the track where it's possible to make a clean overtake, and a driver, maybe it's an AM or a Pro-Am car, they've got to give you some slack to let you get through cleanly. That was a case in point. The Ferrari stayed over to the right. The Mercedes get through now. Guy Smith's going to hope he gets the same kind of service from those cars that he's now chasing.
So the Lamborghini accelerating its way towards us. This is on board with Phil Keane once again. He's trying to get through the traffic, and there's an awful lot of it in front of him as the Demon Tweaks car tries to get up past the Ferrari 42 of the classic and modern racing team. This is the Thomas Nicole car.
But you see, I mean, he doesn't even have the straight line performance of these cars is so equal that the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini, by all rights, should have been able to get through. Now he's boxed in with a Porsche on the one hand, the Ferrari on the outside. The Ferrari's been, I suppose, demoted to the outside of the corner completely, but it's taken 4 corners to get the job done. The McLaren, the 58 McLaren, now in a position. Rob Bell really for the first time able to put a bit of pressure onto that 666 Lamborghini. So just managing the traffic, it is utter frustration for these leading the top 20 cars now that they're getting into the tail of the field. And you think you can get past one car, but you got 2 or 3 of them all fighting within their own battle, and they may not be within the same categories. So this is one of the issues. The 99 BMW and Team Martin currently in 14th place.
So there are the leaders over the line. Just out of interest, 86, the Thomas Jäger, Gary Paffett, Maximilian Goertz Mercedes has had another pit stop. Now, that might have been a strategic one to try and get out of sequence against everybody else, so do it effectively a short first stop. It wasn't a long stop, so I'm not convinced it was necessarily a problem. Could have been a puncture. We haven't, I'm afraid, been able to double-check that. But the car, there it is, making its way through the pit lane, is about to rejoin. But that is another blow because it's lost even more time by another pit stop. Now, assuming that it was strategic, it will get that back as everybody else serves a stop. But for the moment, that car even more delayed. There it is, coming down the pit lane.
Well, this has got to be no more than 1 minute 15 seconds. Otherwise, that'll be a penalty. So we don't know the reason why the Mercedes made its way back into the pits and making its way back down the pit lane. 78 seconds is the time from pit lane entry to this pit lane line now. And whatever else time you've got, you've got 27 seconds to do what you want to do. Otherwise, it'll be a penalty.
If that penalty works, if you do fuel and more than one tyre. So depends what they did to the car and whether it therefore fits into that element of the pit stop regulation. It's back on track, but it was 60th and it's lost even more time now. So Thomas Jäger back onto the circuit, but it's starting to look like a rather long slog for that car now, isn't it? 34, which was in strife earlier, being all about track limits. Matteo Malocelli at the wheel of it goes through. He's been quick all season, hasn't he, for Scuderia Praha. So there is Thomas Jäger, part of the Mercedes development programme for the DTM racing as well. Massively experienced, very successful also in the FIFA 17 backed car. Making his way then now down to the left-hander at Speaker's Corner. So the pace that it's showing now doesn't suggest that there's a problem. So could it have been a puncture? Could it have been, as I say, a chance to get him out of the same strategy as everybody else? Do something different to try and roll the dice and bring that car back into the mix.
Still getting them, and way, way, way wide coming out of Pujo. So Mercedes, she's been in for that service. We don't know quite the reason for it. Making progress as the Ferrari, the white and red Ferrari went way, way wide on the exit. The gap between first and second has extended for some reason. It was under half a second at one point. Now it's, well, it was 2.5 seconds. It's now back to 2 seconds. Whether that was purely traffic, hard to tell. Whereas the third and fourth Audis likewise have been dropped. But it's the gap between third and fourth, as we see Robin Freyens, is now within just a second of the sister car of René Rast.
So working lap 22, you're right, that lead gap is going up. We're at 2 seconds now. Raf still hanging on to his third. In fourth place, Robin Frins, Maxim Soule and Dirk Werner, the best of the BMW drivers. We've not really yet touched much on the Rover Racing M6s, but Dirk Werner is there. In Pro-Am, it is still Callum McLeod ahead of this car, Phil Keane, who is keeping Franck Pereira at bay. So Phil Keane has got some pretty big star names behind him. Pereira is right on his tail as well, though.
But significantly, the 58 McLaren has dropped back 2 places. And there's the 2 Audis that have taken those 2 places, Christopher Haase and Franck Pereira. And now Phil Keane's feeling the heat from these 2 cars as they come up over radio. And look just how close Pereira is to the back of the Lamborghini. This is going to be an attempt at an overtaking manoeuvre. Lamborghini maybe slightly quicker just because of its different profile than the Audi, but Pereira very anxious indeed. Can he make a move up the inside? He's going to try, but he's not going to be close enough. And just behind in the 26, just sitting there waiting, Christopher Haase, wondering when this is going to happen. The inevitable, are they going to have contact? A rear tyre on
That's
that
Hubert Haupt. That's the Hubert Haupt car that started in the pit lane. So Haupt has got a puncture. I was about to tell you as well that Robin Frins in 4th place is on his last warning for track limits, but 57 Mercedes. This started from the pit lane because of an issue, not because of a penalty. This has got a puncture now, so Hubert Haupt coming towards the pit lane. Now, I suppose, given that we're only 3 minutes away from the first hour, they can convert this into a routine pit stop, even though it might be a bit premature.
Yeah, it'll take it at least another minute and a bit to get up to the pit lane, so it's going to be well within their pit window. So, in a say, if you're going to have a puncture, have it at a point where it's convenient within your schedule to see on that penalty.
So, that's going to drop Haupt down the order, of course. It's going to give Guy Smith a place. He's up to 41st now, as there is Mirko Bortolotti. As I say, we're nearly at the end of the first hour, so you can anticipate pit stops starting to come pretty soon as they work their way over the timing line. Pierre Guidi dropping back, and there in 4th place is Robin Frins. Remember, he's on his last warning about track limits now.
I don't know what excuse Robin would have, frankly, because I know he's been pushing hard to catch up to the tail of the 28, Audi in 3rd place. He's not somebody who doesn't understand what he needs to do. He knows the limits, particularly at turn 17, up at turn 3. There are other bits of the racetrack where drivers have been penalised for running way wide. Oh! Look at that, just so close between the Ferraris coming over the radio and almost contact between the 2 cars.
So up towards Les Cons, you've got Marco Seefried, of course, pressing on. There is Hubert Haupt. So this is what you might call the full service. It is fuel and tyres, and therefore it starts to fall into that pit stop regulation delta time window.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you've got to be lucky, not just good, and this is a case of this tyre deflating. We don't know whether it was a cut-down tyre or whether there is maybe a little bit of debris around the racetrack. And, of course, those inevitable carbon fibre shards that do end up being flicked around, and they'll cut the tyre down when you can say it. So the refuelling process is now complete. The jacks are up. Driver change, no, it's going to stay in. It's not going to be a driver change, just changing the driver's drink bottle. And all 4 brand new sticker tyres going on to the Mercedes-Benz. So only 2 the team allowed to work on this tyre change, and it's a very well choreographed piece of work by all the teams to do it as quick as possible. And of course those tyres that are then being put back into the pit have got to be secure, because if one of those rolls forward, that'll be an infringement, will be a drive-through penalty. But there's nothing nicer than a brand new set of tyres when you have come in, and particularly having had a puncture, the car will feel awful. But when you go back out of the pit, as the Mercedes is about to do, slightly slow, waiting for, is there traffic coming in the pit lane? What's the delay? Why are they holding the car? Why are they holding this car? There's nothing clearly in the pit lane I can see. Was that a miscommunication between the pit wall and the pit lane?
So it has to fit, of course, before that minimum time is completed.
It would have been the minimum, yes.
The leader into the pit lane. Mirko Bortolotti down the pit road, so Alessandro Pierguidi is going to take the lead in the yellow Ferrari. The leader is in there, bang on the hour mark, pretty much, look. So down the pit road comes Mirko Bortolotti. Well, he's driven a good first stint, hasn't he? He's managed to get the lead, he's managed to fend off the challenge of the Ferrari, and he's managed to work his way through the traffic.
He's done it with a car that has not looked the easiest car in the field right now. You know, they're running at a high speed pace, a high level. The Ferrari has looked much more comfortable here, in particular in the transition through Eau Rouge, over the top, coming over radio. And the Lamborghini has looked very darty, very nervous. it's difficult for a driver to drive a car like that for a 24-hour race.
Also in there, 51, which is Rino Mastronardi in the AF Corsa car, and you've got, by the look of it, Phil Keane coming in, yes, in 666, so another Lamborghini down the pit road, but Mirko Bortolotti stays behind the wheel. You can double stint like this, but a stint is counted from when you leave the pit lane to when you come back in, from one of those timing beams to the other. The team tweaked Barwell mechanic to go to work. His fuel to be put in, and the tyres. Mark Lemmer's team running 2 cars here this weekend, and toiling away. There's the Rata Racing Team car, blast out of the pit lane. So of course they've got the long drive now all the way down to Eau Rouge, all of which of course is still under pit lane conditions.
Yes, and it's 50 kilometres per hour all the way down this very long in pit lane, then round to the inside of the source, back down the hill past the Heritage pits. As we see the Demon Tweaks Lamborghini and its service about to come in on the wheels and tyres. The teams are practicing this throughout the weekend. When the car's not on track, part of the duties of the teams is just either driver change practice or wheel change practice, just to ensure that everything works seamlessly.
And after 24 hours of doing it, you are a very tired tyre changer, aren't you? Because they're big, heavy things, and you've got to be so precise and so quick, and try not to make the slightest mistake. Bentley from Team Parker in the pit lane there, you just got a glimpse of out of the AM Cup. As away goes 666 then. Down the pit lane goes Phil Keane. So we have Alessandro Pierguidi now leading for René Rast. That's the situation out on track. And René Rast, it is, trying to hustle on and catch this car. Does Pierguidi go for another lap, or does he come in? He's going to go for another lap. Up towards the timing line comes the AF Corsa Ferrari. So over the timing line goes the Italian. He shares with Michele Rugolo, another quick Italian driver, and Pastin Lathoris, the Thai, who in a pretty short space of time has done a lot of mileage and got himself up to a very good pace. The team manager of number 99, Maxime Martin's BMW, being summoned to race control as well, as now battle is on for 4th and 5th places. Maxime Soule coming under attack from Dirk Werner. Down they head towards the La Source hairpin, and Christopher Zerkling's Lamborghini getting a drive-through for exceeding track limits. So the Conrad Lamborghini of Zerkling, drive-through penalty for track limits. More and more of the pit stops now cycling through, and here 4th place, rather 5th, yes, 4th place, side by side. Soule versus Werner, Bentley versus BMW, and Maxime Soule, the Belgian driver in the Bentley, keeping Dirk Werner at bay. But now the BMW is going to challenge as Phil Keane darts out of the pit lane ahead of them.
Yeah, that's not what Dirk Werner wanted to see. The Lamborghini, well, it's not up to the speed of the 2 cars going past. But the size of the Bentley, the size of the BMW, really no room for the pair of them to try and do something into Eau Rouge or up through over the top of Radio. So he's just going to sit there. Hopefully picked up some of the slipstream. Bentley very, very good over the curbs. That's one of the strengths of the M Sport team. Preparation of the Bentley. BMW having a little look down the inside into Bruxelles, but again, nothing can be done. So few places in reality as the BMW quicker through Bruxelles, try maybe to make the switch back and get a good run on the exit, and the run then down into Pau as the Bentley runs very, very wide, coming off the corner with no name, and is the BMW capable of getting down the inside? He's got to back out of it, can't take the chance. And of course the Lamborghini, which has been in for its service on new tyres, wants to use that to the most maximum effect. He wants to get back and ahead of these 2 cars who are battling for their position.
Well, the national class Porsche trying to hop out of the way. Phil Keane, of course, down the order now after making that earlier pit stop. 65 starters, 65 still circulating. I almost hesitate to say this, but apart from one spin into the gravel, we've got through pretty much without any damage thus far, and we couldn't say that a couple of years ago when we had that extraordinary race with damage every time you looked up virtually. Alessandro Pierguidi works his way down towards the bus stop chicane once more, and he will come in this time. So the number 50 Ferrari just the right side of the 65 minutes, otherwise if he carried on he'd have been in trouble, and so too 2nd and 3rd, because if they do another lap they've gone over 65 minutes, so it's no option. Yeah,
and we're going to see the same no doubt from 4th and 5th place with the Bentley and the BMW Frank Stippler. So the first car, the car that technically might well lead the race, no it's not, well, the first Pro-Am car of course still that Bentley 24 Cal McLeod. So pretty much everybody now going to beat into the pit lane. There is the number 7 Bentley that's come in. What happened to the BMW to stay out? No, it's come in as well.
Yeah, but Frank Stippler, yeah, no, he's in as well. Driver change at 50 Ferrari.
Surprise! I thought maybe Alessandro Pierguidi would have stayed in, and he was doing a strong job in the Ferrari. and do a 2-hour stint, but they've decided to rotate the drivers at this stage on an hourly basis.
More of the Mercedes coming in now for mandatory stops, the regulation routine stops, as the new tyres go onto the 50 Ferrari. So almost everybody now coming down the pit road. Bit of damage on the front of the Ferrari.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's contact damage. I suspect it must be, but there's no damage on the front splitter, which is very much lower, of course. So maybe something has been thrown or hit. I mean, there are bits of rock that get onto tracks from time to time, but that's damage to the front of the ride on the Ferrari.
So 28 Audi serving its stop. And there is the slightly dog-eared Ferrari.
I mean, that's quite a substantial bang on the front of the car, so that might have just been contact on the opening lap. Doesn't appear to have done any significant damage to the car.
So where does the Ferrari feed back in relative to the number 16 Lamborghini? You're looking at the sister car here, 63, which comes into the pit lane, otherwise it'll be out of time. So in comes number 63, again another of the Grasser fleet, Anders Fjord back at the wheel of it, and as it comes down the pit road, cycled through the pit stops, and number 50 came in as the leading car, but number 16 should get the lead back here. Let's just see, out of the bus stop it was ahead by what, a couple of seconds give or take, so Mirko Bortolotti should hang on to the advantage, unless of course something has gone badly wrong for its pit stop, or something was very short in the Ferrari stop, which is making its way there down the pit lane, but he's still got an awful long way to travel at a slow speed.
Yes, and the Lamborghini up to race speed on that new set of tyres, so coming down the pit, down the straight down into Eau Rouge.
So up the rise they come, and the cars accelerate up the hill. So you've got now the Audis, not only in a different order, but ahead of the Ferrari. So now Robin Frins ahead of René Rast, and they've both got themselves back very much into contention at the expense of the AF Corsa Ferrari.
Yeah, it's dropped back, it's got caught between a lot of the slower cars, a slow stop from the Ferrari, and of course that time lost is going to be really difficult for, and of course a new driver into the car. It's got Alessandro Peregrini who started, whereas the Audis, I believe, have retained their drivers, as did Mirko Bortolotti in the lead Lamborghini, or what will be the lead Lamborghini.
So the three of them then, first, second and third. You've got Bortolotti ahead, Frins second. Ignore the third of those cars, it's a lap down, the Conrad Lamborghini. So Frins has jumped ahead of Rast on the pit stops, but Bortolotti hanging on to the advantage, and now René Rast very busy. In fact, Laurens Vanthoor has taken over number 28, so another team, they're doing an early driver change. Frins stays in number 2, but at 28 they've elected to rotate the drivers, so Vanthoor held up in traffic, but number 50 Ferrari really has fallen a long way back after that first stop.
Yeah, Laurens Vanthoor in the 28. Audi forced to go the very long way around into Fagnes because the Lamborghini, which was being a lap down, just didn't seem to realise or didn't care. Anyway, we've now got the battle between the two Audis and the lead Lamborghini. The gap between Robin Frins and Mirko Bortolotti very much the same as it was earlier in the race between that of the Ferrari and the lead Lamborghini. Mirko Bortolotti never really having been headed once the night, briefly when the lights went out.
Intrigued to see though how much time has been lost by that number 50 Ferrari, because not only has it lost places, it's just lost masses of time as well. So the lead battle works its way up towards the chicane. Now we also noticed the 86 Mercedes had been in a while ago. We've caught up with Gary Paffett to find out why.
Gary, you just came in for a stop. Was that a routine stop?
Yeah, I mean, it's the end of the time for the stop, so we had to refuel the cars. So to be honest, we're just in traffic at the moment, so the tyres aren't getting that much of a hard time. So just refuel, getting back out there and try and make some more places up. But it's slow going. We're making progress, but it's pretty slow. You know, after the 5-minute stop go, it's going to make it hard work.
Are you feeling confident? How are you feeling?
I'm not confident we're going to win just yet because we're quite a long way behind, but we caught a bit of a break. There was a full course yellow when we did the stop, so we lost a lot less time than we thought, so that was good. So I still think we have a chance. There's a long way to go, but it's just, you lose like 5 seconds a lap in traffic some laps, so it's really hard work, but we're just going to keep going and see how we get.
And did you change the tyres?
No, we didn't change the tyres. Then I say, because of the traffic, a lot of the times you're not pushing the tyres that hard. If you're going 3-4 seconds a lap off, and you save, 20 seconds, 25 seconds in a pit stop by not changing the tyres. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, good luck. Thank you.
Well, clearly a really not a risky strategy call. Ordinarily, it's better to change tyres at every pit stop. In other formula, in other series, you can go 3 or 4 stop runs on a set of tyres. So if you haven't used your tyre, you roll the dice. It might work for you. Gary thinks it's going to work for his car. We'll wait and see.
Absolutely right, but it saves them time in the pits. That's the key thing, because it's fuel and changing more than one tyre that brings you into that minimum pit stop window time. So if you don't change tyres, then you gain a massive chunk of time. And if, as he says, they're not working the tyres in traffic, then it's very significant indeed. Now, one car that is absolutely flying out on track is the Brunelleschi Bonacini, or its early Piccini Ferrari, which is in 42nd place, number 11. It's a Pro-Am car, but it's doing purple sectors.
Not just purple sectors, its last lap was at 2:21, but all around them are doing 27s, 52s. I mean, it's, well, in fact, it's just, there was a 2:22 on the last lap. That car is flying. I mean, it clearly is doing it in clear air. Now, be careful, Mirko Bortolotti. That was way off the track coming out of turn 17. So he's going to have to be on his toes and make sure that under pressure from the number 2 Audi of Robin Friend, that's not going to happen. Maxime Soule right now currently down in 5th place. He's got fastest overall in the 2nd sector. So the battle with Nicky Katzberg, who's 6 seconds behind him, not really an issue. He's trying to run down the 50, which is there, of course, a Ferrari now passing Lothaurus behind the wheel.
Giacomo Piccini at number 11's helm, incidentally, that very quick Ferrari. As you look at the lead situation now, so you've got Bortolotti versus Frins. Changes, doesn't it, with different segments of the race. You know, we've been talking about Lamborghini versus Ferrari, now it's Lamborghini versus Audi, and it's not been the quickest of the Audis hitherto, but on that good pit stop, Frins gets ahead of 28, and now, all of a sudden, is in that leading battle.
Track position, track position, track position, that's what it's all about. Get out there, you can make up all that space just simply by doing smart pit stops, quick pit stops. You may not be quick on a lap, but if you can use all the other elements to your advantage, that's going to give you track position.
The best of the Mercedes, incidentally, after the earlier stop-and-go penalty, Mauro Engel has got himself up into 35th. He's just come in for a routine pit stop, and I reckon that's a bit late. Now, there is a spin, which is the 42. We saw the car rejoining Sylvain Debs, but that's the start of it. We'd seen him getting going out of the bus stop. That's how he got himself in the wrong direction in the first place. So, race lead battle, well and truly joined, isn't it? Bortolotti versus Frins as they work their way downhill absolutely together. Laurens Vanthoor behind. Now, he was, what, 1.3 seconds adrift at the start of the lap. He might get himself back into the mix here, because just look at the wall of traffic up the road ahead of the leaders.
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing you've got are 2 cars, 3 cars involved, engaged in their own battle. Bertolotti looking one way, Robin Friend trying to anticipate what Bertolotti is going to do, and he is hoping now to get the shot coming up behind the Lamborghini. He couldn't get any closer coming through the exit of Stavlo. He's going to have to try and stay as close to the Lamborghini as he can, but the best chance he has will be using traffic, maybe into something like the bus stop chicane, but right now the gap is too great. And again, Bertolotti's got to be careful coming into way off. Now, that might be seen as a bit of force majeure. Nevertheless, it'll be noted, and again, he can't get the job done under brakes.
And this, in theory, is a slower car that he's trying to find a way past a lap. But Bortolotti has got Frins right behind him. But look, Laurens Vanthoor is getting closer again in 28, isn't he? He's chipping away, but now the back marker goes one side and then the other. Is he being cooperative or is he not? Well, Bortolotti finally gets a run up the inside.
Yeah, but can Frins get through without getting the nose chopped off? He gets up the inside, makes sufficient room for himself. And Laurens Vanthoor sitting back watching, thinking, well, I need to get rid of the Ferrari ahead of me. I want to keep in touch with my sister car.
Now, number 50, we saw a driver change. Passin Lothaurus is behind the wheel of it. Passin is quick, but he's nowhere near as quick as Alessandro Pierguidi. So the car has lost a place to Maxime Soule's Bentley number 8. And it means now that Passin Lothaurus has dropped down into 5th place. And it could be that in this next hour with him behind the wheel, it loses a bit more ground.
I think it's sort of inevitable. And that little moment of tension for, then we look into the Lamborghini garage. Stefan Winkelmann, CEO of Quattro GmbH, which is Dr. Lamborghini, and of course Dr. Ulrich, who has masterminded so many great successes for the Audi team, head of Audi Motorsport, and interesting gentleman, clever man.
That's absolutely right. So having masterminded great success, we have the leaders coming down then the hill. Now, remember about an hour or so ago we touched on Maxime Martin being investigated for possibly overtaking under the full course yellow. No further action. They stewards have had a look at it, and all is good. So Maxime Martin presses on. He's given the car over to Alexander Sims now. 99 is in 11th place, but the lead battle, it was just under a fifth of a second at the start of the lap. They are still absolutely nose to tail on this lap 29 of the race.
Yes, they've got the Nissan up ahead, so that's a car that normally is pretty quick in a straight line. Of course, hoping that, you know, wave blue flags, blue lights around the circuit. So we wait to see what's going to happen with these two cars. You can see the impatience from both drivers as they... That seems the two, that is, the 22, we think. So into, watch what happens here in the exit. Oh, again, the Audi's going to get a real run up the outside this time. Mirko Bertolotti been compromised by the Porsche, but on the wrong side for Robin Friends to try and make a move. All he can try and do is get better position there. Now make your cut back, get on the par a little bit earlier, drive off the corner, not make a pass there, but think about it. Can I do anything up into the source or not?
So nose to tail they come over the timing line, and Frins has a look to the inside line down towards La Source. Can't make his move there, but can he get the undercut now because it's a tighter line? Evenly matched cars coming out of the corner. They're going to run downhill absolutely together. Robin Frins tries to get up alongside. Mirko Bortolotti with his elbows up tries to cover the line. He's just about got the grunt down the hill, so Bortolotti does hang on to the race lead. But can Frins challenge on the run up towards Les Combes now? They're absolutely nose to tail, these two. You've got Laurens Vanthoor getting back into the mix as well. But Bortolotti in a straight line has just edged away.
That was heavy-duty stuff coming down the hill because there was nothing given. There was no room between those two cars. At the point you have to commit for the first part of Eau Rouge, Mirko Bertolotti held his ground. Robin Friends realised, I'm not going to get through here, so he had to maybe marginally come out of the throttle, and consequently he wasn't quite so quick up over the top of Eau Rouge and Radio and lost out marginally. Again, sitting behind, who's it but our good friend Laurens Vanthoor, saying, well, I'm having fun watching these two knock lumps out of each other for a battle for the lead. I've just got to sit back and wait for it to happen.
And Maxime Soulet has just done the absolute best in the first sector in Bentley number 8 as well. So while we're looking at the battle for the top three, you've got the fourth place Bentley also now creeping into the mix. So he's got some ground to make up, but Soulet charging on. Just on Pro-Am for a quick moment, Phil Keane, we saw pit a little while ago, he was talking of rear tyres overheating and therefore possible tyre degradation. Charlie Butler-Henderson, who is going to patrol the pits for us in the night, was talking to Ollie Gavin about it, but they aren't overly concerned about it. It all seems well in the Barwell camp apparently, but that's why Phil Keane pitted just a bit earlier than they planned, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if we're watching the lead Lamborghini, I don't know whether Phil Keane's car is set up identically, but the Lamborghini not looking to me right now to be the most easy car for a driver to handle when you're right on the limit, trying to find a way past traffic. And again, the two lead cars over a lap now, they haven't been able to make any ground on the Nissan ahead of them, and the Nissan isn't directly causing them any problem, it's got good straight line speed.
So through the traffic they come. Robin Friends absolutely committed to getting the lead of the race, and Laurens Vanthoor right there as well. So the two WRT Audis, Vincent Voss's team, coming up over the timing line, hunting down the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini. And Mirko Bortolotti has had to fend off Ferraris, now he's got to fend off Audis. Friends pulls out and has a look, but as they come to La Source, again, there's the Nissan they need to negotiate. And Friends, conscious that he's got Vanthoor up behind him. Now, as teammates, they're not going to do anything silly, but they are focused on trying to find a way past that Lamborghini. They don't want to be losing time at any stage of the race.
They're coming into the critical Eau Rouge. What speed can the Nissan get through? Will that have a bearing on the exit speed of the Lamborghini? Robin Friends probably closed up marginally on the rear of the Lamborghini as they came over Radio. He's got an option. He's certainly within a zone to pick up the slipstream, and the Nissan goes right to pass traffic. It's passing cars and it can't get past the BMW. This is not what Mirko Bortolotti needs, but the man who's sitting there enjoying all this clearly Laurens Vanthoor.
911 for speeding in the pit lane. Drive-through penalty 911, speeding in the pit lane.
So that's the Porsche in 62nd place. That is part of that national class. As there wide goes the Nissan. The leaders go through to lap it, still in the same order. 911 gets a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane, and Mirko Bortolotti is a very busy boy because he's trying to lap, he's trying to defend, he's trying to do everything all at once.
A lot of concentration required, and that's just to handle the traffic. Friends gets through, Vanthoor has to wait because the BMW takes its line into Pujo. He sits up, gets up, and he tries to get up to the inside, but the second part of Pujo, the BMW closes the apex of the corner, so Vanthoor has to wait, and he can draw in. It doesn't even get through coming into Pujo, so that will be causing him a little bit of a rotation because the pace of the BMW way off the pace right now.
Drive-through penalty to car 77 for not respecting track limits. Drive-through penalty, car 77 for not respecting track limits.
Is that the second time?
It is. It's Kevin Estra's car again. So he's already had one. I'm just checking to see. It is Kevin Estra behind the wheel of it still. So he's had 2 drive-throughs. We've not had 2 hours of the race. Kevin, come on.
One of the most important things a driver can be is consistent. And Kevin Estra clearly has been consistent in running off the track,
yes,
mostly at the exit of Blancpain. Again, the lead 2 cars coming into traffic still behind. This is one of the other Lamborghinis. So they got ahead of the BMW, which was going to be a little bit of a problem, but they're now clear of that. So, I mean, for Mirko Bortolotti, the concentration that he needs to just manage the traffic and at the same time manage Robin Friends, who's looking at every opportunity. For every little gap that closes, another one opens up. So you're having to do 2 things, plus just drive the car.
Finding a way past David Russell, the Australian, in Roger Largo's Lamborghini. So the leader goes by, and Robin Friends flashing the lights to try and warn the quick Aussie of his progress. So as they work their way now up the Camel Straight alongside Paul's the Audi. And out of all of this, Van Thor has dropped back a little bit, hasn't he? He's lost about 1.5 seconds against the top 2 as they turn their way now once again up towards Le Combe. So Bortolotti in the traffic. He's gained a little bit while Friends was stuck there. But look at this, Bortolotti suddenly has to find a way past 53 Ferrari. And life becomes very, very difficult for him. That's the Ishikawa Motoyaki-driven car. He's gone through, but so also has Friends. And Robin Friends gets up the inside. This is for the race lead, and Bortolotti just hangs on to it. But will he go wide of Brussels? No, he gets the tipping point, gets the car turned in. Robin Friends had his best chance yet there up the inside, but he couldn't quite do it. And you see what a difference the traffic can make.
Oh yeah, and Robin Friends did the right thing. He squeezed, but it wasn't going to happen, and he had to back out of it. The Lamborghini under brakes, having to make an adjustment with the Ferrari directly ahead. Another opportunity for the Audi behind to make a move. He's right under the rear of the Lamborghini, but again, in the middle of the road. Mirko Bortolotti is saying, I'm not giving you an inch on the outside, not an inch on the inside. If you want to have a go, I'll leave it to you.
So have a look at Van Thor in 3rd, and in the next wave of cars is the catching Maxime Soulet, who is lapping 1 or 2, depending on which car you measure him against, seconds per lap quicker. Some of that's his pace, some of that is the traffic, so now he's stuck in the back markers. That's going to go against him, but Soulet is coming back into the mix in number 8. And also, don't ignore number 7, Bentley. From the pit lane, it's up into 30th place. It might not sound much, but it means that the car has passed 35 cars.
And both Bentleys on laps within the last 3 or 4 laps have been putting in laps in 2 minutes, 21 seconds. That's currently 3 seconds a lap quicker than the lead cars are lapping at. Soulet up the inside. But the Nissan again just seems to get in the way as it passes one of the back markers, one of the Ferraris. So Soulet's got to wait for the Ferrari to get out of its way. The Nissan, of course, could grunt off the corner. The Bentley having to wait until the Nissan makes its exit from the corner, so he is going to be delayed. He was making great progress up to the back of Laurens Van Thor. 3 seconds as they came across the line. This time, it was previously down to 2.5 seconds.
So the race leaders blast on, and as they work their way down the hill out of Eau Rouge, Robin Friends trying to catch up to the back of the race leader. So Mirko Bortolotti it is leading the way as the cars accelerate their way up towards Le Combe. And there you can see Maxime Soulet trying to find his way up and alongside the Nissan. So as the cars sprint their way into Le Combe and go up the inside, yes, done it. Got the job done around the outside in fairness in the end. So the Bentley puts a lap on the Nissan, and Maxime Soulet then, of course, has lost ground at the end of that last lap by getting past the Ricardo Sanchez-driven Nissan. That's in 41st place. There are the leaders, just coming over the brow behind these Van Thor. Lights are flashing, trying to go through the traffic. The hard-charging Marco Seefried, incidentally, who is 64th, is the next one being warned about track limits. And one of the Santa-Lock Audis, Marco Bononomi, is in the pits and has been there for something like now 7 laps. So 25, the ISR car, has got a big problem. It's lost that much time so early.
So here we go again. On the exit of Puho, down the hill into Fagnes, and at least the racetrack momentarily clear of significant traffic. But the gravel, 41 Ferrari. So whereabouts yellow flag? Let's have a look. That's up at Le Combe. So the car trying to get out of the way So yellow flag up at Lacoon. So it's not going to be a problem, we think, other than if it is decided that the car will need external assistance, then we may yet again see a full course yellow.
You've taken the words. I was about to suggest it could well be a full course yellow. So you see what develops here. It's not quite as close to the edge of the road as the C3 Ferrari was, but it's in an awkward place. We know that people can run wide there, and I don't see how they can extricate it with a long line of cars flowing past them all the time.
I think that's the difficulty. Any corner here, if the corner workers or the people that are going to recover the vehicle are not way, way, way from the action, you just bring it into control the way you do it as a full course yellow. Everything then is stabilised, clear the car, then everybody gets. There's no gainer or loser in those situations.
Yeah, exactly. Over the timing line go the leaders. We're down to 0.268 of a second, and there is the 4th place Bentley number 8. Now wait for the 5th place car, 98 Nick Katzberg. The graphic will come up as soon as he breaks the beam. He has done so. There's the BMW look coming towards us now. Behind him in 6th place is Audi 74, the white Audi from Pereira. And so down in 7th, having been 2nd, briefly leading for a lap, is Ferrari 50. But with passing Lathoris not as quick, understandably the car drops down the order. 8th, Rob Bell. 9th is Audi 6, lights flashing Frank Stippler. 10th, the next BMW, and that is Alexander Sims.
The car in the top 10, I'm slightly surprised at, is the McLaren 58. We thought, after the pace that we saw from Shane van Gindersbergen in qualifying, that the McLaren was going to just muller the field. But it's run at a regular pace. They're doing something which is a part of old-fashioned, if you like, endurance racing. You set a target time and you stick to it. You just don't make mistakes, you keep to that time, and you minimise all the time in the pit lane. And that's where races used to be won. There's the snatch vehicle making its way up now to the exit of Les Combes to remove the Ferrari. We still haven't got a full course yellow, we've just got a statutory yellow up at the top on the exit. So that vehicle will make its way on the access road and tries not to go to the racetrack. I thought at one point it was.
Yes.
So he goes around that inner access road. The Ferrari will be pulled clear, and once again it will probably be allowed to get on to that very narrow access road and rejoin the race.
Albeit with a lap lost at least. So 41, an AMCA Ferrari dropping down the order. And on track, the Audi there looking a little bit nervous.
Yeah, Lawrence Van Voor just really running the curbs a bit raggedly on the exit of the first part of what is called Campus, the corner these days, and then into Stavelo. But the lead 3 cars covered by 1.5 seconds as they make their way up the hill into Blanchimont again. Just this thing of how much curb can you run on the entry, how much are you going to risk running on the exit. The exit is the key because that gives you the speed. Robin Freins has a look, but again, no, you need to be alongside before you hit the brakes to have any chance to take a clean overtake up the inside, because you will lose so much speed on the inside, having to make a much more tight turn. Look at the Audi quicker out of
absolutely.
So that was, I mean, that's an indication that, I mean, Robin Freins almost overran the Lamborghini as they came into the braking zone.
So down the hill they go. Lawrence Van Voor sitting on the back of them as well. He's got himself back into the equation, hasn't he, now, because they've held each other up by squabbling. So down the hill once again they come, and Freins with the lights flashing now. Flashing lights at a back marker to get out of the way, I understand. Mirko Bortolotti is not a back marker, and he's not about to let Robin Freins by, and he's not really going to crack under the pressure because he's soaked this up for an hour and a half or so now. What benefit is there to Freins flashing the headlights?
It's just one of those things as a driver you do. Freins pulls up, tries to get alongside, but hasn't got the speed. You just want to annoy, frustrate. Anything to take away from the guy that you're trying to challenge. Sometimes, I mean, you might even give a little sort of love tap, just to remind them. No, I don't mean to be aggressive, but just a little gentle, just a little paint rub, maybe. But the flashing lights is an irritation. It would drive me nuts.
Yeah.
It's a bit like in the motorway, you get some idiot up behind you. I just turn the mirror down. That only annoys them more.
It takes a lot to get John wound up, everybody. Honest. Now, Van Voor is getting closer and closer.
Cars off on the exit.
That's Estra. That's Kevin Estra, and that's a big off, isn't it? That's going to be a safety car, I would have thought.
Absolutely.
But Kevin Estra has had an off. Now, was that his impetuosity in traffic? Those bits of car all up the road. We're going to surely have a full course yellow, but I would anticipate this will go safety car.
Full course yellow in 20 seconds.
So there's confirmation, and that car's out of the race. Kevin Est has done. Well, he was due another drive-through penalty anyway, and that's it. Game over.
Right front wheel.
10 seconds.
So that 20-second countdown.
He's hobbling.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, full course yellow now.
So our second full course yellow of the race, it's for Kevin Estra's car. It may convert into a full safety car period, we will see. You're right, Kevin was hobbling. Now, did he lose it himself? Was he caught out in the traffic? Either way, big damage.
Yeah, but at a quick part of the circuit, that's after Radio, as you go through the curve that leads onto Camel Straight. The right front wheel was beside there's Kevin.
Car 77 hit the barriers on the right-hand side
Ferrari
of the
involved
track.
as well, maybe the two
drivers,
cars.
please
So two
pass
cars
on the
involved.
left-hand side.
So it's certainly been Kevin Est in the traffic, and here's the replay. So look at the rear of the shot. Oh, the Ferrari gets tagged by Kevin Estra coming out of the pit lane.
Yeah,
and which Ferrari was it? Did we see quickly? No, but that's a huge impact for Estra.
I mean, the responsibility of coming out the pit lane is both people. You've got to be aware of traffic exiting, and Kevin Estra coming out on full throttle. Now, whether he was blindsided or not, but certainly, and you can see, oh, wow. I mean, that was a big, no wonder he's hobbling, because his right leg would have had a massive rattle. When a car hits a barrier like that, your limbs just get thrown around the chassis. There's lots of very substantial bits of roll cage and whatever, and that does hurt. That's a big impact.
A very big impact, but I'm just intrigued to look at the exit of the pit lane again and just see relative position of each car and where, if at all, you would lay blame to the car coming out or the car on the track for not giving room. So I'd like to, when we see that again, we'll have another opinion.
I don't know whether there's a regulation, because the pit lane exit, let's look at it again. Kevin Estra coming out in full power, the two cars side by side, and for me, ultimately, you've got to put the responsibility with the Porsche, because those two cars were on racetrack. Kevin Estra was rejoining the circuit. He ought to have had maybe a little bit more awareness, but it's one of those issues. I don't know if there's a regulation in the rules for this event that says the car exiting the pit lane has got to accept the responsibility of rejoining the racetrack. He was within all the requirements that he's required to do, but when you get two cars side by side, maybe he was blind, maybe he didn't even know they were there.
Yeah, true.
I don't know, it's hard to judge. Hopefully, Kevin will make it back to the pits and we'll get an opportunity to find out from the Porsche team what did truly occur. But right now, if there's any Porsche to be blamed, it's got to be with the Porsche.
The Ferrari was 53, the Ishikawa Motoaki car, so that takes out of the race, assuming the damage is so severe, not only him, but also Lorenzo Bontempelli, Olivier Beretta, and Giancarlo Fisichella. So that's a significant Ferrari.
Oh, that's a painful Ferrari to lose.
Yeah, exactly. So Kevin Est, I think, does have a case to answer there, because the Ferrari was also slightly in advance when they came, only slightly, but it was just ahead when the Porsche came out of the pit lane, and that was having just served his second drive-through penalty. So Kevin has not covered himself in glory hitherto, and then gets involved in that incident. But it could have been that the Ferrari was just on his blind spot to give him the benefit of the doubt. But the net result is you've got two very badly damaged cars. We're still under full course yellow. We've not gone to the safety car, but we are under full course yellow conditions at the moment.
Well, I'm not surprised that this has happened, because the pit lane exit here is a high-speed exit just beyond Radio, and where you get two cars side by side, legitimately racing for position. Look here again, they're side by side, the middle one slightly further ahead. I don't know, I mean, you have to say the responsibility clearly is with Kevin Estra. He could have backed off and let those two cars go, and it was an unnecessary contact.
Yeah. And so early on, a wrecked car. Poor old Jürgen Hering, who owns that Porsche. Remember, it caught fire at Paul Ricard, and they had to sort that out. And now it comes here, two drive-throughs and damage. Giancarlo Fisichella, Olivier Beretta look on and know that they could be getting an earlier flight home here.
Well, as I sometimes have said, but I can't repeat on air, it'll be a great disappointment to both drivers, Olivier Beretta, Giancarlo Fisichella. So it looks like it'll be maybe an early flight back to Rome, and Olivier, I assume he's still living in Monte Carlo.
Lorenzo Bontempelli there as well, the other driver out.
Great disappointment.
If they can get the car back, it might be worth having a look at seeing if it is repairable, but they'll lose so much time that it's just a case of driving around for the sake of driving around almost.
Yes, I mean, the danger is that what you see superficially is one thing, and you've had a pretty high-speed impact with the barriers as the car has just gone through. There may be further damage, that's suspension, even parts of the chassis legs. With the Porsche, you can see the heavy damage to the right front. I mean, that was a major impact. And Kevin Estra, we saw when he got out of the car, limping away, and his right leg, which is his throttle leg clearly, was the one that seemingly flew around in the cockpit. His left leg would be against, there's a footrest in the car. you push with that, that keeps you stable in the seat. But your right leg's on the throttle, so it's sort of free, and it gets caught, you know. It hurts, make no mistake.
So a number of teams trying to take advantage of this now by pitting. Number 14 Jaguar going down through the pit lane. That was Stefan Ortelli to begin with in the Emil Frey Jaguar, working its way through pit out, and Kevin Estra's car, of course, at the top of the pit exit after that huge impact. But he's not covered himself in glory, has he? Ignore that incident, that the two drive-throughs in isolation were a bit ordinary, and then there is that to factor in as well, whether he was at total fault or not.
The two drive-throughs to me were extraordinary.
Because he shouldn't be doing it.
Shouldn't be doing
it.
Of
his caliber. Yeah.
I mean, okay, look, everybody can make a overrun, particularly on the exit of turn 17. Sometimes you do it because the car balance is a bit nervy, and you give yourself a bit more space to keep it on the road, but you've gone off the road technically by doing so. But Kevin's done it 8 times, penalised twice by the drive-through.
Well, Giancarlo Fisichella will be hugely disappointed, understandably. We will catch up with his feelings right now. He's with Dakota.
Giancarlo, do you think your car's going to be out of the race?
Well, I don't know. Our teammate Motoaki, he get out from the car. This is not good. I don't know what happened. It's quite frustrating after less than 2 hours to be there, and I don't think it's his fault. He was driving, and the guys was in who touched us was getting out from the pit lane, so it's quite unfair. Let's see if the car can be back, and then we'll see what the problem is.
Right, and we saw him limping a little bit. Do you know if the driver's okay or not?
No, the driver is okay. The driver is okay. He get out from the car with itself, so he's okay.
Okay, well, hopefully we can get the car back here and the driver safely.
Safety car procedure. Safety car procedure.
Yes. Let's see. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we go safety car. You've just heard Alain Adon confirm that. Giancarlo Fisichella faces Vincent Franson next, the Belgian circuit commentator, as into the pit lane has come 28. So the Laurens Vanthoor Audi brought in. Chief engineer Adam Hardy thinks it's worth a punt here. He'll have run so many run plans to try and work out where you can gain time, and here's one of those options. But because they'll have done fuel and tyres, of course, they've got to wait and wait and wait. This is the frustration that the teams are finding now. You are so well drilled, WRT particularly, in good pit stops, but then you've got to wait until the end of this delta time.
Absolutely, that 2 minutes 15 delta time. You might be done in 2 minutes and 5 seconds. You think, what a great job we have done. We've worked hard to achieve it, and then you sit there for 10 seconds. Otherwise, you take a penalty. Just interestingly to look at the Ferrari, obviously, clearly it looks the less damaged of the two cars, but my concern will be, was there damage to the barrier when the Porsche literally nose-fronted into the barrier on the outside, and then the damage on the inside looks to be slightly less, but where the Ferrari is, and just slightly ahead of the car, is that damage to the barrier that may need to be replaced, or is it sufficient that it's enabling the cars, once the safety car procedure is finished, to continue onwards?
So, under full course yellow, everybody proceeds at the same speed. At the safety car, of course, it means that the cars are all going to bunch up, so advantages disappear, and that is a huge frustration because you can't overtake a wrecker truck in the pit lane, certainly there where it's so narrow, and people are being badly compromised, including 28 Audi.
This truck is not a wrecker truck. This truck is carrying replacement Armco barrier.
But it's compromised those cars on pit exit, and one of them, as I say, is the Vanthoor car, 28. Oh, dear.
Well, it's a 24-hour race.
Yeah, they might have lost, what, 5 seconds?
Oh, I mean, I understand a bit more. But, you know, the guy driving the lorry with all the spare Armco on it is struggling up the hill at 30 kilometres per hour, where everybody else is doing 50, and in fact, at that point, they can be doing whatever they like because they've crossed the end of the pit lane. So, trucks everywhere want to pick up the Ferrari.
And the other trucks for the replacement Armco. Now, Arkin Aka is the team owner of Attempto Racing, and it's his Porsche that is that crumpled heap right there. Let's hear from him. He's with Dakota in the pit lane.
Akin, what's going on? We saw that massive crash.
Yeah, I saw it also on the television. It was a big crash, in my opinion. I think we have really bad luck. Kevin left the track, left the pit, sorry, and he was on his outlap, and then he touched the Ferrari, and it was a big crash. I don't know exactly who had the mistake. In my opinion, Kevin can do nothing. He would just want to leave the pit, and normally the Ferrari must take care of that, but it's happened. Big shit. Sorry.
Did Kevin say anything on the radio after?
Yeah, he saw that he had a big crash and that he left the car. Hopefully he is well. I cross the fingers for that. You know, the car you can fix, but people. So I cross the fingers that nothing happened. But I hope that nothing happened with him.
The same with us. We hope he's safe. Thank you very much.
So there you have the Ferrari take on events, you have the Porsche take on events, and of course each says it's the other's fault. But
yeah, but the reality is, the reality is that the Ferrari was there. It was racing another car on the racetrack. The Porsche was rejoining the racetrack. The onus for me was on the Porsche. Whatever other reasons, as a racing driver, you might say, well, he should have given me more room. Well, he also might say that Kevin Este could have backed off momentarily and let those two cars continue. And it's a 24-hour race.
Exactly. And Arkin Arka's temper up. Apologies for his colourful language. He did apologise himself, but apologies for the fact that he is rather stressed about it. So apologies for his colourful language.
Nothing as bad as in tennis when you see them mouthing the words.
So we have the cars working their way through Blanchimont. The barrier work goes on. Now, of course, last year it was at the top of Bécon that we had barrier damage after 2 big hits there. It did take quite a while, so I get the feeling this is going to be a rather lengthy safety car period as well behind the Audi, while that barrier repair work goes on. So, of course, with some having stopped and others not doing under this procedure, the order will be shuffled again. Number 8 Bentley right up now in 3rd place on the back of Frins. It's gained a place because 28 pitted, and of course all the gaps have come right down, but we might be a few minutes now. Robin Frins pits, so 28 did it a lap ago. Now that we're behind the safety car, I think you'll see a lot more of them bailing for the pit road. Yes,
I mean, the Bentley has been, in a sense, the Maxim Soulier car, the car that was making up ground in the lead 3 cars. Now he's behind the 2nd place car. We're sort of 22 hours and 18 minutes to go, so you're within 10 to 12 minutes of what would have been your natural point. And in fact, the 58 McLaren also in so many of the teams deciding to take this option, get in, get the service done behind the safety car. We know how efficiently the 58 car, the Garage 59 McLaren team did in Paul Ricard in the 6-hour race when they very, very astutely got the car in, made that pit stop. We didn't even know aware of it because it happened so quickly. And that's how they actually ended up winning the race in Paul Ricard, the 6 hours of Paul Ricard.
So if you're wondering why some teams are pitting and others aren't, really, by pitting now, you're losing less time because the opposition is going slower. So although you have to be in the pits for that regulation time, or that regulation minimum time, you're losing less against these cars that are going at, what, a quarter, a third of their proper race pace. You're actually gaining by stopping now rather than under full green flag conditions.
Yes, and then, of course, this is probably going to be a reasonably lengthy safety car period. We don't know what damage was done to which barriers, but there was certainly damage to a barrier, and that just takes a certain length of time. It's not like they're on piece rates. They do it at the rate they can get it done.
Exactly. I think it's the outside.
Almost coming to a stop at the top. So is there something now preventing the field from continuing? Everybody's come to a stop.
Oh no. And I bet somebody stalls here. These cars aren't designed for hill starts.
What's happened is they've been put into a single file, a bit like on a motorway.
Yeah.
The cones come out, and that's, you just got to wait and go through single file. Don't overtake. That sneaky little Audi trying to get past the Mercedes.
And the 2 Emil Frey Jaguars, resplendent side by side, and away they go again.
Because holding a car on a hill with a clutch, I'm going to say the 7 Bentley struggling to get, and again the Mercedes just having to wait because an overtake in these contexts would be another penalty.
Exactly right. And Saab still queuing at the bottom of the hill. We're away now. There's no point trying to do a hill start. Wait at the bottom, roll down the hill, and then you've got the...
Hill climbs are a specific skill in motorsport. This is not a hill climb.
No.
This is...
24-hour hill climb is a completely different concept. So there in the pit lane is Francesco Castellacci's Ferrari. So this safety car period, as I suggest, might turn out to be quite a long one, given that we've got this barrier to repair. Away goes 55 now. It's another of the AF Corsa fleet. And there, look, you've got people rejoining into the traffic, and even under safety car conditions, that blue Lamborghini had to suddenly jink a little bit, so you can understand just why we had the incident in the first place.
This is sort of an anomaly. The cars that are coming out of the pit lane are filtering into the cars that are in line. Is that an overtake or not? Have they gained an advantage? Have they gained a position or not?
No, because they've already been overtaken while they've been stationary in the pit lane.
Yeah, but I would still...
That's a notional overtake as well.
Well, I would still ask the question, is that considered to be an overtake or not? Or should they all have been held at the pit lane exit until everybody had gone through?
That's one to discuss as this safety car period continues. So we are behind the safety car because of barrier damage after a big impact between Kevin Este and Ishikawa Motoaki. But let's look back at the highlights thus far of the 2016 total 24 hours of Spa, with the grid busy, Linkin Park waving the cars away at the start of the formation lap and cheering on the Linkin Park backed Mercedes Amaro Engel, one of 6 cars that had to make a 5-minute stop-go penalty early on in the race. Straight away, the lead was claimed by René Rast in number 28 Audi, Mirko Bortolotti slotting in behind, and Maxime Soulet ran third as the cars headed uphill for the first time. Phil Keane had a great view of the Team Parker Racing Bentley and Callum McLeod, but off the road on the first lap of the race, Marco Seifried, a punctured tyre being the cause of that. He was dug out of the gravel, came back to the pit lane after a full course yellow, under which the Mercedes made their 5-minute stop and go, losing less time relative to doing it under green flag conditions. When we went green though, René Rast's car struggled away. It seemed as though it just wouldn't pick up. Jinked left and right, he lost the race lead, and he lost second place as well as the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi Pounce, number 28 now, seemingly looking good once again, but he did lose a fair chunk of time at the start of that restart process. Phil Keane got caught up in the traffic, Ferraris trying to battle through Porsches, back markers squabbling amongst themselves. But at the end of the first hour, in came Ferrari 50, having briefly taken the lead for a lap. Passim Lafloras taking over, with Laurens Vanthoor at the wheel of 28. He was on the tail of Robin Frins, looking for a way past Mirko Bortolotti, who had stayed at the wheel of the leading Lamborghini. Frins made a really bold effort up the inside, going down towards the right-hander of Bruxelles. It was not to be. But then Kevin Este came out of the pit lane, cannoned into the Ferrari, and then into the barrier. The Ferrari off up the road, and a rather bruised and battered Kevin out of what was left of the Porsche. That brought out a full course yellow, and that in turn was converted into a safety car procedure because of the barrier damage that needs repairing on this site, as the track workers, the marshals and frustrated Ferrari drivers stood and watched the field slowly making its way through. So we are behind the safety car. It has just gone 6:15 local time, so we've nearly had the end of the second hour of the race, give or take, and the cars working their way then now along the Kemmel Straight at much reduced pace. We are, as I say, about 12 minutes away from the end of the second hour, and there is the barrier in question. It's the outside of the Kemmel Straight that is where obviously Este cannoned into it, so understandable that's the bit that needs the reparation.
Yeah, I mean, it depends when it hit the barrier. If it was in the middle of the two mounts for the barrier itself would be probably bowed, but if it's hit on one of the mounts, you can actually damage those also, so that's a bigger job, but we're not seeing a huge amount of energy being expended up in that area, so whether they're just considering what is the best thing to do, or maybe they need further equipment to affect the repairs. You can see the crane that's on the back of the lorry with the barrier, the replacement barrier, but no activity in terms of getting that removed from the lorry, and the damaged barrier being removed and ultimately replaced. Audi in and Audi out. So they're all content and happy with their job, it would appear. As we look down from the top of the Kemmel Straight, everybody now running at the mandated 80 kilometers per hour behind the safety car, coming probably slightly slower past the area of the major damage by Kevin Este's Porsche. Don't think the damage inflicted by the Ferrari was particularly severe, but severe to the car, but not necessarily to the barrier. A little bit further down from. No, so it's the way it's very deceptive that shot.
Yeah.
Think, has it been off the track? Or, no, just simply the camera caught it, and it's the grass all around. Makes you think, was that part of the racetrack, or has it been off track? Again, drivers being slow down. There are people on track. We're trying to get this repaired as quickly as possible. If you don't give us some respect, I suppose you might say, then it's going to take a longer period.
well, the fans on the back there have had a very good view of what was a big accident, and so as more of the cars cycle through a routine stop, the motor-based Aston Martin coming back out onto the circuit, and there you've got the field turning their way now through Les Combes. So the team manager of number 50 being summoned to the race director. That's interesting because that's the yellow AF Corsa Ferrari of Bienvenido and Lafauras and Rugolo. What has that done to incur the wrath of the officials?
Well, nothing that so far we have seen, and I'm assuming that's in the hands of Passes Lafauras. Passes Lafauras. So difficult to tell. Looking back into the paddock here, Spa-Francorchamps, in the place is absolutely just heaving. Bentley fans.
Marco Mappelli fans.
Yeah.
Catering
I like
fans.
It. Yes.
That's more like it.
Indeed.
Yeah, get the ketchup on.
Yeah.
The Jupiler's finished.
It's all part of the family outing, and the viewing around the circuit is on these banks overlooking the racetrack, so you're looking down, and particularly in the area where this incident has occurred, it's a great place to watch because the cars are travelling really quickly. And for me, a fundamental essence of motorsport is looking at cars going quickly, not looking at cars going slowly round artificial twiddly little circuits. You don't do more than 90 miles an hour on.
Yeah, here it's a proper circuit where they can stretch their legs. In comes number 8 to Bentley. It was up into second place, but again, it's another team cycling through a pit stop because, again, you will lose less time by doing it while you are under safety car conditions like this. So,
just to say, will Bortolini immediately follow what Bentley have done, because having had the Bentley, which was directly behind the Lamborghini, make its pit stop, would they want to stay out any longer?
So it blasts away and rumbles its way back into contention. And if you pit under green flag conditions, you lose. So one of the teams has calculated something like 85% of a lap. If you stop under a full course yellow, you lose about 30% of a lap. So it's understandable why you want to stop now, not while we're in full green conditions. But that's why more are giving up track position to do the stops.
And that's why I'm wondering, is Bortolini going to do the same thing? They did stop slightly earlier, I think, in the first round of pit stops. That's the 50, is that the 58 McLaren, 59 McLaren, Andrew Watson coming in to the pits. So the Bentley makes its way down to the pit lane exit across the line, and from here on it can go as quickly as the racetrack will permit it to do within the white lines that determine the pit lane itself. And this is, of course, the area where we saw all this issue somewhat 15 minutes ago now, where in fact the contact between the Porsche and the inside the Ferrari. So once again, will the Bentley just watch where it blends in? It's going to have to wait and slip in behind the Mercedes. Yes, this is the Mercedes, so no difficulty for that.
So we have the barriers being repaired, and the field continues to circulate under these safety car conditions. And there, 24, which is the Pro-Am Bentley, the Team Parker racing car. Ian Loggy has taken that over, so it's now a differing pace compared to Callum McLeod. Ian Loggy, I think, would agree that he's not quite as fast as Callum. There is number 8, Maxime Soulet, and of course the order all rather shuffled now that we've had yet another cycle through of the pit stops. In Lagarde, they're looking on from the Bentley garage, having done great things for Audi. Malcolm Wilson checking the data as well. Andy Soucek's got the radio on. And we are about 6 minutes away from the end of the second hour. David Addison and John Watson in the booth with Bruce Jones at the end, nearly of the second hour, Bruce, of what has been a pretty hectic race so far.
So, guys, what's been happening 2 hours in? What hasn't been happening?
Where do we start? Yes.
Where do we start?
Bruce, you'll love this. Track abuse.
Well, I think it was barrier abuse.
It's ironic that the car that ultimately is responsible, in my opinion, for bringing out this safety car period had been in twice for a drive-through penalty. So a total of 8 times did it abuse. I mean, I'm a big Kevin Estre fan, and particularly when he's in a Porsche. But anyway, at a given point when he was returning to the circuit and there were 2 Ferraris making their way up on the Camel Straight, he came onto the track, tagged the back of the right and rear of the Ferrari, and there is Mortellini in. So he just basically, he's followed one lap later. They really were forced to do this. Once the Bentley made its move to come in and do a change, pit stop, refueling, they were forced to follow suit. So part of the tactic, you've got to watch what your competitors are doing. They didn't have to put in so much fuel, but of course, just wanted to see that they will still have to wait for the 2 minutes 15 to clock by before the Lamborghini. They're going to try and do this in 1 minute 55. It'll be a mega pit stop, I can tell you. Well, they've got a certain advantage. Their pit is the first one when you come into the pit lane. It always helps to have either the first or the last. Yeah. You get a really clear run in if you're in the first pit garage. And as you can see, there's nobody in front of them. So just these little microseconds maybe say lovely that they didn't put down the rubber marks you could see behind the Huracan as it went underway. But Bortolotti has been so positive in the early stages of the race. But I think there's been a question about Lamborghini tyre pressures. I'm hearing Twitters up from the pit lane that...
yeah, we heard something about Phil Keen's car particularly, but that was the Barwell car, different squad, GRT. But it's interesting if they're all having it, isn't it? Yeah, we will have to see. Of course, temperatures will start to drop and that will change the whole field there, John. Bruce, you talk about static tyre pressures or tyres overheating and therefore pressures going up above what is the ideal temperature? More of the latter than the former. Really? Interesting. And it's not that hot. Obviously, they've had periods in which they've all been able to cool down as well with the safety car periods and the full course yellows. But I must say, having watched nearly the first 2 hours from the media centre, occasionally out of the window, Robin Freins, what a fine attacking driver he is. He's just always entertaining, and that battle he had chasing after Bortolotti, absolutely fantastic. Now, who was behind the wheel of the Lamborghini? Did Bortolotti stay on board to do a third stint, or have you seen a driver change for that car? I'll tell you in a moment, because when he trips the timing beam, it will update if it's necessary. Well, it'll either be Jerome Bleekemolen or Rolf Inayken. Yeah, so Bleekemolen is the quicker of those two, isn't it? Rolf Inayken is not slow, but he's not as fast as Bortolotti has stayed on board. I didn't think I'd seen a driver change, but you always do want confirmation in case you were looking at the tyre change. Well, it'll be his third hour behind the wheel. That's a big, but of course in these conditions, if he is considered to be the quickest of the three Lamborghini drivers, some would argue that Jerome Bleekemolen is a match for Marco Bertolotti, but to do 3 hours and try and establish a strong position, essentially, which is done really since the lights went out, let him do it. Exactly so. Bortolotti really seems on top of that Huracan at the moment, and maybe also too they're feeling that wait till who knows how much longer this full course yellow is going to run. We've seen it looks like they've nearly finished the barrier repairs, but maybe they want to leave it to clear track time to put Jeroen in the car. I think you're right about Bortolotti, and we were saying earlier on in the course of the race how, obviously, because they get contracted to a manufacturer, different people specialise
30 more
in
minutes
different
to
cars.
repair.
Bortolotti is one of those that definitely specialises in Lamborghinis, but he's up against the people that specialise in their own brand, so it all washes out fantastically well. Now, this is going to be another half an hour of safety car period because of the whack to the barrier. I said it was going to be a long time based on the evidence of last year. 30 more minutes, everybody. Yeah, so that was obviously a big impact, but as I mentioned, it's not just the barrier, it's the mountings for the barriers that also can get damaged. There's one of the, see somebody else making a pit stop. So 30 more minutes for the track workers to continue working away. And well, currently we've got Frank Steppler in the lead and the 26 behind it. It's Greg Gill there, isn't it? Yes, it's yes. Yeah, for the Santalok Audi. Yeah, and so Van Thor is third after his earlier stop. So he has now made 2 pit stops, whereas the others have made 1 pit stop. And so Lawrence Van Thor third. In 4th place is the Jaguar, number 14 of Albert Costa. Jaguar. And 5th place, the other Jaguar. Is the other Jaguar. And then... well, here we have them on the screen. We've got Emil Frey Racing in 4th and 5th, as we said. Lamborghini GRT Grasser team, that's the one that was at the front of the race. Of course, we're slightly going to tumble down the order now after that pit stop. And number 16, Row Racing BMW in 7th. What we're seeing is just the most fantastic manufacturer battle here. Yes, of course, the Mercedes are being pitched to the back of the grid at the start. We're going to have to see them at the bottom of this full 65-car result classification after 2 hours, but we'll see how they fight back through. But trying to gain back 5 minutes, you need everything to be lined up absolutely perfectly for 24 hours to claw anything like that back. But you also need some of the opposition to have some bad fortune, and that's certainly affected a Porsche and a Ferrari. Now, okay, they're Pro-Am cars, they were never going to fight for the overall honours, but some of those penalised Mercedes were Pro-Am cars as well. So, as a brand, they've gained a little bit out of that, but So much has happened so far. There's so much still to come. But this is going to be a fascinating race.
But down in the 30th, 32nd and 34th, a pair of the McLarens, and you expected them to be right at the front end, particularly the 58 car, but that had its problem when we came to Super Pole shootouts. And you have to almost wait for the final screen of the runners to catch the Mercedes. They're there from 43rd position downwards. But at the moment, it's very much advantage Audi at the moment, and we did expect them to see them come towards the front, and Frank Stippler leading the race, but we've just had that little pit stop sort out, John, and of course that will affect the way things are.
Well, we're coming up to the end of the second hour of this 24-hour race, and from that message we received 5 minutes ago, one would anticipate the track might go green within the next 20-25 minutes, but you know, it's not an exact science.
Well, the key is the truck in the background as we cross the second hour off this race. It doesn't look as though it's doing much at the moment. Not so many people reconstructing. Maybe they're waiting for further parts. Maybe they need another post to mount it on.
Well, I think
that's the key. Looking at that truck, once that moves.
Well, look at the arm that's holding barrier or moving barrier from the truck too. But I suspect it's not just the barrier, and this is my concern, that it's where the car struck the barrier. Did it strike it at one of those mounting posts? You can see there's a large gap right now down in the barrier, and whether that was, you can see some of the barrier how bent it is, whether that's just simply where they've been removing it. And well, they're doing what they need to do. They'll do it at their pace. They're not under any pressure.
They've got to get it right.
Well, they've got to get it right, and it's imperative that any safety barrier, once it's been damaged in the manner that we just witnessed, that it is repaired. I mean, going back to Paul Ricard, we saw one of the Parker Bentleys have a big accident down at turn 4, and the barrier was actually broken. It was been 2 bits, but they just sort of pushed it back together in a bit of time. I just couldn't believe what I was watching. I felt that was incorrect, but obviously that's what was done in that particular instance. Here, it's a different matter. Here, it's a much, much higher speed part of the racetrack, so there can be no compromise. It's got to be repaired and prepared correctly.
Entirely so. 65 cars started the race here at Spa-Francorchamps. 4:30 in the afternoon Belgian time. We've lost a few runners, as you saw. The Kevin Estre car was involved in that big shunt out of Raidillon. But let's find out from Mercedes World. Car 84, Jasmine Jaffar. Obviously a huge battle for the Mercedes to come from the back. Dakota Arnold is down with Jasmine.
Jasmine, with your 5-minute penalty, how well are you doing to get yourself back in contention?
It's going to be very, very tough. I mean, we gained almost 2 laps already with the full course yellows and the safety cars, but we have to still keep on pushing because we got to get around the traffic as quickly as we can. But our race pace is looking so pretty good so far and consistent, so we just got to keep on going.
Dominique is in P43 right now, I believe, and he seems to be catching up, so that's all looking good for you.
Yeah, I mean, after the 5 minutes penalty, as everyone know, we dropped right at the bottom, and we're making our way slowly, but we're going to keep pushing, and we're not going to stop to the very end. So, you know, we're going to go all out.
So what's your target for the race? What would you be happy with?
Well, we got to be realistic, but a minimum of top 10. That's what I want to achieve at a minimum, but we'll see how it goes and how the race plays out. Weather is a factor, and also another full course yellow might be a factor for us as well.
And are you looking forward to driving yourself tonight?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I did a couple of laps in the night practice, and I enjoyed it. And I think later on tonight with everyone on track, it's going to be more challenging.
Well, let's see what you have in store for us. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, good news there. Dakota Arnold just told Jasmine Jaffar up to 43rd position, and while she said that, just went up to 42nd, so making huge strides.
Well, I mean, I don't know how he overtook under a safety car, but anyway, he was in 42nd place.
Another car, I think.
Okay, maybe a pit stop, of course. But one of the things about Jasmine Jaffar, on Friday morning, when they were doing a bit of pit stop driver change practice, he did something to his back, and he was literally paralyzed with pain. And the medics and the physios in the Mercedes team, the HTP team, have got him back into fighting form, and looks none the worse for, you know, just a very small little moment. When one of the drivers in the Nissan team, I think was maybe Alex Buncombe, did something in his hotel, just moved to turn the switch off, and it went click in his neck. So it's very easy, if your muscles are maybe a little bit tight or a little bit cold, just to displace a vertebrae or something in your back or your neck, and that then We need to get the physios involved absolutely as soon as possible.
Now, drivers in the cars at the moment going around, they're frustrated, they want to get going. Each lap they come past, still the barriers being repaired. Their heads have gone down a little bit, but is this a chance for some of the teams to maybe put one of their less favoured drivers out in the car to use some of their track time in the car while the safety car is running around and the full course yellow is served? It's a chance to get one of your lesser drivers their track time completed, John.
I mean, the whole thing is, it is a frustration when you're stuck in a long safety car period, and there will be teams that will be doing the calculations and saying not just where they are, but where everybody else is in relation to you. And if you do make a pit stop in a safety car line, where will you rejoin? And you don't want to rejoin at a part of the racetrack where then you're going to have to do a lot of hard work to get through.
Now the order just changed again. Frank Stippler has just pitted from the lead of the race. The number 6 Audi has come in, so up into first position goes number 26, which is the Santalot Racing Audi, Gregory Gilbert on board. Safety car still on the track. You can see the strip across the top of the screen. And Lawrence Van Toor, Audi's absolute ace in the pack, 28, is running in second place now. These orders will change, but it means the Jaguars will go up to 3rd and 4th.
Yes,
Costa ahead of Hershey. Of course, the whole order is juggling it, sorting itself out. People do have to make pit stops, and there is one of the Jaguars. And that's Hershey just ahead of the number 19 Grasser Lamborghini, with Barretta, Michele Barretta at the wheel of that at the moment, 5th and 6th, which effectively is 4th and 5th now, as after Stippler has come in to make his pit stop. So let's find out what's happening down in the pit lane. And Wolfgang Reip from Bentley, number 8, Dakota Arnold, has found him down in the pit lane. Let's hear from the Bentley camp.
Wolfgang, you're currently running in 22nd right now at the front of the field, so how's it going?
Yeah, so far so good. It's going quite well actually. We had just a small puncture on the front right, but we fixed it under safety car, and now our engineers are working out what could be the best strategy to continue.
Are you feeling confident for the race?
Yeah, we are quite confident. I think we have a good team, a good lineup, a good car, so if we have no mechanical problem, I think we should be quite up there.
Well, thank you very much. Good luck.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this number 8, Maxime Soulet, was up to 3rd place and chasing down the lead 2 cars. So that puncture, obviously, whether they could accommodate it within a pit stop that they were scheduling or not, but that's what the engineers do. They've got to go back and recalculate all the strategy that they had already in place to accommodate that unexpected tyre puncture.
Yeah, but if you get a puncture and it happens to be under a full course yellow, that's the time to be having it, let's face it.
There's
And
no
of course,
doubt.
as you said, they've had to throw the first scraps of paper away.
Yeah.
Now they're shunting their race tactics along, but certainly for the Bentley crews, number 8 and number 7 have been looking very strong. Stephen Kane is up in 7th place in number 7, that's the sister car, and as Dakota Arnold said, down in 22nd position after effectively that advanced pit stop for number 8 crew.
Remember Stephen Kane, the number 7 Bentley, it started from the pit lane at the start of this race, what now, just 2 hours and 5 minutes ago. So, I mean, clever strategy, clever teamwork. That's what you get with these, the pro teams, the pro-am teams. A number of them are running at the same level of technology and sophistication. The AM teams are slightly different, not so much on that side, but more on the side simply of the AM drivers are not as attuned to the strategies that some of the pro drivers would be.
No, worth pointing out in that, John, Stephen Kane is one of those that hasn't made a second pit stop. The number 7 Bentley is still out there, I would presume, coming in very soon. And Gregory Gilbert, leading the race in the 26 Audi, likewise has not made a second visit to the pit. So he will shuffle down the order. That should put the 28 Audi up to the front of the pack.
Yes, it will do. And it'll be the number 6 car behind. That'll be Marcus Winkelhock. So in the number 6, so in fact he's dropped down, he's gone into the pits. So it'll be the 14 car, that's the Emile Frey Jaguar. So again, it'll make its pit stop. So Marcus Winkelhock into the pits, and he's falling off the first page as he makes his way down the pit lane. So looking probably at another maybe 15 minutes before the track might go green, or we get some indication that the repair to the barrier just at the very bottom, there we are, of the Camel Straight has been fully and successfully repaired.
Yeah, well, the truck's still there. We look to the timing screens to give us any notification about how things might change. I don't know how long this message's been up. Number 55, team manager of 55, which is the AT Racing. It's the silver and red Pro-Am Racing Ferrari to race control immediately. He won't be the first team manager to go up there, and he certainly won't be the last through the course of 24 hours. When you start 65 cars on any circuit, there are going to be incidents.
Yeah, it's just sort of interesting under a yellow car period that you find your team manager being required to come to race control immediately. It may have been an infringement in a pit stop. That's the most likely possibility. But, you know, I want to see all these cars getting... I don't want to see big gaps, because that then causes some frustration for those that are behind the car that hasn't managed to keep in touch with those ahead of it. So those are the areas where the frustrations for the drivers in the quicker cars begin to set in. So Com Ledegaard just seeing him going through in the McLaren 58. He's taken over from Rob Bell. That car currently seen as 11th, so it's made its 2 pit stops. It's the Gregory Gilbert car of the lead group that's yet to make a pit stop, as for the 19 and Stephen Kane in the 7th and the 19 Grasser Lamborghini with
well, the BMWs will be going pretty well. Let's find out. Dakota Arnold has caught up with the 98 driver, Dirk Werner.
Dirk, you're currently 8th right now and looking very strong.
Yeah, better than we expected, to be honest. We had to fine-tune our car quite a bit during the practice sessions, and now obviously we got a bit lucky with what happened in qualifying and after qualifying especially. So we were starting up front, but now our car seems to be okay, especially over a stint. Our times towards the end of the stint were competitive, and now we're running 8th, but a few cars didn't stop so far in the, safety car now. So I think in theory we're running 5th, and that's really good for us. I mean, if we stay there for a while, I think we have a good chance to be good tomorrow morning.
Well, it's looking really good right now. Hopefully all goes to plan. What's your target?
I mean, the target is clear. We want to stay in the race, make no mistakes, have a good car towards the end of the race when it's about to get daylight again, and then, you know, the end of the race, you have to be sharp and have to have a good car to push and run for a podium. That's the plan.
And when are you going in the car?
Now Nicky is doing a double stint, and then Steph is going in the car. He didn't drive so far, and then I'll be in the car maybe in 2 hours.
So you'll be at the night time, yes?
Sorry?
You'll be in the night time.
Yeah, depending how long the safety car takes now, but maybe my next stint will be in the night time, yeah.
Well, I hope to see you going strong in the night as well. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
So Dirk Werner there talking to Dakota Arnold, pointing out that a little bit of luck has come the way of BMW, certainly with the Mercedes sextet being shunted down from the very front of the grid, given those their positions moved back down, and then the 5-minute stop-go penalty in the pits. And just beneath us, when Bentley's came in, that should be Stephen Kane, yes, just coming in from what was 6th position for his 2nd pit stop. We said he was due one, and also the number 19 Grasser Racing Lamborghini, Michele Beretta has brought that in from 5th, so everyone will shunt up towards the front, but still the number 28 car is leading the race, having just recently taken over when Gilbert came in at the start of that lap. So we expected 28 to get to the front, and it has done just that. So 3 of the top 6 in the pits, so it'll be Lawrence Vanthoor leading the way, Albert Costa in the number 14 Jaguar 2nd, and Pierre-Jonathan Hershey in the number 114 Jaguar, making Jaguar 2-3.
Well, I mean, look, there they are,
have the F-types
on screen coming up the hill into Lake Coombe. So, I mean, a great effort by Emile Frey and the Jaguar team, albeit in a slightly out of sequence safety car procedure, but nevertheless it's nice to be up there and use the safety car to your advantage, and then when your time comes, well, you'll have to take your 2 minutes minimum, 15 seconds, and we'll see where you then, but it's better to do it, as we mentioned, time in memoriam, under a safety car.
Exactly so. Just had a chat before the race. Obviously, one of the Jaguars, the number 14 car, has been running for quite a while, the G3, but the 114 sister car has only just been built up. Christian Klein, we spoke to him beforehand, always a jokey fellow, the Austrian F1 racer, said, how many laps have you done? And he said, oh, I've done 5 or 6, maybe 20. Has a laugh, but you know, the car is much better, we think, and for next season they're building up an F-type Jaguar. That will be really exciting to see.
But it'll not be 4-wheel drive.
No. Who knows?
No, regulations don't allow it to be 4-wheel drive. No, there's a 4-wheel drive option with the F-type, which, if you live in Switzerland, is a very handy thing to have.
Wouldn't it just, if you're an uplander? If you're just coming in to look at the action, number 2 and 3 on the screens, the Jaguars for Emil Fry Racing, they are running in those positions. They've come up through the order. Of course, this race has had a considerable amount of shaking out in the first 2 hours. We've got still in the long period behind the safety car. We had a clash with Ishiaki Motoaki having a clatter with the much troubled number 77 Porsche, which was just coming out of the pits, and the pit exit it comes onto the track and you need to fuse just after the drivers have gone through Eau Rouge and come up the hill at Rédillon, and unfortunately the Ferrari and the Porsche clashed, and the ensuing damage hasn't been so much to the cars, they've been removed from the track, but it was to the barriers itself on the left-hand side of the track as the drivers go up the hill toward Les Combes. We're waiting for the repairs to be completed, so many of the teams are having to reconsider their tactics, whether to bring people in early, but right now, let's have a look who's leading. Vanthoor leading the race overall, but we have to go back to leading AM. We've got number 76 in Pro-Am, that's Juice, sorry, that's in 11th place overall, and looking down to AM, looking down the timing screen, trying to pick out where they come in. Number 30 appears to be leading the way in that class. Again, it's slightly jiggered around by people making pit stops, and that's the Team Parker Racing entry down on our 3rd timing screen. But really, right now, what we need to know is Laurent Vanthoor leading on home ground in Belgium in the number 28 Audi. Yeah, I mean, that's the key, and in effect, what should be in 2nd place will be the car now handed over to Stuart Leonard, the car that Robin Freins did a brilliant job chasing down the lead Lamborghini in, and then Nicky Katzberg in the first of the BMWs. That will be, in theory, when this race goes back to green, should be the top 3. Well, still waiting to see any sign on the timing screens as to when the safety car period is going to come to an end, but still, if you look down, the long shot taken from Les Combes, looking back down, still the truck with the big crane arm on the top, and it's still working away to replace those barriers. Now the Jaguars do make their pit stop. That's number 14 entry, Spanish racer Albert Costa. Looks like he's staying on board. Steam away from the front of the car. In fact, it's just flare off the light, but a bit of steam being caught in that flare at the moment, as you would expect. Also, there's an element of brake dust getting into the air as well, and that's what's causing the lights to sort of that slight flare. So, brake dust, especially on the front. As the brake wear is an issue here at Spa-Francorchamps. Pad changes, possibly disc changes for some of the teams, particularly those running in the front, where they are actually racing hard, whereas maybe further through the field it's a slightly more gentle form of race. Still all that work being carried out at the foot of the Camel Straight. Still a gap in the barrier where the damaged barrier, and I suspect the mountings for the barrier, is being replaced bit by bit. Well, let's go down to the Nissan area of the pits, and we're going to hear from Nissan and Sean Walkinshaw with Dakota Arnold.
Sean, you started 60th and now you are 37th.
Yeah.
You have made up a lot of places. You must be feeling pretty confident about this.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Unfortunately, we didn't get the qualifying we wanted, but we always knew that the Nissan has very, very good race pace. So we've been being able to do very consistent lap times, slowly moving up the field, not taking any risks, and it's proving to be doing exactly what we want to do. And we're now, well, not exactly where we want to be, but we're in a step in the right direction anyway.
And when you go in the car, are you going to be able to keep this pace up? Are you going to be able to get a bit better?
Hopefully. Well, I did the first stint already, and hopefully when I get back in the car, I think after Roman and Matt, I should be able to go up even further, but yeah, everyone's doing really well. Ricciardo's race pace has been good, and I'm sure we'll just keep moving forward and hopefully be on the podium.
And what are the track conditions like? How is it? It's getting pretty dark outside.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not as quick as we thought it'd be. You know, in warm-up, you know, both cars were a lot quicker. Track conditions seem to be very, very good for us then, so hopefully when it comes to night conditions, it should be stronger for us.
Well, then it's looking all good for you. Good luck for the rest of the race. Thank you very much.
Cheers, thanks a lot.
Yeah, both the Nissans this morning, as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, had found a significant amount of time. But of course, now when you're in a field of 65 cars, it's going to take quite a while for you to get the gaps. And looking at the Bentley boys with their black, almost those flying spurs that they might be standing in front of. So a lot of work went into getting Nissans from a very disappointing qualifying position into a much better race pace context. So Sean Walkinshaw alluding to maybe they can make some progress in the nighttime hours and hopefully getting through the night when things are more relaxed, less frenetic on the racetrack, and then they can do a bit of good work.
Well, we heard from the pits, they think it's getting dark. There's still plenty of hours of daylight left, a good couple of hours, I'd reckon.
I mean, it's sort of
calming down a bit.
It's rather a subjective thing, getting dark at 10 to 7, but it will be dark here at 9:30, that is for sure. But what we've got, part of the contribution to the light level being slightly less than it was at the start of the race, is we've got a cloud base which is now sort of all over the high end of the circuit, which is pit lane, La Source, then down into Eau Rouge. Now, we're not anticipating any wet weather at this phase, but we're getting a cloud base that is certainly considerably lower than we have seen a little bit earlier in the event.
Well, it feels like we're having a replay of the previous Jaguar pit stop, but this is the sister car. This is 114 that came in from the better place of the two. Jonathan Hershey on board. He got as high as second place during the sequence. He too is now having his turn in the, well, not unique, it's one of two Jaguar G3 races developed by Emil Frey Racing in Switzerland. It looks great in its blue livery. Stefan Ortelli was a bit of a surprise move to the team this year, but he said from the outset what an interesting project it was. And I thought, are they just paying you a nice check? But he really seems to be getting stuck in. And don't forget, Ortelli has been for a good decade and more a works driver for Audi, etc.
Yeah,
he knows his stuff.
Well, he certainly has got tons of experience, won many, many motor races, and can make a great contribution to a team which runs at a totally different level than WRT do. And sometimes when you're coming to the back end of a career, which, in fairness to Stefan, he's had a fantastic career, but maybe if the option to stay a further year at WRT Audi or part of the Audi family wasn't being offered to you, but you still want to be a racing driver, very often a family team, but it doesn't run in a way, and a family is a very professionally run team. Why not? If you're getting paid to do it, and it's a product that's making forward progress, and you can contribute to that, have fun, enjoy it. Yes, exactly so. I think every increment of effort he puts in, there's probably more of a contribution just simply because of his speed, his experience, and also for the team. They like, obviously, having someone who has that experience of being with a works team. Copacabana. Well, I don't see much Olympics going on there. Not yet. Good to see marshals out around the circuit. They have to stagger their performance out around the track as well. They can't be working 24 hours solid. We need them keeping sharp, so not too much barbecued food for them. But a big social event too, the Spa 24 Hours. A lot of hospitality out around the circuit and some brilliant viewing points. And looking quite jealous, John, as we look down at their little glass of something as the sun starts to set. I mean, there are hospitality areas all around the circuit. The most famous probably is at the bottom of Eau Rouge, where you can sit and sip your glass of whatever it is, beer or wine or any particular beverage you might choose, and that is that particular building down at the foot of Eau Rouge. Very, very popular indeed as a hospitality location, and on top of the building that we're currently working in is a big area again for hospitality. Yeah, a huge second-story deck, but I'd say the money would have to be on being on the balcony at the foot of Eau Rouge as the cars come down at the start. Just one of the greatest sights in motor racing. Absolutely no-brainer. Absolutely no-brainer. Yeah, here's the other hospitality. They can see the cars coming into the bus stop at the end of the lap and then accelerating away up what was not the start-finish straight for us, but is the traditional start-finish race. But look at that view in the background. You can see that the Ardennes forest, the track snakes its way through. Still one of the world's great circuits, Spa-Francorchamps. Up at La Source, the drivers obviously had to get it really tightly round to the right, and then they flow down the hill into Eau Rouge. Maybe some, not the corner it was before, but looking at the opening lap, how close the cars went over that yellow and red curbing in the background, how close the barriers to give them a wider line into Eau Rouge, and of course then you get through Eau Rouge, immediately followed by Radion. Really one corner, John. I mean, the changes to Eau Rouge are considerable, largely in part because of safety concerns, but because what might one call progress. If you go back to, let's say, Eau Rouge or Spa-Francorchamps in the days when the original circuit was in use, that was a much more acute left and then turn to the right up the hill. Nothing like today in a GT car, let alone in a junior single-seater, where you just squeeze the steering wheel and the car darts left, then right and up the hill and over you go. Well, of course, on the original circuit, the straight down to Eau Rouge went behind where the current pit buildings are there. It was a much different line, but of course then with the point where they met the stream they had to turn to the left and arc their way around it. So always in a circuit that's been going for nearly a century, there will be changes, but to me the essence of Spa-Francorchamps is still as it ever has been. Safety car though, it would be great to see that coming in, still waiting
for this safety car period to come to an end, and the barriers on the exit of Radillon being rebuilt on the left-hand side of the track. Another driver has been invited, or not the driver, the team manager, to stretch their legs and walk up to race control. That is the team manager of the number 57 Black Falcon Mercedes, started by Hubert Haupt.
Yeah, and that's actually, I think he's probably been up there already. It's occurred a few moments ago.
Well, pace to know your way to race control. You'd rather not have to go there, but you don't want to lose any time by not knowing which stairwell you have to walk up to into the control tower. As Jaguars back out of the circuit, obviously after their relatively recent pit stops, it's dropped them some way down the order. In fact, trying to pick them out, they've fallen from 2nd and 3rd to 30th and 31st positions. But those pit stops are now done. In fact, all of the crews have brought their drivers in for the 2nd pit stop. There hasn't been a driver change for some of them. We've still got several of the starting drivers who stayed on for a bit, but in fact they have now pretty much changed.
Well, we're now roughly at the period when that 30-minute period, the time required to effect a repair to the barrier has passed. So we're waiting to see if there's any further information coming from race director to give us an indication what point we can expect to see this race get underway.
Well, people in the grandstands desperate to do so, much they're enjoying just watching the cars go round. Let's just run you down the order. Lawrence Van Toor leading by 6.5 seconds for Audi from another Audi, the number 2 Audi, with Stuart Leonard taken over from Robin Freitz in that. Number 98 is in 3rd place, another 2nd down on the 2nd place car, and that Dirk Werner had handed over to Nicky Katzberg. Passin Latoris has taken over the number 50 Ferrari, the bright yellow Ferrari, or pale yellow Ferrari, in 4th place, and McLaren, haven't talked too much about them in the race, but Comir Lerega is now up into 5th place, took over after Rob Bell started off, and they've got Shane Van Gisbergen, the Kiwi racer, still to come. Leading the way in 6th place overall, leading the class in Pro-Am, is Maxime Juice. The car was started, the Kodak-sponsored IMSA Performance Porsche was started by Patrick Pilet, handed over to Maxime Juice. He is leading the Pro-Am class from the Lamborghini 666 from Barwell Motorsport. John Minshaw has taken over. That was started by Phil Keane. And 78 is in 8th place overall. These cars, he's the 3rd driver in the Pro-Am class. 78 is Barwell Motorsport's other car, and Marco Mappelli started that, and now Marco Attard has taken over to complete the top 10. Duncan Cameron, also running in Pro-Am, has taken over the 52 Ferrari that was started by his long-time racing partner Matt Griffin. And number 11 makes it 5 Pro-Am cars in the top 10 runners, and that is Giacomo Piccini has taken over there, and that was started by Michel Bronicheski, who won the GT Sports Club race earlier today.
Yeah,
That's the top 10.
He's had a very busy weekend. In fact, I think he's won 2 of those events. So, oh, hello, there we are. I mean, we're just looking around the circuit, and these are people who have made their way here, maybe for this afternoon, stay for the evening, watch a bit of motor racing, go away, enjoy a nice dinner, come back for the nighttime hours. It's always magical to be at a racetrack, 24-hour event. The lights, the sense of just listening and watching in the nighttime is...
It's a very different world.
It's a very evocative aspect of motorsport.
Yeah, entirely different world. And then if you're brave enough, you want to come back. If you're a photographer, you have to twitch around and come back for dawn, because their sunset shots look so they're going to be hampered rather by the cloud base we have here, which is relatively low. Certainly had a beautiful day this morning. And people tucking into. What would you have in Belgium, John?
Well, I mean, I'm delighted to see, the first time I've seen it all weekend, somebody having a lovely, lovely feed of Frites Jimenez.
A little carton would be quite nice if it was delivered to us, one each up here with a little pot for some mayonnaise. Oh, not a burger that size, sir. It's the size of your head.
Oh, well, anyway, everybody's enjoying themselves. That's the most important thing.
And also, people have their favourite vantage points around the circuit at Spa-Francorchamps. Lots of people being called now to race control, so that will be a busy stairwell.
Well, I'm assuming, as we saw with, I think it was car 57, it was a pit lane infringement, but I just wonder, 74.333, which appears to be back in the race after going off on the opening lap, and 75 to report to race control immediately.
Well, at least for one of the crews, that's 2 of their cars, both of their cars. That's ISR, that's the Salicada team. So the Czech team will have their boss going up the stairs fairly shortly. 2 for the price of 1.
And we just continue our merry way, yet again, behind the safety car. As everybody, more or less. Now, the barrier work looks to me like we're seeing progress, because all the barrier looks to be in place. there'll be a final check of all the locating bolts and the nuts, that they're fully tightened. And then once whoever is in charge of the remedial work is satisfied, the lorry and its crane will return to its station.
Well, the crane has just swung round, so this is very good news.
Absolutely.
Just to keep you up to date, the ISR Audis are running 13th and 14th. They're the ones where the race control wants to see the team manager, so they're really pretty well placed. They've worked their way towards the front. Certainly started rather further back down the grid, but it's still number 28. It's Audis 1 and 2 as the safety car period rumbles on. It shouldn't be for a great deal longer, but it's Laurens Vanthoor from Stuart Leonard, 28 from 2, and then Nicky Katzberg in 98 completes the top 3 at the moment. That's the better placed of the road racing BMW M6 that have made such a splash in the championship this year. And just to keep you on your toes as to who is now leading the AM class, you have to look down to 37th position, and the number 49 crew has worked its way to the top. That's the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari. It was started by Rui Aguas, the Portuguese racer, and it is now in the hands of Alexander Moisev. So the Russian driver has taken over from the Portuguese, but again, this order down towards the tail end as people are making their pit stops under the safety car, it's going up and down, but what is not changing, we have 2 Audis out at the front of the field. Laurens Vanthoor from Stuart Leonard. It was 6 and a bit seconds, it's gone up to 7.1, should stay fairly level behind a safety car, but the odd half second, well, that's palatable.
When we, just to remind our viewers, when we left the circuit after Superpole, we had 6 Mercedes in the top 6 spots, and we assumed it was going to be a Mercedes whitewash. We came in this morning and we were greeted with the news that there have been issues over technical areas, and all the leading 6 Mercedes were penalised. They lost their times. They had to start at the tail of the top 20 shootout. But more meaningful was that 5-minute stop-go penalty, which really hurts. And the teams, 4 of the 6 made their stop at the end of the first lap. The other 2 did it a little bit later, and they're now fighting a battle to come up bit by bit by bit, and they'll get there. But of course, can they make up? In this case, they're probably just a lap down on the lead cars. Those lead cars are going to be lapping at the same pace as the top 6 cars would be doing as they make their way through. So it's a hard situation for those 6 Mercedes cars that were penalised.
Well, it was very late last night it happened, John. I think I just about approached the cheese board after dinner when the news came through, when I managed to get my hands on the news, and they thought this morning about whether to protest, but they left it too late and they couldn't protest the decision.
It sounds like you're about to have a piece of the stinking bishop.
Cheeky man. But now, we just talked about 74 to 75 and the 333 Ferrari. Why are they being called? Well, it wasn't too many people working on the car. Speeding in the pit lane was the answer we've just heard, so that one is clarified.
Laurens Vanthoor into the pits. Car 28, so that's a pit stop just before we're about to have this race once again go green, we believe.
Well, waiting for green. So I think it's probably time to have a little recap of what happened in the first hour and a half of the Spa-Francorchamps 24 hours. Let's have some highlights. The grid was absolutely packed, jam-packed with people wanting to look at the cars. The Belgian flag brought down above Eau Rouge. The crowd's enormous out around the circuit as the tension mounted, and LinkedIn, the band were delighted to be here. But here is the start, running down the hill, and it's Audi leading the way from the front of the grid. It was René Rast being pushed very hard by Mirko Bortolotti, and it was all clean at the front. A little further back, a little bit of rubbing. One of the Bentleys getting in the thick of the action there, but then almost immediately we lost Marco Seifried. Was he pushed? Did he tumble in 333 Ferrari? And that brought out the safety car. What you're seeing at the end of the first lap is 4 of the Mercedes. We talked about how they had to start from the back of the grid. They had to serve that 5-minute stop-go penalty, decided to serve it immediately. Eventually, Seifried's Ferrari was released from the gravel, but it was a question of who was going to make the better restart, and we still don't know what happened with René Rast. Why was he so slow away? Did he get confused? Did he press the wrong button? But what happened? It released the Lamborghini into the lead of the race, and all changed at the front. But then Lamborghini came in. That's Mirko Bortolotti. You can see the black flashes up the wing, but it was so super close down through the pack. Everywhere you look, with 65 cars starting this race, it was going to be very, very tight indeed. At number 50, Ferrari ran very well with Alessandro Pierguidi. He came in to make his pit stop, and all the time we had the Audis starting to make their presence felt right onto the tail of the number 16 Lamborghini, and Robin Freitz in the number 2, super aggressive and really making the Lamborghini racer stay on his toes. And then unfortunately the second safety car period was caused. The blue Porsche number 77, Kevin Estre, already had some drive-through penalties, came out of the pits and was clattered in a collision with the number 53 Ferrari, with the Japanese driver Ishikawa Motoaki on the outside. Fisichella distraught in the pit lane. Quite clearly the damage would be too great for that car to continue, but the damage was even greater to the barriers than it was to the cars, and that's enforced a really long safety car period as day starts to turn into evening. And what we're having is the Audis at the front of the field. Everyone's been able to make a pit stop, a driver change under the full course yellows. Nobody's able to gain an advantage out on the circuit. There is a speed limit that they have to stick to, but the gap between first and second, well, it's all changing as we come out of the highlights, with Leonard leading the race. In fact, that has just changed because Katzberg's just taken over, because Leonard has just come in to pit the number 2 Audi. So even as we speak, the order is changed after 2.5 hours of racing. But it's Audi working its way to the 4. And the main story, John, is how long is it going to take for those Mercedes to work their way up from the back of the grid? They've all had that 5-minute penalty right on. That's effectively 2 laps they've had to lose.
I think the first thing that really will be, are we going to have any further safety car interventions? That's something we can't control. The next thing will be, what will the weather do? Is it going to have a bearing on what we're right now on a dry track, slightly overcast conditions, probably very good conditions in fact for racing. Then through the night, that's where you get into that sort of that really the meat and two veg of a 24-hour race, where you need consistency. Some drivers are good in the night, some are not so good in the night, so you want to have all 3 drivers in your Mercedes that we're talking about right now equally matched, that they are comfortable and can get the maximum from their car. And then of course just simply the reliability factor. So a lot of things that are slightly out of your control, some are in your control, and you've got to make sure you've got control of all of them.
Exactly so. So BMW leading the way, Nicky Katzberg, the Dutch racer, at the helm of that. Komi Ledegaard, the French racer from McLaren, now up into 2nd place, and just looking to see if they've just come into the pits, because we had Maxime Juice rising in the Pro-Am class up to 4th place overall. Stuart Leonard just came in from 2nd place in the number 2 Audi. So the order is going to change again at the top, but look at the screen. Down at the bottom end of the top 40, we have the Mercedes. These were cars, they filled the top 6 grid positions after Super Pole last night. And then, of course, the ruling came through. Something amiss, or adjudged as amiss, with their ECUs not complying with how they had been at the point of balance of power homologation. That will probably rumble on a bit, but you can see 3 more of them, 2 from AMG, ACA, ASP, Black Falcon, and the second Black Falcon car down in the 50s. They've got a long way to go. They're still trying to unwind the deficit that they had with a 5-minute stop-go penalty, served either at the end of the first or the end of the second lap. But we've got 21.5. We've got 2.5 hours gone. We've got 21.5 hours remaining of the Spa 24 hours. Conditions are dry. It's looking like a fine evening here. The sun not likely to show its face again, but it's still relatively bright. But we've had a lot of changes, John Watson. And we've lost a couple of cars so far after those clashes, certainly of course, a 53 Ferrari, and still not listed as a retirement, but you do feel that will have a DNF next to its name, much as the 77 Porsche has.
Well, the guarantee is the Porsche's going nowhere, but what is almost a guarantee is that the work has now been completed. The lorry, with all its replacement barriers, is being readied to be returned to its station. And I would imagine maybe within the next 5 minutes or so, we may have a chance to see this race go green again.
Well, that would be great, and just keep it doing the housework. Car number 14, team manager to race control immediately. That's one of the 2 Emil Frey Jaguars, and car number 90. Bit of variety here. Let's go to AF Corsa. That's the dark green one, not the car driven by Duncan Cameron, but the one by Ezequiel Perez Companc, Rafael Jamaria, who started it, and Alessandro Bolsan. Who knows as yet, we don't, what their particular offence was, but presumably something in the pit lane, because running around behind the safety car, unless you overtake someone, which obviously you're not allowed to do, it's unlikely they've had a problem.
Inevitably, it's a pit lane infringement. It might be something as, almost might say trivial as a wheel that's been taken off has managed not to be held securely by somebody in the pit lane and it's rolled somewhere. There's a myriad of things that can go wrong. Everything is monitored. It's very strictly controlled. So we will maybe find out in time as one of the BMWs makes its way up from Eau Rouge. The climb up Eau Rouge, again, camera tends to flatten things out. But that's a bit like the ski run of the Hanon Cam. When you look out of the box at the top of the Hanon Cam, it's that steep. I mean, walking up it, you've got to lean forward. It is really, really steep.
You can always judge a steep slope when you have to do exactly that, lean forward. Otherwise, you lose sight of it. And of course, you can ski in this region, near our hotel, near Ovifat. There's the Alpine ski. There's lots of cross-country skiing in winter here in the Ardennes. And car number 14, a little birdie has whispered in our ears that that was a pit stop offence, but not for speeding. So there are a myriad things you could do wrong. Too many people, particularly there at the first pit garage on the old pit garage. Imagine if you let a wheel go there, that would roll the whole way down to join the people in the hospitality.
Quite often what happens, a wheel which is being removed from a car slips and it rolls somewhere it shouldn't. And I mean, those might seem trivial or minor offences, but the regulations are very strictly adhered to, and it is the responsibility of the team to ensure that no part of the car which has been removed should become an errant part, which may have been the case we're talking about for car 14.
But for a good portion of the crews here, their pit garages are on the downhill stretch, and certainly that's an issue. If you're at Silverstone, your pit is on the level. If you put a wheel down, it's not likely to roll away unless it has its own momentum. But here at Spa, you can put something down perfectly static and it can roll on down. I still prefer the old pits; they have more character, but they do have necessarily a few problems associated.
Those are the issues that you have on what I would call the heritage pits. But having known that you've got the potential problem, you cover it. You make sure that those situations do not arise. So it is, as I mentioned, it's incumbent upon the team to ensure that any part or all parts of the car are at all times within the control of the team.
Along with all the other things over a 24-hour duration, plus everything that's happened before. So a lot to be thought about. But the good thing is the garages are quite well spaced out by sharing this 65-car field between two pit areas. There is space to work. In the old days, before the upper pits were built, you used to have all the cars in the Spa 25, 2 or 3 in one garage, and that used to lead to problems if someone came in and they needed work in their garage, and then one of the other cars in the pit pulled in front of them just as they wanted to come out. Used a bit of argy-bargy, but anyhow, right now, plenty of space for the 65 crews, but we do feel we're now reduced now to 63 crews after the 53 Ferrari and the 77 Porsche eliminated from proceedings, and still cars are coming into the pits. We saw one of the Barwell Lamborghinis coming in. That was number 666.
Safety car in this lap.
And safety car in this lap will be coming in this lap. You can see the bar at the top of the screen, 21 hours, 18 minutes and a half still to go, and the green truck with the crane has moved away. Hopefully it's got a point at which it can be withdrawn from the track, because it won't have time to get back to the pits for sure if the safety car is coming in this lap. So let's just recap. Leading the race on this final lap before the safety car comes in is the number 98 BMW with Nicky Katzberg on board. McLaren 58 in second place, Komi Ledegar, and leading Pro-Am in third overall, Maxime Juice. And I'm being joined in the commentary box just in the nick of the time for the safety car to withdraw by Andrew Marriott. Welcome, Andrew. It's all been going on in the first 2.5 hours. John's going for a little lie down. Obviously, it was so exciting. He's worn his batteries a bit low.
It certainly was. It's great to be with you, Bruce, here in the booth. It's a bit like a racing driver. It's not the first starting driver. You really want to get going. And yeah, I mean, it was funny, wasn't it? The first hour, everything, no problems at all. Second hour, we had that huge, great accident. Este did go into that barrier very hard backwards. Tending to think that accident was maybe 70% Este and 30% the Japanese guy. But anyway, we've got racing again, thank goodness. And, well, a bit of a surprise, I suppose, for the leader at the moment.
Well, quite so. In fact, it's been quite a hard race to call. And over the past 15-20 minutes behind the safety car, we've had numerous pit stops. They have rejigged the order. The fact it's going to go green again for proper racing as we ride, looking on board through the windscreen of one of the Nissan GT Academy Team RJN Skyline GTRs as they run down the hill waiting for that signal. But again, you can see at Spa-Francorchamps, you can already see the marks of war. You can see the skid marks where people have run off into the gravel on the outside of the corner at Malmedy, and then they go through the corner where Michael Schumacher went off years ago. Absolutely. Backwards, super hard, a corner that doesn't really even deserve a name, and that is the point of it, just by the ice cream van by the looks of it.
Well, we've got the guy leading the race who won the race last year, Nicky Katzberg, in a BMW. The Z4 has gone, of course. Now we have the M6, a bigger motor car, but also racing the same
safety car lights
in
off,
America.
safety car lights off.
The safety car lights are off, and we'll be racing again. Some people coming out of the pits there, Bruce. That safety car will be peeling off.
Yeah, still got a short distance to go. There's the 52 Ferrari running in second place in Pro-Am, but more importantly for Duncan Cameron at the wheel at the moment, he is in fourth place overall. The car ahead of him a little bit further up the track is Maxime Juice, number 76 Porsche with the Kodak livery, running in third place overall, leading Pro-Am. Comey Ledegar in the 58 McLaren. That's not the one behind the safety car. That is the one with the different livery, of course, the number 60. 50 years since the Bruce McLaren Racing Team logo was last used.
Yep.
And you can see the key
Green
on
flag,
the roof.
green flag.
Now we go green, and the safety car has pulled off, and let's see who can make the drag up to the first corner to La Source.
Yeah, as they say in America, green, 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 and off they go. And look at the McLaren attacking either side of the BMW, but he has to fall in line behind the row racing car, very similar to the M6s, which are run by Turner Motorsport in America. So well, this is an international car.
It absolutely is, but there is no way that Comey Ledegar wants to stay in second place, but Nicky Katzberg is nobody's fool. We all know that. Very quick, almost getting airborne as he went over the top of Radion, clattered the curb on the left-hand side, and he's pulled away. Who's got... But look at the Porsche behind with Maxime Juice, very handy driver. He's got a great tone, seems to have plenty of grip with the Porsche as he chases off after the rather sleeker McLaren up the hill, but Katzberg has, what, about half a second clear as the Porsche really, really pushes Comey Ledegar, and Duncan Cameron dropping back a little bit, and behind we see the number 8, Maxime Souley. He's got to come in soon. He's been running since the start of the race. He's in the Bentley and he's up into 7th place. But a great restart there from Katzberg. Good challenge from Ledegar, but it came to nothing.
Yeah, let's check out, Bruce, where that second Bentley is. And of course, started from pit lane after that problem with the fuel pump. But look at this battle here. You were saying it, what a magnificent circuit it is. And I had a count the other day, I've been to 120 odd different race circuits in the world, and this has got to be up in the top 2 or 3. Just unbelievable setting, huge and challenging racetrack.
Brilliant to come and watch racing at, and it's been captured by some fantastic camera angles here to just show the diversity of corners. We're seeing a few of the drivers, Duncan Cameron letting the 75 Audi come through behind. That's in fact the battle for 5th place now. Henri Acide is up into 4th. And Salakada in the 75 Audi has made his way through there. So Duncan Cameron, gentleman driver, if you will, getting more experience with every year, races almost every weekend he possibly can, but he couldn't keep those behind, wasn't trying to, he's not in their class.
Duncan, of course, he sold that business, moneysupermarket.com. I think he copped about 165 million for 47% of the business. So best of luck to him. He loves his racing, understated guy, and of course got great drivers with him like Matt Griffin and Aaron Scott also in that car.
Yeah, in fact, it's a four-driver lineup because they've got Riccardo Ragazzi, a late signing for the crew, and still cars coming. You think, why are they going into the pits when we've just turned green? But look who's coming in. It's our top 3. It's our top 4. In fact, it's Katzberg, Ledegar, Maxime Souley, no, Juice and Salakada. Sorry, Maxime Souley has continued.
And just to catch up on that Bentley story, the number 7 car, Bruce, which started late with Abril at the wheel, is now in 19th place, come up right from the back of the field with Vincent Abril.
Well, it'll be sorting itself out, but
that's
really,
like Park Lane of Russia.
Well, it actually looked like the Super Trofeo races. Lamborghinis are everywhere you look. But I sort of asked the question without answering it: why are cars coming in now? It seems a madness, but there's a reason for it.
There must be a reason for it, but I don't understand what it was.
Well, it depends how they rolled the dice earlier. The stint length is a stint length, and they have to stick to that. If they decided it was going to be a shorter safety car period, they would have made that change early on.
Yeah, that's it. It's stint length.
It probably isn't, but we'll pretend it is, shall we?
Well, I think it is. But it's caught them out of it, hasn't it?
It has totally caught them out. They're having worked their way towards the front end of the order, and you can see how tight it is behind. Look for the Bentleys making their way forward. Vincent Abril in the number 7 is, well, he was 19th, he's 18th, but with several others in the pits. He'll be up into the top 10 or 12 very shortly.
Now, interestingly, the Bentley will go into the lead. Who is calling the strategy in the Bentley pit for the first time?
Lena Gage.
Lena Gage, of course, triumphs at Le Mans with Alan McNish, etc. One of the best strategists, one of the best engineers in motor racing, and of course, I think you'd already argue she's the best woman engineer in motor racing. She has just joined Bentley. She did Le Mans for Audi, has gone over to Bentley. Of course, it's all in the same family, and a new challenge for her.
Exactly so. I think it's a refreshing challenge for her. 24 hours races, no mystery to her. Jaguar in the thick of the pack down there, number 4 Audi jousting away, but that's just outside the top 10. That's 12th position that they're fighting over. But for Lena Gade, she's got a smile on her face this weekend.
Yeah,
I think using a while at Audi. She's done it many times, had huge success, but the pressure to succeed almost increases each year. Building success on success, never an easy thing to do, but certainly I think we will watch the... thank you very much. The number 8 Bentley in 3rd place overall. No, he's now up to first. Number 1 because, of course, Katzberg and Ledergar came in from ahead of him to make their pit stop last time around. So Sule, he's got to come in soon. He started the race. He must be due in for sandwich and coffees very soon indeed. Another car coming in from leading its class.
And talking of Bentley, of course, we got the Team Parker car right up there. In 12th place at the moment. He's just come out the pit with Ian Logie out the wheels.
Well, he's going to be going down. In fact, since he came out of the pit, he's already very politely let the quicker drivers through. Yes, of course, he's been shuffled towards the upper echelons. He's going to work his way back a little bit, but he already cut his teeth this morning. He was in one of the support races, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo event.
And he made a lot of money doing making cardboard boxes. Can you believe that?
Where did we go wrong, Andrew?
So, moving up into second now, of course, is the 59 car. And that's the McLaren of the Academy boys there.
Yes, all changed. Not so long ago, we could have squinted at the screen and thought that was 58. That was Komi Ledergar. He just made a pit stop. Just want to point out, fastest first sector of the race, now we've been released to green flag racing, is Maxime Sule. You feel that car is probably running on vapour. It must be right at the end of its fuel load, so as light as it could be. But for Maxime, racing on home ground in Belgium, obviously delighted to be at the front of this race, and is just trying to press as hard as he can. He'll be handing over at the end, most likely, of this lap to, well, who's it going to be? He's got a choice of handing over to Andy Soucek, we saw in the back of the garage, or Wolfgang Wright. We heard Wolfgang talking to Dakota not so long ago with a bit of a smile on his face, and I think clearly with very good reason. The number 58, sorry, that's the 59 McLaren up into, we just talked about him, up into second place, but look how many back markers. He's just gone past the 80 racing Ferrari.
Alex Fontana at wheel, I think had 3 seasons in GP3, didn't he? Alex got a lot of experience now, but a different experience in this particular race for him.
Yeah, and not so far behind is the number 99. It's when you get 2 cars and then you get their sister cars up in the thick of the running. The 99 car needs to get past.
Just look, and I just have to say I had a cup of coffee down there half an hour ago. Who is in 3rd place, Bruce? 3rd place overall. The number 44 car, Oman Racing Team. The only Aston Martin in the race. And that car, of course, run by Dave Bartlett of Motorbase.
Yeah, well, for Dave Bartram, he's really busy this weekend. He's got his cars out at Snetterton in the British Touring Car Championship tomorrow. Busy all over the place, but he runs a very, very good team.
It's a big anniversary for him at the BTCC. Is in his 300th race or something like that. But he says, this is the place I want to be. This is a really professional, not the BTC is a professional. Look at this.
But look at that side.
Everywhere.
Here we are, we're nearly 3 hours into the race, 20 cars covered by the space, about 3 seconds at Spa-Francorchamps. What a great, they're not all drive through Patsy Calf 27. You never know if it's the driver on board who's been the problem. Valentin Asclot started the race, but of course, yellow violation. You sort of feel with 63 cars running behind the safety car, someone is going to get it slightly wrong. So unfortunately for the 27 Sansalot Racing Audi, it was their turn.
Yeah, it's a French team. Valentin is the young gun in that particular car. Is he still out the wheel? I'm not sure.
No, I don't think he is. He started the race. Mind you, Maxime Sule started the race. He's just set the fastest first sector lap. In fact, last time around, it ended up in being the fastest lap of the race. 2 minutes 19.917 seconds. But I think whoever started the race must be due a time to pop in and get out of the car and give their teammates a go. Not all the cars have 3 drivers. Some will be starting with 4, but all the top runners are running with 3.
And now in the 99 car in 3rd place is very quick Austrian Philipp Enger. Lots of success in Porsche Carrera Cup, Super Cup. Philipp Enger there in 3rd place. But Bruce, I got the feeling we're just coming up to 3 hours, and this race hasn't really developed a rhythm yet.
No, it's been really upset, and again, the order has been jiggled completely about according to when the teams have decided to bring them in under the safety car. But what we're getting is not just Fontana, who's nearly 15 seconds down as Maxime Soule pulls away in the number 8 Bentley. Bentley have to come in and make that stop, but Fontana 15 seconds behind. But then, just talked about Philippe Eng in the 99 BMW in third, but he's being pushed very hard indeed by the driver who knows an Audi, Marcus Fingerhoff, for the Team Phoenix entry. So he's up to fourth. And leading the way in Pro-Am is the number 44 crew, and that's the Oman Racing Team, Ahmad Al-Hati.
And they use that sponsorship very well. I'm travelling on Oman here, but they use it very well.
Let's have a look at the pit stops, how many they've taken. You never know. All the front runners, the top 4 have taken 2. Aston Martin have taken 3. Good thing or bad thing, but running fit, so clearly it's worked to their favour. It depends what they did during those pit stops. And also the Emil Frey 114 Jaguar, that has made 3 pit stops. It's the sister car that's had the pit lane violation. So for the 114 crew, which is the new G3 racer, they're smiling.
Interesting story there. Emil Frey, who's basically the grandfather of that operation, imported Swallow sidecars into Switzerland. What did Swallow sidecars become?
Oh, is it Jaguar?
Is it Jaguar? Yes, indeed. So they've got a huge association with the Coventry company going back, well, getting on for 80 or 90 years. So it's great they're running these Jaguars, and it's absolutely wonderful to see them near the front there. We saw them right at the front during the pit stop shakeout, but there is no Jaguar involvement in that, of course.
No, but here we have in 7th place overall, Jonathan Hershey. That's in the new G3.
A lot of people would see Jaguar officially in endurance racing. They've decided to take the decision to go with Formula E. I absolutely understand why they've done that. Lots of cutting-edge electric technology there. But I'd like to see Jaguar doing that and doing some endurance racing.
Yeah, I like the and element of that. We very much feel that it would just be right. And so next season, when we've got the F-Type being raced by Emil Frey, at least we'll have the right body shape. And apparently the race director is going to announce penalties on air.
Stop and go penalty to car 63, 56 and 00 for driver stints. They did not respect the driver stint.
Okay.
Then drive through to car 90, 14, 75, 74 for wrong pit stop time.
Well, seven teams are having their ears clipped.
And one of the most significant ones there, of course, is the Black Falcon 00 car of Bjorn Berman, Bert Schneider, and Mario Engel going into this race. We'd say they were one of the favourites, and it's all just going so horribly wrong for Mercedes. We'd never expected that dominance, of course, of qualifying before all the problems with the ECU put them further back, but other things are happening to them. It's just not their race.
And other things are happening out on the circuit or not on the circuit, because the lead Bentley number 8, we knew Maxime Soule had to come in at some point. He has reported into the pits to make that pit stop. That's the 3rd pit stop. There is the Bentley. Now, pit stop time. We've got 4 drivers being given a drive-through penalty for the wrong pit stop time. Can you explain that, Andrew? There is a minimum time you're allowed to serve.
And you have also been given a bit of leniency of 1 second here or there. I think it's 4 or 5 times, and they're obviously outside that window. I don't know if of course they've got to work out how long it's going to get to the actual end of the pits. Maybe they're just getting that wrong. We know there's penalties. It'd be nice to know how much they're over. Were they 3 seconds too short? Were they 4 seconds too long? That we haven't been told. There's the number 19 car then, and that's the GRT Grassa Racing Team.
That's
Lamborghini.
Andrea Piccini took over. Lucas Stoltz started the race. That's working its way towards the front, up into 6th place. But the teams have been given extra sort of flexibility on their pit stop, so they don't try and rush them this weekend.
You're just reading the exact rules, I think, now, Bruce, just to clarify. I think it's a good idea.
I'm just trying to find the particular...
Well, while you do that, there's the 00 car that we've just heard has got a penalty. One of the leading Black Falcon cars. Remember, of course, tremendous success for them at the Nürburgring 24 hours in a race that had a change on the very last lap. And here is the 8 Bentley coming in. Andy Soucek, Austrian driver. Saw him racing quite a lot in the UK at one time Formula 2 and a lot of single-seater experience as Andy Soucek.
Yeah, coming out of the pits. Now, let's just... One of the new regulations, I'm reading from the rules here, sets a window during which a car cannot leave the pits after stopping, which means there is now a 20-second period during which the car cannot rejoin the track. The upper limit is measured from pit in to pit out, and therefore is different for every race.
Yes, indeed, and we've given it time. But McLaren 58 have been having a good run, and now we can go down to Dakota with Shane van Gisbergen. Let's hear from him now.
Shane, I'm trying to figure out why the McLaren came into the pits, not on the yellow, but on the green.
Oh, it's all normal. I think give it another 20 and you'll see it all shake out, but I don't really know what's all happening. I've sort of been sleeping a bit, but yeah, ready to get in soon.
Well, I'm sorry to wake you up. So Com's in the car right now, and we believe he's doing a double stint?
Yeah, that's right. It was only really a short one under safety car, so he'll do this one, then I'll get in, and I'll probably double into the night. So, yeah, pretty quiet couple of stints to get us started. I think the race has been pretty calm and good, but yeah, looking forward to it.
So how does this double stint stuff all work? When do you go in the car? When do you come out?
Well, we can only do 65 minutes or 70 if there's a safety car. So yeah, 65, and we'll do that, maybe even triple in the night. So yeah, see what the tyres are like, and it'll be good.
Are you feeling confident about the race?
Yeah, I think so. I think with all the parity adjustments overnight, I think everyone is quite close. And you see the lap times, everyone's in a small window. It's really cool. So looking forward to the battle, and hopefully we just stay smooth, keep out of trouble.
Well, I'll let you go back to sleep. So you've got a lot of work to do later. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Righto, thanks.
I know that Kiwis are always understated, but he must have been sleeping. He didn't think much had happened in the first couple of hours of the race. Must have been fast asleep in the paddock.
Flying Kiwi there, Shane, big guy, and obviously made his name in the Aussie V8 series. It was in it for years, and then suddenly, I think it was 3 years ago, there he suddenly appears at the Daytona 24 in an Alex Job Racing Porsche. Never been out Australia, New Zealand before. Suddenly he's racing. Somebody tipped Alex Job off that he was a really good runner. I think he'd done a bit of Porsche racing in Australia as well. And suddenly he's there and he's really fast. And obviously he'd done that for 3 years. He did the race again this year, actually, for Alex Job. And I seem to remember he was second in class. Might have won it, actually, in GTD. But Shane is a real talent. It's great to see him. And McLaren, of course, very clever to pick him up.
Well, again, the Kiwi connection going back all those years. In fact, the whole team pretty much was Kiwi in the early days. Howden Ganley working as a fabricator, etc., along with all the other mechanics, and Kiwi crew from top to bottom.
Absolutely. With a couple of exceptions, Bruce, a couple of Americans in there as well.
Oh, yeah, Tyler
Alexander and of course, the Wiener himself, Teddy Mayer. But yes, when they first started, nearly all Kiwis. A lot of Kiwis in motor racing still in Europe. Row Racing switched to BMW this year, and Jens Marquardt, the boss of BMW Motorsport, often see him at DTM races. He's here this weekend. Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich from Audi, we've seen him here this weekend. It just shows you what an important race it is these days. This race, of course, one of the oldest 24-hour races in the world, started 1 year later than Le Mans 24. And all the other 24-hour races around the world started much later than that. It is one of the two granddaddies of the endurance racing scene.
And it's great to see it back on the pedestal where it should be. In the late 90s, it dropped down. You had all sorts of bizarre things, but not cars you wouldn't even think were racing cars were entered in this race. But now, looking at it with this 65-car grid, the manufacturers and the top bosses of the manufacturers all turning up here. They don't want to miss this.
Thank you, Stefan Rattel. His dream to put it back as a major race. It's exactly what he's done.
And for BMW, they're way out clear in terms of wins. They have 22 wins in the Spa 24 hours. And the next up is on 7th, and you've got...
Do you know, an extraordinary thing, Bruce, with this race? Very few victories by Porsches.
Yeah, in fact, I can tell you how many. 6. They're equal third with Ford. Alfa Romeo took lots of wins in the 1920s, and that's where they got their marks. But BMW, once they started winning, they haven't really stopped. And they're way out front on 22 wins in this race.
Another extraordinary thing. Look at all the...
Windscreen wipers. What does that mean? It means we're at Spa-Francorchamps, just as it got brighter about 10 minutes ago. Of course, if you look out of one window, you get a very different weather forecast to if you look out the one
of the back of the commentary booth, which we do not have. We're looking west, and we've got the sunlight. But
yeah, and everybody.
You don't turn up without some rain clothing to Spa-Francorchamps.
And we can see it from the commentary booth now. Here, this rain has come in very quickly, and it's really going to come down. And this is going to throw another huge curveball into this race.
We like curveballs, though.
Just going very quickly to my thought about not many Porsches have ever won this race. So you look at Le Mans and all, I don't know how many British guys have won Le Mans over the years. A lot. Only 6 Brits have ever won this race. Tom Walkinshaw was one of them.
Gordon Spice?
No.
Did Gordon not win? He did win.
Walkinshaw win. Percy won it way back in 1948. Leslie Johnson and St John Horsfall. Neville Hayes joining us later. He'll know all about them. And most recent Spice won it in 78. And the last winner, Steve Soper, in 1995. Haven't had a British winner since then. Extraordinary, really. Could we have one here?
Well, we've just heard from the 58 McLaren crew, and that's got Rob Bell on board. Now, Marcus Winkelhock leading the way, but look at this battle for second, third and fourth. Super close, and the Jaguar in third place with Jonathan Hershey on board. That's 114. He's just gone past the number 19, Andrea Piccini Lamborghini, and he's giving chase to the 26 Santilok Racing Audi. So it's Audi's 1 and 2, Jaguar third, and the Lamborghini in fourth place.
Very good runner, Swiss driver. Hershey, a lot of experience. My old mate Johnny Molan raced with him in a Lotus at Le Mans a few years ago, and he was extremely impressed by it. And he didn't expect to be, that was the point. So, in the lead then, at the moment, the number 6 car. Audi Sport Team Phoenix.
Well, look at those wipers going there. It's starting to go a lot harder. So, it's this Jag, number 3 on the windscreen, 03, the 114 Jaguar. It's made 3 pit stops to its rivals 2. How can that happen and still be at the front end? Well, it can happen because they did it under the full course yellow right at the start of the race.
Look at it.
Now, how brave is that? Up into second place past the 26 Audi, the Santilok Racing. Blue and white Audi push back. So these are big, big moments. It might not shape out once the order has been rejigged following these pit stops. But right now, Jaguar is grabbing every bit of glory it possibly can. And the third driver who's going to take over 114, it was started by
We
Marcus
have rain
Peltoner,
at some marshal posts around the circuit. The track is declared wet. The track is declared wet. All cars must turn on their lights. All cars must turn on their lights.
So there's a message, all cars must turn on the lights. I was just about to say Christian Klein will be the third driver. There he is, about to take it over. As soon as the 114 Jaguar is brought in by Jonathan Hershey. And for Christian Klein, a driver who really enjoys his craft, he's only done a handful of laps in his car. And as you can see on that close-up shot in the second place Jaguar, there is a lot of rain on the bonnet. We've heard the race director describe how the track is declared a wet track, so your lights must go on. Otherwise, your team boss will be going up the tower.
So unlucky, Christian Klein. Obviously had his Formula 1 career, then got the drive with Peugeot, of course, as a factory driver at Le Mans and other WC races. Then remember, Peugeot suddenly chopped that programme, and Klein was left, and they chopped it very late, left high and dry. Since then, had quite a little success in LMP2, but it really did make his career very difficult. He is a good man to put in this car now. But Bruce, is that rain going again?
It's very hard to tell. We can try and see at the various points on the circuit how much the windscreen wipers go there. Stephen Kane and Guy Smith, the Bentley boys, probably quite glad that they're there right now. And Stephen Kane has changed into his civilian clothes because he's done his first stint, not going to be back in the number 7 car for some while because Vincent Abriel, there is Vincent now up into third place. So a little bit nail-biting for the Bentley boys as the rain comes down. It can always throw a curveball, but certainly Abriel is now taking the race to the Jaguar in second place. Jonathan Hershey still on board. Hershey due to come in for what would be that car's 4th pit stop.
Winkelhock leading this race as, of course, he led the German Grand Prix, that famous time when he chose the right tyres and everybody else didn't. I think he led for about 5 or 6 laps.
Well, when I first started coming to the Spa 24 Hours, it was Marcus Winkelhock who was one of the stars, and if the conditions became horrible, his advantage grew all the more. If it could be foggy, he clearly had very good memory for the circuit because he used to be way quicker than anyone else in the night when the fog came down. But right now it's the moment. for Marcus, not Manfred. And let's have a little look at the replay. It's slightly wet. This is the place change for third coming into the bus stop, and that was very easily done as the Bentley goes past the Santalok Audi and waits to get the traction down and give chase. Did Guy Smith enjoy it? Oh, only slightly, but he'll be proud. The Bentley boys on the charge. There's only lots of guests here at the circuit lapping up what Bentley can do as it takes a tilt at what would be its first victory.
Let's take a very quick memory lane check. 2007, when Marcus led the German Grand Prix in a spiker of all things, and chose the right tyres. He led for 4 laps at one stage. Everyone else came, because it rained just after the start. He'd anticipated it. Everybody else came in to change tyres. At one stage, he was 33 seconds in the lead, and then they stopped the race because it was pouring with rain. Restarted again because he was gobbled up. That was his big Formula 1 moment of glory. But of course, he has won the Nürburgring 24 hours since. Good runner, Marcus Winkelhock, and son, of course, of the great Manfred, who did famous things around here in Porsches.
Yeah, massively great things. There's the famous race when he and James Weaver were 12 seconds faster than anybody else in the fog, but James only did it by hanging on to Manfred's tail lights.
So Winkelhock has come into the pit, I see from our timing screens.
So Jaguar leads the Spa 24 hours.
Jaguar has led, and John Watson will be coming back. He'll tell us about his famous drive with Jaguar in the 1,000 Ks round this race. And I'm not sure John led the race, but Jaguar, great success to the Tom Walkinshaw racing examples here. And Bentley in 3rd place. There's the number 6 car, leading car in.
Yeah, Winkelhock should stay on board. He's only done the one stint so far.
And that rain has gone away again.
He said John Watson will be back, and he's as quick as the Jaguars. Jaguar leading the race now. John's super quick. He's had a quick pit stop.
John, you can nod because you're not quite on the mic yet. Did you lead here in a Jaguar in 1,000 Ks? He's thinking about it.
So Jonathan Hershey there, he is 0-1 on the illumination on the mid-screen, the 114 Jaguar leading but being pushed very hard indeed by the number 7 Bentley, Vincent Abriel, the Monegasque racer. Really seeing what he can do. Dropping away in the background is the 26 Audi from Santalok, at the moment being driven by Mike Parisi, started by Christopher Haase. 5th place overall is the number 19 Lamborghini, Andrea Piccini. He's lost a few positions and he's being chased by another Audi, but it's the 28 car, Nico Muller on board, so they've rotated all of their drivers. Rennie Rast started the race and was so feisty early on. Lawrence Van Tor assumed the lead of the race, and now the number 28 Audi into 6th place.
Bit of housekeeping, more team managers called up to race control immediately, including the number 38 Antonelli Motorsport car that's not really in the hunt. We also got the 132 car, apparently, team manager to go. That's the Largo Racing. That's an incredible story, Largo Racing. Roger Largo and his team of Aussie V8 drivers there. Roger hoped to do the race last year, then he had a huge crash in Australia. So this effort of bringing the Lamborghini over from Australia and competing here had to be put on hold for 12 months. So John is back in the booth now, as we said, with headset on, and just had a quick fuel stop. And John, I'm just saying that I feel this race hasn't quite developed a rhythm yet, and of course all of a sudden we had that little rain shower, and the rain shower just didn't really develop, and now we've got, I think, let's watch that Nissan's smoking a bit. A bit of debris I think he was putting from that car. Matthew Simmons, also we're talking Australians, very talented young Australian Matthew Simmons in that particular machine. Great to see such an international field here. We see journalists here from Australia, we see journalists here from the United States. So, still in the lead, the Jaguar.
I mean, I think the whole thing's amazing because it has been a sort of fragmented race so far, and that very long safety car intervention to repair the barrier just literally a little bit further up the road than we are now. The exit of the pit lane is where the contact occurred. There's the brand new barrier, quite a big strip of it. But here, following the Nissan all the way down the straight, but just eking closer. Is it able to get up on the long side and dive down the inside? Yes, it can. Look at the big puff of brake dust that comes through. So the 666 Demon Tweaks Motor Motorsport Lamborghini gets through. A lot of brake dust coming from the Nissan as it put the brakes on into Lecombe. But the rain, and you can see the wipers in the McLaren being in operation. But walking back here, you could walk between the raindrops. It wasn't rain. There was rain falling, but it wasn't rain as we would know it here.
John, it was very briefly. I looked out of the box and there was a lot of rain. It lasted for about 2 minutes. And that is typically Spa. It could be pouring down here up the other end of the circuit, because it's not so bad. Now the circuit is not as long as it was in days of yore, but it can be raining one place and not the other, just like the Nürburgring.
Yeah, just looking at the Bentley, a close view of that left front corner. There's been contact at some point. So the 7 Bentley, just looking to see where it is down through the timing and scoring, because having just returned from my supper. So it is Vincent de Bril.
This is a battle for the lead.
Still in second place. So where that contact occurred, I obviously didn't see it because I was away, but I mean, I didn't imagine I would at any point be saying the battle for the lead of the 24 Hours of Spa 2016 would be between two iconic British brands, Jaguar and Bentley, but that is the situation. Up the hill and over the top of radio, and Vincent de Bril in what you would have to say is the more likely to be the quicker of these two cars. But Emile Frey's Jaguar team have done a remarkable job. This car is running natural pace, holding its lead.
I don't know what their budget is with that private Jaguar compared with the car that's chasing it. Probably a quarter.
Well, I mean, obviously there'd be a massive difference because M Sport is a fully backed part of the Bentley company. So Malcolm Wilson and his team up in Cumbria, apart from providing incredible Bentley race cars, do also successful Ford rally cars, and it's a part of that design studio that they have up in Cumbria that makes this Bentley such a good race car. And one of the interesting issues of the Bentley is it's got the ability to ride curbs. Now, the curbing here has been a very contentious issue because we've seen lots of drivers getting penalised for abusing track limits. The Bentley, one of the benefits of driving it is you don't actually notice as much as maybe other cars that you are riding the curb. So you've got to be aware that there are limits, and the limits are getting four wheels over these white lines that define the racetrack. So the Bentley drivers essentially have got a slightly easier time. And if you compare, I mean, for example, watching Mirko Bortolotti at the start of this race in the Lamborghini, I felt that the Lamborghini wasn't giving Bortolotti such an easy ride, as particularly when Robin Freins was giving a really hard time for many of those laps. But watching the Jaguar again, it looks like it runs the curbs actually pretty well, which is great because you want a car that's consistent, gives you confidence, and right now the Jaguar has got it had a 0.8 of a second of a gap as it came across the line at the end of lap 67. It's probably within that, maybe it might be a second or so, but it's maintaining its pace. The last lap it did was 2 minutes 22, and in fact to pull out half a second, it's now at 1.3 seconds ahead of the Bentley Vincent de Bril lost somewhere in this lap half a second. Maybe that was due to some of the traffic that is around the racetrack and the ebb and flow that you get. Sorry, the ebb and flow that you get lap upon lap upon lap around a racetrack. And we're not seeing a lot of traffic at the minute for these two lead cars. They're able to run at what is their natural pace. Maybe in another 5 minutes they'll catch up to a group of maybe 8 or 10 cars, and then all of a sudden it just turns upside down.
Nico Muller, though, is in the 28 Audi at the moment. He's the fastest man on the racetrack, I think. Just turned a 2:22.4, and quite a bit faster, second or so faster than people in front of him. Having said that, Hershey's just done a fantastic 22.574.
And that's true pace from the Jaguar. I mean, we've seen that pace from the Jaguar at different points throughout the season, but we haven't seen it at the front, and that's the big difference. It's running at the front, it's running at a pace which is probably as quick as anybody and quicker than most of maybe some people through the field on given laps because they're on fresh tyres and whatever, or maybe lapping a little quicker. There's the 50 Ferrari, that was a car. Pastor Lastore is still behind the wheel, is up in 6th place. Its last lap was at 2 minutes 24. Almost 2 seconds a lap slower than that of the Jaguar.
And right up in 4th place at the moment, we got one of the Pro-Am cars, John. That's the 11 Castle Racing machine. And at the moment, at the wheel of that car is... let's check this out. That's Giacomo Piccini.
It is Piccini, yes, it is Giacomo Piccini. So this is what you're going to get. You've got the 2 lead cars running in clear air right now. At some point, they're going to catch up to this group of 6 cars. They're all running more or less at the pace dictated, not so much by the Porsche, but by the Lamborghini, the 2 Lamborghinis, the Mercedes as well. And it's the Mercedes who's looking to make a way through. The Lamborghini's going to be trying to do the same thing. So make hay while the rain falls or the sun shines. It doesn't really matter. So looking to see where the 88 Mercedes has got itself up to. It's up in 35th place. So that's Renger van der Zande, the Dutchman behind the wheel. And I mean, he's pushing hard. Look, he's trying to find a way past the Lamborghini. He comes up one side, dives down the other side, and you're not meant to switch position. Soros looks to find a way up the inside rather cheekily, trying to take advantage of this battle going on as the 7 Bentley comes in. So Vincent de Bril is into the pits. Fuel hose attached. And having a look at something that they're allowed to make changes. 2 things in the cockpit. So the Soros gets up the inside. Comes into the source. And the number 2, Stuart Leonard, it's up now in 1 position higher, up into 8th place. Behind the number 1 Audi with Dries van Thor behind the wheel.
So Jonathan Hershey in the lead, taking part in 4 Le Mans races in all sorts of different vehicles. He's done a number of WRC rallies, Hershey, as well. He's one of those rare all-rounder guys, and he's even finished 2nd in the McGann Trophy a few years ago. So he's driven all sorts of racing cars.
Jaguar team preparing for a pit stop. So Renger van der Zande manages to clear some of the traffic that he's been struggling with, and he'll be happy with that, because all you do is you get bogged down. You just got to wait your moment and then sort of cherry pick your way through. So 98 BMW.
John
is Nicky Katzberg in the lead.
Yeah, he had a little punt at the lead of the race when I first took over the commentary. Just looking down the field for the first Mercedes-Benz. Is it the 86 car? I believe it is.
Yes, I've got Gertz in the car. That was the car that was on pole position. The yellow Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3, and that did a 117.6 or something in the shootout. I mean, by way and far the quickest lap we've seen over the entire weekend. So I don't think we're going to see that kind of pace from any of the Mercedes in this race, but they will certainly be very effective. Great race car. The thing with the brand new AMG GT3 Mercedes-Benz, there's the lead car now into the pit lane. It's a really good long-distance car, particularly on this sort of circuit.
Well, the back end stepped out a little bit as he came in.
Yeah, I mean, just you try and maximise the amount of time you can gain by coming as quickly in the pit lane up to the point where you've got the timing line, and at that point you've got to get down to 50 kilometres per hour. And any speeding above that will have a penalty. Mostly it'll be a drive-through penalty. So the Jaguar makes its way up. All the way up and then all the way back down the other side.
They, of course, are in the heritage pits, as you have named them, which I think is a very good name. But those pits for the teams are about a third of the size of the new Formula One garages that we sit on top of, basically.
Yes, I mean, that's the old, it's been there really since, I mean, I would say in the 50s when those pits were essentially created. But looking a very, very anxious number 7 Bentley back out, still Vincent de Bril on board. There's the lead Jaguar into the pits, almost at the bottom of the heritage pit lane. So great effort indeed.
Absolutely.
So what will be interesting to see is where will the Jaguar come out and where will the Bentley come out. So that was the battle that we were watching. Will there be any give or take? Will Bentley make something up on the outlap? Can Vincent de Bril drag something out of the car? There it is, making its way now back up the hill, having exited the Blanchimont. That really fast right-hand corner, hard on the brakes, turns right. You want to keep the car as tight to the right as possible, then swings back to the left. So the wheels and tyres, again, the brake dust coming from the front of those Jaguar wheels as the new, or the replacements of the tyres. This is going to see a new right. Is that a new rear going to go into? I don't know what the...
This is tough for some.
They're going to lose the lead because simply the Bentley has just done a better job. But you know, what Jaguar are doing is remarkable. There's the Bentley now coming down. So will have taken back that position. It's not actually for the lead right now, but when the whole series of pit stops washes through, then we will see that Jaguar is still losing time. So probably that pit stop is going to have cost them in total something near to 20-25 seconds.
Yeah.
And hard to make it up. But what a great effort by the Emil Frey team to be in that position, to lead the race and lead it on pace.
Swiss driver out of the car, Austrian driver into the car, and still look at these tremendous racing, just inches between so many cars. There's one of the Mercedes, we never would have expected to see them so far back. How many twists and turns has this race had already? How many more will come in the future?
Well, I mean,
it's early days yet.
It's very early days indeed, but what you're going to see is that little bit of unexpected rain that fell. I mean, it wasn't what I would have called heavy enough to have any concern. Drivers would have seen it on their windscreens. They would have had their wipers in some cases operating. Some would have just let the natural air flow over the car, clear the water from the screen. And certainly in the pit lane or on the paddock where I came from, while there was a sense of dampness on the surface, it wasn't what I would call wet, and there was no need for anybody to have any concerns. Just be aware that there has been an element of water falling. But as you point out, Andrew, around the 7-kilometre racetrack and the difference in elevation change that exists, you can have the high point getting a shower and the low point being dry, or vice versa. And it is the nature of these. This is a traditional, old style road circuit. I mean, the roads now are not used by the public any longer. It is a permanent racetrack. But up until about 8 years ago, most of the roads, with the exception of this inner part of the new circuit, the battle going on with the Nissan and the Bentley, that's going to try and get through as quick as possible. But this was a public road up to about 7 or 8 years ago.
We understand that the Bentley number 8, which is really going quickly at the moment with Andy Soucek, is going to get a penalty, pit stop infringement.
Matthew Simmons in the Nissan getting all out of shape with the Bentley coming alongside. He certainly was getting a bit of a hurry up as he came up through Eau Rouge and over the radio. And there is the Bentley 8. It has got just ahead of the Nissan, but it is going to have to suffer a drive-through for a penalty. We'll get to find out what that is. And again, you know, teamwork is so structured and so rehearsed that it only takes that one little minor hiccup and everything has to go back and then back into the pits.
As I said, John, while you were out of the booth, of course, now calling the strategy chair is the famous Lena Gade, who masterminded Alan McNish's win at Le Mans with so much experience. So I'm surprised they're making an error like that, but of course it could be speeding out of the pits.
A myriad of things, and of course she is there just to orchestrate. She is the orchestra.
Yeah,
but she's the conductor, if you wish, but I'm trying to find my right adjective. And but all she can do is rely on those people that she's conducting to fulfil their obligations. But she has done an amazing job, particularly in Le Mans and in the long endurance events, which Audi, with their LMP1 product over many years. We see more rain falling now, coming down into Pujo, and that's not a place where you want rain to fall because the track, it's a quick corner. You put a lot of load on the car in the early part of the corner. You let the car float out to the exit, and you bring it back in. So the wiper working pretty vigorously on the McLaren. And normally, I would say the rain isn't sufficiently heavy to worry about your wipers, but who am I to judge sitting here in the commentary booth as the McLaren makes its way through. So back on to the Camel Straights as the lead car in its class comes up the hill, number 11. That's one of the Pro-Am cars, so that is in second place overall right now. And the Castle Racing, Bondasevsky, Bronacci, Rizzoli and Giacomo Piccini. So it's Giacomo Piccini behind the wheel. So leading the Pro-Am category. And down the hill through the left-hand corner. And again, what the camera really doesn't give you an indication is the degree of drop that exists from the point where you come onto that short straight down into Pujo. One of those corners you always feel you could attack it a little bit more aggressively, but are never really fully confident unless you know you've got really fresh tyres and a car that is 100% with you.
So in fifth place at the moment, the second of the Audi Club Team WRT cars. I think Stuart Leonard is at the wheel now, and Stuart Leonard, most of his racing has been done around the Nürburgring. He's one of those guys that's come out of the VLN series, doing a decent job here.
Well, he's been involved with the Audi WRT program this year, sharing with Michael Meadows, and you know, they are a part of the team. They're not the front line, if you like, in terms, but you know, they're in a super professional operation. And if you're going to try and do a series like the SRO GT Sprint and Endurance Championship, you can't be better placed. Because the product is consistent, it's a winning product. And along here with the Ferrari 488, this is the 2016. So this is the sixth. So let's look and see what is going on. And the Mercedes is all over the shop. Coming up into the source. You've got the 89 Mercedes, the 44 Oman Racing Aston Martin, and all behind. So very busy up at the source, and this is the problem for the lead car. They will come up against a group of cars with the 76 Porsche making its way. That's the IMSA Performance 911 GT3R, and I say that with pride. So coming.
I'll get the lights flashing.
There's the Jaguar back out again, so that is 114. That's the 14, I beg your pardon. It's the 14 Jaguar. So that's the sister car with Lawrence Frey, Stefan Ortelli, and Albert Costa. That's down currently in 12th position. So it comes across the line. One of the Parker Bentleys behind. So again, it was not a part of the M Sport Bentley team racing a Jaguar. It's one of the Parker Motorsport Bentleys racing a Jaguar.
So currently second in the Pro-Am class. Joe Osborne at the wheel at the moment.
Joe in the Demon Tweaks, Barbell Motorsport Lamborghini.
And they normally run the British GT Championship, don't they? I mean, it's a bit of a step up for them. It was great to see them right up there. They're doing an excellent job with that Lamborghini. It's new to them this year.
Last year they were running for a number of years. They ran BMW M3, X3, whatever, not the X3 is the carrier, the M3 Sports, and they decided at the point they had to make a decision that BMW hadn't given them sufficient insight into the new M6 GT3. So they looked around, and Lamborghini have a great product. I mean, you just have to look at the Lamborghini Trofeo to see just what a great job they have done with this Lamborghini Huracan, and that's what they decided to go with. So they're delighted with what they have, and the Demon Tweaks car, 666 Joe Osborne behind the wheel, currently in 10th place. Of course, that's the car Phil Keane started. As we look at the 58. Garage 59 McLaren, and in 8th place, so Koen Ledegaard behind the wheel of that. And this is the one car in the race I'm slightly perplexed about, because we saw phenomenal pace, gets up the inside on the approach up to Portimao. But they started, I think it was 10th or 12th, and I thought they were going to make a really big charge up through the field. And Rob Bell did the opening stages, and nothing really has indicated the car's got great overall pace. All I can imagine, and you've got Baz Linders masterminding the whole strategy of this team, is that maybe they're just doing the old-fashioned, the whole concept of running at a regular space and not trying to win the race on the opening laps.
So let's look at the highlights here. Big crowd lining up. The Belgian flag was delivered down onto the grid from the parachute, and then we were getting ready to rock and roll. Into the lead at the very start, Reddy Ras got the jump on the Lamborghini of Bertolotti. And they go up through Eau Rouge just very quickly there with Phil Keane. And then, of course, we had a situation with Seefeld in the 333 Ferrari spinning off. Meanwhile, the Mercedes-Benz, which had been penalised, managed to make their 5-minute stop, and they managed to make it under yellow, which should have helped them a fair bit. Finally, the 333 got going again.
And that was the moment that we saw once the race went again green, that Benny Rast and the Audi had a problem getting back up to speed.
He did. Never been really explained that to us, has it?
No, I suspect it was something to do with the speed limit button either didn't release or something. But all the way through this field, on board again with the Barwell 666, as we saw the Ferrari, which was really again a contender in those opening laps. And Alessandro Pierguidi, the driver behind the car, but it was this 28 Audi that bit by bit caught onto the tail of Robin Freins. And you can see Robin trying to dive down the inside of Mirko Bortolotti, but Bortolotti having none of it whatsoever.
To 74, and then, of course, this huge accident. So, just more from our race director. But just talk us through that then. Kevin Estre, you put the blame on him?
I think that the car that's exiting the pit lane, it's an incumbent upon him to ensure that he does so safely. Now, I don't know if there's a specific regulation in the regulations for this race, but there were two cars racing side by side at the part of the racetrack where the pit lane blends in. And in my opinion, it should have been the Porsche Kevin Estre who should have conceded and not tried to force the issue.
Of course, what happened then? Of course, they had to rebuild the barrier. It took the best part of 40 minutes or so. So a lot of people then got out of sequence. And we had the BMW in the lead briefly of row racing. At the time, the McLaren right behind it.
Yeah, I mean, the McLaren, as I say, there's the one on, as you go on board with the Bentley getting up inside. The car, Matt Griffin, Duncan Cameron, Matt Griffin, Ferrari. So everybody opting, trying to stagger their pit stops to their own best advantage.
Certainly, and we had quite a few different leaders at that time. There's the number 8 car was leading. And the Bentley coming in.
So back to the live action, we've got a yellow flag in sector 2. So there's a car somewhere down in that area. There it is. It's the Ferrari, that's the Alessandro Pierguidi Ferrari. It is beached well and truly. It ain't going to get out of there without external assistance. So there is one of the, well, I hate seeing these vehicles being brought onto the track, but it is a yellow flag zone. That is down at the exit of Stavolo. So the car, and who was behind the wheel of the car at the time?
Just checking that out. The Thai driver.
Okay.
Yep.
So Passan Lathorius, he was in the car. Now, whether that was a self-induced or an assist, we don't know, but lots of drivers have been running very wide on the exit of Stavolo over the Pole Frere Coop. And we don't know if we've got something to give us an indication, a clear indication as to what was the reason why the Ferrari's in. But that is a disappointment. That was a car that was a front-running car in the early phases of the race. Yeah. Still a long way to go. We've got just over 20 hours, almost 20 and a half hours of this race to go. But getting it out and enabling that car to be returned to the pit lane, and whatever damage or any work that needs to be done. Certainly gravel gets into lots of places as we look at the 28 and look at the pace of that Audi. I mean, it is really right now, absolutely. Nico Müller behind the wheel in the lead, came across the line. Last lap was a 2:23.5 as he makes his way up the hill. There is that leading Audi, and in second place, waiting for the 11. No, it's not. In fact, it's the number 2, the Stuart Leonard car now, because the 11 is going into the pits. So it's Stuart Leonard in second place, Nicky Katzberg third, and Colm Lidegaard in the McLaren in the 58 car now up into 4th. And there's a bit of a tight battle going on between third Nicky Katzberg and Led Kumagard in the McLaren. But in the meantime, the gap at the front is considerable. It's 46 seconds advantage over second place. Now, what was that all about? Over-braking into the corner, not being able to turn. So you're allowed to do that, but you're not allowed to take advantage of it. Let's have a look and see. Ah, he spun. That's the reason why. Yeah. So he's just done the easier of the options. The main thing is he doesn't do it in front, and the demon tweaks. Oh, again, just see messy situation in those final turns 18 and 19.
So Nico Müller in the lead at the moment, definitely a young gun, part of the Audi DTM team. Recently had his first victory as well at Norris Ring in that very close championship.
Yeah, I mean, there's Audi and Mercedes, I mean, they've got the cream of all their contracted drivers, all the professional drivers they use across all the disciplines that they race in.
I saw one of their most famous names here, John, quite earlier on in the day. Emanuele Pirro. Why was he here?
Emanuele Pirro is a steward for the Formula 3.
You got it.
And I had a long word with Emanuele, and what my favourite mantra at the minute is to bang on about track limits, and he was here doing the very same thing with the Formula 3, the 2 or 3 events that we had here, to ensure that the young drivers are understanding that track limits are here to be obeyed. And for young drivers, they look at what they see at a Grand Prix, for example, and their heroes, supposedly the best drivers in the world, abusing track limits at every racetrack, and they think, well, they can get away with it, why can't we? And is that an issue with the pit stop for the Audi, or not? Certainly one of the engineers, the senior engineers in Audi, having a look. So here is a 28 car, yes.
There is
car
Mark, yeah. Well, John, let you and Bruce both have your dinner, just while I stood in for a while. I'm going to be back in 3 hours working through the night. I'm going to see all the real action when this race really gets tough. And Bruce Jones is back, so I'm going to hand back to John Watson. And this race is only just starting to warm up. Oh, we've had all kinds of action already, Bruce, but it's not got a rhythm yet, and a lot of things could happen. We look at that top 10 now, I promise you it's going to be nothing like that in 20 hours' time.
Entirely so, thank you very much. So supper enjoyed first by John Watson, then by myself. Must confess, sitting just on the exit of the bus stop, looking down as I had sort of fish and potatoes. Just a wonderful scene, a hot air balloon floating over the top of the circuit, and a lot of people very happily wandering around the outside of the track with their carton of frites. But Audi's at the front end of the field. Nico Muller in the 28 Audi leading the way, but that's is coming into the pits shortly. In fact, just come into the pits. But as you pointed out, Andrew, just before Andrew left us there, very hard to find the pattern as yet. People pitted all in different sequence under those long safety car periods. We had all the Mercedes starting down the back end of the field. But what we can tell you, Stuart Leonard just got out of the number 2 Audi. It should be Michael Meadows taking over. That's always been at the front end of the field. Robin Freitz, such a feisty challenge for the lead in that first stint of the race with Mirko Bortolotti's Lamborghini, and that's really going to be in the thick of the action for the hours to come.
But the hypothesis you might want to make is, imagine had those 6 Mercedes-Benz that qualified in the top 6 slots started the race from their positions, where would the Audis be? Because the pace that Mercedes showed in that shootout was staggering. But that's not the story. The story is the 28, it's in this pit stop, it's just about to leave the pit shortly, and it will most likely be this car, Nicky Katzberg, in the 98 M6 GT3 BMW, who will temporarily take the lead. He'll have a pit stop, and he's being changed by Koen Ledegaard in the McLaren. Finally, we're seeing pace from the McLaren. The last lap the McLaren did was a 2:23. The last lap the BMW did was a 2:24. A second between the two cars. So the McLaren closing down bit by bit. It was 1.8 seconds when they came across the line the last lap. Whether it's going to, well, it looks just as they break into turns 18 and 19 that gap might be down to closer to a second, but we have to wait because the ebb and flow of acceleration and brake, well, it's 1.2 seconds.
And don't forget, of course, John, that the 58 McLaren was the final car to run in the Super Pole shootout, looking for pole position, and it pitted to a halt, so that meant it was further down the grid. Obviously got a 6th place elevation when the Mercedes were chucked out, but all hopes resting on the shoulders of that car. One of the 3 McLarens entered by Garage 59, and it came to a sputtering halt. No, not yet. What the reason was? Was it electronic?
No,
he was told to close the engine.
Yeah,
down.
they had an oil. The shaft and the oil pump had essentially, it was sheared. So they just the driver, I think it was Shane. Who was it? Shane Van Gisbergen.
Shane Van Gisbergen. Yeah.
He was told to just stop the car instantly, because obviously if there's no oil circulation, then you'll damage the engine. So they managed to get it stopped. No damage was done to the engine. The appropriate part had to be removed and replaced, but that's within the regulations. But there's the battle for the lead between first and second.
Because Katzberg is really getting tail happy as he's been pushed wider than he wants to all the time. You've got the McLaren right in behind Koen Ledegaard, the French driver, top of Pro-Am, in 3rd place overall, Joe Osborne in 666 Barwell Lamborghini, and then number 44.
Yeah, the Aston Martin.
Which is the Aston Martin, which has gone really well this season. It's right at the end of its life, but it's had a few little glitches, but it's shown form at every single race from the... it was certainly going very well when I was watching it at Monza back in April, when we had 57 cars come out to play. Here we have 8 more. In fact, we've only lost 2 so far. So very good indeed. Kevin Estre in the 77 Porsche and Motoaki in the 53 Ferrari. They had the clash just on the exit of Radillon, went into the barriers on either side of the circuit. It was that clash that led to the delay, the safety car period, a very long one. But all eyes right now should be on the 98 BMW M6 leading the way and having to find a way around the back markers. Lights ablaze, flashing away. Nicky Katzberg trying to keep Komi Ledegaard behind him, and in fact to pull out 2 or 3 car lengths, and it's how they get through the traffic that will lead to this battle going out or in. But right now Katzberg worked very hard for that pass. Ledegaard didn't have to at all. The Ferrari driver spotted the first car eventually, but 0-1 still flashing on the windscreen of that row racing BMW as it comes down hard on the brakes. We're watching from behind, from the view that Komi Ledegaard has, in fact slightly to the driver's right, as they go through that super slow final sequence of corners onto the start-finish straight. See some drops of rain on the windscreen. I think they're old because when I walked back 10 minutes ago, it was not raining.
No, we're getting these sort of very localised, I mean, it's spotting more than raining, and it just may be around the area of the pits that are associated. You can see on the windscreen of the McLaren there are those spots, but none of them are, in my view, worthy of having to start your wiper going. We did see the McLaren a moment or few earlier where they did have the wiper, but it's certainly up at the top of the circuit. La Source is just about as high around the racetrack as anywhere is. The next highest bit will be here, the climb up the Camel Straight. Komi Ledegaard chasing Nicky Katzberg. These two are lapping 2 minutes 23.45, you know, within a tenth of a second or so. Keeping an eye on Vincent Abril in the Bentley down in 6th place. He last lap, well, it was 2:24, so he's been in traffic as well. But it's interesting that 3 of the Pro-Am cars, the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini in 3rd place, the 44 Oman Racing Aston Martin in 4th place, and the 76 in 4th place, that's the ISR Audi of Henri Acide, Frank Pereira and Nicolas Lapierre, plus Philippe Gag, oh, I can't even pronounce his name. So those 3 Pro-Am cars involved in their own battle, and the battle for 4th and 5th between them is very close, only a second between those 4th and 5th cars.
Yeah, Jonathan Adam doing a great job in 4th place overall in the 44 Aston Martin. Maxime Jus actually at the wheel of the 76 Porsche now in 5th, and then Vincent Abril, as you say, lapping as fast as the leaders, if not slightly faster last time around, trying to make up ground in the number 7 Bentley. But right now, why not just stick with the battle between Katzberg and the BMW and Komi Ledegaard, who is homing in, getting closer and closer. 1 second it was on the start-finish line. It looks as though it's less than that now as they work their way halfway around the circuit. Conditions very stable. We had a little flurry of rain, but it wasn't really enough to get the surface wet, just the windscreens. And really, John, around the circuit, it seemed very, very even Stevens between this pair.
I mean, we've seen the battles with the Jaguar and the Bentley, now we're seeing the BMW and the McLaren. I mean, obviously the car that is having made its 4th round of pit stops, the 28 Audi that was leading. Nico Müller still behind the wheel. He's back in the fold in 12th place. So he will be shortly, once these lead cars have only done 3 stops as against the 4 of the 28 Audi, they will then be going into the pits. And I would assume that it'll be status quo. But again, you can see lap on lap on lap how much Komi Ledegaard has been taking out of the advantage of the BMW again, in a good position now as they drop down out of the source, down the hill. Nothing in acceleration between the 2 cars. The only interference may be slightly aerodynamic when you make the direction change, trying to keep the nose of the car tucked in. Whoa, Nicky Katzberg, what are you doing? And of course he had to take a very abrupt action to get the Porsche out of the way. Again, for Komi Ledegaard, that was manna from heaven, because he said, oh, I like it, I'll have more of that.
Yeah, why do 2 wheels over the curb at Radillon when you can do 4? And certainly at the restart when the safety car came in, we saw Katzberg being very, I think we say, positive through Eau Rouge. Another pit stop, but don't worry, it's not one of the front runners. It's 888.
It's 888, yeah. And that's Kessel Racing. That's
on the 3rd screen, 42nd position. And Marco Zannottini has just ran in, but going well in the AM class.
So again, look at Ledegaard right now under, as close as you can really get, effectively the rear wing of the BMW with traffic, 3 cars ahead. So, but Katzberg can control this situation much more than you imagine, because he just needs to be up on the inside of the Lamborghini, hang back, hang back, hang back. Then the Lamborghini closes the door slightly as the BMW accelerates. So that's racecraft, and that's what really is so important in endurance racing. It's traffic management. Unlike in a lot of single-seater racing where it's a flat-out, race, you don't have a great deal of traffic management to contend with. But in an endurance racing, so many of the skills are based on how you manage your traffic, and some of the greatest drivers were absolutely brilliant in traffic.
Yes, in fact, it was patience that was the virtue there, and as you said, just held back enough, didn't dive past. He could have gone past sooner, but what he did, he backed up Edgar, who will be able to look ahead as he closes in yet again on the BMW, but it's what lies ahead of the BMW is how it counts and where they're going to hit this traffic as they come up to the little right-hand kink before they get to the bus stop. Now this could be a chance for Ledegaard to be very brave. How is he going to weave his way through the traffic? Has he placed himself around the outside of the BMW? Not quite close enough to be on the left-hand side of the track as they go through the final corner of the lap, the two-part corner, if you will, at the bus stop. But now he's making a move as they go up into tucking him behind, seeing where, in fact, the BMW is going to be placed at Katzberg, and Katzberg takes exactly the right line up the inside into La Source.
Yeah, well, he's going to try and make the undercut coming out because he stayed high on the entry. The BMW was more in the centre. There's the undercut. He's got slightly better drive now. It's it's just a flat-out race between the BMW and the McLaren down the hill, and the McLaren has got the advantage. It positioned itself much better in La Source, got the traction off the corner, and now has got a head into the lead for the first time here this evening, with football coming up to just a little over 20 hours of this race remaining. And remember, we've had the best part of 45 to 50 minutes of this race under safety car due to that incident with Cabanestra and the Ferrari on the exit of coming out the pit lane.
And of course, what Ledegaard was praying was the Lamborghini ahead of him, he's just passed it now, was quick enough up through Eau Rouge and Radiot and didn't delay him once he had the drag. And now Katzberg's been chopped out of the way as they dive down the hill. The Rivage and on down. So great move there from Ledegaard to take the lead in the Garage 59 McLaren, number 58, 59 if you will, as they run down the hill towards Pouhon behind the number 3 Audi, but 3 not in the reckoning. In fact, 24th position at the moment, and that wheel is Philippe Albuquerque. Again, the race order has been rejigged quite a lot, but that's an absolutely true pass for the lead by McLaren, with Ledegaard now got one car between himself and Nicky Katzberg in the 98 BMW.
Yeah, that car that Philippe Albuquerque has been in just recently, so that might account for a slightly lower than expected position. Philippe Albuquerque, another driver, contracted Audi driver, been drafted in to this raft of WRT and Audi Sport run by WRT R8 V10s. As we go back to the lead car up the hill once again, he's got a little bit of a breathing space. Let's have a look and see just how the traffic and how you play the traffic. McLaren closing on the Lamborghini, carrying a good speed up, gets up alongside this Lamborghini as they come up the long Camel Straight. The BMW getting trapped, and again, clever use. Ledegaard, a little bit of a wobble just under braking as he entered. He made a mistake in the first part of the corner, but had the Lamborghini between himself and the BMW, so he was able to consolidate, get the car straightened up and get underway.
Yeah, there was no way that the road racing BMW, which is obviously going to come in now because they're getting ready in the pit lane, and into the pit lane goes McLaren from the lead of the race, Ledegaard, but he is on the downhill stretch of the pit lane, whereas the BMW will be stopping in the top part of the pit lane.
50 kilometers per hour is pedestrian, believe me, and you're sitting there, I mean, from the point when you cross the pit lane entrance line to where the McLaren team, the Garage 59 team, are based, probably takes the thin end of 70-odd seconds to get there. Here he is now down on what I would call the heritage side of the pit complexes. There are 2 complexes here at Spa-Francorchamps. Look below there, see that pipe? That's the exhaust pipe from the turbos, from that 4.4 twin-turbo V8 BMW engine. The way that they've got the turbos installed and mounted, I mean, it is a piece of engineering work. Absolutely stunning.
Ledegaard still hasn't got to his pit garage. He has to go round the source and snake back into heritage pits. His is the final pit garage. You can see the pit crew flagging him in. He'll have a clean exit, but in fact half of the pit stop has been done for the car that came in from behind him, Nicky Katzberg BMW. We saw it looked like the taller figure of Steph Dusseldorp ready to take that over. Driver change has been effective. The wheel change has nearly been completed, done on the left-hand side of the car, waiting for the right-hand side to be done. Now, will we have a driver change? Will Van Gisbergen yes, he's just been taken over from Ledegaard. He said the first part of the race was quite quiet, but we reckon he was sleeping in the team truck because it was anything but quiet as Ledegaard has got out of the 58.
Nice to hand the car over to your teammate in the lead. Good job by Ledegaard to get the McLaren up into that position for the first couple of hours of the race. for whatever reasons, it was hovering around the bottom of the top 10, and I just kept, well, when is this car going to start performing?
Well, it qualified, well, it dropped to the tail end of that Super Pole, which put it down in 20th position, elevated to 14th after BMW got put back, and in fact one other car was pushed down, so started from 13th place, had to bide his time, pick his way up, and don't forget a lot of that period was behind the safety car, so the McLaren couldn't run at its full pace, but the 98 BMW, lights flashing, coming down the pit lane. Will the McLaren be released in front? Yes, it will.
Yes.
So that was absolutely equal pit stop time. Station has been held. In fact, the McLaren, if anything, has gained about 1 or 2 seconds there through that pit stop.
It has gained certainly a little bit, but the more important thing is where will the McLaren filter into the traffic that's making its way up through Eau Rouge, Radion, and then onto the straight, and likewise, where will the BMW blend in? Now, Shane van Gisbergen has been an absolute revelation in GT3 racing here in Europe and also in Australia. Remember, he was in the winning car in the Bathurst 12 Hours earlier this year, and that is a tough race on Mount Panorama, phenomenal racetrack in New South Wales in Australia, and he is absolutely delighted and loving being racing in Europe, particularly in circuits like Spa-Francorchamps.
Well, we can see a Jaguar coming up to the top of the straight there, but what we ought to point out is Aston Martin are now having a go in the lead of the race. The Pro-Am car, Johnny Adam, number 44, leading by, well, we give you an accurate margin when they get to the next timing point, but he's leading from the 99 BMW, the sister row racing car that Philippe Eng has just vacated, and now it's Maxime Martin has got back on board that. Maxime Martin, Belgian racer. So we've got Aston Martin from BMW and the number 7 Bentley, and then Audi number 6 Marcus Winkelhock up into 4th place. Yes, we've had yet another jigger of the order.
But currently the top 5 cars have only completed 3 of their 3 pit stops. The first car to complete it 4 is the number 28 Nico Müller Audi, and that's the car Laurens van Thor, René Rast. So that car, in effect, once the top 5 have to make their mandatory pit stop, tire change, maybe a driver change, we don't know, that car more than likely will then take over the lead, and we have to see where the 58 McLaren will be, because we're just watching the timing and scoring, and it's back out on track, but it of course has fallen all the way down. Currently we're seeing it at 14th, but it's got to come across timing and scoring to get a true reflection of what that car's true position is. But I will want to watch and see the kind of lap times we're going to get from Shane van Gisbergen in his stint, and I suspect he'll be in the car for most likely a 2-hour stint, as they have done with their previous 2 drivers.
Absolute minimum on that, we feel, but let's enjoy for now. Yeoman Racing Team run by Motorbase Performance, and Johnny Adam leading the race in the 44 Aston Martin. He's 13.5 seconds up on Maxime Martin's 99 BMW, and really going well. Fastest lap for that car so far in the race, 2 minutes 22.5, last lap 2 minutes 25, so 3 seconds down on that pace, but
there is
traffic plenty.
That's the 28 Audi right now, caught in the middle of a large group of cars. So Nico Müller will, one that's a Mercedes, one of the, is that the 80, it is the 84 car Mercedes, and that of course is a lap down, looking to see where it is overall right now.
31st position, so won't want to give that up easily. We heard from Jasmine Jafar, the Malaysian driver, he doesn't want the front cars going any faster. They've got that 5-minute deficit to make up.
And that is the worst scenario for the Audi. That's the car that, well, I would assume once the other lead cars make it, and in fact Johnny Adam has now made the way into the pit, so the honour of leading the race, Aston Martin, we've seen Jaguar, we've seen McLaren, we've seen Ferrari, we've seen pretty much every car in the field.
Lamborghini, have we had a Ferrari at the front? Yes,
no,
we did. Briefly, the number 50 Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi, led for 1 lap. He was second behind Bortolotti's Lamborghini and pitted 1 lap later. So that's not bad. That's 6 or 7 manufacturers.
So we're going to see in the next moments or so, as we get close to the conclusion of the 4th hour of this 24-hour event. But that's a real problem for Nico Müller to find a way past the Mercedes, the 84 car, and that's a quick car with a quick driver behind the wheel, Jasmine Jafar. Very slight, tiny driver from Thailand, but he has adapted extremely well to the different kinds of downforce, the different static weights of a GT3 car compared to the lightweight single-seaters that he's fundamentally formed his career in. So the Audi still looking for a way around. The Mercedes went way to the right of the racetrack. I'm not entirely sure, because he wasn't being threatened by the Audi in a straight line, but he needs to clear the Mercedes at the earliest opportunity, and he may try and do something a bit brave down the inside into Bruxelles, but the Mercedes is sort of kind of making it very difficult for Nico Müller to do anything. Wide, way wide this time. So that was actually a pass, a gentleman's pass. He's a lap down, or maybe, well, certainly a lap down on the Audi. And he's not in that race. He's got a separate race. That's to get to position. Now, if this was to happen maybe at 11 o'clock on Sunday morning, Bruce, I don't think it'd be so kind to the Audi.
No one feels that the difficulty quotient will be ratcheted up by the hour. Those Mercedes up the fight, they were up. Jassim and Jafar gained 2 positions. Others have made pit stops ahead of him up to 29th, but it's going to be a long haul for those 6 Mercedes that were sent down towards the back of the field for a long time. They're in the 40s now, they're in the 30s now. Jafar, second best placed, I think 86, 2 places ahead of him as the best. That's Maxi Götz. The 86 entry, this bright yellow one, AMG team, HTB Motorsports, same team as Jassim and Jafar, but totally different colour schemes. And certainly, I think John will approve of a car that's bright yellow and stands out, particularly as the evening falls here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, just having a little look down and see the top drivers, what their lap times are, and it's actually Maxime Martin who's now taking the lead because Jaguar, 44, I beg your pardon, Aston Martin is into the pit lane. Vincent Abril second place in the Bentley, just 5.2 seconds behind the BMW, and we've seen that little battle a little bit earlier before the round of pit stops. So Vincent Abril, and then number 6, Marcus Winkelhock, a further 7 seconds behind the lead car, but only 2.1 seconds behind the second place car. So a battle at the front, okay, not quite joined, as we are saying, through the field, but that's a battle that's going to percolate on. And then you've got the 28, that's the Nico Müller car. It is 12 seconds behind Marcus Winkelhock. Winkelhock, of course, having only made 3 stops as against 4 for Nico Müller.
Yeah, Nico Müller on the charge. His last lap of 2 minute 23 flat. That's a very competitive time. He's got a lot of traffic ahead of him. But effectively, he will be in the lead of the race very soon as those 3 front runners, 99, 7 and 6, make their way into the pit lane to take their 4th pit stop. So conditions dry at Spa-Francorchamps. 12 seconds to go, and we've completed 4 hours.
Just interesting looking on the readout on the instrumentation, using 3rd gear up at Les Combes. Then we go into 4th gear. So then hard down the brakes, down into, I suspect, 2nd gear. It is 2nd gear indeed. So back to the run up to Blanchimont.
So with 4 hours gone and leading the race, but due a pit stop is the 99 BMW with Maxime Martin, Belgian racer, at the wheel. Vincent Abril giving chase in the number 7 Bentley, and 3rd place Marcus Winkelhock in the number 6 Audi. Riding on board at the moment with now Shane van Gisbergen having his first run in this race in the 58 McLaren. He is placed at the moment after the flurry of pit stops down in 14th place. Will gain a handful of about half a dozen cars ahead of him. Do need to give us their 4th pit stop sometime soon. Just come in. The pit stop sequence in this race has been all over the place. We had safety car periods, a very long, a short one and a long one, and it really gave the teams a chance to run different tactics, bring their drivers in at different times. The race is still trying to settle down, but what we can tell you is that 58 McLaren has worked its way towards the front of the field and is very much a factor in the race.
Yeah, I mean, of course, what will be interesting is once the whole cycle of the 4th round of pit stops has been complete, where actually will the 58 McLaren be? Because it was always hovering in the early phase of the race around 10, 11, 12, and I said, well, where's the pace, where's the pace? Then we saw the car eventually, because of the overlap and the stagger of people's decisions to make pit stops, got into the lead. Now Shane van Gisbergen behind the wheel. His first flying lap is 2 minutes 24.9, so he's in traffic, trying to get up to speed.
Well, one of the drivers who's been really going well is Joe Osborne. He's down with Charlie in the pits.
Okay, Joe, you got out the car in 3rd place, looking very hot, sweaty, and quite flustered. What happened in the pit stop? Tell us.
So we had a clean driver change to Ollie Gavin, and the boys were on their way around doing the 4 tyres, and the actual gun seized on the front left. So we had to do a gun change. Just the time lost, obviously, 50 seconds to a minute. Just absolutely gutting as a driver. All you feel like your whole stint's just gone out the window. These things happen, and all of that cliche stuff we can say, but it's right.
So car handling well, circuit's good, tyres are good, all the team, you seem like you've got a really good rapport with all 4 British BRDC drivers out there. Good rapport between you, but what a shame with that. So how's the circuit? Talk us through that.
circuit's good. It's definitely rubbering up. We had a little bit of rain midway through my run, which made it interesting, but being British, you're obviously used to all that kind of weather and stuff. That was good. The other 4 drivers are mega. We've got Ollie Gathering anchoring the drive, Phil Keane, who knows the car well, John Minchell is a super am, and then I'm just the 4th one here for a good time.
Cool. Okay, mate, well, keep smiling. You know you got the pace.
Thank you.
Well, running 5th in class, Joe Osborne slightly down by Joe's standards. He's always normally hopping from foot to foot. He underplays his role. One of the roles he mentioned this weekend was trying to give extra driver coaching to John Minshaw, describes him as a super sub. He says, if I can teach him to go a second faster, that saves me having to really hang my tail out to try and save that time myself.
Yeah, I mean, John Minshaw, of course, well known for driving in historic racing, but if he was to give up that historic racing and focus on contemporary cars, undoubtedly he would make even quicker progress, because when you're driving, you know, a 1963 Jaguar E-Type with rubber on it like concrete and clay that slides forever, then getting into a modern GT car with the levels of grip, the braking, the aero performance, it is an adaptation that does take a bit of time. That car currently in 23rd place, Oliver Gavin in it, and I'm interested to see how Oliver Gavin comes or adapts to GT3 racing, because he's been racing in the Corvettes throughout the world, but primarily in the United States. And based on the comments from Jan Magnussen that we got back in Paul Ricard, he said, I can't believe just the pace, the competitiveness of this race series. And Oliver Gavin, I think it's his first time here in a GT race, in certainly contemporary period, and I'm sure he's going, I thought this was going to be easier.
Yeah, but in fact, Ollie's starting to dip his toe in a few more ponds. I think he did an ADAC GT round earlier in the year. He's been racing in Australia. Just scored that 100th win for Corvette racing last weekend. But down in 5th position in Pro-Am. But one of the things with the 666 Barwell crew is they're now signed all 4 of their drivers. No double stints for them.
Bentley in trouble, one of the Parker Bentleys, and that is in contact. Derek Pierce, has he hit the barrier, or is he just parked against it? It's difficult just to see. Looks like he may have caused that. Was that a...
It's very hard to work out.
Oh, and he's a big time. So that is heavily into the barrier, and we're just trying to work out which part of the racetrack it is. Is it coming?
It's out of Les Combes.
It is indeed.
Bounced or been bounced across the curve.
Let's have a look and see. And
he certainly was on
unforced error. And maybe just got onto the dirt on the outside of the circuit.
Full course yellow in 20 seconds.
And guess what? Full course yellow. We just heard from the race director. 20 seconds till that will come out. Who will that affect? Who will be the winners? Who will be the losers? Team Parker Racing.
10 seconds.
10 seconds until the full course yellow. Be the 3rd full course yellow
5,
of the race.
4,
Parker
3,
Racing Bentley
2,
in the barriers.
1.
In the
Full course yellow now.
Now the car obviously has hit the tyre barrier, but it's a tyre barrier. I suspect if the car can be removed, it will be able to be driven back to the pits. While there's certainly front end damage, it's principally carbon fibre. It doesn't look like it would be what I would call mechanical. You can just see Andy Merrick there looking at the screen, walking away, obviously disappointed that his car has been in contact, so he will go away and assess the situation. So they've got to get the car reversed back, and with some hope that car can be driven back, and whatever is superficial damage, and I would imagine that would be most of it. I would not imagine that the right front is heavily damaged, but of course you're going to have to check all the suspension mounts. But the car needs to be pulled back from the nose, which has sort of heaved its way under that tyre barrier. Don't often see a car in a barrier at this part of the racetrack. If it is, it's normally because you had an assist, but this appeared to be maybe just getting on to the edge of the outside of the circuit. There's rubber being laid down. The rubber rolls off these tyres and it lies on the outside of the circuit. Never a very pleasant thing to have, because you just really could do nothing but sit there. Oh, look, BMW in.
Very timely, full course yellow, and from the lead of the race you can see the 0-1 flashing on the windscreen is the 99 Maxime Martin driven BMW from the lead of the race. That means Vincent Abril in the number 7 Bentley will take the lead, unless he too decides now is the time. Under full course yellow you lose far less of a disadvantage, or have far less of a disadvantage than if you pit under full racing conditions. This is full course yellow conditions.
And number 6 Marcus Winkelhock in the Audi also opting to make a pit stop. So again, this is what these teams do. They practice these scenarios. There's somebody there sitting, or not one person, there's probably a team of people sitting at computers calculating strategies. Do we come in now? How long is this full course yellow going to be? So I assume that Same thoughts for Audi, same thought for BMW.
Well, we were talking just moments ago that Maxime Martin owed us a pit stop. He only had 3 on the board. In second place, Vincent Abril, he owed us a pit stop, and Marcus Winkelhock, the number 6 Audi, likewise. We then thought if they came in, that would elevate Nico Muller in the number 28 Audi to the top. This is under full course yellow, so not so much time is being lost relative to those on the track by the people who've made the pit stop. This gives them a very healthy helping hand. For those who just pitted, must be very galling indeed.
Well, at the minute, the car that will eventually take over the lead of the race will be the 28 Audi, but it's got the number 8 Bentley with Andy Soucek behind the wheel. And then further behind that, the number 19, that's the Grasser Racing Lamborghini, Michele Barretta, Andrea Puccini and Luke Stolz. So that is Stolz. Well, Stolz in fact has made a pit stop as well, so the Stolz that car's going on to, looks like it's Soucek. So a little bit of time being... 24, the second Parker Bentley, yes.
Oh dear, that's the car being shared by Ian Noggy, Tom Onslow Cole, Callum McLeod, who started, and Andy Merrick. We saw Merrick in the pit garage, so let's see where they're placed in the race. 24th position, no, sorry, it's 32nd position.
That's down at Stavlo, I mean, or just campus then into Stavlo. So why the car, I mean, it's pulled over and stopped.
Yeah, Tom Onslow Cole just dropping down into the 30s now. No understanding what the problem is with that, but the 30 Bentley, the one we've seen under the tyre wall at the exit of Les Combes, went very well. It was second in class earlier on with Chris Harris, the Top Gear presenter, at the wheel. But of course, that was at a period where they're out of sync. But now we've got cars very much in sync in the pit lane, and they're the ones having the advantage now with 0-2 on the windscreen. That's not an accurate position, however, because that was where it crossed the start-finish line, and that was in the pits.
And also, just to compound things for other teams, the Nissan number 23, it stopped down at turn 14. So it has now, in effect, rejoined. I wonder, was there something between the Team Parker Bentley and 23 Nissan? The Nissan has rejoined. We don't know what's going to happen to the Bentley that's stuck down there. It is. That's the Derek Pierce car, so it still has yet to be fired back up if it is possible to do so.
But when we looked into the pit garage and you saw Andy Merrick looking concerned, he was probably already getting news from his car, the number 24 car, that something was wrong. Eventually we picked it up because that pulled to the side of the circuit with his co-driver Tom Onslow Cole at the wheel. So in the space of about 3 minutes, things have gone terribly wrong indeed for Team Parker Racing and both of its Bentleys. So here we are, third full course yellow. Who's leading the race? Well, it was, and it is, Maxime Martin, the 99 BMW. The BMW's taking turns at the top, sharing that with Alexander Sims and Philippe Eng. Bentley, Smith, Abril and Kane in second place, and then the Audis, number 6, number 28, pulling down third and fourth. 19 is one of the Lamborghinis recently driven by Beretta, Michele Beretta. Then another Audi, Burvish, Van Thor and Stevens, one of about half a dozen ex-Formula 1 racers here at the Spa 24-hour, giving it all. And Michel Broniczewski started the number 11 Ferrari. He won a race at Spa-Francorchamps earlier today. He's going really well. Best of those in the Pro-Am class in 7th overall. We've had fleeting great performances from the Jaguars. We've got them in 14th, well, they were 14th and 16th, and now they've just dropped down the order a little bit as they've made their pit stops. Now we can see Frey, Ortelli and Costa in 16th. But pace is changing very much. This was just the point in the race. A lot of drivers were making their pit stops, and those who managed to get in just before the full course yellow have had the advantage. Those who had the full course yellow sort of, I should say, effectively fall during their period in the pits, not losing so much time. But what we had seen was the 28 Audi starting to make its way to the very front of this field. And I think once we've run this graphic, look out for the Mercedes in this field, because they had to start right at the tail of the field, with the exception of the number 89, the second of the ACA ASP entries. All of the Mercedes got docked and got penalised and given a 5-minute stop-and-go penalty. It's going to take a long, long time, however well they're driven, for them to work their way back up the order. But right now we're looking at the front of the field. It's BMWs, Bentleys, Audis. The Aston Martin had a fleeting time in the lead, but they've just made the pit stop with Johnny Adam and fallen into the second half, into the top 20, if you will. 63 cars still running. It might actually only be 62 now, because we've lost at least one of the Bentleys.
Yeah, and that we saw that they just looking at the Nissan down on 47th place for the 23 car. The 22 car slightly better off in 40th place, 2 laps down, and well, I think the 23, we don't know whether that had a problem or why it pulled over, but now we're getting the green flag, the race back underway. So it's going to take yet again another lap or so. It looks like Vincent Abril, simply because he's made his round of pit stops, he still has got to do the 4th one, so he's in the lead. The Maxime Martin is still recovering from its pit stop.
Here's the battered number 30 Bentley. You can see the front right bodywork very damaged from going under the pit wall, but hopefully that's just the bodywork, none of the fixtures and fittings down below, and that's working its way back. But 0-1 on the windscreen. It's another Bentley, and it's Vincent Abril, the young racer from Monaco, leading the way. He's sitting on a 17.5-second gap over the 28 Audi, but he does owe us a pit stop, so expect Nico Müller in the 28 Audi to be assuming the lead anytime soon. Maybe you wondered why Abril did not come in for that pit stop during the full course yellow. You certainly feel, John Watson, as though he's missed a bit of a trick there.
I mean, obviously the team are looking at what they can do and the length of time. They thought that safety. I think they probably would have imagined that the safety car full course yellow would not have been a particularly long one, and that I think has proven the case. There's the damage to the right front.
Let's go down to Team Parker Racing and find out what's happening.
Okay, Stuart, you've had a bad stroke of luck with both those cars in the same lap. Talk us through the easiest option first.
Well, obviously, first on the screens, we saw that Derek had it off. So we're all thinking what we're going to do about that one. And then circuit went full course yellow. And as soon as it went under full course yellow, Tom reported that he got stuck into third gear. He had to stop the car. We recycled the ECU and we got going again. But it's a bit of a heart-stopping moment for both cars at the minute.
Yeah, I can imagine. I appreciate your time. So that's one car sorted. The next car looks badly damaged, or is it more cosmetic? You suppose you don't know yet?
No, we don't know. It's not in yet. It's back under its own power to come back. So if we can do it, we'll get it straight back out again. I don't know how long it's going to take. We haven't seen it yet, but yeah, if we can, we will.
You're going to get the full Parker Racing treatment?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
OK, good luck.
Cheers, Charlie.
Well done from Charlie Bartlett-Henderson. You feel if he turns around, he'll see it coming down the pit lane behind him.
Indeed it is. Here she comes. So, I mean, as I sort of second-guessed, it's got pretty much cosmetic damage. They will have to check all the alignment of the steering, the suspension geometry, make sure that nothing has been misaligned. But looking at it there, you have to say, cut it away and go down to the spares department at Bentley Motorsport, M Sport, and see what they can provide you with. So
now we didn't get a second answer. No, I thought we were going to see the same incident, but now we see the BMW really in the thick of the battle with the Lamborghini going around La Source, but working its way to the front. That's Maxime Martin in third place.
And the Ferrari, the number 50 Ferrari, back in the fray. We saw that car in the gravel as well, what, 10 or 15 minutes ago. So it's recovered and back at the races, as they say. So it's still showing Vincent Abril, but one more pit stop, as you pointed out, Bruce. There, it makes its way over the top of Radio, and this is now coming up to 8:45 in the evening here at Spa-Francorchamps. 19 hours and 44 minutes remaining. Lights are on, and everybody runs these LED headlights, which are fantastic in terms of vision, but they play havoc with the camera lens, particularly where they're looking down the straight and the lights hitting the lens. It just, I mean, what it does to the aperture of these automatic cameras, I dread to think.
Yeah, and of course, if you're being caught very quickly by a driver, he's going to dazzle your mirror to be not having much reflection into your face. You just mentioned the 50 Ferrari that went so well in the opening part of the race, had a bit of an off. It is still going, but it's in 47th place, so that was really quite a costly.
I mean, that was a very costly dip into the gravel, but the car is back, and the main thing is it's back on track. It didn't suffer any damage. It may have had a bit of gravel rash underneath the car, but it is at least a runner, and they've got it back. And of course they're running in a category where all they can do now is just keep going, just try to mitigate and keep working, pushing away. When you get into the nighttime hours, that's where the experience of those drivers, you know, Michele Rugolo, great driver, Alessandro Pierguidi, another great driver, Passan Lathorius, well, he was behind the wheel, and that's maybe a little sort of schoolboy error, but it happens. We don't know the reasons for it. We just saw the car in the gravel. In the meantime, the gap between first and second is 15.8 seconds. That's the 28 Audi that has been hovering around the lead for a lot of the race and will take the lead once this lead car, the 7 Bentley, makes its way back into the pits.
Night signaling from now on. To all teams, night signaling from now on.
Another instruction from the race director, night signalling from now on. I noticed a couple of laps ago that one of the Jaguars didn't appear to have its lights on at all as it drove out of Radil up the hill. So for the number 7 Bentley, it seems to be mired in traffic at the moment, but sorting itself out. But a couple of Audis on its tail. And again, this wonderful mix of cars, a Lamborghini, BMW. That was the black one from Buisson Ginian Racing, number 12. in the tail. Great mix of cars in the Blancpain series, and just to have the Spa 24 hours back where it should be with a full field of competitive cars, it's really heartening to see. And certainly the fans out around the circuit enjoying the view very much indeed, and fans all around the world, and certainly if you're a McLaren fan you'll enjoy this little scrap as the McLaren is already, Shane Van Gisbergen is right in the thick of the battle, but he's got very close behind the number one. In fact, the Audi is now ahead of him, and that's a change of position, and Frederik Vervisch has got past. Was that traffic induced? But the number one Audi now ahead of the 58 McLaren, and right behind you've got Michele Beretta in the number 19 Lamborghini, so 6th, 7th and 8th, super close. 1 second covers all three cars.
A good pass by Vervisch to get ahead of Van Gisbergen in the McLaren. So slightly different lines between the Audi and the McLaren in turns 18 and 19. In the more pain to some of the teams, the car 15, the BMW Italia BMW, it's been given a drive-through penalty for a pit stop time infringement. I would assume it either went too late or too early, one of the two. You've got this window, you must be in and out either under 1 minute 55 seconds or after 2 minutes 15. So somewhere in between those two, or above or below those two, is where the BMW Italia team is going to be penalised. The McLaren and the Audi climbing all over the curbing and the inside at the top of Radion. Never a nice thing to see. And I remember last year, probably the previous years, we saw a lot of cars cutting tyres down due to running the curbs. So far in this race, we've seen remarkably few people suffering from that. Now, whether that's because of the implementation of this track limit, change of interpretation or regulation, but whatever it is, please let it continue. I don't like to see cars cutting tyres down.
No, certainly not. The circuit like Spa, there's a lot of place you're carrying a lot of speed, so we do not want them going underneath you, but we've only had mercifully few punctures. In fact, Marcus Seefried had one on the second lap when he went off. That could have been after he rejoined, because obviously he went deep into the gravel in the 333 Ferrari. Where is that 333 Ferrari? Well, he lost a lot of time. 6 laps down overall, and it's now in the hands not of Marco Seefried, it is in the hands of Alexander Matschel. That's a lot of ground to make up. But for the hot shoe, it was awkward indeed that he lost time and brought out that first full course yellow period right at the start of the race.
Michele Beretta in the Lamborghini, quite keen to follow the Audi through and put the McLaren 1 place further down to Van Gisbergen, 7th place. Beretta in the Lamborghini in 8th, and the gap was on the last lap a half a second. You can see by the position of the two cars it's hovering around that same kind of figure. Up the hill into Blanchimont. Don't overrun on the outside. Shane Van Gisbergen has been an absolute star in a McLaren really since he took over, not just this particular race, but pretty much this season, starting with that victory in
warning flag to car 7, track limits. Warning flag to car 7, track limits.
Let's go and hear what Derek Pearce has to say.
Okay, Derek, you're looking very hot and sweaty and also very disappointed either with yourself or the circuit or something. Talk us through what happened in the Bentley.
Yeah, very hot and extremely disappointed. I ended Camel straight, the right and the left-hander. Through the right, no problem, through the left. And the car just seemed to snap. I don't know whether something in the track. I was actually going slower than all the other laps. I was behind a couple of back markers. I really can't explain it. It was a really soft impact, but obviously the car, you know, the carbon fibre, they brake reasonably easy when the weight of the Bentley goes against the tyre wall. So, unbelievably disappointed.
Is this your first time doing the 24? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, the whole atmosphere's amazing. First time in the 24, first time in Spa. So in at the deep end, but I could have done without this. I'm really so disappointed that this happened. But well, guys will get it fixed. We'll do our level best to get back to the front of the field again.
Well, don't worry about it. It's a very fast circuit. It's your first time here. You're doing all right, and it looks more superficial, really, to be honest. I think you got away with it.
Yeah, it's just time to get it fixed. You know, the guys are working hard just now, so here's hoping. Boys will not spend too long on it.
Well, don't kick yourself too much. You're all right. That's the main thing.
Yeah, thanks for that. Thank you.
So that was Charlie Butler Henderson, very fast on his feet, trying to pat on the back for Derek Pearce, who's obviously gutted. He put the number 30 Bentley off at Les Combes, and it was a strange incident. Just been joined in the commentary box. Great to have you here. And Andrew Watson coming to join us from the Garage 59 crew. Did you catch any of that interview? So even if you couldn't hear it, you could see the disappointment on the face of Derek Pearce. It's a long race, but when you make a slip up and you damage the car, it must just take the wind out of your sails. Not that you've had that, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, this race is a bit special, I suppose. Whenever it's so long, you know, there's added pressure on you for the guys back in the garage, not just yourself as a driver. So I'm sure he's feeling that a little bit, but hopefully they can get it sorted and get back out, because we're doing it for the teams and the manufacturers as well, not just for the drivers when it's such an event like this.
Now, we've seen the sister cars, the 58 car, right at the sharp end, but this whole race has been slightly sort of thrown out of order. It's quite hard to find a pattern. People are taking their pit stops at very different times. We've had now 3 full course yellow periods. Your car at the moment, Struan Moore at the wheel, down just outside, just behind Oliver Gavin in 22nd position. What's been the story of the race for the 59 McLaren so far?
Yeah, it looks like we're chipping away pretty good at the minute. We qualified down in 38th. We didn't have a great run in qualifying, so to be up nudging on the top 20 at this stage, you know, with 19 and a half hours to go, I think that's okay. The Garage 59 team, I've got full faith in them. You know, Bas Leinders, our team manager's been here before. He won the race. You know, he knows what he's doing. And everyone in the garage, we've got full faith in them. So they seem pretty happy, and morale is high at the minute. So I think we're looking good, and we're just trying to stay out of trouble. I started the race, and that was my main objective. But again, if you try and stay out of trouble too much, sometimes trouble finds you. So. You just have to keep turning laps and keep hitting apexes and keep doing your job, and hope you're there at the end when the sun comes up.
But how difficult is it? You had the full course yellow after you've done, what, 1 race in that?
Yeah.
You just get geared up for the start of the race, and it's very busy, 65 cars out on the circuit, and you suddenly have to rein it all in and sort of put your brain not in neutral. You've still got to stay focused, but it's a very difficult thing to do. Have you ever had it on the first lap of a race before?
No, I don't think so, but yeah, you nearly sort of catch yourself in the full course yellow, and you've nearly blanked out for a couple of minutes, and you're like, oh, okay, here we are, win the race.
Well, Bentley going to come in from the lead of the race. That's Vincent Abril. We just had some shots of the sister car, the 58. I must say the McLaren does look as though it's really handling well here, but conditions have been changeable throughout practice and qualifying for the Spa 24 hours. But what's the news from your car? How's that handling at the moment?
Yeah, I think we're pretty good at the minute. You know, this race, you don't have to be quickest over a lap every lap. It's not about that. You know, you just got to be able to run a consistent pace, and I think we're doing that pretty well at the minute. The car's got a good race set up, so that's what we really concentrated throughout practice, and we're just going to concentrate on just keep chipping away and see where we are later on tomorrow.
Yeah, just noticing the last lap from Struan Moore in your car, 2 minutes 23.7, the race leader 2 minutes 22.4, so a competitive time, pretty much in fact quicker than about 10 or so cars ahead of you on the timesheets, but as I said, the order's been rather jiggled around. It's getting a bit darker out there. We've just had the instruction from the race director. It's now full night signalling conditions. How are you going to change your stint times? Are you going to keep on cycling through doing single stints, or are you going to start knitting double stints in? How are you going to play it?
Yeah, well, I've already done a double stint. I think we're going to keep it like that, but I suppose we're a little bit unique because our car, none of us have done a 24-hour race before, so we're all venturing into the unknown here. So we're just really having to rely on the team.
Slow car on track from turn 7. Slow car on track from turn 7.
Yeah, we're just going to do our job, and I think we're going to keep doing doubles because it's nice to be in the car and you got the rhythm.
Well, just been told there, Andrew, slow car on track from turn 7. It doesn't look very good for the Buisson-Gignon BMW. And for Karim OJ, in fact, when I was having supper earlier, it sounded a little bit as though they were short shifting on that. And dearie me, so Vincent Abril's just got out of the number 7 Bentley. They'll be pleased with that, but it's just so frustrating. This is a circuit that just produces opportunities for opportunities to happen. We keep saying 65 cars, and who knows what sort of trail's being left by that. That could catch the driver out just as the night is starting to come down. Okay, the marshals will flag it up as best they can, but that could yet lead to another incident.
Yeah, it just points to you've just always got to be on your toes and ready for everything around here, because it can all be over in a heartbeat. All the hard work that everyone puts in, it can all come to a pretty sharp end. So yeah, they'll be telling the guys on the radio back from the garage, they'll be keeping them fully updated on all that. So he should be okay, but you know, even that car has got trouble. You know, if he gets back to the pits and fixes it and gets out and runs a good race, you never know where they can end up. That's the beauty of 24-hour racing.
Talking of getting a signal on the radio, how good is the radio signal? Because when I started coming to this race, if you had radio signal, it sort of worked within about 100 metres of the pits, and you then had sort of a couple of minutes when you could hear absolutely nothing. Can you hear it everywhere?
Yeah, we can hear it everywhere. Maybe some of the guys in the team wish that we couldn't talk as much as we do, but yeah, it works pretty well at the minute.
So are you a talker, are you a chatter, or are you a sort of Kimi Räikkönen who just like to receive the message? No, in fact, you don't like to receive any messages.
Yeah, well, I suppose no news is good news. So, yeah, it's nice to know what's going on in front of you, and definitely what sort of pace other people are running, to know how you're getting on, and definitely that sort of stuff with maybe leaving an oil trail or slow car ahead. That's all really, really important. And for drivers, we love all that information, but there's a fine line between too much information.
Now, just one question before you go, and thank you very much, Andrew Watson, for coming up to join us.
T15.
Just been told something about car 15. I'm afraid I slightly missed the message from the race control. Cars going out beyond the white lines, how often are you warned about track limits here? What's the feeling from the drivers at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, I think drivers in general, most drivers I've talked to, just want consistency. So if we can keep that going, and it's been pretty good this year. I mean, or this weekend even. I mean, it's been harsh, a lot of drive-throughs, but at least drivers, we know where we stand. If you run wide, you know they're going to get penalised. So, I mean, it's easy to keep it between the white lines within yourself, but obviously we're all out there pushing, and sometimes mistakes are made. But yeah, we just all want consistency, and for just to be kept updated as well.
And in fairness, I think it tends to be the European Formula 3
slow
championship
car in P17, slow car in P17.
Slow car in P17. So as Andrew Watson from Garage 59 goes to still limping its way back, that's the BMW that has been so slow around, well, 3/4 of a lap since you joined us, Andrew.
Yeah,
it will get back to the pits, and Carey Moget keeping it as far off the track as he can, but will be leaving little bits of debris just where the drivers don't want them. So best of luck for your next stint. Thank you very much, McLaren Customer Racing and Garage 59 for bringing Andrew up to talk to us. More drivers through the course tonight will enliven the commentary team up here, and I think John Watson will be coming in to join us. Thank you very much indeed. So now the slow car has nearly made it home up to the bus stop. Hopefully won't interrupt too many more drivers as he completes his limp back to the pits, but that has seen the number 12 BMW tumble down the order, now down to 48th position and falling the last few metres before he can get into the pit entry. Has done so. And anybody else wants
slow car in the pit lane,
enter the pits, they're going to be obstructed. And luckily none of the cars right behind, but one of the Mercedes in the background has just come in. That will be slightly delayed. I'm trying to think where the pit garage is for Carey Moget. I think it's in the Heritage pits. And for the 85 crew, they are rather cursing. That's one of the HTP Mercedes. And just trying to see where that is on the time screens. It's on the second page, but we'll lose a few valuable seconds behind that BMW in the pit lane. Leading the way, though, we said the number 28 Audi would work its way to the front, and it has. Nico Müller at the wheel ahead of Maxime Martin, the 99 BMW. And now at the wheel of the number 6 Phoenix Audi, it's no longer Winkelhock, but it's Christopher Mies up into 3rd place. And leading the Pro-Am class in 4th place overall is the number 11 Kessel Racing Ferrari, that's really starting to look as though it's having a very solid race.
Yeah, I mean, that's a car that's been hovering around the lead of that Pro-Am category, certainly over the last hour or so, and it's a quick car, it's a good car. Lots of stuff now beginning to pick up in the camera lenses, all that. It's almost like tumbleweed, not quite as big as that, of course, but in the straight, and busy coming up into Les Combes. This combination of Am, Pro, and there's the BMW that puts on Junion, finally making it back with that left rear totally, well, there's none of it left, and hopefully there's no damage to the rear of the car. One of the marshals or one of the engineers taking a photograph of it. There you can see the remnants of the Pirelli tyre. Again, cutting tyres down has always been an issue here at Spa-Francorchamps. The 85 Clement Schmidt in Didonji, and that car gets underway again. So that will be, it might be Luciano Bacchetta.
Yeah, that's probably about right.
So they're going to have a little look. I don't know, what they might choose to do is spin the car around. Yes, they're clearing the pit, so they're going to take the tyres and back. There may be some damage around the rear of the BMW.
You can see some damage. It looks like it's just the liner to the wheel bay, if you will, but that bodywork could be removed. Actually, it's not as bad as I thought it would be with all that tattered rubber flapping around within the wheel arch.
So they push it back in the garage, and that permits a full service by anybody of the team who can get anywhere near the car, rather than on the pit lane where you're restricted to only 2 at any one time. So a bit of time lost in doing so, but ultimately it's the right thing to do. to ensure the repair. Now, while they're taking the bonnet lid off, to have a little look down there.
I think while the crew are fixing the back, they're going to take the time to do other tasks. A bit early in the race to go for any brake changes, but you never know. A team might think we've got to roll the dice here. We will do something. I would suggest it's way too early, in fact, for that.
Yeah, the 98, Stef Dusseldorf, is making his way up the hill. So the car in 9th place, chasing the 16.
Yeah, 16 Lamborghini that spent quite a lot of the race in the early stage fighting for first, second and third positions. Mirko Bortolotti went very well in that. At the wheel now is Jeroen Bleekemolen. If there's a race somewhere in the world at any weekend, Jeroen will be there.
Or a Bleekemolen will be there.
A Bleekemolen, but generally Jeroen, he doesn't seem to like being at home very much in Monte Carlo, but, well, he does really, but he's a very, very busy driver, and this is just the sort of place he wants to be racing. He's 5 seconds down on the 7th place car, which is a sister Grasser Lamborghini driven by Michele Beretta at the moment. But one of the fastest driver laps just a moment ago was from Maxim van Gisbergen, who's starting to really wind it up, but their lap times have dropped down a little bit because, of course, they had the full course, not the full course yellow, they had the waved yellows because of the slow car.
The current quick lap of anybody in the top 10 is actually from Maxime Martin with a 2:22.111, and that's the 99 BMW, and that's way, way quicker than the leading Audi, which had a bad lap, which undoubtedly was due to getting through traffic. Those around the BMW, but behind it, Christopher Mies, his lap, again, 2 seconds a lap slower. The lead Pro-Am car was 1 second. So it's fundamentally a traffic-dictated pace as we go. See this battle for 8th, 9th and 10th place between the Lamborghini, the BMW and the Audi. Stef Dusseldorf behind the wheel down in Brussels, chasing Jeroen Bleekemolen as they come out, and then the drop down the hill. The BMW looking slightly more threatening as it makes its way through. We call it the corner with no name. If it has a name, I don't know it.
Well, I had a bird tweeting me, it's now called Speaker's Corner. I don't know if there's
now we've heard,
to do with us.
They had Speaker's Corner, partly because of the heritage of the circuit, but clearly you can see the BMW has got the potential to be quicker than the Lamborghini, so Stef Dusseldorf needs to be thoughtful. Where can I find a way past the Lamborghini? It's going to be most probably to try and do something up into the bus stop chicane. Not much to do at the very bottom of the circuit.
Well, sunset, we didn't think we'd see it at Spa-Francorchamps. Got very grey a couple of hours ago, a few spits of rain, but well done, cameraman, for picking it up as it falls behind the hills. Black and white flag for car number 76 for disrespecting track limits and turn 3.
Well, that's strange. I mean, that's a Porsche. Patrick Pilet, a factory driver, Raymond Narak, Thierry Cornac and Maxime Jousse. So which of the 4 right now has been...
Well, Thierry Cornac is at the wheel of the car, but you never know how long it's taken for that signal to come through. And don't forget, that ran as high in 3rd place overall in those early sort-outs when the whole order was being jumbled around.
And a black and white flag for car 76, which is the car we're talking about for... But at car 101 at track limits in turn 3. So again, drivers being warned as they attempt to racing Lamborghini Huracan, Fabio Babini, Patrick Niederhausen and Daniel Zampedri. So respecting track limits up at the top of Eau Rouge and Radio. And that's a place where I think if you don't respect the track limits up there, be prepared to pay the price, pay the consequences, because it is a place where we've seen in the past lots of drivers have cut this there. That's just right. If you cut too tight into the left, you will get yourself into, I think, areas where you want to stay straight away from them.
One of the cars that was doing it was one of the road racing BMWs with Nicky Katzberg on board. He's the 98 car. That's the car we're looking at down in... Where is he now? At the moment, he's the 98 car. Maxim Soule. Sorry, Andy Soucek on board now. In 98.
Stef Dusseldorf. In 98, sorry, BMW.
Sorry, I thought it was SOU. I thought it was Soule. I have to get used to this.
Stef Dusseldorf has been harrying the Lamborghini for 4 or 5 laps now, and I mean, he's as close as he can get. I mean, I think Jeroen Bleekemolen is carrying the car. He hasn't got the ability to go any quicker. He's just placing his car very cleverly in the bits of the racetrack where Stef Dusseldorf would like to put the BMW and come down the hill again. Look, the lights flashing in the BMW to really add to the discomfort and the concentration of the Dutchman in the Lamborghini.
What they have ahead of them, though, is a relatively clear track. 5 seconds is the gap ahead of them up to the other 90, the other Grasser Lamborghini that's running in the top 10. That's Michele Beretta, number 19, but at least no back markers in front of them, because that is the place, that is the situation where Stef Dusseldorf in the 98 car may be able to find an advantage, but Jeroen Bleekemolen in the number 16 Lamborghini, too wise an old head to be rumbled without something else being in front to, let's say, present a different scenario that he's got to handle. But with clear track up ahead of him for now, at least Blake Molan can concentrate very hard indeed. Nissan in the mix there, but not in the mix overall, just running behind them. He's not in that battle. It's the battle between the Lamborghini and the BMW that's exciting us now. Battle over 8th place, change of track position at least from Stef Dusseldorp into the bus stop chicane. He's trying all he can, flashing the lights, taking different lines, and Blake Molan, he hasn't had enough. It's time for a pit stop. So out of 8th place goes Blake Molan, up to 8th place goes the BMW with Stef Dusseldorp at the wheel.
Yeah, I think that the Lamborghini, I've heard that in fact there's been a little bit of an issue about rear tyre temperature. It looked to me as if he was struggling to try and just simply make a quick lap time, but he was able to do sufficient to defend his advantage over the BMW. But now, once the BMW has been released, it'll be interesting to see how much progress Stef Dusseldorp can make, because the next car up is the number 19, and that's the Beretta Lamborghini. A bit just then you got Shane van Ginnsbergen in 6th place in the McLaren, doing 2 minutes 23.0. So that's a good lap time. It's a quick lap time, not as quick as we've seen from Maxime Martin, who's still doing the low 1 minute 22. So let's stay on board with the Bentley with traffic all here. Up, can you go up the inside? No, you can't. There's traffic there. Can you go down the inside? Watch and see if the Lamborghini doesn't stray across you. Yeah, sometimes if you're assertive, as we see the 50 Ferrari, so it cuts wide, then drops back in again. But if you signal your intention in a way which a racing driver and a racing car sometimes can do. Andy Soucek in the Bentley number 8. So looking to find a way down the inside of the 50 Ferrari. With Passan Lathoros still behind the wheel, runs very wide and potentially flirts with the outside of the corner, but Andy Soucek gets through, and maybe Pathoros just allowed the car to get through, or Lathoros to get through cleanly. There it is.
Yeah, well, he's a long way down. Yeah, 33 positions apart, and we had the time lost when Lathoros put it off in the gravel, the tie racer. So the 50 Ferrari gets out of the way, running in 11th now, chasing after his next target is Zampieri in the number 101, another of the Attempto Racing Lamborghinis. We just saw the 100 sister car get out of the way as they started coming down the hill. And the next target is the 101 sister car from Attempto Racing.
Yeah, I mean, as they came across the line, that was showed a second of a difference. Looks more than that from where we're sitting in the commentary booth. But Andy Soucek, having successfully made his way by, will be looking to see which Audi is that. We can't quite get the number of it as it comes through to the number 2. So this is the battle for 9th place, Michael Meadows. So Soucek up to 10th place, Michael Meadows in the number 2 car. So Soucek trying to go the long way around. Will Michael Meadows concede? Will he give him room to work? No, will he make the cutback is maybe a little bit too far.
Penalty to car 8.
Well, we're
driving stints.
Riding on board with number 8. We've just got a message.
Car 8, driving stint.
Penalty. Yes. Exceeded the driving stint. So what heroics he produces in trying to get past Michael Meadows, I'm afraid. For Soule, that will be very, very disappointing indeed in the number 8.
And I mean, that's sort of a bit fundamental. The team should be on top of that one, because, you know, a team at the level that M Sport are operating, they would have should have been aware of the time behind the wheel. So I would assume that Maxime, Andy Soucek,
SOU is the first 3 letters.
Yeah, Andy Soucek should, I don't know if he's going to make a pit stop at the end of this lap or not. In the meantime, the 28 car has got an 18-second advantage over the 99 BMW. Christopher Mies, a further 17 or so seconds behind in 3rd place. And then the number 1 car, which is Will Stevens, Dries van Door and Frederik Vervies. That's showing currently in 5th place. And then you've got the McLaren of Shane van Ginnsbergen, and waiting to see what the gap between them, waiting to come across the line to complete what will have been their 101st, I should say, racing lap. But you can see Soucek on Dusseldorp has been taking 3/10, 2.6 seconds on some occasions, with the Nissan up ahead. So the Bentley has got to find a way past the Nissan as we go back into the Bentley garage. Wolfgang Reip and Wilson Jr. So the son of Malcolm Wilson.
Well,
Matthew Wilson,
you have to presume they're checking driver stint lengths.
Well,
and trying to understand why number 8 has.
Are you surprised they've been given the penalty? Where did that come from? Did somebody not realise, or was it a fundamental? I don't know.
I think they got confused by having 2 drivers with SOU as the first 3 letters of their surname. I certainly got confused. But anyhow, couple made the number 8 Bentley, which is up, featuring in 10th place, wrapping very well and catching Michael Meadows, but not passing him. That penalty will have to be served, and sometime fairly soon. Still, the top 3 runners have made 4 pit stops, and the car in 4th place, has made 5. The number 1 Audi with Verbish, but we're still riding on board with Soucek. Yeah, you see the light is dropping.
Oh yeah, and still behind the. So 23 Nissan not having a really happy weekend so far, and the 22 car currently with Sean Walkinshaw behind the wheel now in 44th, so there's been an overlap. So Lucas Ordóñez back into the 23 car. It's gone ahead of the sister car. That's just the way the 2 cars have overlapped between in and out. But Emil Frey, look at that, catching the Lamborghini in 6th place, taking, well, fractions of a second out in 1 lap, over a second, and another almost 2 seconds in lap 104. So there is the blue Jaguar being chased by the number 50 Ferrari.
And for Marcus Palter, maybe finished, well, he certainly is finished, but he did a lot of his early racing in the Benelux Racing Series and knows Spa-Francorchamps very well indeed. So using that favour as the McLaren pops out of the pits just in front of that battle. As in 7th place is the number 114 Jaguar G3 with Marcus Palter at the wheel. Was that McLaren's was that coming out of the pits? It was Shane Van Gisbergen after his pit stop. He's just got out ahead of this battle, so he hasn't fallen too far down the order. And what we're now starting to see is that 58 McLaren on merit, on pace, is up at the front end. Again, looking forward from the view that Lucas Ordóñez is having in that 23 Nissan, but he is down in 36th position, 2 positions gained as other cars have pit stops ahead of him. Great looking car, great sounding car, but he's got Marcus Palter bottled up behind him, and for many a car, despite this 23 Nissan being several laps down, it's a very hard car to pass, because particularly in Ordóñez's hands, it's lapping very well indeed. 2-minute 24s, but for Palter behind, the lights are being flashed very vigorously indeed. He wants to advance. He's chasing down Michele Beretta, but they're caught in that battle with the 23 Nissan.
I mean, I don't often remember having said that a Jaguar is hunting down a Nissan, but that's what's happening here in Spa 24, and the Jaguar's pace is genuine pace. Nissan has been off pace all weekend. In fact, it's pretty much been off pace most of this year. There's the Lamborghini slipping through. There's the 19 car,
and he's put 2 cars between himself and the chaser, and there is Shane Van Gisbergen in the pit. Sorry, I thought that was him popping out, but such is the length, this double pit lane, if you will. You've got the Formula 1 pit lane at the top, so all the way up there has to go the 58 McLaren, all the way down the Heritage pits, and in the last pit's garage, that's where garage 59 is here at Spa-Francorchamps. So it's an awfully long way from pit in to pit out.
The battle that we're watching momentarily, was for 6th place with the Lamborghini Beretta and Marcus Paltala in the Jaguar 114. The gap when they came across the line on the last lap, lap 107, was 0.8 of a second. And then behind that, the lead car in the Pro-Am, the 44 Aston Martin, Johnny Adam behind the wheel. He's a further, well, just now 9.1 seconds as they come across for the last time. And Ginsbergen is saying dropping down because he's just finished his pit stop. And in the meantime, Beretta's been elevated up to 3rd, Paltala 4th, and Johnny Adam 5th, and that's just the overlap with the pits in and pits out. So again, because of the way some teams opted to go out of sequence, it's quite difficult to follow what people are doing, because we're seeing people suddenly being elevated up the timing and scoring and then dropping off it again. Jasmine Jafar, by the way, he's now up onto page 1 as well in the 84 Mercedes-Benz. He shares with Dominic Baumann and Maximilian Buch, and Maximilian Goetz in the 86 car up to 15th place right now. But again, this is the overlap with pit stops.
Well, there's Jaguar moving up to 4th place. Marcus Palter getting his way past Michele Beretta, so it's no flash in the pan with these Jaguars. They're showing great pace on the track. We used to only see 1, they've come here with 2. Right in the thick of the battle, which is a very gladdening story. Yep. And you mentioned earlier, Emil Frey's team creates these cars, has done wonders on not a lot of money, but their history with Jaguar goes all the way back to what they were called before, Swallow sidecars.
Well, yes, you're going a bit further back than I would probably remember. But what is, again, something that we really need to find out from the pit lane is what is going on with the Lamborghinis, because we had been indicated that there's a tire temperature, tire pressure issue, at the rear, and if they're losing traction at the rear, grip at the rear of the car, is this why we're seeing these cars, when they're coming up towards the end of the stint, that they're not able to maintain that kind of pace? I mean, certainly what we saw from at the Mirko Bertolotti at the start of the race was leading the race, somebody way off, going cross-country, coming out of the bottom of Pujo. And which car is that? It's okay, number 3.
That's not had the best of races. Trying to look down the screen, it's one of the Batistas.
Ricardo Baptista, or Rodrigo Baptista, I should say. So he went off message. There's the 28, and that's Don Rennie Rast behind the wheel yet again, having taken the start of this race in this car, and now back behind the wheel, having cycled through all 3 drivers.
But what we're seeing with these pit stops being all out of sync, because I wish we could tell you absolutely clearly, but we're seeing that any car in the top 10 is circulating within the top 10. They make their pit stops now, they drop back down, they work their way to the front. At the moment, it's the 99 BMW leading the way with Maxime Martin. Christopher Mies in second place in the number 6 Audi, and the number 1 Audi with Frederick Vervisch, who must be getting towards the end of his stint. No, I think he's probably okay for the moment. They're all lapping. In fact, the best, quickest of those is the car in the lead, looking for quick times further down. They're traffic dependent, but down at the tail at the top end. The number 26 car from Sansalot Racing with Christopher Haas going very well, also lapping in the 2-minute 22s.
And okay, Vervisch not into the pits yet, but he's only dropped down. Christopher Mies has made that overtake into second place. He's some 26 seconds behind the lead BMW.
Drive-through penalty to car 7, not respecting track limits. Drive-through penalty, car 7, not respecting track limits.
Okay, of course, a Ferrari. I can't even pronounce his name. Compact, and it's Raffaele Gianmaria Alessandro Bazan. So that car has been given the penalty for not respecting track limits, up again at the top of radio over the Eau Rouge.
As has Guy Smith. We just heard, well, the number 7 Bentley up in 8th place at the moment. Guy Smith at the wheel, just heard the race director saying not respecting track limits at the cornerways. Clearly very keen on them, which is the top of the hill out of Eau Rouge to go to Radion. And let's face it, that's a corner well worth policing. If you get it slightly wrong there, as the Aston Martin comes into the pits, Johnny Adams had a double stint. Will he be hopping out? Yes, he will. Driver change there, leading 6th place overall, but he will drop down the order a little bit, but leading Pro-Am quite handsomely there for the Oman Racing team.
Have we seen Darren Turner? Darren, better known as the Dazzler.
The Dazzler, will he dazzle at night?
I think that might be Darren getting in. That looks like us. No, maybe that's not.
That's Johnny Adam getting out.
Okay,
you see the Salsar on his helmet.
Yeah, I was just looking at the, trying to see Darren's helmet, because it can be changeable depending on whatever team or sponsorship he's associated with. But there's the look down, what I would call the most contemporary pits here at Spa-Francorchamps. Everything now illuminated, and our commentary booth is 2 tiers above the pits. So looking at the Aston Martin, changing the left side tyres, and then run round and do the right side tyre. This is the choreography, if you like, of having to make a pit stop, and everybody works on the left side first, and the Italian BMW comes in. So somewhat clumsily bangs into the board that says stop here.
Well, we've seen other cars punt them away. They've just break deep into them. But just always it's a story within a story when night starts to fall at a circuit. Just looking for people off the screen who'd be going well. Nicolas Lapierre has been running the 74 ISR Audi. As I say that, it comes in just outside, just in 25th position. He's fallen to 27th, but Nicolas super quick in LMP2 cars. But he's just had a very good stint. Will he be getting out? I'm not entirely sure. But now the shots we see as the cars run up the Kemmel Straight to Les Combes, it looks fully dark. From our commentary position, there are still bright patches in the sky, but in about the next 15 minutes they should dissipate. We said 9:30 it gets fully dark. Not quite fully dark, and it is just 9:30. The Speed Lover Porsche trying to keep out of the way at the top of the hill, but as you can see, very little light left here at Spa-Francorchamps, and already we are almost 9:30 in the evening. Race started just over 5 hours ago, 4:30.
Interestingly, just watching the top 2, Christopher Mies, second place Audi number 6, 2 seconds, well, just under 2 seconds quicker on that last lap, but very impressively, likewise, Frederick Vervisch in the number 1 Audi, even quicker on that last lap than Christopher Mies. So these 2 Audis, number 6 and second, number 1 and 3rd, on the charge, but still the 99 BMW, Maxime Martin, controlling the race. He's got a 23-second advantage over the second place Audi of Christopher Mies, and I suspect again it's because of this slight overlap as we look down at the leader in Pro-Am, and that's the number 11 Ferrari And that's the Castle Racing car, Michael Broniszewski, Alessandro Bonanici, Andrea Rizzola and Giacomo Piccini. And I'll have a carbonara while you're at it, please.
2 suppers in one evening, John, but it's hungry work commentating here at Spa-Francorchamps. Oh, good grief, his carbonara has arrived, as if by magic. So let's just run you down the leader we just mentioned. In 12th place overall in Pro-Am, of course, we expect now it was indeed Darren Turner getting on board the Oman Racing Team Aston Martin. That will probably work its way back up to the top of that class. Have to look down to 40th position overall to see who's leading the way in the AM class, and it's the number 49 entry, which is the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari. We've seen that getting closer and closer to the top of the class, and at the moment we've got Davide Rizzo at the wheel of that. It was started by Rui Aguas, the Portuguese racer. Alexander Moisiev had a run, and now we've got leading the AM class down in 40th place overall, the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari. Looking for movers on the screen. Who is setting the really quick laps? I've had a few slower laps from Michele Beretta there. That was a lap, 2 minutes 27.
So changes all the way through. Just
Maxi Gott's up to 11th place overall in Mercedes. Must be due a pit stop. Let's have a look. He's only done 4. Most of those ahead have done 5. Some have even done 6.
Yeah, just getting some news from the pit lane that we were talking about issues of tyre grip, pressure, temperature, whatever, with some of the Lamborghinis, and that would appear to be an issue they now I think they've finally got a control over. So we'll wait and see what happens once they get back out on a fresh set of tyres. I suppose the Bentley drives in and round.
And a 10-second stop go, wasn't it, for guys who think it was a drive?
So the 88 Mercedes is in, and we've got the 86 in 11th place, the 88th still on page 2. That's
Ring of van der Zande.
In 23rd position.
Yeah, that's the red and white. And the number 58 McLaren.
59.
59 in 10th place overall, and that's Struan Moore bringing that in. Looks like he's going out again. We're just waiting for signalling that was coming in.
Again, Struan, just to get his fastest lap and looking to see what his last lap was. But interesting, the last lap of Andy Soucek in number 8 Bentley, 2:21.8. So Andy Soucek on a massive charge. And of course, the number 7 Bentley has had its drive through.
Is just exiting the pit, just crossed the white line, so Guy Smith can put the hammer down again. So they'll be running almost in consecutive positions, just waiting to see how far the number 7 falls down the order. But both of the Bentleys have now had penalties.
The pace of Andy Soucek, I mean, 2:21.8 at this stage in the race. Really, really quick pace. And clearly, obviously, he's had clear air to do it in. Nevertheless, taking lumps out of his teammate. And we wait to see what the time gap is when these two Bentleys come across the start-finish line.
That wasn't his only lap in the 2-minute 21s. About 5 or 6 laps ago, he did 2-minute 21.9. I was trying to describe it, something else happened. But certainly the speed is with the Bentley at the moment, which makes those moments where they run off the circuit, they've exceeded their driver stint time by a matter of only 8 seconds. Very, very annoying for them indeed. So time for another Audi pit stop there at the end of the Formula 1 pits, the last pit garages before you get to La Source. Of course, they don't turn onto the circuit again. As they come out of La Source, they have to run the whole way down past the Heritage Pit and join Nitzin just after Eau Rouge at the top of the hill at Radion. But the number 4 crew, they're certainly not as well placed as some of the sister cars. They're in 7th place overall. And it's Bertrand Baguette who's going to be handing over. Looks like the helmet of Pierre Caffer, look like yellow and red and black, which are German colours, so you expect Pierre to be taking over.
Full course yellow in 20 seconds.
Full course yellow in 20 seconds.
We've got a yellow flag in sector 1, and clearly race director feels we need to bring this under control.
There's a crash in Radion.
A crash in Radion. Well, we've had people exceeding the track limits there, so this has fallen very well in for the number 4 Audi crew.
1, full course yellow now.
Full course yellow. Pierre Caffer gets on board number 4. Bertrand Baguette is almost heaved out of the car. There's a safety vehicle, a medical car going down towards Eau Rouge. It'll then rise up to Radion, going past one of the Porsches there. Someone has gone off. Full course yellow. That's the full course yellow period number 4, unless I'm greatly mistaken. And we're into the 5th hour of the race. Very hard to pick it out. The lights
like a BMW. I'm not sure. Hard to tell just looking at the...
Well, you've talked about the flash of the lights, but it looks like a low figure, trying to see who has stopped on circuit.
And again, that's the side of the track where the barrier damage that really resulted in almost an hour. There's bits of bodywork, so I'm assuming it's coming up over the top of Radion. Loss of control, spinning in to the barrier on the inside.
Well, we're just waiting to see who it is. No shot of car number 15, which, to let you know, is the BMW team Italia.
Yeah, that's what
was
I
a
thought
BMW.
Yeah, it looked like a BMW to me. So it's hard to judge it. So it's up at the top of radio. In fact, it's beyond, because it's obviously lost control, hit something and bounced on the barrier and shredded bits of carbon fibre and other bits and pieces there. We can see the stuff on the racetrack.
Well, it's had a rotten race. It's down in 61st position. At that point, I think we only had 62 cars still circulated. We've lost the number 10 Lamborghini very early on, but even earlier we lost, pointing at the screen trying to work it out, we lost a Ferrari, number 53, and the 77
We have
Porsche.
oil on track, top of the Rédillon. All cars are reminded to pass and keep right-hand side. Keep right-hand side.
So just what you want as the night falls is oil on the track on the top of the hill at Raidillon. Maybe that was there before, or was it?
No, I mean, I suspect it's the consequence of the car hitting the barrier, and it's damaged the oil radiator. But fortunately, on the left-hand side of the track is not where you'd normally be. But nonetheless, race director advising everybody to stay well to the right until the corner workers and the team that look after the safety here have got the opportunity to mop up any fluids that are on the circuit.
Now, of course, as the flatbed is released from La Source to go down the hill to try and pick up the cars for two of the Audis, number 4 and number 6, it's good time indeed for them to make their pit stop. The number 4 was already in, Pierre Caffer gaining time, but 6 has come in from second place, Christopher Mies. In fact, the top 3 have come into the pits, the 99 BMW, the 6 and 1 Audis. And also Maxi Gotts, who just broke into the top 10.
Correct, and that's a key stop for the Mercedes. The 86 car, what was the provisional pole sitter, with an amazing lap, 2 minutes 17.6 or whatever it was. Now showing, okay, again, it's the ebb and flow of the pit stops, but they're well and truly, not only in page 1, but into the top half of page 1. And we've got the 84 car of Jasmine Jaffour showing in the pit lane likewise down in 16th. So the Mercedes slowly making their way forward, looking to see where the 84 Mercedes is. That's the Jasmine car. It's the 85 Mercedes. We haven't seen an awful lot of that so far, and just can't quite pick up where that 85 car might be.
I've gone momentarily blind. We saw it fleetingly being obstructed by a car limping back into the pit lanes. That was the Boutson-Ginian BMW. Number 1 Audi underway again. Frederick Vervisch has got out. Didn't see who got on board. I'll give you a choice of 2.
It looks like it's going to be our little friend Will Stevens.
So all change as night falls. The last light just fading away. Instant to the top of the hill at Raidillon. In fact, somewhat further on than the previous clash into the barriers.
I think what may have happened is the car's come up over the top of Raidillon, lost it. It may have hit the barrier on the left-hand side of our picture as we're looking at it, and then gone across to the right. Speculation, don't know, just looking to see where the bits of the carbon fibre might be. There's marshals there at the edge of the track, and everybody really needs to be very careful. And this is almost the most difficult light that you'll face in this stage of the race.
Well, let's find out what's happening down. 99 leading the race, 99 BMW. Let's hear from him down in the pit lane from Philip Eng in the BMW camp.
You're currently leading at the moment. Is everything going to plan?
Looks like yes. The team did a perfect job on the strategy, and we have a reliable car. So fingers crossed it will all stay like this. We were also a little bit lucky, to be honest, with the full course yellow situations. But that's what all you need. In the end, it doesn't mean a lot to be up front now. We want to be up front after 24 hours.
Safety car,
and
safety car
we are doing
now.
everything to achieve that.
Do you think you can keep this pace up? When are you getting back in the car?
Yes, I think so. Why not?
And when are you getting back in the car?
About 2 hours. Alex is just got in now for another double stint, and then it's me taking the wheel again.
Okay, well, good luck. I hope you can keep the pace up. Thank you.
Yeah, I just got a call from race director to say safety car to be deployed. So this full course yellow has gone from that to a safety car. So again, must be substantial amount of work required on the barriers at the exit of the Raidillon, where the BMW will be hopefully brought back, and then that work can be commenced as we look back all the way down to the lowest part of the circuit, the exit of Stavelot, the Paul Frère Courbe, and just watching as cars at this point mandated. Is that the safety car coming now? Yes, it is.
You can see in their lights a lot of rubber debris out around the
absolutely.
circuit.
And so everybody now running at 80 kilometers per hour. And there is should be the 99 BMW directly behind the safety car.
Alexander Sims at the wheel of that. Christopher Meese in the number 6 Audi in second place, and Will Stevens, correctly called there, John, third in the number 1 Audi. But Audi have been very crafty. They got almost all of their front-running cars in to make a pit stop under full course yellow. The number 4 was already in the pits as it had just started its pit stop as the full course yellow period started, but obviously it's now escalated with the safety car leading the way around. McLaren's been up and down the order, not as far up as they have been at the moment. Shane van Gisbergen, the number 58 car, is a lap down, not quite. The stagger will unwind, and I think he might be just under a lap down. We'll wait to see on that. But Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich of Audi watching it all from the pits, and it didn't start the race very well for them. I mean, we had Robin Freitz fighting up at the front, but gradually what we're seeing is all of their cars working their way towards the front of the field. We commented on Nicolas Pierre starting to pick up the pace, one of the ISR cars. He's just had a driver change, so he's out of there. But safety car, it's just after 10:15 in the evening at Spa-Francorchamps. And still the cars coming to the pits. That's the number 11 car, running in 11th place overall, leading the Pro-Am class. That's the Kessel Racing Ferrari that's been driven so well from the start of the race by Michel Bronicheski. And in fact, we've just had Alessandro Bonaccini bring that into the pit lane. As you can see, all the lights are fully on. Was that the number 80?
Yes, it was.
86 Mercedes back into the pit lane.
Yes,
again.
it is. And just 86 just driven back in. I'm not quite sure why that's car, whether it's a scheduled stop or they're taking. But it's Thomas Jaeger behind the wheel. So Maximilian Gutz had been in the car for a long time. So Thomas Jaeger back into the pits, and whether this is just a quick refuel and let it go again while we're under the safety car. We don't know how long we will be behind the safety car. Going initially from a full course yellow to the safety car is always an indication that there's more time required to carry out the work on the area of the racetrack, where I'm assuming again we've had damage to the Kessel Ferrari car leading the Pro-Am makes its way back out. Whether it will continue to lead the Pro-Am or not, at the minute we will wait and see, but it's to get that damage up at the top of Radion, just beyond it. So,
well, it's getting harder, John, to see what the damage is because it's now nearly fully dark at Spa-Francorchamps. And as we had earlier, for probably nearly half an hour, the barrier's being repaired.
Well, beyond that, actually.
It probably was, actually. It flew by. A half an hour plus. So body repairs. Well, it's been 5 hours of action so far. And let's have a look of the highlights of what we've had since the start at 4:30 at Francorchamps. Great conditions, packed grid, everybody thronging to see the 65 cars come to start the 24 hours here at Spa. Obviously a huge Belgian presence at their home circuits, and Linkin Park waving the flag, their car livery on the number 00 for the rock band. But at the start it was Audi leading the way with the Bortolotti Lamborghini right in behind. A great mix of cars. No Mercedes at the front, you'll find them at the back. Their fastest runners clashed there between the Audi of Robin Freitz and the Bentley of Callum McLeod. And then Marcus Seefried, was he pushed, did he jump into the gravel? That brought a safety car period, which was, not safety car, full course yellow, which was fantastic news for the 4 Mercedes that were coming in anyhow at the end of the first lap to serve a 5-minute penalty for a technical infringement that put the Mercedes that had qualified in the top 6 positions back down the order. So that eliminated or reduced some of the impact. But then at the restart, the Audi René Rast, something went wrong coming out of La Source. Mirko Bortolotti said thank you very much indeed, and Alessandro Pierguidi thought he'd do the same and demoted him as well. And then in from second place came Bortolotti to make a pit stop. Very tight action all out around the circuit. The speed level Porsche going over the curves. The number 50 car driven so well, the Ferrari had assumed the lead for 1 lap, then it made its pit stop. Then we started to see the Audis coming through, the 28 Audi. That's sure to be a feature later in the race. René Rast started that car, and the racing was very fearsome, but particularly between Bortolotti leading the race and the number 2 Audi of Robin Freitz. And then we had this frightening moment as the 53 Ferrari of Motoaki had a clash with Kevin Estre as Estre came out from the pits, and clearly the impact gave him a little bit of a limp. He had a blow, knocked his knee against the side of the car, but for Fisichella and the 53 Ferrari crew, their race is over, and that led to lengthy repairs of the barriers on the outside of the circuit at Radion. You've crested the hill at Radion, and it's effectively turn 4. And so for the drivers and the teams, this was a time to think, how do we change our tactics? Do we bring our drivers in now? It was clearly going to be not a short break behind the safety car. And this led to a general scrambling of the orders. People all came in on different laps. You can see cars, as the safety car withdrew, still coming in to make their pit stops. You think they missed their best moment to do so, but it was BMW to the fore at the moment. The little Porsche on the right-hand side was third, but leading Pro-Am class. But we had the McLaren 58 really, really feisty, trying to take the lead. And the Bentleys were coming through as well, past the 52 Ferrari from AF Corsa, and still cars were coming in, still rejigging the order from second, third and fourth. The number 8 Bentley then assumed the lead, and they have been looking very strong, but they would have some penalties to come and affect them later on. But certainly Bentley showing great speed, and here is the Bentley into the pits, the number 8 crew going very, very strongly indeed, in from the lead of the race. But as has been the case almost since that first full course yellow period, as we had a flurry of rain, it didn't change the order. What changed the order was when their pit stops were due. Jaguar doing very well, ran as high as second and third positions. That's the 14 car, and as others waited in the pits for their turn at the wheel. Incident aplenty. You can see the little flurry of rain left the track slippery, a little slip up there from one of the 2 Jaguars from Emil Frey Racing. No one went onto wet tyres, and all had to run through their pit stops, and you almost prayed that your pit stop would come when there was a full course yellow. And those who've worked the way to the front have all had a little bit of fortune. There were pit stop infringements, including for the Emil Frey team, and that led to a drive-through penalty. But what we've seen as the balloon was going up, and the 50 Ferrari, such a strong run, don't forget it led the race, went into the gravel. Then the number 4 Audi getting into the mix as well, getting higher and higher in the order. But what we have seen, not just Bentley being strong, we've had the BMWs fighting their way up the order. And this was Comé Ledogar making a move in the 58 McLaren, and doing so very well indeed. The traffic ahead of him just far enough in front not to interrupt his run through Eau Rouge. He'd got the move done on the BMW and completed, and then after another pit stop was able to come out with probably a 2 or 3 second advantage over the car he'd been racing before, the BMW coming down the pit lane behind him. And then Derek Pierce had a most extraordinary off in the second part of the right-left at Les Combes. 99 BMW also right in the mix. Wonderful view there of Eau Rouge. Not such a wonderful view of the Buisson-Gignon BMW limping its way very slowly around the long lap here, with the tyre, left rear tyre absolutely shredded. Hopefully the damage not too much in the wheel arch. Then racing got underway again, but unfortunately as night has fallen, we've got repairs out on the circuit again, because down right near the tail end of the field, Giorgio Roda dropped his BMW from BMW Italia at the top of Raidillon into the barriers, and more barrier repairs. We're back live, the last light fading away to the west, and really the bowl that encloses Spa-Francorchamps is in full darkness. And all at this stage in the race, with the safety car out on the circuit, John Watson, feels suddenly very quiet indeed. We have no idea how long the repairs will be, but precedent set already that it could be a long while behind the safety car.
I think the assumption is some of the race fans enjoy some of the other activities that are available over the 24 hours here at Spa-Francorchamps, and simply they have to repair those barriers. There has been fluid, oil on the track. That's got to be cleared up. And in particular, obviously, in nighttime hours, picking up anything that would be inappropriate on the racetrack, oil, water, any sort of fluid, you have to get it cleared up. And there's no real urgency to do this. It gets done in the time it takes to do it. They're not going to be pressured by anybody to try and, do a jury rig on it. It's got to be repaired properly. It's a high-speed part of the track. You've got to be absolutely committed to ensuring the full integrity of the safety barriers.
Yeah, and as we could see for a lot of the experienced fans, they know not much is going to happen for the next 20 minutes or so, taking a chance to pop down to the concert, a real party atmosphere here in the circuit at Spa-Francorchamps. And for those in the hospitality enjoying that wonderful view from the big balcony looking down over the bus stop, it's still action for the pit crews, but for those at the sides of the circuit, they can back off, go and have a glass of something to drink, some food to eat, and just soak up the atmosphere. But for those in the pit crews, of course, it's suddenly a change at another roll of the dice. Will they benefit from this period, or will they not? And more tempting shots of those who, for once, for a few minutes at least, can turn their back on the racing action, because the safety car circulating here at Spa-Francorchamps is coming up to, it's 5 minutes to 10 in the evening. So let's see who is placed where at this point in the race, and I think you'll find at the top of the charts at the moment who will coming up. We'll have BMW leading the way. Alexander Sims, which was at the top for row racing. They changed to BMW this year. It's working very well for them, but it's ominous. The Audis are working their way towards the front. Christopher Mies in second place. Will Stevens for WRT in third. And then Andrea Piccini in a Lamborghini in 4th. Guy Smith, both Bentleys have been pinged for penalties, but going well in 5th place. Pierre Caffer in the number 4 Audi, that had just had a pit stop when the safety car the full course yellow was scrambled up into 6th place. The order's changing, and just behind a sister car, number 28, with René Rast at the wheel. If you want to know who's leading the way in the Pro-Am class, look down to 14th place, Al-Hati, Model, Adam and Turner for Aston Martin. It's Darren Turner, so many years an Aston Martin driver, in 14th place overall. But it's the charge of the Mercedes working their way from the back page of our timing screen. 65 cars started, and they started down in the 60s, working their way towards the front. Dropped down a little bit according to pit stop sequence, but certainly with Baumann, Jafar and Bouk going very well indeed in 17th place. You carry on down, you find the Ferraris and Lamborghinis and more of the Mercedes working their way up the order, the tail end of the top 20. They are coming, it's just going to take a long time, and if you can be given a helping hand by a full course yellow happening when you're taking your pit stop, you will do well. Jaeger, Paffett and Gotts, the bright yellow 86, has lost a bit of ground. That again was pit stop sequence. We saw it get up to about 12th or 13th place, John.
Well, in fact, the Gotts car got up into the top 10 at one stage, but obviously again with the overlap with the pit stops and people taking the opportunity to go out of sync and do a pit stop during this full course yellow safety car intervention period. So that's what teams do. They read the situation, what's the best thing for us to do? Well, let's make our strategy plans now. We'll readapt for the remaining part of this race.
Well, time of plenty we heard early on from the pit lane from one of the drivers of the 86 car, and that was Gary Paffett, who's really just finding his feet in GT racing. And he's very much enjoying the challenge, but he's not used to doing long distance racing. He's used to having the car exclusively for himself, as he had for so many years for Mercedes and DTM, but a challenge he's very much adapting to. But they have made, that 86 car, 8 pit stops. Our race leader has made 5. Therein, of course, one of those was a 5-minute plus pit stop for that penalty at the start.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough break.
It certainly is, but the fact is we've got to 60th place on the screens, and we've still got runners. I think at the moment we have 61 runners, with Derek Pierce's Bentley having just moved up into 61st place, ahead of the Cobalt Roda Colombo Tomczyk BMW, which we now think will be the 4th of our retirements after that clash with the barriers. Giorgio Roda at the wheel at the top of Raidillon, but still the safety car out, fully dark here at Spa-Francorchamps. 4th full course yellow, 2nd time we've had the safety car leading the field around. And the riding on board, looking forward from the number 23 Nissan, not where it wants to be on the timing screen. It's on our 3rd timing screen. That means 43rd place. But let's find out from Dries van Tor. Number 1 Audi will go down and find out if they've got a pit stop in hand. I don't think they do. Let's find out.
Dries, you're currently running in 3rd right now. Do you have a pit stop at hand?
I don't know. Everything is running well. The car is running well. The teammates are doing their job. And everything is going to plan, so I don't know yet.
Are there any tricks up your sleeve for later in the night?
Well, let's hope. I mean, it's still 18 hours to go, and everything can happen. But at the moment, we're running a good position. So let's hope it stays like this.
And when do we expect to see you back in the car?
Midnight.
Well, we will look forward to it then. Good luck for now, and we'll see you then. Thank you.
Interesting interview there with Dries van Tor, the younger of the brothers, but of course he joked when I spoke to him last year that he knows more about the WRT tactics than anybody else, because while Laurent, his brother, has been racing for them for years, he's been in the pit garage just poring over the screens, seeing what Laurent's up to, and he can watch, of course, with WRT running so many entries, how they handle the tactics. And he's quite a bright young boy, so running 3rd at the moment, no flies on him.
No, absolutely not, and that's an important element from within a young driver, to have knowledge and know how to use that knowledge to your advantage. So, you know, for a man of, well, I'll call him a man, he's 18 years of age, a young man, and, you know, aside from having all those benefits and skills to get into the race car and you know, do what his older brother is doing at almost the level. And of course, Laurens van Tor in his earlier 23, 24 these days, 25. You know, he's got a big future ahead of him, and clearly married into the Audi family, given up all prospect of continuing down a single-seater path, realizing that he was flogging a bit of a dead horse on that one. So, you know, big future potentially ahead of this young Belgian driver, emulating his slightly older brother.
Yeah, but also some very wise old heads to teach in that team, with Pierre Dudonné, Thierry Tassin, Vincent Voss, a lot of very clever ex-racers, from whom to learn the tricks of the trade.
Thierry Tassin, a 4-time winner of this race, I think.
Pierre Dieudonné, I think he's won twice. Vincent Voss, I don't know if he's won here or not, but certainly he's competed here many, many occasions. And himself a very accomplished driver, now handling the whole WRT Audi operation. And it is a large operation. I mean, particularly here, in combination with Audi Sport running, or Audi Sport entering, I think 2 cars being run by WRT. There's something like 6 or 7 cars under the WRT umbrella. Not all of them, of course, are at the level of the number 1 car or the 28 car, but nevertheless, it's depth and numbers, and very frequently that's a very good call to have.
Exactly so, and everything about that team really does appear to be exemplary. Through Blancpain, through the years, you can just see them growing and growing, and it's the stuff away from the track as well. Very, very strong visual element, and they're very aware of their Audi corporate identity.
Yeah, one of the things I think that's very impressive about the teams at the high end right now of Blancpain, both Enduro and Sprint GT championships, is that the commitment that they make to those championships.
In this lap, safety car
quite simply
in
because
this
they
lap.
go testing between events. They don't just go back and polish the cars, they go testing. So safety car will come in this lap, and that indicates that the work carried out by those up at the top already have done a very good and quick job to get the circuit back to a condition to go racing again. So we will wait for the track to go green, and then we'll be back at the races, Bruce.
Yeah, the next time we see the cars in that evocative shot,
safety car
as
in
they
this
come down
lap.
from last
Safety
source,
car
they will be
in
closing
this
on
lap.
each other. Obviously, at the moment, in this final lap under the safety car, they have to run at equal distance. The 99 Alexander Sims-driven BMW M6 from Row Racing, leading the event by 7.7 seconds from Christopher Mies. Will it go up? Will it go down? But certainly the Audis have made their pit stops in very timely fashion. Will Stevens, another 11.5 seconds further back. How many cars lie between them? There is the question. But Alexander Sims is in very much the best place to be. He's got one of the McLarens tucked in behind him, and in fact that is Shane van Gisbergen, who is just a lap down. So things were going well, but unfortunately for them, if only they could have made a pit stop earlier. But let's see, Shane van Gisbergen, 5 pit stops on the board, same number as the race leader. Number 7 Bentley in the pits, and that's Guy Smith. Is this serving the penalty already? No, we'd already served that penalty.
He's just waiting to. They did the pit stop under the 2 minutes 15, so they had to wait until that had passed before they could roll. And that's one of the things some of the teams, especially the level of M Sport or Audi or some of the Mercedes-Benz teams, they've now got the ability to do all this servicing in the pit lane under that delta time of 2 minutes 15 seconds. So it's a frustration for them because they're racers. They're not just here making up the numbers, and they work hard at
shaping seconds.
Yeah, and then they have to hang around and wait for that 2 minute 15 seconds to pass before they can get rolling. And there's a bit of rock and rolling down there. And some of the fans who have been enjoying this momentary break in the action, the lights out on the safety car. So the safety
lights
car
off. Safety car
out.
lights off.
So not easy to pick up from in front with the flash of its headlights, but the lights are off on the roof of the safety car, so those who aren't trackside need to work their way back up if they're the wise fans, because we're going racing all over again here at Spa-Francorchamps. It's BMW ahead of 2 Audis at the front of the field. Lamborghini, they've been strong all race. A 3rd Audi in 5th place. 4th Audi in 6th place. Someone said to me earlier, they said with the Mercedes shoved to the back, just wait and watch the Audis come through. That appears to be happening, but we've also got strong running from Bentley, but both of them have been pinged with penalties. That's left them 8th and 9th positions. I've not mentioned one car, the better of the 2 Jaguars in 7th place. This is no flash in the pan.
Green flag.
Off we go with the 99 BMW at the head of the field. The car behind him on the track is 1 lap down, and that's the 58 McLaren. So a very handy buffer. It was nearly 8 seconds the advantage of Alexander Sims in the 99 BMW in the safety car period from Christopher Mies in the number 6 Audi from Audi Sport Team Phoenix. So Sims very much in the driving seat as he accelerates away into the night, round La Source, and then down the hill to Eau Rouge. Beyond Eau Rouge, of course, was where the number 15 BMW got it wrong with Giorgio Roda and clattered the barriers. The delay was less than we feared it might be while those barriers were repaired, and the 15 BMW Italia car was shifted away up the hill through Eau Rouge, and then importantly left at the crest of the hill through Radiance. A wonderful, wonderful low camera angle as the cars rush through one of the world's most famous racing courses.
And it is as quite as spectacular anywhere, any racetrack around the world, even though it has been, let's say, tamed as a sequence of corners. Nevertheless, it is still a challenge in a GT car which does not have the levels of downforce of some of the single-seater championships that will be racing here. And of course, the cars weighing over 1,000 kilograms apiece on a, what I would call a standard race tyre. It is a one-make tyre series. Pirelli are the tyre contractees, and amongst this series, they pretty much supply the tyres to nearly all the championships outside of I can't think what around the world. So it's not a championship where you've got competitions between tyre manufacturers, which is always very interesting, and also adds an additional potential cost to those championships.
It does so, but it just emphasised that low shot looking up through Eau Rouge as 61 cars flash by. Just how many cars we have in this race. We had 65 to start, we've just lost the 4th car. But John, what's it like to drive at night here at Spa-Francorchamps? Anywhere in particular, but is Spa-Francorchamps really, really different? You always have areas the circuits have a bit more light, but out the back it must be pretty dark.
The key, I think, is having your headlights, or your lights, not your headlights, the spread of light that you can always see the apex of a corner, first of all, but then you need your headlights to give you the long distance so you can see beyond where you literally are on the racetrack. And that's what teams are trying to do. And we saw, in fact, I think it was a 28 Audi during nighttime practice here, with a light board they attached to the front of the Audi to reset the lights, because there was a complaint that Rennie Rast or whoever was in the car wasn't quite happy with the way the light spread. So you use sometimes not the far distance to pick up reference points, but things maybe that are more within your peripheral vision. I mean, nighttime driving is a bit of an acquired taste. Some drivers just thrive upon it. Very often in the nighttime hours, you'll see the quickest lap of a race being established, partly because the area is more dense. That gives maybe a little bit more oomph to the engine, but also gives you a little bit more downforce from the thicker, heavier air. Oh, I don't like that at all. Well, that was clumsy. That was clumsy.
Yeah, well, that was Shane Gisbergen really having a moment, but going quicker ahead of him, just setting his fastest lap of the race. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 21.3 is our race leader, Alexander Sims. It was 7.7 seconds that lap. He gained 3.7 seconds.
Yeah, but Christopher Mies, of course,
is stuck in traffic.
So he's being delayed. I mean, you can see a whole,
but the fact
of cars here. Somewhere in that is the second place Audi of Christopher Mies. And Alexander Sims is doing the absolute right thing. He's got a clear racetrack. He's on fresh rubber. He's got a car which is clearly handling well. He's got good engine performance, and he's done a 2:21.303, the fastest lap of that car altogether, and that's on lap 119. I mean, if you look down to some of the Rennie Rast 28 Audi, it's at its fastest race lap on lap 5. This is lap 119, we're on now lap 120.
But what we're seeing, those that aren't stuck in particularly bad traffic are lapping nearly as quick as the very best laps in the race. Guy Smith looks like he's going to set his fastest lap. He'd be down in the 2 minute 21s as well, but he's down in 9th place after that little opportunity to come and have an extra pit stop, a little stop in the penalty box, and on his way again after a 10-second delay, plus of course the time in and out of the pit.
So this is always the frustration for everybody behind the lead car, behind the safety car chain. Now, Alexander Sims has bolted. He's just set fastest sector time overall in Sector 2, a purple 104.5. Again, he's just taking full advantage, stretching his advantage over Christopher Mies and Will Stevens in the second and third place. Audis who are really strong. 2 cars collide on it. That's one of the Audis. Is that the 28 car? And 2 other cars, a Jaguar. Oh my goodness, what's going on down at Pujo? So it looked like the 28 Audi was trying to make a pass collision, and then that came back and clipped one of the 2 Jaguars, and that's now beached up on the inside of the first part of Pujo. And the Audi is limping back, has got a right rear puncture. So
has there been a clash between those two, and certainly the Jaguar was going very well with Jonathan Hershey on board, and suddenly it could be unravelling for that team.
Is that Rennie Rast in car 28? Just looking
yes, it
to
is.
See. So just maybe being impatient, maybe being frustrated, and you take a punt at a part of the racetrack where you don't often see many cars. So where is the Audi? It's just behind all this lot. There it is there. So the Porsche and the Audi got together. The Audi comes back, so the Jaguar, and then the Jaguar hits one of the Ferraris and pushes the Ferrari off track. So what was going on with the Jaguar and the 28 Audi coming into Pujo is the story. And the Jaguar now pulls off, and whether that will get back on track, we don't know. But that car, the 28 car, beginning to fall down the field as a consequence of picking up a right rear puncture with that contact with the Jag.
Well, while that was going on, Alexander Sims improved his car's fastest lap time, 2 minutes 20.588. So on lap 120, going faster still, has that clear track. Also using it very well is Shane van Gisbergen. He's a lap down in 10th place.
More importantly, René Rast is in the pits, so he's managed to get back to the pits pretty quickly.
Yeah, but the Jaguar hasn't. It's still stuck out on circuit, and I think that was, I'm trying to work out which of the Ferraris that was. I think it was number 90.
Well, that was a battle for position with René Rast and the Jaguar. It wasn't a back marker, so the pair of them are battling for position when that incident occurred. There is René Rast. Left rear shredded bodywork damage also, so will they be able to repair that? Will that have any effect on the rear, on the panel? Look at that there, the light, the shroud around the back of the car. So they're going to jack this car up, push it back into the garage and go to work. A lot of rebuilding at the rear of the car. That's a big impact on that left rear corner. Nobody seems to be in control.
Turn 12.
I don't think they're ready at all for
114 in the gravel.
So what turn 12 being told?
Between car 40 and car 114 under investigation.
So the clash between 114 and 40. Let's have another look at it in the dark.
You don't see this trouble is this match, but not on camera. So then you see the Jaguar and the Audi. So the contact occurred between the two as they were coming into Pujol. The Jaguar then goes back on track, and the Ferrari is forced off the track and gets back on by using the perimeter route around the outside of the corner.
And as we saw, number 28 pulling away, René Rast had no rear bodywork damage, but he had the puncture, and obviously that is what's flapped around. No, but the bodywork damage happened after the incident. It wasn't from the contact. The contact gave the puncture, and the puncture is what, because the bodywork was still relatively intact as he drove away.
Okay, so now they're going to put the car on the dollies, having changed 3 of the 4 wheels and tyres. So it goes back into the garage. They've got to find quickly those body panels. Look, clearing out the front of the car. Everybody's got a specific task to do. The front wheels now, they've been just changed, but they're going to make sure they're fully taken back off again. So pad change, and is it a disc and pad change, or just they got a new set of discs there, or whether they're going to just change the pads. There's the Jaguar still stuck down at the exit on the outside of. Well, I tell you what, if he's stuck on the gravel, he's got more chance of. Well, he's got it to roll now. Somebody towing it, can't quite see. Let's look again. Hard to tell because action going on ahead with the McLaren, but the Jaguar and the Audi were racing for position. Now, whether one was trying to overtake the other, hard to tell. It looks like the right front of the Jaguar actually there is locked. So I think the Jaguar may have lost some steering control because the right front of the Jaguar looked to me to be locked. Now, well, that's because he was on the brakes trying to slow the car down. Oh, I don't know. But just trying to pick up little bits of information every time you have a look at the Vincent Voss. Absolutely. Well, I wouldn't want to ask him right now. You know, if you want to send Dakota Jane down to speak to Vincent Voss right now, that'll be an interesting interview.
When he's regained the power of speed, so well, the driver we've just been told out of the car. He's obviously decided he still needs a bit of a race. Got back in, he'd been rocking it around trying to free it. This is actually the first of the piff-paffs, if you will, after Pujol. But we didn't see the contact. The initial contact we think was just out of camera shot. Was the Jaguar given a bit of a push into the Audi. We saw them run wide and further contact as they negotiated the right-hander, but they were both on the far left of the track when the first impact was made. Didn't see how
what I'm trying to see, has the Jaguar, no, I mean, it looked to me as if the right front, look at the rubbish being shredded from it. I wasn't sure if the right front, as a consequence of that contact, had maybe been damaged, but it appears to be running relatively clearly, but right front damage to the Jaguar as we look at it. Look at the sparks coming from the side of the car.
Sparks, and there's smoke as well. There's bodywork damage underneath as something is rubbing. So we certainly saw the number 28 Audi work its way back with bodywork flailing. Oh, the tyre flailing and ripping the rear bodywork off the car has led to a lot of damage. They're doing a lot of pit work there as the 114 Jaguar falls down the order. He's now down into the 30s. He was fighting for about 6th position at the time. So the number 14 Jaguar goes on to another lap. The 114 has limped its way back. And
so in it comes.
See any damage? Oh yeah, you can see the front bodywork damage. Can't quite see from that angle. We'll have to wait till they get to the second part of the pit lane. They're in the top garage for Emil Frey Racing, the one closest to last source, and hope the light is enough for us to pick out what the damage is for 114 Jaguar. But that was fighting really very hard indeed for position. The corner after Pujol, the right hand in the first part of the piff-paffs. We had the clash there, and the number 28 Audi was fighting for that position with the 114 Jaguar. They're both tumbling down the order. In fact, René Rast is listed as in the pits in 27th position. We've seen some of the repairs going on, but it's the main bodywork at the back that needs to be sorted, not just the tyre that was failed. They've cleaned the front end of the car. They can use as many mechanics as they want, of course, and they're making the most of it in a WRT sort of way.
Well, they've done the brakes, they've changed discs, I suspect. Certainly had the pads there to change, so that's something that they would have planned to do maybe later in the race. There is still that mandatory 5-minute pit stop available to everybody at whatever their convenient time is, as the Jaguar makes it down to its garage position at the bottom almost of this heritage pits.
Well, actually, it's the top one. That's why we've got the really long camera shot, and the gantry is unfortunately obscuring the front right-hand corner from the driver's point of view, which is where the damage is.
So it's going into the garage as well, Bruce. They've just got to do the work on the car in the garage. So the dollies are under it. They're going to spin it round. Oh, they've taken them out again. No, that's it. It's fine. They're spinning it round. So green, green, green as we get back to this race, and Alexander Sims continues in the lead, 21 seconds ahead of second place.
Nearly trebled his lead. He was 7 seconds clear when the safety car released them, had clear track though. That was absolutely key. But then Alexander Sims banged in lap after lap, making the most of that clear track situation. Conditions very nice out on circuit. Clearly his light showing the right part, but he's lapping the 2-minute 20s, the 2-minute 21s, and that is allowing him to stretch his advantage over Christopher Mies, who was mired in traffic, of course.
Christopher Mies, now he's in clearer traffic, is responding. He's still a couple of 0.3 down per lap on the lead BMW. Nevertheless, he is pushing hard. The third place Audi of Will Stevens not able to maintain that pace again. He may be stuck in a whole group of cars which are not being cooperative. And then we got the 19 car in 4th place. That's the grass racing Lamborghini of Andrea Puccini. Then the 4 Audi of Pierre Caffer. So this is the 28 cars have been.
Yeah, back out of
what a bit of pit work. Well, it's there. It's enough. It's legal. He's got lights, which is the main thing. Rennie Rast goes on his way. Actually, I prefer the look.
Not quite balanced from side to side on the car, but that was a very, very slick bit of work by the Team WRT crew, Belgian Audi Club. And as it's fully dark here at Spa-Francorchamps, the field seems incredibly bunched. Of course, we had a restart, 4 laps ago when the safety car withdrew after barriers had been repaired, and the number 15 BMW was cleared away from the exit of Raidillon. But Alexander Sims has really just put in a stonkingly good performance. He's putting in quick lap after quick lap, but in turn he will be getting up towards the tail of this 61 car field, and he'll start getting the traffic. But he's made the most of that clear stretch of circuit, and in 39th position overall. Well, he was our class leader. No, he wasn't. Sorry, it's all changed over. It's further down the order there, trying to pick out. And there is the 114 Jaguar, still trying to see the extent of the damage. You see the bodywork has been ripped away. Was it a flat tyre, or was it something more that led to Jonathan Hershey having that clash with the 28 Audi on the corner after Pouhon?
We didn't get to see what the cause of the contact initially was. We saw the consequence of it when both cars went off, but right front damage to the Jaguar, clearly left rear damage to the Audi. Who was at fault? Well, that'll be probably looked at by the stewards, and if there's footage and evidence to say that that was an avoidable incident, then there could be a penalty for one or other of the two involved.
Now, one of the things we saw there was the difference between WRT and Emil Frey. Emil Frey's got a single width garage, not the space for the mechanics to work, whereas WRT has a garage about 5 wide with no walls in between, more space for the mechanics to dive in and do the repair works on the car. Alexander Sims, just seen him powering up through Eau Rouge in the 99 BMW, leading now by 23 seconds. He's gained another second and a little bit on that lap alone from Christopher Mies. So really making the most of this opportunity in the 99 BMW. Alexander Sims, a very, very steady hand on the tiller, and a very quick one too, because using the track and a little bit more up at Lecom, but managing it very tightly indeed. So we want news from Audi. Let's go down to the man at the top of the tree, Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich.
So it looked absolutely terrible. How terrible was it?
Yeah, if I saw right, then René got hit by a Jaguar that was hit by another car. And yeah, there was quite some bodywork damage. The rear lights have been damaged, so we had to repair quite something. I hope that the car will run now still fine. Some parts are missing, but not important ones.
Do you have faith in it getting its pace back?
I hope they will get their pace back. It should not be something that is restricting them from that time.
Okay, fine. Well, I hope it goes all to plan, and maybe you have some tricks for us later. Good luck.
We keep on fighting.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks.
Well, that's one thing you know for sure. Audi will always keep on fighting. Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich answering a question that John and I had. Was the Jaguar given a push? We didn't see, but the fact the head of Audi thinks it has been rather exonerates Jonathan Hershey, but it wasn't caught on camera.
You need all the information you can get. It's easy to have a knee-jerk reaction or be an armchair quarterback, which is what we all love to be from time to time. And, you know, that extends throughout viewership. Everybody sitting at home will have an opinion on it, and some of them will say, well, that was Hershey's fault, or that was, you know, René Rast's fault, but as it turns out, it looked like another car contacted the Jaguar, which sort of snooker-bolted into the 28 Audi.
We're not entirely sure that it's all in the clear for Jonathan Hershey, team manager of his car, 114, to race director immediately. Another message on the screen, not such good news for Audi. Number 2, under investigation for overtaking under yellow flag, and at the wheel of that is Robin Freins.
Yeah, but it's all the way down in 23rd place.
Yeah, but that's a long way ahead of 28, which is down in 46th place now.
Well, 46th place has had, you know, basically a lap and a bit.
Of course.
So forget about that. I don't know why Robin Freins in the number 2 car has managed to drop away. That's Stuart Leonard, Michael Meadows. I mean, Robin is the pro driver on that. Michael Meadows is maybe the pro-am, and Stuart Leonard, not really a pro-am as well, but I mean the level of Robin Freins is significantly beyond those of his 2 teammates, and that car outside now the top 20, which will be disappointing. Car number 2 under investigation for overtaking under yellow flags, and that's Stuart Leonard, Michael Meadows and Robin Freins, but I don't know whether any one of those 3 or all of them were guilty at one stage or another. So I'd love to hear what the manager of car 114 will say when he returns from the race director, whether he's got something that's going to be good news, bad news, or just no news.
Well, maybe he'll have to take a photograph of the rear bodywork of the car and find another car's paint on it to prove that he was pushed into the edge of the 28.
It's certainly interesting that Dr. Ulrich said quite clearly that the Jaguar was touched by another car, which then set off the chain of events that got René Rast involved, so we didn't see that. Unfortunately, the camera was panning around with the group of cars that was in the lead at that particular time.
Well, that was very level-headed and very fair indeed of the Audi boss to say that, not to point all finger of blame at the Jaguar, but no doubt he would have had some reports back from the driver of 28 at the time. So that was René Rast. Up front at the moment is done. It's fully dark at Spa-Francorchamps, leading by nearly 24 seconds is the 99 BMW. They're battling down the order. It's very tight indeed. 57 is the meet. They're in a sandwich at the moment. 57 is the Black Falcon Mercedes. Haven't really talked much about that one through the course of the race because, like so many of the other Mercedes, sent to the back of the grid, picking its way up the order into 10th place now. 57. In fact, that is the... That's the best place of the Mercedes. I think it is at the moment. Yes, indeed, it is up in 10th place. So the Mercedes order has changed again. We've had some placed rather better falling back when they made their pit stop in that lap and keep cycling through. But what we're seeing lap after lap right now is BMW stretching their advantage by a slight margin.
And there was that car, the 57 car with Adam Christodoulou on Thursday, early in the session, with a very, very rare engine failure. The engine actually seized. Exactly the look you're giving me is a look that the guys in the pit said, I can't believe it, the engine's only been in for about 100 kilometres. There is the car.
Yeah, being pushed at the moment by 16. That's one of the... No, sorry, it's not 16. That's one of the Audis. I was thinking it might have been. 16 is the Lamborghini, Mirko Bortolotti, who's had a spell at the front of the race in that first stint, chasing down the 57 Mercedes. Yeah, right. There's an Audi right behind it, but... some way back, should be Bortolotti. No, in fact, he's got past. That's why I can't find him behind. He's got past Adam Christodoulou. So Bortolotti in the 16th Lamborghini up to 10th, and still a great run there for Christodoulou. He just lost that race. But we've seen 16 at the front of the race early on. We know it has the pace. There's a question over the tyre temperatures. Other car just coming out of the pit lane, not so long after we had the safety car release the field one more time.
Just to give you an indication of how important it is to have your 2 cars on the pace. The lead car and its sister car down in 9th place, Dirk Werner. So he back on a... certainly getting into the top 10 at this stage with just coming up to the 6-hour mark. of this 24-hour race.
Not been a good lap and a half, I'm afraid, for the Mercedes up in. It was in 9th. It's now, in fact, it was in 10th. It's now down to 12th because Christopher Haas in the 26 Santalok Racing Audi has picked his way past the Mercedes as well. And will now try and set off after Mirko Bortolotti in the number 16 Lamborghini. One and a bit seconds down, but for Adam Christodoulou, as it is really fully dark at Spa-Francorchamps, caught out a little bit by the pace of those who are working their way back forward again.
Team manager of car 69 to race director immediately. Team manager of car 114 is obviously there. 69 is the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. Now I wonder, I don't want to make assumptions, but it wouldn't be coincidence that if there had been contact with a third party, is that the reason why the team manager of car 69 is being asked, not asked, is being told, or maybe even more strongly than that, to report to race director immediately?
Now that's a tricky one. If you want to check the colour of the car, if there's any damage on the back of the Jaguar, of course the ARC Bratislava has every single colour under the sun on the nose of that Lamborghini. It's largely yellow, but it's got black, yellow, green, blue, orange across the nose. Yeah, we'll find out.
We can build a story and all that, but we have to wait and see what the news, so that'll be an interesting one to follow up. Car 69, of course the 114 Jaguar in the pits having its bodywork repaired is there. Is the 26. Audi makes its way up through Le Coum. Christopher Haas in that car just up to 11th place, getting ahead of the 57 Mercedes of Adam Christodoulou.
Okay, checking for different colours on the back of that 114 Jaguar, still working away, but the bodywork looks complete. You can see no damage on the bodywork. What lies underneath, of course, is a different story.
Yeah, but they're taking the rear diffuser, and there's been removed, or they're about to put it. Yeah, they're about to return it to its mountings under the rear of the car.
Well, driver getting out isn't a good sign that it's going out soon. The shake of the head. So for the 114 crew, it's been such a strong race, but at the moment it looks as though things not going their way.
Quite a lot of bodywork involved at the rear of these cars, and of course it's got to be mounted very securely. So on board with Maxi Book, we haven't seen an awful lot of the 84 car again, one of those 6 cars that was demoted down to the bottom of the top 20 in qualifying, but the 5-minute penalty, that was the real, I wouldn't say it on TV, but it was you-know-what breaker, and so they've not really come alive. The 84 car's been there or thereabout. At the minute, it's showing in 14th, but it's taken a bit of time to get through to there.
Yeah, it's got the Aston Martin ahead of him, Darren Turner on board, a driver who certainly knows how to drive A, an Aston Martin, and B, in the dark. Maxi Book, far less experienced, but being super quick in Blancpain for the past 3 years or so, hunting him down, coming up to the corner where we had the clash between the Jaguar and the Audi not so long ago, but making a better fist of it to go through, but getting closer and closer and flashing his lights all over the rear of Darren's Aston Martin.
Bruce, it's not just the lights, it's the intensity. I mean, you're getting, okay, the back of the Aston Martin is mostly white, but the bounce back off that white paint, almost dazzling Maximilian Book.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
These modern-day LED lights.
Okay, going around one of the back markers, you can see the closing speed quite enormous as they pick their way past. I think that's the 911 Porsche. No problem.
Wait, what's that all about then?
Well, his defence is, I've been completely dazzled by the car behind.
Well, I tell you and that's not going to impress anybody, getting that far in the dive. A bit of a late break from Maximilian Book. Whereas the Aston Martin, he's bailed out of it, so he gets the job done. It was a bit of a long lunge. I don't know whether the Aston anticipated that was going to happen, but there we are. Darren Turner has conceded the position, so he drops from 13th down to 14th, but still the lead car in the Pro-Am category. So he's not in a battle with the 84 Mercedes-Benz. Again, you see, communication to a driver from the pit lane can help a driver so much. Under normal circumstances, maybe if he hadn't been advised, don't worry about the Mercedes behind you, it's out of sync, let it go, he might have tried to block, and that could have led to other issues. So
yeah, but Darren leading the Pro-Am class, but only by 5 and a bit seconds from the 100 Tempo Racing Lamborghini. Talking Lamborghini, we're a Barwell pit stop up in the top pit lane. Time to clean the screen. We had the rain earlier on, but the amount of rubber on the track, those screens are getting very dirty indeed. Do you go for a tear off, or do you save those for later in the race? But just cleaning up there. Nearly 6 hours run, and it's BMW leading the way. From Audi, from Lamborghini, and Bentley starting to show their hand again. Both Bentleys in 5th and 7th have served penalties in the pit lane. They'd be better placed if they hadn't.
the incident number 114, no further action. That's deemed to have been an incident, a racing incident. There's no intent or anything else. So, of course, the damage is done by the cars having to be in the pits and losing lap on lap on lap.
Yeah, so we have René Rast who's rejoined. We saw the sort of bodywork repairs and other matters up into 43rd, but down to 54th position. We've seen Jonathan Hershey there. He's talking to Christian Klein, shaking of the head, but clearly by far the angrier driver is the driver who was theoretically given a punt up the back, punted into the Audi. He's shaking his head, but a lot of bodywork repairs at the front end.
It's all, everything is interconnected. So if one of the bits has been damaged, then everything else has got to be removed for the offending damaged bits to be repaired or replaced mostly. There you can see some of the new bits being ready to be attached to the front of the car again. Part of these cars is this terrible. Look at the bodywork, the inner guard, which is made of a composite material, honeycomb composite material, and it's damaged. So that's got to be repaired or replaced. And it's just one thing leads to the other. The more you strip away, the more damage you find. Oh dear me!
But of course, for a tailor-made racing car like the Audi R8 LMS, it's made to be reconstructed quickly. The G3, not so much, because it's been developed by one team. Leading the class in Pro-Am in 14th place overall. Yeoman Racing Team, Aston Martin out over the curves, not too badly at last source, but waiting. Who is closing in? Waiting for Jeroen Mul. Wait for the Lamborghini to come into shot. Not yet, not yet. Just at the back of that battle, I think. What was the gap between them? It was 5 seconds last lap. It's gone out to 7.8 seconds. So Darren's put the hammer down. He was wise to let Maxi Book go past him. Jeroen Mul cannot get close to him, and now maybe Darren will stretch him again.
Well, Jeroen Mul's got to be on his toes, because you've got Michael Lyons, the third place car in the Pro-Am Championship, only 4.3 seconds behind the Lamborghini. Lamborghini, used to say, just dropped a couple of seconds on Darren Turner. So Michael Lyons in the 89 Mercedes beginning to make his move, just right place, right time. His last lap time was a wall, 2:26, as was Mul, as opposed to Darren Turner's 2:24. So that was a traffic probably related scenario for the 100 Lamborghini and the 89 Mercedes-Benz.
Again, trying to pick them out in the dark. We saw the IMSA performance, Porsche going through, keeping out the way, another Porsche keeping, Lamborghini keeping out the way as they run down through Speaker's Corner, down the hill, through the little kink, and then you get to Pouhon, such a tricky double apex corner, and finding your line in the night, particularly if you've got any headlight damage, is going to be very tricky in there. You go right, there's plenty of runoff, but it's a long way. If you go off to the right to the circuit here, you've got all the tarmac to run on, but you can go a very, very long way before you rejoin.
Well, I think that was Jeroen Mul and the Lamborghini just going through, flashing his lights at traffic on the exit of the Pouhon corner. So the 100 Lamborghini, Jeroen Mul is 7 point, haven't completed the lap yet, so still the 7.8 second disadvantage to Darren Turner. And in the meantime, Maxi Book in the number 84 Mercedes, of course, not in that race that we're sort of kind of focusing on right now for the Pro-Am lead.
No, but what he is doing, though, in 13th place, he's catching up a fellow Mercedes racer, but the 57 car by Adam Christodoulou took a second off him last lap. He's only a second behind. So, yes, there's a bit of a pride about being the top Mercedes runner, but they're going to need a few more full-course yellow and well-timed pit stops to work their way towards the front. But bit by bit, they're getting there.
Yeah. Shane van Gisbergen into the pit lane, as is Dirk Werner in the 98 BMW. So that will elevate those behind by a couple of further places. And again, this ebb and flow of in sync, out of sync, and then we see the 58 McLaren. So is this going to be a driver change? We saw Rob Bell start, so is Shane van Gisbergen.
Yeah,
he's done his bit, he's done his 2 stints, so out he gets. And I'm assuming it'll be Rob Bell who will get in, and he will then begin what will be most likely a couple of stints behind the wheel of the 58 McLaren. There the car is, down at the bottom end of the Heritage pit lane.
Yeah, it's Rob Bell. You can see the pale greenish helmet with black and white on top for Newcastle, his home city. But there in the pits, and of course, also in the pits was Dirk Werner brought the 98
and it's
BMW
rolling
into the pits, and that's rolling. But of course, BMW had a shorter run to its pit garage, and the longest run of all, the last pit garage of the second pit lane, the downhill pit lane, the Heritage pit lane, is how far the McLaren had to travel. Will he get going again? In fact, we saw a battle between these two cars in the pits, and the McLaren
came off slightly better.
Yeah, gained a couple of seconds. We could see the BMW coming down the hill in the background, and can he get the car started?
Well, they've got the camera's frozen, so that's the reason. Waiting to see the BMW coming down and the McLaren's rolling. So he's got out before the BMW comes down the pit lane. Where is the BMW? There it is now. So actually the time advantage has gone in the favour of the 58 McLaren, and the 98 BMW is still making its way. That looks like the 98 BMW making its way down the pit. I mean, that's a massive advantage.
Now, just heard a little technical tip that when you restart the cars carrying the onboard cameras, it causes the cameras to freeze. That's why they freeze. So, because the power comes back on and they start again, the power off, power on. You look at me in a very strange fashion.
Look, we want cameras on board. We want more cameras than you can ever shake a stick at. But teams hate them because it's an additional complexity. But, you know, motorsport's not about teams. It's about the people that watch it at home and come to these events, and they want to be entertained. And if you can put a camera down the footwell, see a driver's feet, watch what his hands do, all that kind of thing.
Drive-through penalty,
insight
car
into what's going on with the racing driver.
Track limits. Drive-through penalty, car 69, track limits.
69 track limits.
Not ARC Bratislava. Car 69, yes, ARC Bratislava.
Won't be the last either. Just a point while still finishing off about the onboard cameras. The weight of the camera is included. It's not a weight penalty, but say it's another. You didn't say it was. It's another factor of complication.
It's just, you add in another element into a complex situation.
But certainly provided wonderful footage, and of course at any point in the race we want to check what the conditions are around the track. It's wonderful to be able to go towards a lap on board, and certainly as the light was fading it was wonderful to ride around looking as Lucas Ordonez was through the front of the Nissan, way down the order, starting to pick its way back onto the second screen up to 40th place. Big delays, but wonderful to have those onboard camera footage, and certainly also from the 58 McLaren we saw a lot of interesting action when it was taking the battle to BMW, running nose to tail, as earlier in the race Combe Ledegar was trying to make the move.
Just looking at
our commentary box.
Yeah, no, just looking at the lead that Alexander Sims has been able to take advantage of with that safety car restart. He sprinted away. He's got a 28-second advantage over second place Christopher Mies, who's a further 38 seconds behind, ahead of Will Stevens in third place. So the gap between first and third, well, it's the best part of over a minute. So as we wait for everything to cycle through.
What we've seen in this stint, though, John, certainly, obviously, for Alexander Sims, who commented, he was the one at the start, at the head of the field at the restart. He was able to run away, but Christopher Mies has made a far better stamp. He probably had fewer cars to get past than Will Stevens has, but in clear traffic as they're working their way through it now, Stevens in the number one Audi just doesn't have the pace of the car from the Phoenix garage, the Audi Sport Team Phoenix entry with Christopher Mies. But then Mies has been racing these cars for some few years now, and Will Stevens, fresh from Formula One, still finding his feet, but absolutely loving his time in sports car racing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a new experience, and of course when you come out of a single-seater championship made in a manner Formula One car, these are entirely different cars. I mean, the grip levels are different, the weight obviously clearly is different, the performance different as well. But once you make that adaptation and you learn to drive around a car with a lower downforce level, it is no less enjoyable. And of course, you get into a race like a 24-hour race, unlike in the past when all our heroes on leg engine, whatever, they would race for 4 or 5 hours and then they'd be on a Sunday afternoon cruise to the end of the event. Now these are 24 one-hour sprint races.
Yeah, and I think that just adds to the attraction of the whole show. Number 01 on the screen, that is a class leader, that's the AM leader, looking down the screen. Kaspersky Ferrari really starting to cement its way, its position in that class, and it's Stéphane Lemeray, Belgian racer, doing great things at home, looking down 3 positions to the second car in class, which is the 888 Kessel, one of the Kessel Racing Ferraris. At the wheel of that in 42nd position is Liam Talbot at the moment. He started the race for the team. And third place in class is number 51, another 6 places further back, and 51 is an AF Corsa Ferrari. You almost don't need to say Ferrari after an AF Corsa.
90% of the car choices, the 458, or if you've been in a position to acquire a 488, but the 458 in terms of driving characteristics is probably a slightly easier car for the AMs because it's the naturally aspirated, the last of the aspirated customer Ferrari cars before the 488 comes in with this twin turbo engine. And the difference is apart from some of the aerodynamics, is the way the torque of the engine is delivered. Naturally aspirated 458 is a much more progressive, a much gentler way of delivering your horsepower than the turbo, which comes in once the turbos are spooled up. You suddenly get a big surge of power, so you've got to use the throttle a lot more judiciously than you would do with a normally aspirated car. So I think the 458, I'm not surprised that the AMs are very comfortable and happy with it as 488 makes its way up through. That's the Kessel Racing with Liam Talbot. I'm not sure who's behind the wheel of it at the minute in the 888.
888 is Liam Talbot.
Liam Talbot, the young Australian driver who has been forging not a career, but a vacation almost in motor racing and in the AM category, enjoying success, and of course, as we mentioned a number of times, coming first in category at the most recent 6-hour event at Paul Ricard.
Yep, but he's about nearly 50 seconds down on the 49 Ferrari. Stéphane Lemeray going great guns at the moment. Lemeray about 7 seconds, 8 seconds down on the number 22 car from the Pro-Am class. And in the 65 car field, number 22 is the better placed of the Nissan from Team RJN. Just double checking, where's 23? No, I think I've just shot myself in the foot there. 23 must have advanced up.
Well, the 22 car, Sean Walkinshaw behind the wheel.
Yeah.
Sean Walkinshaw on the 22 car currently just moved up into 36th position, and again looking for the 23 car's had its moments. It's had a tyre and a number of other things, so it's been slightly up and down, seesawing within the second page and the third page. So it's the Pro-Am 22 car that's ahead of the Pro car, sister car number 23.
So just looking for gaps, first to second, 31.6 seconds now. Laps last time around, another 2 seconds on that lap gained by Alexander Sims, but I think must be coming to the pit soon. 5 pit stops under the belt of the 99 BMW, 5 pit stops under the belt of the number 6 Audi, but Will Stevens, his car number 1 that's running third, has made 1 extra pit stop, but in this race of several full course yellows, 2 safety car periods, some have managed to make a judicious arrival at the pits and get a bit more done in terms of repairs.
In the top 6 we now see Andrea Piccini in the 4th place Lamborghini. He's now into the pits, so that is going to help Wolfgang Reip in the number 8 Bentley. He's moved up a bit further. Pierre Caffer in the number 4 Audi, likewise number 7 Guy Smith in the Bentley. He'll be up to 6th place. And then you've got the 16 Lamborghini, which will be up into 7th.
Yep, and what that's allowing to happen is a couple of Mercedes creeping into the top 10 again. Maxi Book in 84 is up into 9th at the moment, but that might become 8th. No, I think he won't gain a position with the number 19 Lamborghini in the pits.
The 88, it's dropping back. Oh, it's in the pit lane, in fact, that's the reason why. The 88 Mercedes had been the lead. That was the Maximilian Goetz car. That had been the lead Mercedes, but it's now in a pit stop, so clearly it's dropping back as each car passes by, and it's the 84 car. Oh, the Thomas Jaeger is in the 86 car, is in 15th place, and Maximilian Buch in the top 10 and 9th place in the 84 car.
And how fast is he lapping? 2 minute 23. He's the very best car in the field at the moment at the front end, the leader. Let's talk about 2 minute 22.7. So sort of ballpark, short-cutting rally on a little bit, and there you saw as Buch went to the top of the hill was another car coming out of pit exit. They have to keep in mind of those because of course we had the clash.
I have to say what Maximilian Buch did there was not abuse track limits. He used what he was entitled to do, but he didn't go super aggressive and try and take a chunk of the inside where you've got those kind of little sausage curbs which do upset a car, and I mean you need to stay away from those. So he used the inside and the outside, I think, comfortably within what I would accept on the limits. Going up through there, we've now got Wolfgang Reip, as we mentioned, due to the pit stops for Pierre Caffer. He's up to 4th place. Guy Smith in the sister car, the number 7 car, up to 5th. And you remember, the Bentleys have not had an easy run so far in the race, but they got the 2 cars currently into the top 5.
Yeah, 4th and 5th positions. They both served penalties. One was a drive-through, the other was a stop-go. One for a driver stint infringement, 8 seconds over the 65 minutes allowed. Number 4 Audi comes to a halt. Pierre Caffer will be staying on board. He's only done a single stint since taking that over. Came in from 5th position, falls now to 6th. No, sorry, he was still in 6th position, but he's going to lose place.
And what they're doing is they change over the drinks bottle at every stop. So a driver has got a drinks bottle, and that gets pushed in and enables the driver at different points on a lap if he feels the need to take on board some liquids. You know, in an enclosed GT car is not exactly the coolest. What's happened here? Problem for 6th place Ferrari. Is that a puncture? That's the 42 car making its way really slowly. That's the classic and modern racing Ferrari. Eric Mouet, David Loger, Thomas Nicole and Sylvian Deb.
And it's Thomas Nicole at the wheel. That's 6th place in the AM class, but clearly going to fall down the order now. Is the number 4 Audi not starting?
Sorry, 99 is in the pit lane.
Well, he owed us one. Christopher Mies will be coming in too as well, but the number 4, lots of frantic signalling to the driver on board that, and Pierre Caffer gets it underway. But of course, they have to watch their time at a pit stop, and I think maybe they were just making it as clear as possible. For 42, falling down the order as Thomas Nicole limps his way back. All the more dangerous at night, of course. Lights still working on the car, but if they should not be, then that would be a serious incident. But limping back, it's not a short lap to start with, but to be coming at low speed with a puncture must be absolutely agonising. So waiting for Christopher Mies to take a lead in the race. He was nearly just over 30 seconds down, which means it'll be a while until he takes the lead. There's another car in the AM class. You can see the orange lights on the windscreen.
Yeah, just as an illustration of the pit lane exit, only a single car coming by on track, and it was the problem when you had the 2 cars. That Christopher Mies, no, it's not. Just looking to see which Audi that is, making its
7th place. Well, 7th place should be. Oh no, sorry, it's the 7th. It's in the AM class. We'll pick that up again later. So out of the lead comes Alexander Sims in the 99 BMW. Christopher Mies staying on board, owing us a pit stop very soon, should assume the lead of the race. He's just over half a minute down in the number 6 Audi. Will Stevens running 3rd, should be promoted to 2nd in the number 1 Audi as well. Proper night time here at Spa-Francorchamps.
We wonder where the number 2 Audi had gone. Robin Friends was in page 2 at one stage. Now it's back onto page 1, and it's just outside the top 10 in 12th place. Robin Friends last lap 2:22.7, and that is probably quicker than anybody on that last lap. So he's at pace, and the number 2 with Stuart Leonard and Michael Meadows. So Robin Friends doing yet again sterling job for the WRT team.
Another driver who's been doing a good job, a slightly slower lap, down in 19th place, the other BMW, 98, Dirk Werner, did 2 laps in the 2:20 bracket in a row. Traffic got in his way. His next target is quite a way up the track ahead of him, and that's 10 seconds or so. And that is the number 58 entry. That should be picked off fairly easily indeed. That's no, not that easily, of course, because it's the number 58 McLaren that's been so strong, and at the wheel at the moment, we just saw him take over 5-10 minutes ago, is Rob Bell, lapping the same sort of speed on that lap, so it's not going to be a quick gain for Werner, but a couple of really quick laps have certainly worked in his favour since his pit stop.
We saw the number 8 Bentley just leaving the pit, still with Wolfgang Reip, we believe, on board. There is, which Audi is that? Looking, trying to see the number on the door.
Number 5, I think.
Yeah,
no, there isn't number 5. So, mechanical rate, is it number 6 or 6? Oh no, 6. Of course, it's number 6 who's coming to the pit lane. That was Christopher Mies who's come in. It looks like number 1 crew is waiting as well for their car to come in. So that's Christopher Mies. That's not Christopher Mies. Christopher Mies has got out of the car in the background. Who's he going to hand over to? Frank Stippler.
Wolfgang Reip has gone out, but I doubt he'll be in the lead. He was showing full pitch, so it might well be the number 7 sister car of Guy Smith, who actually will take the lead.
This is number 1 car. This is Dries van Tor. He told Dakota he'd get in about midnight. What a fib. 10 to 11. That's in from 2nd place. We expect Alexander Sims' 99 BMW to obviously be ahead of these 2 Audis, the 6 and the 1. 6 just rejoining the race there once their run through the pits has been completed. So it was 99, 6 and 1. That was the order. But behind them, we had Guy Smith in the number 7.
That was Will Stevens getting out, and Dries van Tor going in. Is that right?
That was only one stint. That was only one stint.
Now, Will Stevens' lap times were certainly slower than those of Christopher Mies. Now I wonder whether Audi have decided to put in Dries van Tor ahead of what he was scheduled to do, because they were maybe not comfortable with the times that Will Stevens. We don't know, we're speculating. No. Hard to tell.
It's our job to speculate.
Well, we're not. We're only here to speculate.
We know we've got to get as much in as we possibly can in terms of accuracy. But of course,
it's interesting.
I'm not saying Will Stevens is old, but maybe those 18-year-old eyes keen in the dark for...
You know, we saw last year, but it was in the morning when Stefano Telli got into his Audi and he wasn't able to match the lap times of some of his other sister cars. So they brought him in, put in Nicky Thiem, who I thought was, to me, one of the stars, along with Nicky Katzberg of last year's event. Nicky Katzberg immediately on the pace and actually became, for me, the star of the Audi team in the latter phase of the last year's race.
So just waiting for the timing screens to unwind. Car number 2, incident, no further action. We've had quite a few incidents investigated. So for the number 2 crew, Robin Frient's 10th place at the moment, just out behind 57, in fact 12 seconds down the track, but then with the other one's just gone into the pit lane, so that's not a particularly relevant position. But we've seen number 2, sorry, in 20th something, and now he's fighting his way up the order. Fireworks. Oh, fireworks. Fireworks on the track, fireworks in the sky. Fireworks. Celebrating the fact that we're going to stand down shortly and go and get a tiny bit of sleep. And the night crew's coming on. Andrew Marriott and Neville Hay lurking in the back of the booth like prize fighters, cage fighters ready to get into action.
So the number 6 Audi currently being shown in the lead with the number 1 WST team, but that's been a driver change. So yet again with this overlap and fireworks going off all around the racetrack. At least it's illuminating the racetrack. We can see a little bit of what's going on. We can actually maybe identify a little bit more confidently some of the cars that are all around this racetrack. Well, so it looks like the number 7 Guy Smith is the car that is currently leading the race from the 99 BMW, which has made it's with the gap between the Bentley and the BMW 3.1 seconds, with the number 6 Audi with looks like Frank Stippler behind the wheel after Christopher Mies did a blinding job in 3rd place.
Still listed on the screens as Will Stevens, but we're fairly sure we saw him get out of the car and Dries van Tor get into the number 1 Audi. We have to wait until it goes back onto the circuit for confirmation. Of course, it's a long run through the second part of the pit lane. But at the moment, we can tell you that Bentley is leading the race. Pro-Am is being led by Ferrari from Kessel Racing, as the Aston Martin drops 8 positions behind it in that Pro-Am battle, ahead of Jeroen Mull's Lamborghini in 20th place, but they've made an extra pit stop over the Braicheschi Ferrari. And leading the way in AM class is still Stéphane Lemeray in the 49 Ferrari, down in 37th place. 65 cars started this race. We have 61 still going as we get to 6.5 hours into this race. And at the moment in the front it's Bentley from BMW, then a couple of Audis, then a Lamborghini. Great mix of cars, and then the second of the Bentleys completing the top 6. But Audi's very much on the charge and quietly creeping back, and it's a long, long way to make a recovery from. Come the Mercedes. Thomas Jaeger, the best place, just come into the pits from 9th place, but they've worked their way up from about 60th position on the 65 car starting grid. The fireworks still go on as we approach 11 o'clock here at Spa-Francorchamps, but sitting on a lead of, not a big lead, 3 seconds over Alexander Sims, who's now closing down. He's taken 0.8 of a second out of Guy Smith's Bentley in the first sector of this lap alone, and then in fact lost more than that in the second sector.
Well, again, this ebb and flow of sector times and overall lap times, we keep saying it, you know, you get caught with another car in a difficult part of the racetrack, and any improvement you know or you've just gained goes. But the thing I think that's impressive has been the pace of the 99 BMW with Alexander Sims behind the wheel, in particular when he's in that clear air and he's able to run those really, really quick laps, getting into the 2-minute 20s on a consistent basis. And that's what really gave him that wonderful opportunity to stretch his advantage. So it will be, I suspect, not very long before we see the 99 car on the tail of the 7 Bentley. Getting past is going to be a different deal, because Guy Smith isn't going to give it up. He's in the lead of this race. Why should he move over for a BMW?
Yeah, well, catching both of them, albeit 4 places further back, is the sister Bentley, which has set the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 19.917 seconds. In probably I'd say that's about the 3rd hour of the race. That was in clear
maximum at that time, so that was lap 58. But currently the number 8 car, Wolfgang Reif, last lap 2:21. Good lap time for Wolfgang Reif, 2:21.3, quicker than the 2 lead cars. But again, you know, certainly the BMW capable of lapping in the 220s, and I'd assume Guy Smith would be matching the lap times of his teammate Wolfgang Reich.
Yeah, but keeping that BMW Bentley conundrum going, down in 10th place, but gaining positions all the time. Even lower, 2-minute 21 second lap last time around from Dirk Werner. He put in a couple of 2-minute 20s, a few slower laps in traffic, a 2-minute 21.1 that time around. So he's ahead of Maxi Buch's Mercedes by 9 seconds. He's trying to hunt down Rob Bell's McLaren, number 58. A lap down, just got caught out of sequence there. But we've seen that having front-running pace with all of its drivers, Shane Van Gisbergen, Rob Bell and Komi Ledegaard, who was particularly impressive in the early evening here at Spa-Francorchamps. So that too will be working its way up the order. And it's going to be quite a while before the Mercedes, even with an absolutely clear run, before they can start to genuinely be in the top 10. We're nearly 11 o'clock here at Spa-Francorchamps, but they're still coming.
I tell you what, they are a lot better off now than they might have imagined they would have been at the start of this race. They knew they were going to go automatically 2+ laps down with that 5-minute stop-go penalty in the pit lane, and through the safety cars and whatever, it's you know, they've managed to make their way through the field. I mean, it's wonderful looking at all these fireworks, and I'm fascinated by some of them because it's actually illuminating the racetrack. But you know, the trouble is, depends where the firework is going into its full display. You don't really sometimes want that getting into your eye line, but most drivers, I suspect, are not really seeing it. They're picking it up in peripheral. There's the 85 Mercedes being pushed into the garage. Now that is not something we anticipated. So where's that car been for the last number of laps? 85 has been dropping down, Inji down to 47th and falling.
But
so,
no visible damage. Well, the front part of the car that we can see.
Front wheels coming off. I wonder, is this going to be a disc pad change? So a little bit of a panic to get those wheel nuts released. Let's have a look and see. I think they are going to look at the brakes. Now, the Mercedes have got a really trick system in which they can remove the disc from the hub without having to disconnect the brake caliper. What they do is they remove the pads. They've got a very clever hub design, which is basically something that's been evolved through the DTM. But they're looking in beyond the disc from what I could see there. It's mighty hot in there, the heat coming off the caliper and the disc itself. So, spin round up at the top, but Le Koeman backs it into the barrier, but he gets it running again. One of the 42 Ferrari. So
he was in the wall before. We saw Thomas Nicole limping back in that car with the puncture that very, very slow lap about 10 minutes ago, made it back in. Is it Nicole at the wheel at the moment?
Don't know. Anyway, it looks like that was sort of self-inflicted injury or minor injury. It probably only very lightly bumped into the tyre wall, but didn't stop him getting it rolling again. And
Sylvain Debs was the driver. He'd taken over from Thomas Nicole. Debs, without the experience Nicole has, and sadly little rotation, but about as small an incident as you can have at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Rejoined the fireworks. They've spent a bit on fireworks, haven't they? Still going.
I mean, it's a wonderful display. And just saw the Mercedes being overtaken by an Audi. I'm not quite sure that was all about.
Wow, very, very close. So we said Alex Sims would close. He's under a second down on Guy Smith, the Bentley number 7, still leading the race. The 99 BMW getting closer and closer. And picking him off, his fastest first sector of the race, just about absolutely equal in times. A 10th gained here, a 10th traded back as the fireworks keep on booming ahead of 11 o'clock at Spa-Francorchamps. But it's Bentley leading from BMW. They've both made 6 pit stops. Behind them we've got Frank Stippler in the number 6 Audi, but he's half a minute and more behind. But it's so close between 7 and 99. Bentley ahead of BMW. Out on circuit trying to pick out where they are towards the end of the lap, coming up into the bus stop. Very illuminated bus stop, extra illuminated from above.
Yes, I mean you're more aware of the illumination from this camera angle looking down on it than you are actually at ground level.
So a view charging down the hill past what we now call the Heritage Pits at Spa-Francorchamps, into Eau Rouge, the jink to the left, the jink to the right, and then try not to use too much curb at the top to unsettle the car at Radillon.
Big lift there as well, Bruce. Just give you an indication of just what actually goes on the racetrack. Looking at the 99 BMW in second place. The last, not this lap that he's just completed, the lap prior to that, it was at 2 minutes 20. This lap, 2:23. Now, one reason and one reason only, you catch up to a car or a group of cars and you lose your pace. We're on board with the Barwell Lamborghini right now. Yeah, and there was an interesting that coming through Eau Rouge. That lift was a significant lift, which is not really confidence inspiring. It means that ordinarily you're completely aware that the back end of the car isn't totally attached to where you want it to be.
Quite so, but we really want to be looking at that lead battle down to 0.4 of a second. Track warning for number 42, track limits. That's the car Sylvain Debs we just saw off at Les Comps. He's rejoined, just seen the sister car on
22,
the screen.
the Nissan 22 has stopped at pit lane exit. That's the Sean Walkinshaw Nissan. And
so super close at the front, 0.4 of a second. It's gone out to a full half second. Guy Smith, Bentley, leading the way. But at 11 o'clock, let's look at the highlights so far at the Spa 24 hours. It started, of course, in the light. We had a 4:30 start. The paratroopers came in. The Belgian flag was waved here at Spa-Francorchamps. Linkin Park, the rock group, they've got the livery on a car, but that mattered little. Their Mercedes was up at the back, but it was Audi leading away from Mirko Bertolotti's Lamborghini as they powered up the hill on the opening lap through Eau Rouge. It was a downhill start, a little bit of contact between number 2 Audi of Robin Freintz and Callum McLeod's Bentley, and then Marco Seefried went for a spin down in the gravel. Did he jump? Was he pushed? But on the opening lap with 65 cars, you feel a push was probably involved. 4 of the 6 Mercedes that were sent to the back of the grid made their pit stop, but they were very, very lucky. It was a 5-minute pit stop, but it came under full course yellow because of the 333 Ferrari being down in the gravel at the tail end of the circuit. But then at the restart, René Rast did not get away for whatever reason. Mirko Bertolotti said thank you very much. Alessandro Pierguidi in the number 50 Ferrari came through as well. And then from the lead of the race, the number 16 Lamborghini came into the pits super, super close around the back of the circuit. The speed lover Porsche going over the curves. Then in from, well, it was the lead. It had been second place. Came the number 50 Ferrari, but this was the point at which the charge came on from the Audis. 2 and 28 hunting down Bortolotti. You can still see 0-1 flashing on the windscreen of the Lamborghini, and number 2 in second place, that is Robin Freintz pushing so hard, but pushing happened on the exit of the pits for the number 77 Porsche. Kevin Estre on board, a big clash with Motoaki in the 53 Ferrari. It hurt him, a little bit of a limp there for Kevin Estre. Luckily both drivers were okay, but that couldn't be the same for the barriers. And for Fisichella, the old Formula 1 driver, there will be no racing for him at Spa-Francorchamps. That is his Ferrari on the right-hand side of the screen. Motoaki was fine. Barriers needed a good half hour and more of repair before we could go racing again when the green flag was finally flown. So for the drivers, they had to keep their concentration. The whole field was jumbled up by the long, long repairs, because all the teams took a chance to bring their cars in and had different lengths of pit stops according to how much work they wanted to do on their cars. But as the safety car withdrew to start the race again, it was BMW to the fore. You can hardly see the McLaren behind, just jinking around. In third place, leading Pro-Am, was the IMSA Performance Porsche. And out to the outside of the circuit went Comey Ledegaard, looking to find a way past, but a wise old head on 98 kept the BMW in front. 52 Ferrari being picked off, and yet more cars stream into the pit lane. First, second and third at the restart, all coming in, and Bentley were on the charge. The number 8 has set the fastest lap of the race so far, with Maxime Soulet still going well as we approach 11, just past 11 o'clock here at Spa-Francorchamps, up into 6th place. One of many pit stops, but as you can see, 0-1 flashing on the screen. That was from the lead of the race. A little bit of rain came down. You can see the flashes and drops on the screen. The people on the outside of the circuit putting on their race suits. But what we saw, it wasn't a flash in the pan. We had great, great pace from not one, but 2. The 2 Jaguars running up in the top 10 very easily indeed, and at one point in second and third position. You can see the number 14 car really slithering around. The track wasn't wet for long though, and Audi, by sheer weight of numbers, putting their cars up towards the front of the field. But look, this was no flash in the pan. The Jaguars are right in there in the battle, fighting with Bentley. The number 7 car unfortunately had an infringement that led to a drive-through penalties, and that left the 2 Audis in the front. Party time not for the number 50 the Ferrari crew, off in the gravel with Passin Mathoras, the Thai driver, at the wheel of the car. So a car that had led the race, albeit briefly, dropped down the order. BMW is going better and better and better, but Comey Ledegaard giving chase in the 58. McLaren made a fantastic move. He jinked to the right on the exit of La Source, got ahead of the BMW on the run down the hill, was just far enough behind those tail enders so they didn't back him up as he got up to Eau Rouge. And then a better pit stop, gained another 2 seconds for the Garage 59 McLaren. You can see the BMW sloping down the second pit lane. And then Derek Pearce got it slightly wrong, only slightly wrong, but knows the 30 Bentley into the barriers. Had to limp back, was absolutely desolate, and it's dropped his car right down towards the tail of the order. And then oil on track, smoke in the air, as the sun went down. The Carib OJ-driven Boots and Ginion BMW made its way back to the pits after that puncture, but it had flapped the rear bodywork away and the long drive back. And then, unfortunately, we had another contact with the barriers on the exit of Radillon, and it was Giorgio Roda who made a clatter at effectively turn 4. More barrier repairs, but they were shorter this time around.
Warning flag went
again.
Track limits turn 3.
Track limits has been a story throughout this race. All the drivers have to be aware from it, and even while we go through the highlights package, car number 69 is being pinged for warning for exceeding the circuit limits, and that exactly happened down the corner after Pouhon, the first part of the Piff-Paffs, as the number 114 Jonathan Hershey Jaguar came into contact with René Rast, number 28. The 28 Audi got its way back down to the garage. Bodywork repairs, not as good as it looked before it went out, but far longer repairs for the 114 Jaguar. So fireworks at 11 o'clock. That's highlights. Back to live racing.
Well, Bruce, thank you very much, and some welcome rest for you. And Watty, of course, just a little bit of news that I garnered while I was around the pits. Renger van der Zande, you know, who's had a fantastic season in America, he did a triple stint, which not many people have been doing. Some news from America: there's been a race in the Pirelli World Cup today over at Mid-Ohio, where the rules are, of course, almost parallel with ours here, and a series which is partly owned now by our boss, Mr. Stefan Rattel, and we had a McLaren 1-2 there with Austrian Cindric, the son of Tim Cindric, leading from Alvaro Parenti. Of course, we've seen a lot of times in this series, and also McLaren 4th in that. And also looking at Twitter, Marco Bononomi in the 25 Audi, which we expected to be pretty near the front. They lost 9 laps, apparently, with an electrical problem. Well, we're just finishing this day, but we've seen some interesting Swiss activity, particularly with those Jaguars. It is Swiss National Day today, just about to finish. And also, we saw that Jaguar, and I've got Neville Hay has joined me to bring some real historic perspective to this race. Now, Ned, I've been able to look at the record book, so I'm not going to put you on the spot. When a Jaguar last led a 24-hour race, it was in the 1990 Le Mans. So, welcome to Neville Hay here. I'm Andrew Marriott. The results you're seeing on your screen, we're going through those there. 25 car, the Albuquerque Baptista car, the number 3 car, down in 25th place. It's another one we thought we'd see higher, but so much more racing to come. I mean, we're only a third of the way through, really, in this fantastic event. So a long way to go yet. 17 hours, and this incredible field of some 65 cars that started this race. Had a record number at Le Mans this year of 40. Here we got 65, absolutely filling this fantastic racetrack here. So, welcome Neville Hay, your thoughts so far?
Well, so far, the Jaguar thing, we did actually, Jaguar won here, of course, with the Tom Walkinshaw XJS. But the other thing is that Bentley, who are doing pretty well here today.
Certainly are.
This is a race that Bentley never won.
Of course, in the 20s, they dominated at Le Mans.
Dominated Le Mans. This lot came along, this race came along year after Le Mans. And you'd have thought, if you look at the record, you think, well, bound to have done this. Oh, Bentley, bound to have. They didn't win it ever. This was a really strange thing. The next thing you look at is, of course, there was a huge Alfa Romeo.
There's the Guy Smith car in.
And second place
car, just taking a pit stop, yeah.
Yeah. Alfa Romeo had a terrific record here as well. Well, for Alfa Romeo, it's supposed to go a Ferrari.
So, double change of driver there, I think. Just Guy Smith, a former Le Mans winner for Bentley, out of the car, and their heart was in their mouth. I was in their pit just 10 minutes before the start of the race. They had that fuel pump problem. They had to change the fuel pump, and the race started from the pit lane, but it's gone
well, from what looked a very low point at the start, they're right in here battling for the lead with the BMW. In fact, two British drivers right there at the front, of course, with Alexander Sims doing such a good job. Man with so much success in European Formula 3, made this switch as a factory BMW driver these days, and Alexander Sims in the lead. There's that number 7 then, number that, if I remember rightly, Bentley used when they won Le Mans.
They did indeed, 1927. Number 7.
And then all the way across through
all the way along.
Yep.
No, what I was going to say, it's quite
now, what
interesting.
have we got there? We've got Ricardo Sanchez, Nissan, parked there. Did it put it in the barrier, or has he just parked it? Difficult to see from this angle.
No, we just don't know, do we?
Yeah, I think he has just parked it, Nev. So...
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, the 7 car, Stephen Kane got in the car, I'm hearing.
Yeah, it looks like it just parked it.
And then Frank Stippler in 3rd place now. Frank won this race in the past. He's very much part of the Audi family. He's been very much involved in the development of this R8 right from the beginning. I understand they've just built their 300th competition R8. So it shows what a successful race car it is all around the world.
Very successful race car. Of course, the whole point of this race, as opposed to, if you like, at Le Mans and the big sports car races, this is much more really in the spirit that the racing that took place at Le Mans back when that started was, because there they were using, shall we say, production cars.
Yeah.
And yeah, there were modifications you were allowed. Modifications you're allowed in these cars, but I suppose the great thing about it was that rather than be talking about brakes and things like that, huge development in brakes, huge developments in electrics, huge developments in all sorts of areas which were, if you like, being put into practice very, very quickly as a result of this link with production cars. Here you've got a similar sort of thing, but the one thing that amuses me a little bit is that we were talking about the drivers, and so many younger drivers are now going over to this sort of racing and sports car racing and everything else, and leaving Formula 1 a little bit, shall we say, to another development. The big thing about it is, I suppose, is that it is giving a lot of young drivers a chance to race successfully, professionally, with the big teams.
And earn some money. Remember, there's only 22 spots in Formula 1. The 22 car we saw parked up hasn't rejoined the track, but we're riding on board now and enjoy this great shot here from the 58 car. And we're riding with Rob Bell earlier today. Rob did give me some of his gears around here. I'll try and pick it up and call it. But picture breaking up a little bit, sadly. But maybe we can do that later. Rob did tell me that as you sweep into Eau Rouge, which in Formula 1 these days is flat for everyone, there they really do have to have a bit of a confidence lift as they go up through that incredible compression there. This Neville is not the racetrack that it formerly was, and obviously it was shortened, it was a much longer racetrack, but it is one of the great classics in the whole of the world.
Well, indeed, it was shortened. It was shortened at the end of the 70s, and of course you've got a spirit of the track that has remained with it. It is still one of the most beautiful circuits that you can ever visit. And the other great thing about it is that actually talking to you from here, folks, that you have no idea of the actual gradients that this circuit encompasses. Huge gradients.
And there we just went through Eau Rouge there with Rob feeling the compression as he went up the hill. Nice shots here from the McLaren.
And then you look on the skyline away to the right there, which I can do sort of if I go outside the commentary box, and you can see the cars basically on the skyline. It's totally amazing.
I think the great thing is that they kept the very essence of the track when they shortened it. The Österreich ring, now known as the Red Bull ring, that was shortened. They lost the whole essence of the place. Well, here's that Nissan. Here's that Nissan we saw stopped, he's now gone into the garage there, and there seems to be work on the front. That's the Pro-Am car, the Sanchez car, because Nissan so competitive in the series this year. I was speaking earlier to Richard de Villa, who's the Nissan engineer. There is Richard. Now, Richard goes back in motor racing so far that he came over from Brazil, I think it was with Wilson Fittipaldi, it might have been Emerson Fittipaldi. He has been in racing for the best part of 50 years. In the last 20 or so, he's one of the brains behind the Nissan operation, and an absolutely great guy, Richard de Villa. But he'll be on to this and what the problem is. Just trying to see what they're doing. They're checking. Well, do that to all our cars, don't you? Check the oil level, except in my current car, you have to press a button. But
yeah, have to in mind. Close link, you know, between Nissan and Renault. You're well aware of that.
Yes, indeed, in joint ownership. So, well, they know how much oil it's got in it.
Yeah.
Looking at the,
I hope it's got enough. That's the problem.
I hope it's a nice greasy colour. Look at this great shot there. This is the 8 on board the Bentley 8 cameras, having a bit of a push, but caught up exactly what John Watson was saying. So then I think there was a Lamborghini that went by him. It's Wolfgang Reitler, who left the Nissan team to go to Bentley. It's one of those guys that Darren Cox, when he was at Nissan, found through his wonderful PlayStation GT Academy scheme. And Wolfgang Reitler, here he is in 4th place. Moved to Bentley this year, has really fitted in with the team so well, and he was a gamer. Definitely. We know about Jan Mardenborough, Ordonez, and there's so many of those gamers doing really well now.
Bentley.
Well, we were talking about the Nissans, and we can go down and talk to Nissan. It's Paul Ryan.
Okay then, Paul, so here we are at the Nissan pit with a sort of a mandatory stop or not a mandatory stop, as the case may be. What's been the problem? The car stopped? Tell us what happened.
Yeah, the car stopped on track. We had an issue with the circuit breaker part of the with the fuel pump, so that cut it out. He managed to get it going, get it back to the pits. We're going to make sure we fix that, but while we're here, we're just giving it kind of the once-over. He was due to come in shortly anyway. Matt Simmons was due to get in, so we'll get that electronic thing sorted and get the car back out there.
Okay, have you done the mandatory stop yet, the 5-minute stop where you've got to change brakes and everything? Have you done that yet?
No, I'm not sure on that, bro. We'll find out.
Well, okay, and is this your first 24 hour? Have you been here long or not?
My first 24 hours, I've done a lot of Le Mans. I've been going to Le Mans. My first smart 24 hours, I've been going to Le Mans since the dawn of time. But yeah, I'm loving this. We're loving this event, so it's fantastic.
It's a great atmosphere here, isn't it? I know you're not doing so well as you'd probably like to, but the cars look fantastic out on circuit. You must be very proud to be part of it.
Well, it's still a long way to go. We'll see how we go. The guys are getting fantastic experience. We got 4 guys that, you know, a few years ago were sitting in their basement playing on their Sony PlayStation, and now they're here, one of the biggest GT races in the world. So, yeah, that's amazing. They're doing a fantastic job. So, yeah, let's get this car back out there and see what we can do.
Well, enjoy your first 24 hour, and thank you for your time.
Cheers, mate.
Charlie Butler-Henderson there with Paul Ryan, who I've known for the best part of 20
Yellow flag turn 14.
We've got yellows out. Yeah. We've got yellow flags out. I can't tell you why.
Car 21 in the gravel T14.
There's a car in gravel, actually. 21.
Just a little bit about Paul. Paul, you probably heard that Australian accent. I first met him when I was running truck racing in Australia. He now lives in Atlanta. He's got a lovely family. For a long time, he worked for the Paynolds organisation as their PR man. He's one of the best in the business, I can tell you, Paulie. And yeah, he's his first Spa 24 hours. In fact, it's my first Spa 24 hours. But he's done a lot of Le Mans.
I'll tell you something you had later, though. That first truck race that you ran in Australia, I was the commentator.
All right, okay. Well, that was a long Barry Sheen.
Yeah, Barry Sheen and I.
Yeah.
And I know somebody else who was involved in it, so you.
And here's something important.
Yeah.
Team manager of car 7 and 8 to race director immediately. 21 car is in the gravel at turn 14, which I think is at the corner they call Campus, which is as you come downhill just before Stavolo.
Cars 7 and 8 are the 2 benches.
Indeed, yes, indeed. So I'm not sure what that's about.
I'm not.
obviously they've been in a bit of trouble, haven't they, with the authorities?
Had a bit of a problem from time to time.
But no, they're right. You know, they came now in 7th place.
I thought it was very interesting when we were talking with John Watts a little while ago, that he was saying that if you've got really good headlights, you've got your distance vision really good and you can see what's going on ahead, but you also need to be able to see your apexes, so you need to have the side lights. But the other thing that he didn't say, perhaps because he was kind, was that one of the problems when you get a little bit older is that, of course, you don't see quite as well in the dark. You can't change from light to dark as quickly. And that, when we were talking about Ortelli, for example, was one of the problems that I'm sure he had. I spoke once to a very well-known World Championship rally driver. I said, "Are you still as quick as ever, mate?" And he said, "Well, yes, in the daylight, but I'm no good at all in the dark."
Just seeing this car being pulled out of the gravel, the 63 car. And it's one of the Grasser racing teams.
Lamborghini, it's the lazy Polar car. Not sure who was
Slow
driving.
car on
Dennis
track
Anderson
from turn 9. Slow car on track from turn 9.
Now that's another one that we had. You may recall a few minutes ago we were saying that the Nissan was coming in, and now we've got another car that will slow down. We haven't actually identified which one it is, but we've had a notice to say that there is a car, slow car on the track, and around about turn 9, and we're not quite sure which car it is, but when we know, we'll tell you.
And fantastic to be able to hear the race director giving all these instructions.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's a real insight, isn't it?
Great insight.
So, what is interesting is the 99 car.
Yeah, for those of you who are interested in the Brits
Sims
record here.
Just to finish this, I thought the gap now is 6.5 seconds between him and the 6 machine of Frank Stippler at the wheel at the moment. Stippler is closing a little bit, I think. Meanwhile, in 3rd place, it's Will Stevens in the number 1 car, the former, well, he was racing the German Grand Prix this very weekend 12 months ago, settling into sports car racing now, Will Stevens, and he is some 30-odd seconds behind, so he's not quite right there. And then, of course, in 4th place is the Bentley of Ripe, and going very well indeed. The Lamborghini, not the one that is in the gravel, of course, but the number 19 car of Pacini, Stotz and Beretta, and that's their pro car.
The Alexander Sims BMW is a quick car. It's lapping comfortably, I'm pretty sure, within itself. That last lap he did, incidentally, probably as a result of that slow car, and everybody was keeping an eye over where it was. It was a little bit slower than anticipated, but that looks to be a fairly solid and now almost an explanatory lead. But he's been up the front for a long time, and he looks to be means to stay there.
We just saw a shot of Malcolm Wilson down there, and the incident involving car 63 going into the gravel. Is that it? I think out of the gravel now.
Yeah, that's it now, on its way back.
That's under investigation.
Yeah, it's on its way back. I was going to say to you a moment or two ago that this is a race that has always had how can I put it, an attraction for the British, because we were there in class wins.
Car 63 rejoined, all sectors green, all sectors green.
And they're the number 30 Bentley Continental, the Team Parker car, just having a bit of a moment.
Yeah.
Currently in 9th place.
In 9th place?
In its class.
In its class, yeah. I was going to say,
here's a Nissan coming out. Here's the 24 then.
Yeah.
And that is making a flurry of pit stops at the moment. It's a Team Parker racing car being driven by Ian Loggy, Tom Onslow Cole, very well-known sports car racer, Callum McLeod, and of course one of the factory drivers with Bentley last year, and also races over in the States in the little Delta wing.
Very competent young man.
Yeah, and driven a lot of historic racing cars. His dad's got a collection and had successes, considerable success in historic Formula 1 cars that will have raced here in the 70s. So,
Bentley back into the race again.
Yeah, I think the other one's coming in now. Let's have a look at this, Nev. A bit of nudging going on as he loses it.
I can't pick up the number from.
Well, that is one of the private Bentleys.
And we'll be able to tell you which one
Parker
it is
car.
in just a minute.
Yeah,
I think it's one of the Parker ones.
So it is. That's the 30, the one that.
Yeah.
It's got that's one's got Chris Harris in the. Well known now as a Top Gear presenter.
Yeah,
done a lot of racing over the years. Carl Rosenblad, been around for ages. Dave Burrell from South Africa, and Derek Pierce, who remember damaged that car earlier on.
And there it is, actually. It made it back in the pits, and they're having a look at the front brakes on it right now. Now, I was going to say to you, the British
Contact with car 30 in turn 18 under investigation. Contact with car 80 in T18 under investigation.
Seems that that car which did go off, there is an investigation going on as to why it went off and if anybody else was involved, but we'll wait and see what we know the result of that is before we say any more about it.
Yeah, but looking at the front there, I think is that the corner that was damaged when he went in and slid wide, or was it the other corner? I think it was that corner.
I'm not sure. Well, honestly, I'm not sure. What I am sure about, I was waxing on about British winners here, and the one winner that nearly everybody forgets was in course St John Horsfall and Leslie Johnson in an Aston Martin, were the first Brits to win this race outright in 1948.
And I think I said in an earlier stint, very few British drivers have won this race.
Oh, yeah.
There were two that did.
Hawthorne did it with Farina in a Ferrari 330. Obviously, Gordon Spice did it as well.
Just on the screen there, the top 20. BMW, two Audis, Bentley, Lamborghini, Audi, Bentley, BMW, and McLaren hanging in there.
Interestingly, BMW not too thin on the ground. There are some cars quite close.
That 14 Jaguar still there in 21st place. Obviously, the 114 one was involved in the incident, punting off Rennie Rast, and Rast lost about 3 laps through that. And Rast, obviously, former winner here, former winner of the Nürburgring, 24 hours, and very much part of the Audi family. Had his DTM debut just the other day when one of the other drivers was ill and took over at the last minute.
Yeah, in the dark, in this sort of light that we have here, it's very difficult sometimes to pick up numbers of cars. I think 114 is actually back on the track again. I haven't actually personally seen it, but I think it's back on the track again.
It's shown in 61st position.
Yeah.
It's got just had it is on the track because it's just had a new sector time.
Yeah. So it is running out, because I didn't think we were going to see it back, because it looked to be so much work to do with that. It's taken a long time. Lost a lot of laps, but anyway, he's back. I'm pleased for him. Yes, as I was saying, Mike Hawthorne won here, Gordon Spice won here back in 1978, and of course Tom Watkinshaw won it twice, once with the Mazda and once with the Jaguar, together with Win Percy.
Now, Wolfgang Reip still going well. The guy switched from Nissan to Bentley this year. Former PlayStation champion, one of the many discovered by Nissan. It's an extraordinary program. I don't know if you follow that.
I did follow it at the time, and it is extraordinary.
Continues and continues.
Able to do it and continues, and so many of these guys now are actually into racing.
Yeah, well, it staggers me that these gamers can actually get in a race car, because one thing, with your little control sitting in your front room, but they nearly all have made the transition, the winners. And Lucas Ordonez, who was the very first winner, fine, very professional racing driver these days. And
when you
some of the sometimes these competitions start with 500,000 and 600,000 people. You know.
But when you think about it, you know, the one thing that you don't have, obviously, is the gravitational forces are sideways, gravity and everything else as well that goes with driving a car quickly. And here you are doing it, but I think to some degree an awful lot has to do with you picking your lines and you're getting your lines right. And of course, apart from the gravitational thing, because they have so little suspension, competition cars run so flat.
I think Nissan, when they pick the winner, and then they're put into basically a road car to start with. I think they're trained so well. Here's the Pro-Am standings. Look, with that number 100 Lamborghini in the lead at the moment from the Barwell, from the Aston Martin.
Aston Martin,
the 44 car, and then in third place the Ferrari. And they're just going through there. That Bentley 14, of course, dropped well down the standings. There's been a very good battle going on in Pro-Am. At the moment, as we saw, led by the Temto Racing.
Incident involving car 30 in T18, no further action.
No further action.
Incident involving car 30 in T18, no further action.
Well, that's something to be pleased about, because we knew that car 30 had been. There was an investigation going on, but it's been clear of any wrongdoing, and that's good. And there is being pushed away.
Well, pushed back into the garage. Motor-based run Oman Racing Team.
Yeah, it was. Just what's going on there, because it looks as if brakes might be part of the whole thing.
Are they going to do the look, on the right there's one of the brake discs. I think they're going to do the change.
They're doing
so much
500, aren't they?
So much more difficult to do it in these little heritage garages than it is up in the big one. Is a disc, or is it, my American colleagues, a rotor? I see another one on the left-hand side. And of course, maybe they're taking the 5-minute mandatory pit stop now. They're just going to have a look. I think that's what they're doing. Yep.
It really is awkward there, folks. I've been with you. Those of you who are watching this, you can see that actually getting the wheels off, being able to turn, being able to pull them away and pull this back on, it is very, very tight indeed.
A little earlier, we saw Paul Ryan being interviewed.
Yeah.
When he was the PR at Paynos, he had this stunt when I was working in America that a couple of us pits reporters had to actually do one of those, not in a race, obviously, but on the Friday before a race. We did a pit stop, and we had a bit of a competition between us. It was a horrible experience. You know, for a bloke like me, those wheels and tyres feel heavy. The guys are so good with them.
I have to tell you, they are heavy. They really are. I remember once when I was apprentice years ago in the motor trade, lorry wheels and things like that were just absolutely impossible.
Mr. Butler Henderson is down there in that garage. We might hear from him in a moment.
Well, I'll give him the job, perhaps.
And maybe he could help a bit, because I know Dave Bartram's team here, because Dave also is running in the British Touring Car Championship. I think he's he decided to come here rather than Este. It's a difficult choice with the motor-based team. But maybe we'll get a word from him a bit. Now on board again with the star from Newcastle on time, Rob Bell, his brother also, Matt, a racing driver, and again through that compression, has that lift, has to have a confidence lift through Eau Rouge. Back with Rob then. We go down the gears to second here. To Comp, snatch third as he goes down the hill, and then it'll be hard on the brakes then, as we just break up. Unfortunately, we'll be hard on the brakes there. Another second gear corner.
Yeah, they go actually down.
Oh, now we're on board again. Nice shots. And still going down the hill here, up to fourth gear. Through the left-hander. Right, that's poo on, a bit difficult to see at night here. Fourth gear, it's so steep down there, passing cars.
I And you can see what a mess that windscreen is. There's, we've
got there's so much rubber. 65 cars.
It looks horrific.
Yeah.
It's like this when you're looking outwards, because you try having something coming towards you.
Through campus, and coming down towards Stavolo, and then of course rejoining the old circuit, Nev.
Many years ago, I came here and drove around the old circuit.
Yeah,
I'll never forget it.
And he'll be heading for Blancpain and towards the bus stop. So, Rob Bell, it's not his first flash of youth, I have to tell you. In his 30s, just seems to get better with age and faster with age. Rob just done a what? 2:21. Back on board with him. Magic shots here in the night. Of course, the first time that we had full coverage of this race throughout the night, and key parts of the race, of course.
I was looking actually, trying to identify how far up Mercedes have got. Now, we've all heard the story about they had problems of one sort or another, and they had a delayed start, they were pushed back on the grid, and some clever chap, I won't say who it wasn't me, I might tell you, said it's going to take 8 hours before they get in the top 10. Well, they're in the top 10.
Yeah, indeed. 10th place.
And not said against anyone in particular, this ain't over till the fat lady sings.
Oh, that's absolutely right.
It's going to be one of those races. It's not, from my experience of doing a lot of 24-hour races, it's not a race to settle down in quite the same way as some. And I think from discussing it with other people here, particularly today, this is often the case here in Spa. What causes it, perhaps, is the fact that there are obviously yellow flag incidents. There's also weather that interferes. It can come, it can go. You never know when it's going to happen or when it's going to change. And that is what really makes this very much of a lottery as compared to other 24-hour races, which a pattern seems to emerge by about 5 or 6 hours. And you say, well, it ain't going to change dramatically. You might lose a couple of them, but that's about it. You can lose more than a couple if you're leading 10 cars in an hour.
Yeah. Now I love the sights of racing in the dark. See, just saw a lovely shot there. I think it was the McLaren, the front disc glowing cherry bright. Like at Le Mans, in the old days, not so. I remember some of the Porsche 962s. You could actually see reflected on the surface of the track the turbos glowing red.
And you could see it also with even the very, very early days of disc brakes.
Drive-through penalty, car 38. Pit lane infringement. Drive-through penalty, car 38, pit lane infringement.
Now, what was that about?
That's about a driver of car number 38.
I thought it said 58, and he's coming in now.
Was it 58? I'm
58,
sorry.
He's coming in. Pit lane infringement. No, you're right. No, 38 just happens to 58. 58 just happened to be coming in.
So what he's done, I'm not quite sure, but he's been called in for a thrashing.
Well, that's the Antonelli Motorsport car. It's gone on with there's a couple of lady drivers in this race. One of them was a lady I've seen racing the European Formula 3 series, but meanwhile, this must be the longest pit lane in the world.
It goes on forever,
well, the fact there's 2 pit lanes, they've joined them together.
Yeah, it goes on forever.
Those boys working hard then. Quite a small team put together by Andrew Cacoldi and Chris Goodwin. They normally only run 2 cars. They're running the 3rd car, of course, with Bruno Senna in it, Duncan Tappy and Pippo Durrani on this broadcast so far. We haven't mentioned Pippo much, the young Brazilian hard charger, made a great switch from Formula 3 racing to sports cars, and this year has been the overall winner of both the Sebring 12 hours and the Daytona 24 hours, driving for extreme speed. And that's another of the sights I like to see, where sparks coming out of the cars, they bottom through
fantastic. There. It really is. And there's another those of you who are watching that pitch there, another kind of shower of sparks there as they come around, and you can almost feel the excitement of it. Still very much the car in charge is car number 99, the Alexander Sims filling Maxim Martin car, and it now is beginning to establish itself, I would say. He's beginning to establish himself now.
Maxim Martin, of course, is trying to follow in the footsteps of his father, who won this race with his uncle. Yeah. So the two Martin brothers. I think Jean-Michel is the father of Maxime, and a bit of work there on the engine. That 60 car, you know, you'd have to say a little bit of a disappointment with Bruno Senna and Pippo Durrani, and we thought that might be right up there with the 58 car. They don't have much experience in the car. It is the third entry.
It's been a bit of a disappointment, that car, to me. I thought it would be quicker than it has been.
This morning, talking to Chris Goodwin, they've had a little trouble adapting to it. Bruno, of course, is used to driving a high downforce LMP2 cars these days. Meanwhile, we can go down and hear from Barwell's Mark Lemmer.
Okay, so Mark Lemmer, you a very experienced racer yourself, very, very good team manager. John Minshaw from Dimitri just got out of the car, bit fired up, bit revved up. Can you tell us why?
Yeah, he did an excellent stint, John. Fantastic job in the dark. But towards the end of his stint, got attacked by the 63 Grasser Lamborghini. Luckily, no real harm done. We lost a little bit of time, but yeah, it shook him up a little bit, but we survived it.
Okay, I interviewed Joe Osborne earlier. He didn't look too happy earlier, and he's a quick peddler. Problem with one of the guns or something?
Yeah, Keeney and Joe did an awesome couple of first stints, and we were lying P3 overall, I think, leading the class, looking good, but we just had... we had one of the wheel guns seize up or explode on us. These guns are run at really high pressure. They run to the extremes. We're still pretty tight on our pit stop times because our fueling's slow, so we run the guns to the limit. We're pushing everything, and we had a gun explode on us. And it meant we lost 55 seconds because where we were in the pit stop, we had to change guns, and so it was a bit of a kick in the teeth, but long way to go, so I'm sure we'll bounce back.
But you've got a pretty strong driver lineup. All 4 members are BRDC members, a whole British lineup, and a wicked-looking Italian Demon Tweak-sponsored car. Bit of a special story for John as well, because he's done this race a few times before, but never as his own sort of car, if you know what I mean. Explain that.
Yeah, last year, John did it with us, and he shared with Leo Majitsky, who's in the other car. And they had a great result. They finished 4th last year, but this year he wanted to really go for it, and it's fantastic. I mean, Ollie's a great old mate of mine, obviously another fellow BRDC member. Joe races with us regularly anyway, and Keeney's obviously John's regular British GT partner. And these guys really gelled. They're doing an awesome job, and it's just a real pleasure to run them.
And also, we were talking earlier before the race started, we've got about 36 members of the team, all on staggered time systems, so they get a good rest, but nobody slept just yet?
No, a few guys have had a little bit of a doze, but yeah, we're pretty experienced at doing this stuff, so we managed the guys so that they've got into the race fairly well rested. All the preparations went well. I've done this race quite a few times as a driver, and I know what it's like from the driver's point of view, and I've done it as a team boss, and I know what it's like from the team's point of view. And I can tell you it's much harder doing it as the team because you don't get any sleep. It's 36 hours straight. With these drivers, you know, they get out, they go off to the motorhome and they have a nap, you know, it's easy.
Well, knowing you, you're probably testing somewhere in Barcelona in the next couple of days, knowing you.
We're straight back to London, re-prep and off to Snetterton for British GT.
Nothing quite as glamorous as Barcelona then?
Barcelona's next month.
Listen, Mark, thanks for your time. Good luck.
Thanks, Charlie.
Yeah, thanks very much, Charlie, and all those BRDC members too sitting in this booth as well.
This is it.
So pretty just to explain that to people, the British Racing Drivers Club is an elite group of people, only 800 members. You have to be elected 2 different sections, racing drivers, and the rules are really quite strict to get in. You have to win a lot of international races in all the top categories. or you can be an associate member if you've done something. In my case, for Silverstone, I got a lot of sponsorship and ran truck racing there, and brought a bit of money. And some people say I only got it as a long service award, and Neville maybe the same.
It was not dissimilar sort of thing. I mean, I have to tell you that I went to Silverstone for the first time in 1949. And I've been going ever since. But there you have it. No, the Lemma family, of course, are into golf in a big way. I should just
golf courses in Portugal.
Yes, they do. In Spain.
Oh, in Spain,
yes.
Okay. Wolfgang Wright has been the fastest man out there for a while now in the number 8 Bentley, but he was a couple of laps ago, Nev, he did a 2:19, but he's got back to 2:24.
Looking to see, that was sort of in the dark as well, wasn't it? Well, you know, it could be quick.
That time he's done 2:19. I'm feeling, maybe I just misread the screen, but I thought he'd done that earlier, but he's definitely been the fastest man out there. He's closed up a bit on the number 1 car. In the lead, though, still doing a great job. He must be doing a triple stint, I think. Alexandra Sims in the 99. I wonder if there's any BMW personnel listening who might try and bring Alexandra up to us in the box when he's finished his stint, although I suspect he'll want to go to his bed.
Could be quite fun. I'm just sort of looking at, actually, it does seem to me that one of the things that I had expected to see was quite a few sub 2:20-second laps, and we've only seen that one in the 2:19s. I knew I'd say it if I could get it up, but we've only seen one. Well, I'm just looking to see anybody else had a really quick race in the 2:20.5. But there's not been. Somebody said to me, "Oh, we're going to get sort of 2:18s, 2:19s." Well, part of that I think got knocked on the head by some of the changes that were made, but that's another story. It's the quick car. There's no doubt about it. The quick car has got to be, or has been, the Bentley.
Very good job by Malcolm Wilson and the gang there. That, of course, that latest BMW, it's new for this year. BMW won this race last year, the Z4. They switched to this bigger car altogether, running them in America in 2 categories of the United Sports Car Series. They're running a GT3 car, it's run by the Will Turner's group, a terrific group of people there. And then, of course, they also have a more revved up version, which is running in the GTE class against the Corvettes and all that. Here's the 86 car making a pit stop now. The yellow one, Thomas Jaeger, getting out, the HTP Motorsport team. And they seem to be advertising FIFA in 2017. So I'm not quite sure what the association is to do with EA Sports, of course, who produce all those football games.
Well, this Mercedes is a new car for this year. We were talking about the Bentley. There is a new one there that's on the stocks, and that could be fun. But I love the front of this. I don't know why it is. It's reminiscent of the front of Mercedes sports cars going right the way back when they first appeared with the 300 SL and the SLR. Funnily enough, I was talking today about driving a 300 SL, and I said, "Oh, I drove this 300 SL." And quick as a flash, what he said, yeah, but it would be on cross-blind tyres. You know, if you've driven it on modern tyres, they would have been perfectly okay. Well, it's a terrible handle. He said, well, it wouldn't have been. You're just on the wrong tyres, you old fool. I don't know to say so, I thought.
So I've got this fantastic system showing the positions in the class there. This race has now, Nev, settled into a sort of pattern with that BMW in the lead. BMW, of course, also a big program in the DTM. Their program in America and their program here. This is the 69 car, elaborate colour scheme. The ARC Bratislava. This is all these drivers are from Slovakia.
I won't hear anything against Slovakians. I've got a heart special to
Slovenia, I think, isn't it? Let's get our geography right here.
Yeah.
And Miro Konopka, who is the lead driver and put the whole team together. I saw him racing at Sebring with a Porsche over 10 years ago, so he's been at it a long time. And I'm going to get you to pronounce the names of the other three now.
I was afraid you were going to do something like that. I'll steal that one. I'll tell you what I am pleased about.
Lewandowski?
Yeah, Lewandowski. I'm really pleased to see Will Stevens having a good run.
Yeah.
I felt horribly sorry for that young man who was wheeling around in 22nd position so many times it wasn't true. He usually finished, but where he finished was, of course, to a large degree immaterial to any question of World Championship points.
Yes.
And to see him being able to drive a leading car in a good international race on one of the most difficult circuits to get it right, yes, he's done a good job. More power to his elbow.
Yeah, Will Stevens started his Formula 1 career. It was the last race 2 years ago in Caterham, just as that team was starting to collapse, and basically helped save them by bringing some money into the operation. And then, of course, he moved up last year to Manor. And
talking about Caterham, have you ever driven at Caterham?
Never have. I tell a lie. I have driven one a very long time ago. Here's 58 car battling there with Bell chasing Nicky Katzberg, winner of this race last year in the BMW. And let's see what Rob Bell can do here. As you see, just 2 or 3 car lengths behind. They're going to work their way through the traffic as well. And a great onboard shot here of this battle between these 2 front runners.
Yes, they're really having a fair crack at this, aren't they?
Very fast Robin Fringe back in the number 2 car, just basically just in front of them.
Yeah, there's
58.
There's a little bunch that are all fairly close together there. Yeah. So it could be quite a dramatic change. Not too distant. If somebody gets it all together and he's got the right fuel load and everything else to go with it.
Nicky Katzberg from Holland against Rob Bell from Newcastle upon Tyne.
Oh, another of those.
It's a Geordie. We've got a commentator a bit further down in another booth that we call a Geordie, but
he's not a Geordie though, is he?
He comes from Sunderland.
Yeah.
Got another word for that.
Well, I couldn't think what it is.
With them.
Yeah. Well, there you are.
Remember what it is.
That just goes to show. You're bigger than us, you know. You'll come up here and thump us back. Oh, yeah.
Mackety is.
Is he?
John Seagull. Number 99 then. The leading car is making this pit stop.
Yep.
Philip Eng, we saw him interviewed earlier. Alexandra Sims. A little bit of
just a little bit.
Is that just rubber? Maybe
some, but no, I don't think so. I think he's just clipped something.
Yeah.
This is, of course, a much bigger platform than the 4. The 6, however, it's not having quite the same amount of materials and everything as well, all close together, so the heat soak is much better, and you can spread things out a little bit. And overheating is something you really don't want in a long-distance car of this type. And out the pits it goes. Looking good.
He is.
Going well.
Well done. Look, I think he did a triple. He gets a lot of applause. So a young man with a great deal going for him. Was hoping for a Formula 1 career. Won a lot of Formula 3 races in the European Championship. Won Formula 3, I think, 2 years at Macau. He's a great runner, Alexander Sims. And now he's found a wonderful home at BMW. And I can only think that big things are going to happen with him. I'm sure they'll hang on to him.
So. BMW have always been pretty good at picking the right people to drive for them. And I'm not sort of saying that they haven't, like we all have made the odd mistake, but they pick some pretty good people. And if you want a few names to chuck it in, there's Steve Soper, who won here twice.
Yep.
And the Winkelhocks. And Peter Cox. So, all people who really and Christian Danner.
So that car's just crawling out of the pits under the pit lane.
Yeah.
So I saw the lights flash out. I wasn't quite sure whether he had a problem. He obviously didn't. My apologies for that.
No, I think what he is trying to do is
still in this battle,
trying to be careful how he rejoined too. That's one of the things he was doing.
We saw earlier on.
A happening earlier on as a result of somebody who didn't look too carefully what they were doing when they were joining. Bell really pushing everything he can here with the McLaren. They are a nice car to drive. I mean, one of the things that struck me on the very short amount of time I spent on the wheel of one of these cars is that because of the type of suspension that it's got, you find it very difficult. It stiffens when it needs to be stiffened, and it's quite soft when it needs to be soft. So it's a very pleasant car to drive, if you like.
Yeah, McLaren hoping to ramp up their production next year. They're going to say they'll probably cap it at about 3,500 cars a year. They don't want to take on Ferrari or Porsche.
But they've also got a very, very quick car that is about to make its debut, which is aimed, if you like, at the market. But everybody wanted one, didn't they? Central seat, handling just like a Grand Prix car. And they're going to, I think they're going to produce about 100 of them, that's all.
But they're also producing a lower-end car.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to come in around about 140,000, something like that. And they're just about to finalise the production details of that. But I think it's absolutely wonderful as we're watching this pit stop for the #1 car. Frank Stipper obviously coming from 3rd place. Wonderful that McLaren have made this inroads into that market of high-performance cars.
And made it comparatively quickly.
Yes, and done a very, very good job.
Yeah. I mean, people from time to time throw a few stones at Ron, but I'm afraid he's one of those people that sticks and stones might break his bones, but they ain't going to hurt him. He really is a hard one.
One thing I don't understand.
Last warning for car 69 track limits. Last warning for car 69 track limits.
Yeah, well...
This is, I mean, we've heard just a bit of a British story here, but we've talked about, in the past, John Surtees never been knighted.
Yeah.
But Ron Dennis has to deserve knighthood. I mean, hugely successful at Formula 1, but has created so many jobs building these McLarens.
Amazing. I mean, here is a guy who was basically, he started work for Cooper.
Yeah, as a mechanic.
It was Jochen Rindt who said to the then manager of Cooper, the late Roy Salvadori, I want that bloke on my car in his quaint little German, and that's what he got. That's what he got.
The 11 car is in lots of pit stop. Giacomo Piccini from Kessel Racing. Kessel run a lot of cars in the Ferrari Challenge.
The Kessel name is something to conjure.
Warning flag to car 23 track limits. Warning flag to car 23 track limits.
They're really coming down on people with that. And this is that was the leader of the AM class that was in there.
It's an interesting factor that they're coming down on the question of track limits. You may be saying, well, why didn't they do it before? Because everybody's been crossing them and basically doing all the things that, you know, people do, like putting wheels on curbs and the other side of them. Why didn't they do it before? Well, they didn't, but they can now. And I think we're going to see a lot less of track limits being ignored by drivers in all classes, and in Formula 1 particular, which I really dislike to see. You can't put a wall up. If you do, or a big curb, and the motorbikes are on the same circuits, they're going to hurt themselves as they fall off. But you can electronically make quite certain that you don't have cars using the track limits.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I think just looking at these cars, all the different light configurations, many different configurations here. But Audi have changed their lighting system for this race, put a couple of extra lights in the middle of the front opening of the car. Audi have been very much at the forefront of using LED technology at Le Mans with the lights. It was considered that of the prototype manufacturers, Audi had the best lights, and some of that technology is being transferred onto the road cars. Here then is Sandalot Racing, Sandalot Racing number 25, and that's a car that lost a lot of time. Marco Bononomi tweeted that he lost several laps with an electrical problem. They're going well now, but they've got too much time to make up. And Marco has raced at Le Mans 3 times in the main factory prototype team, but really made his name racing Audi R8s in the Italian GT Championships, one of the first places where the R8 was really successful.
The R8, or in fact Audi as a whole, are a splendid company as part of this huge group of companies where obviously you've got Volkswagen, you've got Porsche, you've got Skoda, you've got Seat, all the rest of it, all picking the best abilities of various countries. For example, the smaller engines, many of those are made in Octavia country. What is it?
I believe the V10 engine that is in the R8 is built in Hungary.
Yeah, in Hungary. Yeah. And then they do the job properly, and you can't get away from it. They make a splendid car. I can say this because I actually don't run one of their cars, but a chap not very far away from me at the moment does run one of their cars.
Yeah,
I do run a German car. I have had a number of the group's products at one time or another, and one day I'm sure I shall end up with having an Audi, and I quite like to, because I'll tell you what, they're really kind people to deal with.
Class leader there. Oh, here's
Liam Talbot.
Liam Talbot, very rich young man from Australia, whose father had a huge mining business. Liam has inherited the money. He's got a foundation, does some great works.
Yeah.
Also, John Watson was talking about him earlier. Getting quite a good semi-pro.
Yes, I was going to say he's more than competent, isn't he?
Oh, he certainly is. Doing good. There's the AM standings. Look, Ferrari 458, the older non-turbo model. Boise in second place, and a Lamborghini fourth. This AM class does allow a silver driver in it. There are a couple of pretty handy pedalers in that AM class, actually.
And I think it's very good, actually. This is one of the things I love about this Blancpain series, because you can get this mix of, shall we say, people like Arthur Talbot here, who has the means, but also it gives and provides an opportunity for other people to show off their prowess. And we were saying earlier on that it's nice now that so many younger drivers are finding it's a good idea.
Well, Bentley are having an interesting run. Let's go down to their pit.
Okay, Vince, not the best of starts. When we came to see you at the beginning of the race, the car was in the pits with fuel problems, I think. Yeah. So, not the best of starts, but talk us through how you've clawed your way back up through the paddock.
With a great team effort, we managed to stay on the lead lap, which was not easy when you start that further back. With all the traffic and everything, my teammates have been very intelligent throughout. They're experienced. Guy has got a lot of experience, Kaney as well. And we're just trying to not make mistakes, basically, and just keep it clean. Unfortunately, we had a drive-through for track limits. I thought it was a bit unfair because everyone's going out of the track, and it's really difficult to point one and not the other, you know. But it's the same for everyone. So we got to stay smart now, keep our nose clean for the rest of the race, and keep putting some good laps in.
Yeah, track limits is a bit of a weird one, really. It's a new rule that's come into motorsport over the last 4 or 5 years. It's frustrating, isn't it?
I hate that. Honestly, I'd rather race in Zandvoort or Brands or anywhere where there's no track limits, because, you know, the track limit is the grass or the wall or whatever. And the thing is, you're not really getting an advantage going out. Sometimes you're just trying to avoid a mistake or something, but the gap in the tarmac is there, so we use it. And I think that's the mentality of every driver. And when there's 60 cars in the grid and, I don't know, like, in the drivers, everyone is fighting for position, and at some point you're going to go out the track. So, yeah, I don't like it.
Okay, can you describe the car in 3 words, what it's like to drive this awesome bit of kit?
Well, right now it's amazing, unreal, and hopefully it goes to the end. I don't know how that's a word, but that's what I'm feeling right now.
Brilliant. Well, listen, thank you for your time. Good luck and keep on pushing, all right?
Thanks. I'll do. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Charlie. I can't count to 3, but a 21-year-old lives in Monaco these days. Started his career when he was 16, racing in the French Seat Leon Championship, and now he's driving a Bentley.
Well,
but they're both in the same family because Bentley is owned by the Volkswagen Group.
Excellent. The only thing I can say is that he hasn't been to Brands Hatch recently because they do have track limits there too now.
I think they do. Campbell, of course, put the wheel in the sand.
Yes.
So just at the front, let's just catch up with that Maxime Martin, the Belgian driver. His father, as we said earlier, won this race. Extended the lead now to 15.583 seconds over Stephen Kane. Frank Stippler is still in that number 6 car, that Audi in third place. And then another Audi fourth, and that's the number 2 car there.
Has come right back up again.
And, so here we are, coming up to midnight here, we've just gone past midnight.
And yeah, we all can sort of look at it and tell the time and say that, of course, it all started and life was very different when it did, because it was still bright sunshine. It was 4:30 in the afternoon, and it was all ahead of us after a little bit of a hoo-ha about qualification and where the Mercedes would start from.
Indeed, yes. So a few hours ago, as the night fell, we saw a spectacular fireworks display. So let's just look at some of the highlights of this race as we come into midnight.
I love the way that people parachute into motor racing.
He certainly did.
Just as well it had started and then landed.
Warning flag to car 76. Track limits. Warning flag to car 76. Track
and of
limits.
Course, it is live here. Was the start of the race with the Audi just going in front of the automatic Lamborghini. I haven't seen so much of that lately. And then, of course, we had the very early full course yellow when Seafeld stuck it in the kitty litter.
Yeah. And the
7 car had started from the pit lane.
This was the Mercedes.
So did the Mercedes. Saw them going
from the pit lane because they all started with a 5-minute penalty. And as we said at the time, some bright soul made a calculation, said it'll be 8 hours before we see them on the leaderboard. Well, that's something we're coming to again in a minute.
We had quite a lot of different leaders early on. First hour was actually, other than that...
Yellow flag turn 12, yellow flag turn 12.
We hear it more. This was a car, Luigi, who was battling at the front early on.
And while all this was going on, the traffic was still pretty
Car
thick.
in the gravel, exit turn 13.
Loads of cars running close together, and then
this
car 230, car 230.
So huge accident which put out, among other cars, the Fisichella Ferrari.
That's factory Porsche driver Kevin Estre limping away. There's Fisichella.
Yeah.
He got an early night in bed. And that damage.
At a circuit which he used to love here, didn't he? Yeah. I mean, I remember he led a Formula 1 race here for a long time.
That, of course, caused a long, I think the best part of 40-minute delay.
All sectors green, the car rejoined, the car rejoined.
There they are, repairing the arm cover. Everybody filtering by as our race director still giving us lots of messages. The 230 car incident is in gravel at the moment.
But with all the work going on, it did take to do the job, and if a job's got to be done here, when it comes to safety, when it comes to barriers and things like that, it's got to be done properly. So there was a long stunt bit, cars behind the pace car, but soon it was out again. People took an opportunity to come in and make their stops that they had to make, and the Bentleys were able to make up a little bit of time by judicious use of when they had their stops and made their stops. And no doubt they were very much quick front runners.
8 car in the lead, coming in. Pit stop. No, indeed, coming out. Though there was a hint of rain, so there was a very quick rain shower. That was quickly gone.
Everybody believed it was going to happen because you'd have seen the umbrellas go up. They were one after another like 9 pins.
And then we had the extraordinary sight of the Jaguar actually leading when the track was really greasy, doing a phenomenal job.
And these Jaguars really had got pace. As you can see, this blue car, which surprised everybody with its speed, just as the Bentleys had, was very much a front runner. Things didn't work out, however, quite the way they thought they would do. Even
The man there with a selfie stick up in the balloon. Audi in, BMW in the lead. And that BMW is still in the lead.
Warning flag car 40, track limits. Warning flag car 40, track limits.
Those messages are live. Great shots there through Eau Rouge. Big battle. The McLaren was right in the hunt, still is in the hunt of course, although the 58 car currently down in 9th place, but it's all pretty tight at the front.
That's a tyre that's going on there, and he took it back to the pits, but more than a few problems with damage that the car had taken.
Kajimo J's car, yes.
Yeah, and a bit of work to be done. This accident, almost exactly the same place as the previous one. Fortunately, the requirements to the repairs to the arm coat were not as bad as happened the first time. Although we had a yellow flag out, although we had a pace car out, the cars were soon back in action again.
People making themselves comfortable there. Then there was this incident.
And this was the end of the Jaguar challenge.
Well, and of course, Rennie Rast's challenge, as he was punted up the back by the Jaguar. And that is the 28 car with the puncture.
Very British about it were Audi, because they maintained that it was in no way the fault of the Jaguar driver, who lost an enormous amount of time, is still running, fell back to 61st place, but I think probably will be able to improve on that position.
And then some great shots through the night. Bentley still very much in the hunt here, and of course the 7 car currently in 2nd place. Quite a lot of people making trips into the gravel. The Lamborghini from the Grasser team had to be pulled out. That was the Pro-Am car.
And one of the most impressive...
Another spinner. That was the Team Parker car.
Yeah, one of the most impressive things that we've learned is that one team in particular has paid great attention to not having people nodding off asleep during the course of the night by making quite sure that everybody stays reasonably fresh within the team. This was Mark Lemmer who said this earlier on, and it's one of the reasons why this is quite a successful little mob.
Then, of course, we had a fantastic run by Alexander Sims. This is just a few moments ago. So the race continues. Some of the highlights there of the race as we head towards 1 o'clock. And let's check out the results. And there you are in the lead at the moment. Row Racing with the 99 BMW, Sims, Engen, Martin. In 2nd place, the Bentley, Smith, Abril and Kane. Then
last warning for car 24, track limits. Last warning for car 24, track limits.
Stevens in the Audi, Katzberg in the BMW, Dusseldorf, and Dirk Werner, Delina, the journalist, Baguette and Gaffer. And Ginsbergen, Ledigar and Bell right up there as well. And we go down through 13 into 24 positions. Bortolotti, an early leader, in 13th place now with Jerome Liekamolen and Ralph Inershen. A very good run at the moment for the Cameron, Scott Griffin, Ragazzi, AF Corsa Ferrari. That's a terrific. Jager, Paffett and Gotts dropped down a bit. We saw them just inching into the top 10. Gary Paffett, of course, making his 24-hour debut. 13 or 14 years he's had in the DTM, but Gary enjoying the experience. Then a surprise there in 34th place, Senna, Tappi and Arani. We thought they'd be higher up, just in front of the Nissan. And then we're going further down through the AM cars now. Yamaha, Model, Adam Turner, Aston had been running well.
Track limits.
Still getting these messages about track limits. The Australian Lamborghini in 47th place. At the moment, the third of the McLarens are way down in 52nd place. Watson, we had younger Andrew Watson up here in the booth, didn't we, earlier?
We did.
And Alex Fontana in that car as well.
The Bentley still fighting back. There's that unfortunate Jaguar, which, as we know, found itself well down the field now in the 60s. But you'll be pleased to know that the other Jaguar in the team is going better. And it's in the top 20, or at least when I last looked. I'll come back to you on that one in a minute or two.
More Bentley action then. M Sport team. Everyone was pretty surprised when Malcolm Wilson's M Sport organisation got this deal to run these Bentleys, because they were much better known for World Rally cars, particularly with Ford. And Malcolm, of course, great rally driver in his time, and his son Matthew did actually start racing before he then went rallying. He still does some WRC events. He actually, if I remember rightly, won the little T-Sport championship for teenagers. But it was a big surprise when M Sport got the job to develop those Bentleys, and what a phenomenal work they have done to make them competitive.
Well, I think it was very impressive the way that Malcolm Wilson dealt with the Ford Association that he had, and it impressed not just Ford but a number of other people in, shall we say, the business. If you were going to run the Bentleys and run them properly, it needed somebody to do and to have this sort of respect and power and know what was necessary to make a good job of it.
But there are other big organisations out there that people might go to, so RML, or obviously ProDrive, and a number of others. And it was I'd still say it was a bit of a surprise when M Sport got the job, because they're rallying people, but they are really practical. So back on board then with the 58 car again. We're getting some great shots from this. And Rob Bell at the wheel now, hanging there in 7th place. I still think there's a bit more to come out of this McLaren. Matt Griffin, great driver Matt Griffin, currently leading the Pro-Am class, because he's the pro in that team. Matt, who won the European Le Mans GT Championship
Drive-through penalty to car 40,
in the
pit lane infringement.
Drive-through
penalty to car 40, pit lane infringement.
Now,
penalty.
Somebody else is about to get themselves into trouble, and it's car number 40, because he's got pinged for going where he shouldn't have gone, and that is the Ferdinand Derry car. I'm not quite sure who's driving it at the moment.
So here, Maxime Martin.
Could be.
Very much a local man, a family actually steeped in history here.
But he couldn't possibly have gone off the track then, could he? But it's one of the things that, as you know, has brought a little bit of comment about the fact that drivers like to be able to use a little bit of extra road as and if and when they can, and there's no reason why, when it's a situation, that they won't and will continue to do it. But the idea is not to do it as a regular thing, because it doesn't necessarily save you a lot of time. What it does do, it can very, very quickly destroy suspension in the car and cause all sorts of problems, and you can't actually delineate the edges of the track by putting, as the old days it used to be, straw bales, little walls, things like that, because if you're actually racing the other things, a two-wheel
yellow flag turn 7, yellow flag turn 7.
Now we've got a yellow flag out in turn 7. I will tell you who it is in a minute or two when I find out, and I will find out very quickly, I would think, in a matter of seconds. The whole thing here, the information that comes to us here is usually very quick, and we know exactly what's happened and where it's happened.
Maxime Martin, though, in the lead. It's a 7.47 second lead at the moment over the number 6 car. And still
full course yellow in 20 seconds.
And we're going to a full course yellow. I'm not quite sure who's
10 seconds
to whom, but we are.
So all the drivers just can hear what we are hearing. There must have been an incident somewhere.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow.
Full course yellow counted in then. Andy Soucek in third place. Soucek was 40 seconds down on the Stippler Audi in the Bentley. This will allow him to close up. This will put the Bentley right back in the hunt now.
It will to a degree, but what actually happens is until the pace car itself comes out, which is what we've got happening now, usually we talk about full course yellow, and that is when everybody slows down. But when it gets to this situation, that it's going to be a few minutes before it can be sorted in any great hurry, that's when you get the pace car out and they take the leader into behind them, and everybody else then does close up. And of course, it's a wonderful opportunity if you've got a pit stop queue.
Now, just looking at our timing screens, we've just got the yellow stripe which says it's a full course yellow, but we don't know not why at this moment.
As and if and well, we do know, we'll tell you. So, just while we've got this out, it's perhaps as well to finish off what I was doing, talking about the drivers actually who've won this race, British drivers. We went through the list of them with the fact that Bentley had never won here, that Aston Martin had in 48 straight after the war, the Hawthorne won in 53 with Farina, Gordy Spice won with Teddy Pillett, and Tom Walkinshaw had a couple of victories, one with a Mazda, the other with, of course, the Jaguar. Steve Soper had a similar thing with BMWs, because he won here with an M3, and then he went on with a 320 BMW to take a win. And as another matter of interest, Tony Rolt had his first race here in 1936 with a Triumph.
Now, a lot of our younger viewers won't know who Tony Rolt is.
You won't know who Tony Rolt is until I tell you that Tony Rolt was, if you like, I suppose you could say, the Sterling Moss of 1938-39. He was a man heavily involved in building the flying machine in Colditz. And when he came out, he went back into motor racing and back into engineering. And one of the things that Rolt did, aside from winning Le Mans and things like that, was to be eventually involved heavily in the design of four-wheel drive. I don't have to tell you, probably the most famous four-wheel drive manufacturer in the world is Audi. And they had a very fine relationship with Tony Rolt's company. And I was fortunate enough to know Tony well enough to write a book on him, and another contemporary of that era, Prince Birabongsa of Thailand, alias B. Bira. And one of his prized possessions was an Audi which they had given him because of his efforts with four-wheel drive. So there's a little bit of a story that attaches, if you like, this man to Spa.
Yeah. Very busy pit lane now as a tear-off just comes off the third place to number 8 Bentley. Andy Soucek there at the wheel at the moment. Obviously everybody closing up, quite a lot of driver changes. You see absolutely that pit road, people everywhere at the moment. Look at that guy holding 2 tires, only 2 guys allowed to change the wheels. So it's pretty physical. Those guys are going to be wiped out tomorrow at 5 o'clock, I can tell you that, but the adrenaline will keep them going until then. Lights flashing on the Bentley. And Bentley accompanied with all that history, just looking at his watch there before he counts him out.
Timing it precisely, get it wrong, and it can get you a penalty.
Indeed, and Bentley have already had a penalty for that very problem. And here he comes going 3, 2, 1.
Go.
Out they go.
So, there you see it.
So this could change if the pit stop was a bit slower, although they're all in this fixed window. Could see some results change. Now this is the incident, I think, Nev, and it is very difficult from those pictures to tell exactly what happened. Let's try and see.
Yes, it is difficult. What
get a handle on it.
Can see a car was off the road. We can see that it obviously couldn't move under its own steam.
Yeah, fourth placed Audi just coming back onto the racetrack. You see Maxime Martin, one of 2 or 3 DTM races, been racing in that series for 3 years, and from the row racing squad who we're used to seeing running Mercedes BMW, getting ready for a stop here. And see what happens. Sure if Charlie's in the vicinity anywhere. There's 2 pit lanes here. Charlie has to run between 2 pit lanes, the only place in the world where this happens. If you want a tough assignment for a pit lane reporter, this is the place, I can assure you.
And if you have any ambitions to put someone's name forward for the Olympics, Charlie obviously is your man.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I hope we see him sprinting or pole vaulting even.
Yes, yes.
So, very different shot there, and all the positions lit up. So we've got the car that's 20th and the car that's 34th and the car that's 30th. That's not the car number. That is our special lighting system. These guys, well, they're having fun down there at the stage. Is there a band playing on it? There must be.
Yeah.
A few people waving at our camera. They're enjoying it. This is not just a motor race now. This is an event. Look, flashing lights and colours. A bit like the Nürburgring or Le Mans 24 hours. The big 24-hour races are events, and you have other things. Here is the other row racing 6th place car coming in, Nicky Katzberg, and just checking brake temperatures there, fuel going in.
One of the interesting things we had happening earlier on today was that for some reason best known to themselves, and I never really found out quite what it was, the Lamborghinis were having a tyre problem.
They were having rear tyre degradation.
There were degradations of the rear tyres, and they were putting it down perhaps to the amount of pressure that they had in them or didn't have in them. Now, here we can see that the work that's going to be going on out there in the country might not be 5 minutes.
It will not be 5 minutes, right. So, second row racing cars. Beautiful onboard stop with Dominic Baumann in the 84 car. This is currently in 9th place as the row machine goes out.
You may remember we were saying earlier on that when you come to conducting repairs for something like this, you have to do it properly. Because if you don't do it properly, it's even more dangerous perhaps than not having a barrier at all. And it's one of the things that certainly now all circuits are very, very careful about making sure that they are maintained properly. And this is obviously a barrier problem that's going to require some proper sorting.
Yeah, I'm still a bit confused by it, Nev, to be honest.
We don't know what it is, that's the thing,
no.
Do we? And nobody's going to tell us.
Well, somebody will tell us.
Well, they will eventually,
yeah. At the moment, not clear.
Ah, there we are. So we're going to get
we're hearing in our ears. They're on it.
People bringing their cars in and taking advantage of perhaps not using quite as much time as you would otherwise do if racing speed happens to be going on at the time. It doesn't mean that you can necessarily profit that much by it, but all you can do perhaps is gain a few yards more, because you can at least speed up to get on the back of the train.
Now, never we haven't seen any Oh, just what are they doing there? Difficult to know. It does seem to be a barrier thing, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
I wonder if this is a legacy from something from earlier on that they've suddenly decided they have to fix.
It's in a different place, though, isn't it? It's in a different
What
place.
we haven't seen yet is any of these mandatory 5-minute stops they have to make. They've got the one 5-minute stop they have to do, and we know that that is for effectively for them to do a brake pad or disc or both change, and typically you'd want to do that halfway through the race, because as 24-hour races go, this is a very late starting race. We understand that the Bentley 24 car has stopped, and
this is
the barriers are being repaired. And
Onslow Cole car. Andy Merrick and Colin McLeod car now.
Well, Ian Logie is in the car at the moment. You see amateur. There we can see it. Look now, we can see it. But I think it's going onto the flatbed, so he's taking a big bounce there. Ian, who been in the packaging industry, I believe he's just sold his company. Actually, he's one of the biggest manufacturers of cardboard boxes in Britain. Well, it maybe has crumpled like cardboard at the front. We'll hopefully maybe Charlie can get himself down to Team Parker. Definitely knows the team well. Try and get a handle on that. They would have heard from Ian over the radio what actually happened, but it's certainly brought everything to a crawl at the moment.
The Parker boys, incidentally, are very, very good at what they do.
Yeah, well, Stuart because runs this team, and then the other brother, I think, runs hundreds of Caterhams.
Yes,
racing.
He certainly
did your
does.
son Richard race a Caterham for Parker?
He did.
I think he did.
He raced, and actually, he did actually. I think they did actually prepare one of his cars. I'm just trying to remember which one, but he raced Caterhams. In fact, he won the European Championship with them twice running.
Richard Hay, very good runner also in TVRs. Ran at Le Mans 1 year. With TVR.
And he loved this circuit here.
Yeah.
Particularly if it was wet.
Yeah.
Now try and explain that, I suppose, but he was good in the wet. Right now he's at another circuit, doing some more hard work, which I managed to get out of because I'm here instead and I much prefer it.
Well, historic racing, good historic racing here at Spa. The crowd enjoying themselves. The 99 car, Maxime Martin, very much a Belgian driver. In the leading car at the moment, Frank Stickler, been in the 6 car for a while. His partner's a TV presenter that I've worked with in the past. Lovely to see her here this afternoon. And the 6 car is in the pit now, Nev. Second place car has come into the pit. I wonder if Stickler will get out of it. I think he will. And then in third place, the number 1 car of at the moment in that car, I think is Chris Van Thor, the younger of the 2 brothers.
Yes, I think it is actually, because that's the car.
Chris is a teenager still.
Because Stevens was in the car, wasn't it? Now I think this guy just replaced him about half an hour ago.
Stippler coming out of the 6. Suchek in the 8. So the Bentleys are now 4th and 5th. And then in 6th place, another WRT car. Kaffer Bertram Baguette, another Belgian driver. Andrea Delina, the Belgian racer stroke journalist, or journalist stroke racer.
I just love to see these guys do their work when they come to change tyres and things like that. It's beautifully rehearsed, beautifully
Team Now this is Team Phoenix. Most of the top Audis, of course, created by the Belgian WRT team. This is Team Phoenix, who have had a lot of success on the DTM.
Procedure safety car procedure. Safety car lights on.
So more from our race director.
Yeah, so safety car lights. And we will have, obviously, we know a little bit more detail on what happened there, but it's fairly clear that it's going to take a minute or two to clear it up. And it's equally fairly clear that quite a lot of people have taken the opportunity to do a little bit of maintenance that's required.
Another of those Audis in the top 10. 7th place car, number 2 machine, again from the Belgian Auto Club team, WRT, Stuart Leonard, who much of his racing career has been in the VLN series at the Nürburgring, but doing a terrific job here. And in 8th place, 58 car, and at the wheel of the 58 at the moment. Just check out the list, and 58 car has still got Bell in it, hasn't it? Yes, it has.
Yeah.
And then Katzberg, and then Baumann, and then in the 16 Lamborghini after that, it's Ineschen. Now here is that Oman car that had the problem, and so of course dropped way down the list. In 12th place, 52, Matt Griffin, the wheel of Duncan Cameron's Ferrari, run by AF Corsa. After that is the Black Falcon team, Mercedes, Andreas Simonsen. The wheel is showing that car with Adam Christodoulou, British driver who won the Nürburgring 24 hours, of course, this year in that dramatic last lap where the lead changed.
Yes, the 24-hour races have had that, haven't they? We had, of course, a dramatic thing at Le Mans.
Nothing more than that. Nothing more dramatic than that.
That was very dramatic. And we had the one on the Nürburgring. So are we going to get 3 in a row? Well, time alone will
could
tell.
Well be. In 15th place now, Gary Paffett. I think it. No, sorry. Scrub that thought out for a moment. But nice to see Gary here. Now you see the damage. Now we know what the score is. That car is not rejoining.
No,
so
I think we can.
Problem for Team Parker machine. Went in pretty hard, I think.
Yeah,
so
look forward to a visit to the workshop.
Yeah.
A new shell, probably.
So it's BMW still leading the way here. Very good effort by Row Racing. And it's Audi, Bentley.
Just looking at the gap, which is quite a respectable gap, isn't it?
Just to pick up on the Gary Paffett, he is currently in the car in 17th place. So we're seeing some of the amateurs going through, and just check out who's doing well there. Sandra Moiseev, who I guess is a Russian in the number 40 car. A team that calls itself Easy Race. No racing's easy.
No.
We're getting provisions here, Nev. I'm sure you noticed, just behind us.
Excellent.
Yeah, the 49 car leading those standings. You see the standings going through there. This amateur class, as I said, there's a few silvers. Quite a lot of talent in some of those cars. And in the car which is leading, they include the veteran now, Portuguese driver Rui Aguas. This yellow is going to take a little bit longer yet. It's the 888 Kessel Racing. The car's been right in the hunt for that AM Cup. This championship runs through the year. 5 rounds, of course, of this Blancpain Endurance Company. Blancpain, one of the oldest watch manufacturers in the world, of course. Swiss precision. And they have this, obviously have their sprint championship. So, well, we've seen the Team Parker car crash, but now we can go down to the pit, find out more.
Okay, with Richard Benson from Team Parker Racing, what a fantastic job. Loads of celebration there with the team, patting on the backs and clapping. What happened?
Basically, we have had a couple of punctures. One of the punctures took out the front right-hand lighting loom. So we've held him out there. We've brought him in under the yellow. We've changed the lighting loom and fixed it all, got him back out. Chris Harrison in the car, and the car's looking good.
Okay, how's Chris getting on this weekend? Is he fired up and ready to go?
I can't actually hear you because he's talking in my ear right now.
What's he saying? Tell us what he's saying.
He's saying, there's a lot of swearing, and he's saying, it looks like somebody went straight on and covered the circuit in debris, basically.
In debris, but I'm sure he used a four-letter word, something else. Whereabouts is the debris? Whereabouts?
I don't know exactly.
Okay, you don't know exactly, no. but he's quite fired up then, clearly, by his language.
Oh, yes, it's Chris.
That's Chris. Okay, go on, carry on. My director's just talking to me. Hang on. Can you ask your driver now live on air exactly where the debris is, or roughly?
Chris, I'm talking to the TV. Can you tell me exactly where the debris is, please? You said there was something on the track.
So this is Team Parker Racing at the moment, getting a live feed from Chris Harrison, the Bentley. I'm just waiting for a response back from the team.
Okay, he's telling me there's it's a big crash at Le Combe.
Okay, there's a crash at Le Combe, so there's flashing yellows and safety car at the moment. So
due to the damages caused by car 24 in turn 7, the repair will take
our sister car. It's our sister car that's crashed.
No way, so that's not good news at all. Okay, so live, hot off the press there from Chris Harris in the car, telling us live on telly. That's not good news, so I'm going to leave you to it because you've got a lot to concentrate on.
Charlie,
leave you to it, guys.
Cheers.
Charlie, it's their other car, isn't it? That's caused the damage, of course. So we're getting excited about that. And that four-letter word was MUC, Mark.
Yes, I realised that straight away. But no, that's why I couldn't quite follow why he was looking so cheerful. I think what happened was that he came to do the interview and didn't know what had been happening.
Absolutely. I've done a lot of pitch reporting, done them all every year over the last 20-odd years, bar one actually. And sometimes it's a bit, you're all keyed up to do one of those interviews, and then other things happen, and of course you're just concentrating on that interview, but the team manager, I'm surprised he hadn't heard it in his ear, but maybe he was just concentrating on his car. Chris Harris, they were talking about, is a guy who was originally a journalist at Autocar magazine, pretty good racing car driver, seen him in the Foreman Ford Festival, quite a lot of events, but just in the last year, his fame and fortune, well, I don't know about the fortune, but certainly his fame has absolutely multiplied, because he was one of the people that joined the big Top Gear after the shake-up, together with Chris Evans, and he's got a lot of profile, is Chris Harris, and top journalist. Here's number one, Audi then in. This R8 just drops back off the jacks. And you heard the race director, of course. I was trying to listen to the interview as well. I think the race director said this barrier change could take a long time.
Yes, he did. And he did actually give us a little bit more information, but unfortunately, because we got the interview going on at the same time, I couldn't actually pick out precisely what he said, but I'm sure that we'll get an update on it in a minute or two, so we'll have a better idea. But I think there's more than one car was involved.
But great to be interactive with the teams. Just unfortunately it was happening at the wrong time. And the teams to TV asked where is the dirt, and then we find out where the dirt is and all that. But unfortunately the dirt was where their other car had smacked it into the barrier. So I think, yes, Team Parker.
Yeah, I think there was more than one car involved in it.
I think that's possible, I think that's a possibility.
But it wasn't mine, because it's safe and it's in your drive.
No.
Oh, dear.
So the Audi bridge lights up, it changes its message.
Yes.
I don't know if you noticed that. I've been doing it for 4 days now. Audi, a huge hospitality unit in here.
Yeah.
SC, safety car.
I don't know whether I believe what I've just seen, but I'm sure I saw a car without lights.
I think that's entirely possible. Entirely possible. but he won't be going around much.
No, he won't be going around much, and he won't be going very far. But I'm sure I saw a car going through a picture there without any lights on.
This, of course, does give the drivers a bit of a rest, but then they really want to get back racing again.
I think the big problem with a situation like this is threefold. The first is that it can break your concentration.
Yeah.
You get yourself, when you're driving a race car over any distance, it doesn't have to be an hour, 2 hours, or what have you. 10 minutes, you get yourself into a sort of almost a little cocoon of your own, which you live by and drive by and behave by. That's the first thing. So that breaks your concentration. The second thing that happens, of course, is that your tyres go off a bit. They go off for two reasons. One, sometimes you don't stick to the precise line because you've had to come off it because of something on the track or something of that sort. So you're picking up the marbles and that sort of thing. And the heat goes out of them, and very, very quickly too.
Here's the Pro-Am standings. So in the lead at the moment in Pro-Am, and see 58 cars we go through. That's 9 through 12th there, but it's the 58 car that is leading Pro-Am. And so up there in the top 10, that machine.
Yeah.
58.
We've got some more of these cars coming through with the Bentley. You can see number 17, Nissan, and then 6 BMW, but it's coming to us in bits and drabs.
I mean the 52 car is leading, sorry.
Yeah.
My apologies, 52 car. Duncan Cameron now at the wheel of the car that I believe he owns, or he's certainly got a deal with the fantastic AF Corsa and Marta Ferrari's team. And he is in 15th place overall, leading Pro-Am, but in second place in that category is the number 100 machine, which is in 16th place overall. So they're going to be running very close together, and that's the Attempto Racing Lamborghini of Luis Marchels, Max van Splutteren, Jerome Mull and Giovanni Venturini. So one bronze driver in Luis Marchels, then van Splutteren, who's been around quite a while, is a silver. Jerome Mull is a silver, and Giovanni Venturini, I must admit I don't know that much about, it is the gold in that particular car. These golds and silvers, it's a different grading to what's used in some other series. So that is a good battle there. And then, so the lead car in GT-AM is 15th. The second car in that category is 16th, and the third car is 18th. And that is the number 11 car, Castle Racing, Michael Brodaszewski, Alessandro Bonaccini, Andrea Risoli has been doing a very good job, and Giacomo Piccini in their 488 Ferrari, and that's one of the Castle's cars.
And they're going to sing a short opera for us.
No, they're not.
No?
No, I don't think so.
I thought Piccini had composed it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thanks very much, Nev. Yep, so we've got this hiatus at the moment. I'm sure Charlie's hunting down some more stories for us. Interesting to hear maybe from Charlie. I'm not sure if you're hearing us. If you've got the chance to go to Row Racing and maybe dig out Alexandra Sims if he's not gone to lie down in the motorhome, it'd be great. But I know how difficult it is sometimes finding these people, and they do.
And they can hide exceptionally well. Yeah, but, the other thing that interests me is that this isn't a very, very long circuit, but it's a long enough circuit that when they've all closed the gaps because the pace car is out, the whole field, and there's still a very large number of cars still running, literally is nose and tail. And so very shortly, right in front of us here, the last car will go through, and it'll be completely silent for about 2 minutes plus before they come around again.
So there's another pit stop.
You may think, well, why are they hurrying so much if the cars aren't actually racing, they're going around the pace car? Well, it's very simple. What you really don't want to do is to lose an entire lap. If you can get out now and get on the back of the pack, then so much the better.
Now that's the 888 Kessel Racing Ferrari. Why they're allowed to have such a big number. But here we are. That car's down in 40th place overall, but that is the leader of the AM category.
Yeah.
And
I'm just looking at my own interest.
Just to give it a bit of space to go out. So
that's a 458, isn't it?
That's a 458. Yeah, non-turbo car.
Yeah, which is much easier car to drive.
Got a longitudinal gearbox as well. With the current one has a transverse gearbox. And the 888 Kessel car, Marco Zonatini, Vadim Gluten, who's a Russian driver. Liam Talbot, of course, we talked about, the Australian, and their silver, the very quick Nicola Kadai in that car.
I'm just looking at a car with flashers on that came down the pit road.
The 44 was going back in the garage again to Parker with the Oman Racing Team, Aston Martin and the Aston in this race. Factory driver Darren Turner, of course, has been at the wheel of that car earlier. So that car has just gone into the pits, and I think Charlie is already down there, and we'll catch up with why it's gone back into the garage.
Okay then, guys, so I've just spoken to David Bartram, who's the team boss of Oman Racing and Motorbase. A bit of a hectic weekend for them as they're running touring cars as well at Snetterton, but Darren's had a little bit of contact. The manifold is right below the oil tank. They've collected a lot of oil on the front right corner inside the wheel. They're more worried about oil dripping on the circuit, as well as obviously more damage being done to the car, and also possibly it may be catching light as well, because obviously oil and hot exhaust, because this is a 24-hour race, can get pretty tricky. So they are working really, really hard under the car, as you can see around the car. So Darren Turner's in the car. It's been tipped up to tip the oil, I presume, down towards the front of the car. They've put the air jacks up, the rear of the car's gone up first. Let's get out the way of the bonnet as well, so we're looking after the cameraman as well. But lots going on here, but basically a little bit of damage, manifold cracked slightly or damaged with oil tank and oil leaking on top of that, and the wheels collecting oil. So that's what's going on down here in the pit lane. Couldn't get an interview with them because it was just about to come in the pits, but I got the information ready for you boys up in the commentary box. And by the way, you're doing a sterling job. I'm loving listening to your chat, so keep it up, boys. It's brilliant.
Yeah. Thanks
You've
very
got
much.
the moment, Andrew, they're taking off the mud guards so that they can actually get to the engine, to get to it. And if you look at the speed at which they're operating, it's fascinating.
Yeah, these guys are all very well trained. And, Charlie, of course, down there in the lower pit, if he's still hearing us, Charlie, we would like to hear from Row Racing if you get the chance when you get up to that top Grand Prix pit lane. Obviously they've got the car in the lead, and we were hoping you might find Alexander Sims, but then we're also thinking you might well be tucked up in a nice bed in a motorhome by now. But it'd be nice to hear from Row. See what they got to say for themselves.
I'll head up there in a minute.
Well, now we can see what they can see.
Well, Charlie described this oil, and they're worried about it, but and they're obviously onto it, aren't they? And they can do this because we're under the yellow. I'm not sure they would have gone quite through the same procedure if they hadn't been under a full course yellow.
Well, one of the big problems you've got here that you can see that everybody has got, well, I say everybody, nearly everybody has got his gloves on, but I'll tell you what, it can smart a bit when you touch something hot, and there are things down there that are quite hot.
Yeah, so we've got factory driver Darren Turner in this car. We've got factory driver Johnny Adam in this car, but in the W World Endurance Championship, Aston have just had a bit of a rejig of their drivers, and so for the rest of the season, Johnny Adam is not going to be in the WEC. I'm sure that's a bit disappointing for him. Now, look, that's definitely some kind of oil tank there that is going to be, I think, I think they're changing that actually. Maybe that's got puncture or something, so they're going to change. That's going to be quite a difficult and tricky job. And of course, that whole operation, we mentioned Dave Bark, but of course, Ahmed Al-Harthi, who's been very successful in the British GT Championship, got the backing of Oman Air. I enjoyed flying there to the Oman. About 3 years ago on the way to India, and the program had already started then, and they used the sponsorship so well, the Omanis, with that. And quite a few guests here. He's got other Oman Tel and other of his sponsors there. And very good guy, Ahmed. And not too many racing drivers you can name from the Oman. Sultanate of Oman.
I noticed you mentioned a Thai driver.
Yes, a Thai driver.
Earlier on.
I did relate this story the other day, but saw him racing a couple of years ago at Petit Le Mans in Atlanta. He had a nice, knew all about the Prince, Bonzi, and when I did an interview with him, our producers found a shot of Prince Bonzi and put it on the air, as he talked about it, which was a nice thing to do. And,
for many of you who sort of think, well, who was this chap? He was indeed a very, very close relative to the then King of Thailand when he was born in 1914. He had a cousin, Prince Chula Chakrabonsa, who in fact many thought would probably become the King of Thailand, but here was a problem insofar as the marriage of Chula's father and the King, unfortunately, Chula's mother and the King, unfortunately fell over, and as such, therefore Chula didn't go on.
Yeah, look, just quickly, the row racing car, the row racing BMW in the pits, the lead car, they're doing a quick change up to cleaning the windscreen. And I know that Charlie's on his way up there, so he's got to find out more, but see that happening.
Continued.
Tell us more about Prince Bira.
So Bira started racing in 1934-35 on a British licence, managed and financed by his cousin, Prince Chula.
Was he a bit of a playboy?
And he took the whole thing very, very seriously and invested an enormous sum of money in the best cars that money could buy at the time. And he had a very successful career pre-war when Thailand then became a member of the FIA, and it had its own racing cars, which were blue and yellow. After the war, the team continued until 1948, when Prince Chula decided to retire from motor racing, and Bira went on, however, to drive cars for Plate with Maserati Force LT, and also in his own right, with the 4.5-litre Oscar and 250F Maserati. He was a fascinating man because apart from his ability as a racing driver, he was a very gifted sculptor and actually had his work seen at the Royal Academy.
History lesson from Neville Hay. I believe that he also, at one stage, was the chairman of Thai Airways, wasn't he?
He actually started it, and there was one other thing. This was before the days of navigation that we have today, and the charts that he drew up from when he was flying back to Thailand in 1952 were for a long time used by all the airlines.
Great story, interesting. So, 99, still in the lead, BMW. Jens Marquardt, the competition's director of BMW. I saw him here yesterday. I'm not sure if he's still here. Obviously, BMW, a program also with these similar cars, a slightly more hot rodded up in America in the sports car series there, in the United Sports Car Series run by Bobby Rahal's team, Rahal Lanigan Letterman Racing, it might be Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. And Dirk Werner, one of the drivers in that team, and he's also racing here this weekend, although he's had problems. But Maxime Martinez is staying in the car here at the moment.
And there's a shot we haven't seen.
And they're at 13 degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We shot there that we hadn't seen, which was from the outside of the source, where you see the cars come down, as they're coming down now, and actually go round the source. Right at the top of our picture now. You can't see now.
Big ritzy-looking hotel has been built up there.
There it is again.
Yeah, that's a great shot. Famous last source hairpin.
Yep.
And of course, we saw this race start as a rolling start in the front of the old pits, although of course the finish line is the new pits. Formula One, of course, still start at the new pits, and lots of daring do into that first corner.
Where we have seen some excitements in the past.
We have, we've seen cars leaping in the air.
Yeah.
So rather protracted full course caution here.
Which is still ongoing, incidentally, and as I said to you, what's happened is all the cars now have bunched up because all the gaps have closed, which you're entitled to do. There's nothing wrong with that. The only time you like to lose any more time is if you have to have a pit stop, and then of course you'll try and catch up with the back of the pack again, so that it is not perhaps as dramatic or as disastrous to your opportunity in the race.
We've just got, so I think it's just 3 cars, it might be 4 cars now.
I'm not quite sure what that driver threw into the pits there, are you? It seems like he got out of the car, tossed something into the pits and got back in the car again.
So, coming up to the hour, time for our highlights package. Well, this seems a long time ago now. Nev, big crowd, and the parachuting in and the waving of the Belgian flag. That's how we got this underway.
At 4:30 this afternoon.
Yeah.
And the cars setting off here with already a cloud, if you like, hanging over the Mercedes, all of whom had got to stop for 5 minutes and had actually lost their grid positions, and so were a long way back.
It was the Audi that took the lead from the Lamborghini, but then very quickly that car, Pierre's own car, with Marco Seefeld, a very professional driver, he dumped it in the gravel. They finally dug him out of it. Meanwhile, the Mercedes took the start, but of course then came in and had their 5-minute penalty. And they've been on the back foot ever since.
Somebody said at the time it would take them 8 hours before they got in the top 10. It did, and it has.
In the first hour, other than that early spin into the gravel, great racing, but not too many other incidents, and that all changed. Here's a car that battled early on for the lead, but has now dropped right down the field. The number 50 Pierre Guidi car. We had Audis challenging, and then inexorably we saw the Bentley starting to move up. There is the number 16, and then we had this huge accident as the Porsche came out of the pits. Factory driver Kevin Estre tagging the Japanese driver, sending him into the barrier. Kevin limped away from it.
And the other man who was disappointed was, of course, Fisichella, who you can see there now with his car out of the race and never even so much as a lap on the circuit that he loves.
But there was a problem. The Armco barrier was badly damaged. It took the best part of 40 minutes to repair it. Everybody trooped round, and that guy got a nice photograph. So they are repairing the barrier.
Not a case of it's worth doing, it's worth doing well. It's a case of it's worth doing. It has got to be done well. It has got to be done to the best of the ability of the team, because people's safety is very definitely at risk if it's not.
Then we had BMW in the lead. You said the 01 flashing. That's the 99 car, which has actually been leading until very recently. Just dropped back just now. But I think that's the virtue of a pit stop it's just made. Then we had Bentley having a big push. The number 8 car there in the lead. Bentley had had some worries, and they had the odd drive-through penalty as well. And the 7 car actually had to start from the pit lane after a problem with a fuel pump. But Bentley have been very much in the hunt so far. And of course, we aren't even halfway through this race yet.
And Bentley, of course, while they actually commanded respect and many wins at Le Mans, indeed right up to this century, had never been successful here in Belgium.
We had a little shower of rain, and that really played into the hands of the Fry Jaguar, which led for a bit. First time a Jaguar had led a 24-hour race for over 25 years. There it is.
A lot of people don't remember that, of course, Jaguar won their first 24-hour race, this circuit, in 1984-85, which was, of course, before they won Le Mans in 1987.
We just saw the 50 car in the gravel. And back to Row Racing, having a great run. And a good charge by the Bell, Ledegar, Van Gisbergen, McLaren. And that car is still currently well inside the top 10. Mercedes were meanwhile trying to work their way up through the field. There is the McLaren going out. And there, an incident as the number 30 car charged into the barrier, just lost it on the way in. And that was Derek Pearce in the Team Parker car. Then problems for the Boops and Union Racing BMW. M6 in trouble. Frantic and furious battles as we went into the night, and more repairs there. Some people just having a nice little cocktail, I noticed. We haven't had that pleasure, but then we've got a job to do. So I don't like going to races as a guest. I'd much rather be working.
You prefer to go and work, don't you?
But have a little relax there. The WRT Audi team always, of course, been right in the mix, as they still are at the moment. And just currently, they are leading. In fact,
this was the end of the
Jaguar challenge
here.
But the thing was, Nevi punted up the back. The Rennie Rast, so the 28 car.
Which is not his fault that he did.
Yeah, the Rast Van Thor car.
A pretty savage blow, and the Rennie Rast car had to be painstakingly rebuilt.
Yeah.
Was able to continue with the race. Jaguar 2 came out again, but not that it had lost an awful lot of time.
And so did the fireworks and the smoke machines, as the fans really enjoyed their racing, and some great onboard shots as we went deeper into the night here. Bentley very much in the mix here, and then we had more cars in the gravel. The Lamborghini there, just pulling itself out from the Grasser Racing team. I think that was the 63 car. And then another Bentley looped it, and that was pretty impressive, getting back into the race.
This was car number... Well,
that was the Derek Pearce car.
Yep.
Meanwhile, at the front end, sharp end of the field. That pops Alexander Sims after an absolutely terrific run, driving with Philippe Eng and Maxime Martin. Alexander, same crash helmet design he's had since his Formula 3 days. Our boy's got the filter lens on, and then the 24 car. This is not so long ago. Ian Loggy crashing the Team Parker machine, and Team Parker have had a hectic 6 or 7 hours. So there's some of the highlights for you of the total 24 hours of Spa.
And having looked at what happened, let's tell you what's happening.
I want to know what's happening here.
A yellow flag situation, pace car out situation, and it's gradually